Chapter 101. Jiangqi learned from the sea god while working for him, occasionally returning to deceive the players. Meanwhile, he and the sea god would study the information Rongding had given her. This information contained examples of gods who had previously moved. Some gods abandoned their people and fled, others fell, destroyed their original planes, and fled. Still others, after their fall, were reborn in other planes by chance. There were also examples of blacklisted gods who successfully escaped, but they remained on the game's wanted list, with bounties starting at godhood. After reading it, Jiangqi said, these gods were able to escape because they're so elusive, with no fixed abode and no burdens. With a family like yours, you absolutely cannot let the game know you escaped. You must let the game confirm that you completely perished here. Or if you can, take your people and move away, leaving a clone behind to stage a show. The sea god clone. Staging a show with you? Jiangqi shook his head. The risk is too great. Besides, if I don't kill you, I'd be damned. So many players? Am I going to let you kill them all for fun? Sacrificing the lives of thousands of her players for a show, especially since they always been obedient and haven't done anything evil in her presence, Jiangqi doubted she was that ruthless. The sea god clone glared at her coldly. Jiangqi said back, seriously, the fight between us is just a show. If it's fake, it'd be easy for them to find flaws. Why not wait until the next instance, and then fight the next train conductor? Beat him half to death, and then die at his hands. That would be real. How powerful must the power I leave behind be to make it look real? Jiangqi pointed into the distance. Just over there in the future, that ocean is filled with resentment. Harness it, and it's incredibly powerful. I'm the mighty sea god, and you're asking me to use resentment? In this moment of desperation, he dropped his airs and called himself I. Jiangqi's expression was a bit narrow-minded. As long as it can be used to help you make this fake death a reality, there's nothing I can't use. You're a dying god, forget about your pride and dignity. In the next instance, let me borrow your dojo to deal with a troublesome individual. A female voice suddenly rang out. Jiangqi and the sea god clone both stood up abruptly. Jiangqi recognized the voice as Rongding's. The helper I was talking about is here. The sea god clone glared at Jiangqi, just barging in without a word. And eavesdropping, Jiangqi, please, this is your dimension, and you had no idea someone had broken in, and you still have the nerve to ask me. As he spoke, a figure drifted in. It was Rongding, dressed in a tight suit, his long hair tied up tightly, his eyes tilted up, his face stern, his aura so strong it practically radiated murderous intent. Jiangqi leaned back. No, senior, you look a bit like someone who's here to silence someone. Rongding surveyed the area, then stared at Jiangqi for a moment, his gaze baffled. Finally, his gaze settled on the sea god clone. Creating past worlds? Your Excellency, sea god, is certainly capable. I can help you find another dimension to survive in, and I can also clean up the mess for you, but you have to do a few things for me. The sea god clone sensed a dangerous aura from this person. Combined with her ability to silently enter this plane and directly reach the past, he knew this person was formidable. Unlike the man next to him, Jin Hao. He asked directly, what's the matter? Help me create past worlds in several planes, or directly rewind plane time. Jiangqi's eyes flickered. So that was the reason. She'd been asking how Rongding had been so easily convinced. It turned out she had other motives. The sea god clone didn't agree outright. Which planes? What are their situations? How many are there? Rongding simply handed over a document. The sea god wasn't human. He didn't need to read to extract information. The document was instantly swept over by the sea god's power and merged into the sea god clone's body. Amidst the shifting light and shadow, Jiangqi spotted a few familiar words on it. The Great Yong Dynasty, an underground ghost banquet. Her heart skipped a beat. It was this plane. Why would Rongding want to return to this world? After a moment, the sea god's clone shook his head. This plane was invaded by the game for a century, and an underground ghost realm was subsequently opened up. Furthermore, the contractual power between the plane and the game is involved. Too many external forces and irreversible causality are involved. I cannot return to such a plane. Rongding looked at him, then curled his lips. You're quite honest. If you said you could return to time, I wouldn't have to keep you. Jiangqi stepped forward. Hey. Rongding glanced at her, then ignored her, presenting a few more documents. The planes we truly want to return to are these. Poseidon swallowed the information as usual, then said after a moment, yes. Rongding nodded. If that's the case, I can help you too. You just mentioned faking your own death in the next instance. That's a good idea. I have a train conductor I dislike, and I let him take over the next instance and let him pull off this one. Rongding looked at Jiangqi. You just gotten away. Don't get involved with Poseidon's death. Any subsequent investigation won't lead to you. Jiangqi asked, that train conductor who dislikes you and makes you feel difficult must be very powerful, right? He has his own forces. The people down there won't be weak, will they? Rongding said, I bring in a few dungeon monsters and place some people in ambush within the dungeon to increase its difficulty. Also, the resentment you mentioned earlier can be utilized and orchestrated to show people just how mad a near-collapsed god can be. As for the true sea god, evacuate early, leaving only 1/10 or 1/12 of his power behind to deliver ultimate attacks and critical strikes. Jiangqi nodded. It sounded like there was no problem. It all depended on how to operate. Then, Rongding discussed the specific details with the sea god clone. Jiangqi just sat aside, listening, feeling like she had nothing to do. However, during their conversation, Jiangqi discovered Rongding's exceptional knowledge of the gods, and his questions and suggestions were always spot on. Rongding, then, the next step is the relocation. After integrating the past world, project the entire world into this one. Rongding produced an ornate mirror that looked impressive. Jiangqi, mirror? This is called the Void Mirror, a top-tier treasure from the immortal realm. It contains a vast space, allowing the owner to create a world within it, or even conceal a separate world within it. Rongding explained, after the sea god hides the entire world, I will take this mirror to the new plane, retrieve the world, and place it there. However, the sudden loss of a world from this plane will cause a massive energy fluctuation, which will be reflected in the dungeon data. So, this operation must be performed after the dungeon ends. Jiangqi picked up the mirror and studied it, saying, Zhongyi is coveting the sea god and will likely be waiting at the station before the dungeon ends. I lure him away, and then you can act. A claw suddenly reached out from the side, and snatched the mirror from Jiangqi's hand. Jiangqi looked over. The sea god's clone had a stern face, frowning as he looked at the void mirror. He said coldly, Isn't the space this mirror can hold limited? Rongding nodded. Yes, but given the size of your world, it can hold it. However, the larger the world you hold, the shorter the mirror will last. Once the void mirror can no longer withstand the pressure and shatters, the world inside will be finished too. Jiangqi slowly sat up straight, looking at the sea god clone, then at Rongding. Rongding said calmly, Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? Rongding said, I use the warp tunnel. If everything goes well, I can reach the new plane in a few hours. There's plenty of time. But you didn't explain the risks. There's no need to explain. Saying it will only do harm. Since I promised to get you there safely, I won't make any mistakes. The sea god clone looked at Rongding coldly. Rongding's expression was calm, but his brows were sharp, and he wouldn't give an inch. The two stared at each other. Jiangqi seemed to see the shadow of a surging deep sea appear behind the sea god clone. Rongding, on his side, showed no sign of retreat, his aura rising steadily. Jiangqi glanced at one, then the other, raising her hand and slowly inserting it between them, breaking the standoff. Both men looked at her. Jiangqi smiled. Well, we're trying to cooperate now. There's no need to be so hostile. Sea god clone, do you think I'm wrong? Of course not. Rongding, so I'm wrong? Jiangqi chuckled inwardly. Of course you're wrong. With such a huge risk and such serious consequences, how could you not inform the person involved? Rongding, seeing her intent, sneered. There are only two possible outcomes. 1. If this guy doesn't want to enter the mirror, then all this work is in vain. He just wait here to die. 2. If he wants to survive, he have to enter the mirror again, and ultimately, it'd be up to me to reach the new plane. That's part of it. So what difference does it make whether I tell you or not? Jiangqi pulled her aside and whispered, They have a right to know. A right to know that complicates things? That's not the way to say it. He knows what crises there are, so he can be mentally and practically prepared. If something unexpected happens, he won't be caught completely off guard. Rongding narrowed his eyes. So you also think I'd be delayed? Jiangqi sighed and said, Senior, since we're collaborating, you must adopt a cooperative attitude. They are your equals. You can't act on your own. If it were her, facing such a huge risk, if you explained it to me, I'd think about it, and might still go into the mirror, and that would be my choice. But you kept it a secret, and then I discovered it myself. How could I not be suspicious? Who knows what your plan is? Are you trying to wear me out in the mirror? The atmosphere grew a little cold. Jiangqi was thinking about saying something to warm up the situation when the sea god clone suddenly said, I want Jin Hao to take me. Jiangqi looked over. Question mark. The sea god clone repeated, I want Jin Hao to take me to the new dimension. He looked at Jiangqi with a deep gaze. You must ensure that this mirror never leaves your hand. I trust only you. Jiangqi paused. But after I leave the dungeon, I must move the train, and I also have to deal with Zhongyi. Rongding scoffed. You go. As for you, I find someone to take your place. She looked Jiangqi up and down. I find someone to transform into your appearance. That idiot Zhongyi won't be able to tell. Jiangqi thought for a moment, then looked at the sea god clone's fixed gaze. Okay, then I trouble you, senior. By the way, many of my blade players should have achieved complete success after this dungeon, so I also like to ask you to help them get their rewards from Zhongyuan. Rongding was puzzled. You only been with them for a little over 10 days. How did you become so close? It's mainly because I'm happy to see Zhongyuan bleed and Zhongyi suffer. That guy Zhongyi even told me to kill more of those blade players. Now that everyone's back alive, I really want to see his wonderful expression. Rongding's expression finally softened, and he looked at Jiangqi carefully. That old man Zhongyuan's methods of controlling people are very insidious. I'm actually impressed that you were able to escape from his control. Jiangqi smiled and said, thank you. For the next 10 days, the sea god was busy integrating its past worlds. Rongding went in and out, sending dungeon monsters in, disguising them as signs of the sea god's mutated power, in preparation for the next dungeon. Jiangqi also unleashed the Skyfire monster, letting it swirl around the seabed, adding a bit of difficulty for the players, and creating the illusion of the sea god's might. Besides, she spent her days working against the resentment of the entire ocean. She had once been a ghost cultivator, and while she wasn't one anymore, she could still easily control this evil resentment, unlike the sea god, who had no idea how to do it. She gathered this resentment into clusters, and set up several ghost dens on the seabed. She first experimented with her players, trapping them in the ghost dens and suffering miserably. Jiangqi experimented and refined his methods, even creating numerous ghosts composed of resentful energy and devoid of consciousness. These could be used in the next dungeon, rendering the entire plane even more eerie and terrifying. On the last day of the dungeon, Rongding sent someone, codenamed Shi, a train conductor similar in stature to Jin Hao, to impersonate Jin Hao in front of Jiangqi. Do you think it's okay? Jiangqi looked up and down. Okay, it's quite similar. From now on, I leave these players to you for now. Shi went to gather all the players. By then, the players, whether blade players or ordinary players, all looked exhausted, as if their energy had been drained. They didn't even bother to check whether the train conductor before them was real or not. As the dungeon concluded, Shi led all the players out. At the moment the dungeon ended, Jiangqi traveled to the past world, took out the void mirror, and shone it down at the earth below. A beam of light shot out from the Sankung mirror, illuminating the earth. Then the entire land began to tremble and shrink. Everything on the earth shrank proportionally, including the people on it, who also shrank rapidly. And miraculously, these people were completely oblivious to the changes, and continued with their lives. Finally, the entire world was absorbed into the Sankung mirror. Last to enter was the sea god's avatar, now carrying almost 80% of the sea god's energy. He glanced at Jiangqi and said, I leave everything else in your hands. Jiangqi nodded. Don't worry. I haven't received the reward you promised me yet. I won't let you down. The sea god's avatar gave her a serious look and proactively plunged into the Sankung mirror. The Sankung mirror's light faded, and the entire mirror glowed faintly. At the same time, due to the sudden loss of a world, the entire plane shifted. On the future world side, the seabed rock layers shifted violently, repeatedly colliding with each other. Earthquakes and tsunamis erupted one after another, and the entire world seemed to have entered its apocalypse. Jiangqi quickly left this plane. At the same moment, at the station outside the plane, Zhongyi had arrived 2 days earlier, waiting excitedly, but what he saw instead was a disheveled Jin Hao emerging from the dungeon with a group of even more disheveled players. Zhongyi approached him. Zhong Hao, what are you doing? Shi hurriedly waved his hands. Brother Zhongyi, stop talking. This plane is insane. That sea god is completely lawless. As he spoke, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Shi's face changed drastically. Look, it gets even crazier after the dungeon ends. I'm afraid this plane will be destroyed by its own destruction. Hurry up, hurry up. He told the players to board the train and rushed over, grabbing Zhongyi and the others he had brought with him. Brother, hurry up, hurry up. Zhongyi was confused, but seeing how urgent he spoke, He knew something was amiss with this plane, so he followed suit. As he did so, he recalled the players he had just seen, and why there seemed to be a disproportionate number of blade players. He asked, "How many of those blade players have you eliminated?" "Sure, he started the train." "What? Oh, eliminate blade players? Oh, why do I need to eliminate them? It's been so thrilling every day, so I must have lost quite a few myself. I take stock later." As he spoke, the train had already left the station, quickly leaving the Poseidon plane behind. As soon as the train left, Jiangqi emerged, taking out the invisible aircraft Rongding had given her. Without even touching the tracks, it soared a great distance and soon found the nearest warp hub. Rongding had already taken care of everything. She went straight to the warp tunnel and waited a short while before she could warp. This was Jiangqi's first warp experience. With a whiz, she entered a strange tunnel and then emerged from it just as quickly. The surroundings had changed, and she had arrived at another warp transit station. She piloted the aircraft, soaring into the vast void. This flight lasted 5 or 6 hours, even traversing a vast expanse of turbulent energy, before finally arriving at a desolate, ownerless plane. The void mirror was already burning hot, a sign that it was about to collapse under the pressure. She quickly raised it high, chanted an incantation, and a beam of light emanated, projecting a microscopic continent. As it emerged, it continued to grow in size, growing larger and larger, until it finally became a boundless continent, landing flatly on the plane. At the same moment, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the sky. Groundwater, mineral resources, and layer after layer of geological rock appeared beneath the earth. In the air, the normal atmospheric proportions gradually stabilized, and the natural laws of the new world spontaneously perfected. Everything a normal plane should have and need was automatically completed and perfected. Just like a house landing, its supporting systems automatically come online. Jiangqi watched this scene, the demigod power within her body inexplicably surging. This feeling was strange, and it suddenly made her want to find a piece of land, become a guardian deity, build her own world, and establish a wonderful connection with her people. Jiangqi shook her head. She didn't want to be a deity bound by a piece of land and a group of people. She would rather be a wandering wild deity. A streak of light suddenly shot out from the depths of the ocean, gliding across half the continent in an instant before landing before Jiangqi, condensing into the form of the sea god's avatar. He sincerely thanked Jiangqi. "Thank you for bringing us here as promised. This is what I promised you." He held out his hand, revealing a beautiful blue fragment. "This is the Godhead. Every god possesses it. A god without it has no foundation." Jiangqi reached out and took the fragment. It looked like an ordinary piece of blue glass, but as soon as he grasped it, a surge of power flowed from it into his sea of consciousness. Jiangqi felt his entire head buzz as the depths of his sea of consciousness collided violently. Fragments of memories, hidden far and wide, began to splatter out in this collision, and a long, slow, human voice flooded into his mind. So-called gods are merely those who govern the rules of a particular plane. In the divine realm, such beings are like farmers, everywhere. Some farmers are allocated a plot of land. With meticulous work and diligent care, their fields bear abundant fruit, resulting in a bountiful harvest, allowing them to purchase another plot of land for future work. Some farmers are lazy, waste seeds, and neglect management, resulting in only a sparse crop of seedlings and fruit, and naturally a meager harvest. Gradually, these farmers can no longer afford to live, starving to death. Some farmers, despite their diligence, are constantly plagued by natural and man-made disasters, ultimately resulting in a meager harvest. Other farmers, despite accidentally stealing fertilizer, seeds, and farming tools from a warehouse, then enclose a large plot of land, using it as their own farm, and then recruiting people to work for them. If he wants to plant vegetables in this field today, the melons previously planted in that field must be pulled out. If he wants to plant a comparison crop in that field tomorrow, that field cannot be watered and must be left to fate. The day after tomorrow, if he wants to build a house in another field, all the crops in that field must be pulled out and the ground compacted. On this farm, the farmer is the sole ruler. He can do whatever he wants, even burning down entire fields if he gets the urge. To the people working on the farm, the crops, the tiny insects in the soil, the farmer is utterly towering. But outside this farm, what does the farmer mean? Chapter 102. Rongding stood with his hands folded in his sleeves. Poseidon Plain. Rongding stood at the station with his hands folded in his sleeves, watching Jiangqi's aircraft depart. His expression was indifferent, no discernible emotion. A confidant nearby asked in confusion, "Teacher, Why did you send this Jean Hao to escort the Poseidon? Are you doing him a favor for nothing? With Rongding's intelligence and temperament, how could she possibly clash with the Poseidon over the transportation of a void mirror? She had done it on purpose, deliberately making the Poseidon distrust her so that the escort would be granted to Jean Hao, furthering their relationship. Rongding said calmly, I have already formed a contract with the Poseidon. I help him, he helps me. It's a purely cooperative relationship. I don't need to cultivate any personal friendship with him. But that Jean Hao did. She was new and had no foundation. Befriending a few more gods would be of great benefit to her. The assistant was still puzzled. There was no need to give this friendship to Jean Hao just like that. Rongding didn't explain further. She stared at the turbulent plane before her, her mind racing to another. She had recently returned to her hometown. Although things had long since changed, recent events had prompted her to take time off. Then, she saw a completely renovated underground ghost realm. Not only was there only the 100-monster city left, but the ghosts within were also few and far between. It was as peaceful and tranquil as an ordinary town. Back then, she had signed a contract with the game. Although she suppressed the ghost realm underground, she was also forbidden from interfering with its subsequent developments. She had assumed that the ghost realm would continue to grow and prosper, perhaps even one day invading the surface world and repeating the catastrophe. But unexpectedly, a turning point occurred, and the situation changed dramatically. In the last instance of the ghost domain, the train conductor was called Cunning Snake. However, Cunning Snake was killed by a mysterious figure named Mastery during the instance. Two of his accomplices also died instantly after driving their car into the gaming regulatory building. The only remaining clue was Mastery. She had investigated, but the monks at Mingguang Temple in 100 Monster City had no recollection of what had happened during the instance. Or rather, they only remembered superficial details, clearly having had their memories tampered with. Miraculously, even Rongding was unable to reverse this tampering. The only thing known now was that many of the players in the Ghost Domain instance that day remained on Blue Star, and that Mastery had first appeared there. She had intended to go to Blue Star to see if she could find anything, but instead discovered something interesting. The old locust tree in front of Mingguang Temple, rumored to have once been the home of a Ghost King, had been uprooted by the player impersonating Master Yi and planted in the Mingguang Temple courtyard. The locust tree, permeated by ghostly auras for years, had already developed a subtle sense of consciousness, recording some of the events of that day. However, Lord Yi seemed to have overlooked this, failing to erase the tree's memories. Thus, through the locust tree's perspective, Rongding witnessed the scene of the locust tree being carried, drawing the Ghost King's pursuit across the land, and also witnessed Lord Yi's final entry into Mingguang Temple. The man's appearance was naturally unfamiliar, but his demeanor, his tone of voice, gave her a strange sense of déjà vu. It was at that moment that she received a call from Jean Hao. Upon hearing his voice, she instantly realized that this familiar feeling came from him. She had long suspected that this Jean Hao wasn't really her real self beneath the surface, even suspecting she was a woman at heart. This discovery seemed to reinforce this. Recalling Jean Hao's behavior, it vaguely matched that of this Lord Yi. So, she didn't investigate further, but instead went directly to the Sea God Plane and provided information about the Great Young Plane and the underground ghost realm. Of course, she knew that this plane couldn't rewind time, and it was just a test. And when Jean Hao saw the words on the information, a slight quirk flashed in his eyes. It was this quirk that made her almost certain she had found the right person. Lord Yi, who had caused trouble in 2 instances, suddenly transformed himself into a legitimate train conductor, gradually infiltrating the game. Doesn't that make sense? Especially since this train conductor had the audacity to stir up trouble in the instance, collaborating with the gods behind the game's backs, devouring them, and his ability to stir up trouble only grew with each passing day. Since he'd done a favor for her hometown, and was a fellow traveler, she gave him a push, fostering a closer relationship with the sea god. What's wrong with doing something convenient? Rongding said. Stay here until the next instance is over and everything is settled. Yes. The aircraft sped along. In the cockpit, Jiangqi sat somewhat listlessly, gazing vacantly at the empty space outside. Yuan, noticing her long silence and lack of spirit, asked, What's wrong? Jiangqi sighed, Nothing. I just struggled so hard and realized I'm actually just a microbe. Yuan, ? Jean Hao's dejected face was reflected in the window. Jiangqi looked at it with a glare, turning his head and leaning back against the cockpit. Not really a microbe. I should have evolved from a microbe into a semi-farmer by now. Which genius came up with the idea of comparing gods to farmers and plains to farmland? Oh, it's me, my future self. Yes, The voice Jiangqi heard in the memories deep within her mind was her own voice, spoken by her future self. She couldn't tell to whom, or if she was just mumbling to herself. According to her, there exists a divine realm with many gods within it. The gods Jiangqi has encountered so far are nothing compared to that realm. Then, the gods within that realm will likely be divided up, with each god in charge of a different plane. It's like farming. If you plant well, you have a bountiful harvest, and the gods themselves will benefit. If you plant poorly, the plane will be destroyed, and the gods will starve to death. This is all relatively easy to understand. But the last paragraph is worth pondering. The game is essentially about a farmer, a deity, who stole fertilizer, seeds, and other items, including magical weapons and resources, seized a large plot of land, fenced it off, and used it as his own farm, seizing several planes as his own private territory, then captured people everywhere to work for him, capturing players, training train conductors, and so on, to exploit in other planes. Doesn't that immediately explain the entire story? Jiangqi felt as if the veil of mystery that had been veiled over him, the game's entire atmosphere, had been violently ripped away, changing the game's entire tone. He was just a farmer on the run, who had broken the law. It was simply that he had seized the opportunity, grown slowly and subtly, and built his farm into something incredibly large and powerful, making it difficult to challenge. As an indigenous inhabitant, Jiangqi was essentially a microorganism in the field. A single decision by the farmer's owner could turn the field upside down, and the microorganisms would suffer and resurrect with it. Then she became a player, upgrading from a microbe to a bug, driven to wreak havoc in this field and that. After that, she became a train conductor, the equivalent of a hired insect chaser, obliged to do whatever the farm owner commanded. Later, she became a demigod, with even greater freedom and power. Beneath the guise of a hired worker, she possessed the inner strength of a farmer, free to engage in subtle maneuvers, eliminating farmers loyal to the farm owner and saving hostile farmers the farm owner wanted to eliminate, allowing them to flourish. Jiangqi extended his index finger, and, using divine power, drew a radiant circle in the air. This was the farm. She then tapped the center of the circle. This was the upper spirit plane, the center of the farm. Not far from the upper spirit plane, she tapped again. This was Blue Star, a piece of farmland newly discovered from a pile of weeds. The farm owner was constructing a project on this land, which would inevitably affect the native plants, bugs, and microorganisms. Then, she drew a larger circle above the farm. This was the god's realm, a place seemingly unimaginably powerful. In a previous life, she must have encountered this god's realm, otherwise she wouldn't have known about these things. But what happened in the end? Didn't she still be reborn and continue to rely on herself? At most, whether she was killed by the game and forced to be reborn, or whether she chose this rebirth of her own choosing, remains debatable. The only certainty is that the game's development to this point was not a sudden or overnight success, yet the god's realm hasn't sent anyone to eliminate it, demonstrating that they have no concept of cleansing their own house. But could the power of the violation be connected to this god's realm? If only I could figure out what this place is, what the people inside are like, if I could borrow their power, or impersonate them. Jiangqi shook her head, finding it a bit amusing herself. First she sees the player's identity, then the train conductors, then the power of a god, and now she was trying to assume the guise of a higher-level figure. She raised her hand, erased the large circle, then the circle representing the farm. She rested her chin on her finger, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, a message popped up on the dashboard. It was Rongding. Rongding, did you get it done? Jiangqi replied, yes, everything went well. I'm already heading back. Then he asked, how's it going with she? Rongding, the plane closure failed. Zhongyi is anxious. Zhongyuan wants to see you in person too. Now they're heading to the upper spirit plane. Don't rush back just yet. Jiangqi frowned. Zhongyi had been staying by Shi's side, and since they were already heading to the upper spirit plane, it would be difficult to switch back. She then asked, will Shi's disguise be discovered when he's in front of Zhongyuan? Rongding, don't worry. Since they dared to disguise themselves as you, we can certainly hide it. Remember to keep the location function on the panel turned off. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiangqi thanked him and ended the conversation. Then, he remembered something and called a yuan. A yuan, Rongding previously gave the information about the underground ghost banquet to the sea god clone. Did you see it? A yuan, I didn't see it. What's wrong? Jiangqi, Rongding wants to return to that plane. What's her connection to it? A yuan, do you remember that there was a saint in that plane? Jiangqi, Are you saying that Rongding is very likely that saint? Well, let me think about it. That saint seemed to be a concubine of the great Yong dynasty. After the imperial city was put into a dungeon, she disappeared for 30 years and reappeared with great abilities. After suppressing the ghosts underground, she appeared to the world as dead, though no body was found. If she hadn't died, but had returned to the game, it would have been nearly 200 years ago. In 200 years, it's entirely plausible that she risen to the position of deputy director of a key department within the game. Furthermore, Rongding at the exchange conference had a classical aura, unusual among train conductors. Her native environment must have been some kind of ancient world. Jiangqi clapped his hands. It all fits. Then she became puzzled. Then why didn't she go back all these years? She didn't care when the ghost domain became like that? Yuan. Perhaps she was powerless. Jiangqi nodded. Okay, that's not our responsibility, but... She frowned, pondering for a moment, her expression growing serious. If that's the case, then she should be familiar with the ghost realm. Wouldn't she also be familiar with the Mingguang Temple's magical instruments? When Mingguang Temple offered her 7 magical instruments as a reward for reclaiming her lost territory, she left 6 of them on Blue Star. 3 were given to Qing Group, and the remaining 3 were in the hands of Shui He, Xuangyu, and Duan Ming. If Rongding were to take a look, wouldn't that reveal the truth? Although Rongding didn't seem hostile to her now, she didn't want to put Blue Star in danger, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. She didn't want anyone to know about her significant vulnerability. Furthermore, even if Rongding was fine, with more and more people heading to Blue Star, the 6 instruments with traceable provenance would become a loophole. Jiangqi had nothing valuable at the time, so she left these 6 instruments behind. Now, it seemed like it was time to address this vulnerability. Yuan, I have time now. I'd like to go back to Blue Star. Yuan said simply, then let's go. Jiangqi held out the fragment of his godhood, a small piece that the sea god had torn from himself. If she hadn't sent him to the new plane, he wouldn't have been willing to give her such a precious item. Jiangqi held it in his palm, unleashing his demigod power, and began to refine it. After arriving at the transfer station, Jiangqi folded up his aircraft, changed his appearance and identity, bought a ticket, and boarded a public train. Yes, the game has public trains. Travelers like those on business, those on vacation, and those with privileges within the plane who can leave the plane are all customers of these trains. I even heard that in higher-end planes, everyone is free to enter and exit at will. So, this passenger base is incredibly large, so there are quite a few public train routes and services. Some people prefer to use fake identities when traveling to conceal their identities, and the game allows this, which made it easy for Jiangqi. She simply hid her identity and bought a ticket, though of course, it was significantly more expensive than a regular ticket. Thankfully, Jiangqi had previously exchanged her train coins for some in-game currency, so she didn't mind the expense at all. After a single jump, she arrived at a transfer station, changed trains, and continued her jump, arriving at a second transfer station. She had previously monitored train information, and knew that this transfer station would have a train passing through the Blue Star plane. After 2 days of waiting, she finally arrived. She changed her identity again, bought her ticket, checked in, and boarded the train, taking a standard second-class window seat. On a for-profit public train, there wouldn't be a sudden, sinister announcement from a local boss. The carriage was pleasant, with bright, clean windows, soft seats, and adjustable backrests. Overall, it was quite comfortable. Soon, people sat down beside Jiangqi, both in front and behind him. I never heard of this Blue Star plane before. It's newly developed. You haven't even heard of it, so why are you going there? Hey, I'm just sitting around anyway, so I go take a look. If it has good prospects, I could start some business there. It seems private industry isn't open there yet. I heard the service station there is quite good, so I'm just going for a trip. Several groups of people have already been relocated there. I'm visiting relatives. I'm doing a field trip for my boss. Jiangqi folded his arms and rested his eyes, listening to the conversation. Had Blue Star become so popular before he realized it, according to the time, Jin Hao and the natives of the Feather Realm should have arrived. Soon, the train started moving, and after another jump, they arrived at the Blue Star plane. Jiangqi emerged from the train and was greeted by a truly magnificent station. The station building was enormous, surrounded by numerous buildings offering rest, dining, and even businesses, practically forming a commercial street. There were 2 jump points on the left and right, one for jumping to, and one for jumping out. The station had 8 parallel tracks, with trains coming and going. Most trains simply passed through, and would soon depart from the jump point, while a few would stop for a while. Some trains also brought players to the Blue Star plane to complete dungeon quests. Jiangqi followed the crowd into the station building. The space inside was quite large, with numerous windows handling procedures. Anyone wishing to enter Blue Star had to go through the paperwork. Jiangqi approached a window and observed from the side. The man who had previously sat next to her came over to complete the paperwork. "I want to enter the plane." "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" "Please show me your ID," the clerk at the window asked. The man presented a faceplate. "I'm here for a visit." "Sorry, Blue Star hasn't opened for tourism yet. Without a letter from your employer, you can't enter Blue Star." "Hey! Why can others enter? Some people can even come to visit relatives. Visiting relatives also requires relevant documents. You need to prove your relationship with a certain game employee or resettled resident. The person you're visiting must also be notified and have their consent." "Well, I'm here to apply for a position. I heard your 3 major departments are expanding, so I'm here to apply." The clerk at the window, still baring his full teeth, said calmly, "Sorry, department positions are not open for external recruitment at this time." The man was furious. "This doesn't work, that doesn't work. But why did I hear that Blue Star is open?" The clerk said, "Sorry, our regulations haven't changed. As for the rumors you're talking about, we don't know anything about them." Jiangqi couldn't help but laugh. The man turned and saw her, his eyes glaring. Jiangqi glanced back fearlessly. The man instantly lost his temper. How many ordinary people could ride a public train and travel alone? Who knows if a seemingly ordinary person has any powerful backers? In the end, he could only leave in frustration, but he didn't go far, probably still unwilling to give up. The clerk at the window turned to Jiangqi, continuing his professional smile. "What procedures do you need?" Jiangqi shook her head. "I'm just checking." She had long recognized this clerk as a player from Group 100. The service style of this station, with its bank-like details, was completely Blue Star style. The procedures for entering the plane were so strict, and they refused to allow unauthorized personnel to enter. It seemed that Duan Ming, the deputy station master, had a lot of influence here. A burly man approached from behind, his face stern, and he barked, "We're going to do a dungeon." The clerk immediately sat up straight. "Please show me your conductor panel." The man obeyed unhappily, muttering, "Other planes don't have so much trouble. Here, you're asking questions." The clerk ignored his complaints and quickly verified his identity. "Hello, Captain Sheng Sheng. Your identity is correct. A plane pass has been issued for you. All players registered under your name can enter the Blue Star plane. Would you like to enter now or later? It shows that there are 27 hours left until the dungeon launch deadline. During this time, you can rest in the station building or at the service station. Of course, your players cannot enter the plane while you're resting." Sheng Sheng raised his thick black eyebrows. No wonder they say the service here is excellent, and they even offer such rest facilities. "Okay, I go to that service station and see for myself." Then, someone appeared to lead the way for Sheng Sheng. They entered through a door and, in a flash, arrived in the Blue Star plane at the service station. This service station was located in a secluded and beautiful scenic area, covering a vast expanse, giving it the appearance of a paradise. Here, courtyards, villas, clubs, bunkers, and other buildings of various styles were scattered throughout, separated by various trees, flower meadows, streams, rockeries, pavilions, and mazes. At this point, Sheng Sheng landed on a massive 3-dimensional model of the service station, showing the entire layout and scenery. He could choose a building to rest in. Sheng Sheng hissed and exclaimed, "You guys really have so much variety here." As he chose a spot, Jiangqi silently dismounted from his back. With a flicker of shadow, invisible to the naked eye, she landed beneath the shadow of a nearby bamboo forest, and was swept away like a gust of wind. Chapter 103. Jiangqi strolled through the service station. It truly was a scene with every step, even utilizing some high-tech and gaming props. That scene was still early spring, with birdsong and lush grass, while this one was the depths of winter, blanketed in snow. Over there was a desert, while this was a humid valley. Over there was a dungeon, while this was a suspended island. It was truly thoughtful. Jiangqi walked around and found 6 train conductors living there. 4 of them had players already entered the dungeon, but they weren't joining the dungeon themselves, enjoying the service station. One of them had a dungeon that wouldn't start for another half a day, and the last one was Sheng Sheng. Besides the train conductors, The service station also housed several game staff members who had brought in resettled residents, a few who had come to Blue Star for inspections, and a few who had come to provide guidance to the three major departments. To sum it up, there were quite a few people living there. Jiangqi arrived at a secluded small building behind the service station. This was the station manager's regular office, also serving as the station's confidential area. Not only were there guards, but there were also anti-spying and eavesdropping devices. Hidden in every corner were the most advanced surveillance and alarm systems on Blue Planet. However, none of this mattered to Jiangqi. She effortlessly ignored the arrangements and approached the office building. Then, like a wisp of smoke, she drifted in through the tightly closed window. Inside, Cui and several others were working, their faces grim, and the atmosphere heavy. Jiangqi watched for a moment. They seemed to be calculating something on a computer, and they were nearing the end. A moment later, perhaps reaching a conclusion, Cui instructed one of them, transmit the data back immediately. One person immediately complied, while the others wiped all traces of the computer and destroyed all substantial paperwork and documents, doing it with remarkable efficiency, as if they were destroying some important evidence. During this time, no one said anything unnecessary, as if afraid anything they said might be overheard. After completing this, Cui asked, "What's the situation with that De Guanglong?" "Here's the basic information. The Dragon Cub is still trying to get information." One person handed over the materials. Jiangqi took a look. The text was either broken or Martian, a more exaggerated version of traditional Chinese, interspersed with abstract symbols, numbers, and emoticons. It was dizzying, but Cui understood it immediately, and the group began a new round of analysis. What kind of riddle was this? Jiangqi stood by watching. There was no trace of her on the ground at her feet, and no one noticed the new person in the room. But as she looked, she understood. The so-called De Guanglong was Pangsheng, who had just arrived today. Cui and the others had taken the Pang character and used it as a nickname for him. It must be said that this nickname is both ingenious and mischievous. You have to understand that Pangsheng is actually the C-language translation of the train conductor's codename. If these three characters were written out separately and placed before Pangsheng, he would absolutely not understand them. Not to mention, the character Pang has been split off. It can be said that De Guanglong and Pangsheng's codenames have nothing to do with each other. As for Dragon Cub, it's obviously referring to the players under Pangsheng's command. With a nickname like that, what genius could possibly connect it to himself? And now, Cui and the others were analyzing information about Pangsheng and his players. Because Pangsheng had completed the formalities at the station knew that he was a second-level train conductor and had 10,743 players under his command. This basic information was then passed to Cui. As for the trickery, the first step was to extract information from Pangsheng about the type of disaster he was currently assigned to, and the likely city it would land in. Of course, this was difficult and risky. But sending someone to contact the players Pangsheng had left at the station and gaining information about the dungeon through the in-car announcements they had heard, and their pre-dungeon preparations would be much easier. No wonder they had to find a way to get the train conductor into the service station and separate him from the players. This presented an opportunity. It's no wonder the station had created a commercial street. Only by giving players somewhere to roam would it be easier to connect. Jiangqi recalled that before Pangsheng arrived on Blue Star, he had asked his players to leave the train for activities. Yes, it seemed he had. So, new information continued to trickle in, all from the players' inquiries. Taking all this information together, Cui's expression grew increasingly serious. Jiangqi approached him and took a closer look. The note contained several key words: ancient capital of Blue Star, ancient building collapse, ancient calligraphy and painting cannibalism, and ancient musical instruments that transform people. As for ancient capitals, many countries on Blue Star have them, but if you add ancient calligraphy and painting and ancient musical instruments, I'm afraid the scope has narrowed down to country C. One person worriedly said, Yuzhou is already stuck in a dungeon, and it's not over yet. Why is there another one? Jiangqi was puzzled. Where is Yuzhou? Have all the city names in country C been changed to their ancient names? A Yuan seemed to sense her confusion and asked, don't you know? Jiangqi, should I know? A Yuan, I collected information on Blue Star. Yuzhou is a historical concept, a very important political region in ancient country C. Geographically, although the borders have frequently shifted, the core area has always been the area surrounding the present-day capital. Jiangqi was startled. Seeing the solemnity with which these people spoke of Yuzhou, he finally confirmed it. The capital had been trapped in the dungeon. No wonder. No wonder their faces were grim, as if something was bothering them. Who could be happy when their own capital was in trouble? Although after the Spring City dungeon, each city had established its own independent administration and armed forces, important cities, like the economic, political, and cultural centers had dispersed some important institutions and personnel, and their population density had been reduced to prevent them from being wiped out en masse. Even so, the capital remained of paramount importance. And now, after the capital, another ancient capital of Country C is about to be in trouble. Cui stood up and said, "Send the information back. I go meet this to Guanglong." He was going to personally question Shipang Sheng. But in reality, the information the train conductor had obtained rarely included details about the city where the dungeon was dropped. Thus, Jiangqi followed. She watched Cui fiddle with Shipang Sheng, probing him, subtly eliciting information, but it was clearly not working. Shipang Sheng hadn't revealed a single word about the dungeon. If she continued to question him, he'd probably become suspicious. Jiangqi took a deep breath and sighed. She transformed herself into someone who had been working in this small building earlier and quickly walked to the door. "Station master." Seeing her stunned, Cui asked, "Li Lu?" Jiangqi said, "Station master, I need your attention." Though puzzled, Cui apologized to Shipang Sheng. "Sir, I excuse you." Shipang Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly, turning back to soaking in the bath and savoring his food. Cui walked out and whispered, "Li Lu, why are you here?" Jiangqi didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed at the air. Time froze around them, and Cui's movements and expression froze as well. Jiangqi teleported to Shipang Sheng's side. He continued stuffing food into his mouth, while wisps of steam drifted from the bathtub, frozen in the air. Jiangqi pulled out his conductor's panel, flipped to the dungeon data in a split second, quickly memorized the information, then returned the panel to Shipang Sheng and left. It took no more than 3 seconds. Time resumed, and Shipang Sheng continued his movements, completely unaware that he had lost 3 seconds. Jiangqi returned to Cui, who still wore a look of confusion. Jiangqi said, "Let's go first." At that tone, Cui's guard instantly reached its highest level. This wasn't the right path at all. Arriving in a forest, Jiangqi cast a barrier that obscured vision, then held out his hands to Cui. "Do you have any paper?" Cui stared at her for a moment, then pulled a notebook from his pocket. Jiangqi opened the notebook and, swiping his hand across the blank paper, pages of text appeared out of thin air, totaling several pages. Jiangqi handed the notebook back to him. "This is the information for Shipang Sheng's dungeon. It's all here. He doesn't know the rest." Cui hurriedly took the notebook and examined it. "How did you know? Who are you?" Jiangqi looked him in the face. "You're Cui, a native of Country C, impersonating the player Mingi. You didn't look like this before. I helped you steal your player identity. You have a Buddhist artifact in your possession, and I gave it to you. Who do you think I am?" Cui was stunned for 2 seconds before tentatively asking, "Team leader?" He couldn't remember who the team leader was, but he knew there was such a person, though his memory had been blurred due to confidentiality. Jiangqi nodded. "Tell me about what has happened on Blue Star over the past 6 months." Cui hesitated, still suspicious of someone he couldn't remember. Jiangqi didn't want to waste time discussing this, so he just dropped a hint. Cui's eyes faltered for a moment before he replied, "Since I joined the service station, in the past 8 months, a total of 32 instances have been deployed on Blue Star, including 5 in Country C. The capital is currently still in the instance, and it's been the 23rd day." Jiangqi nodded slightly. This number and frequency were normal. The first 4 dungeons in Country C involved floods, plagues, zombies, and vengeful ghosts, respectively. Thanks to the information gathered by the service station, while the exact cities where the dungeons would be dropped couldn't be predicted, the approximate time of their release could be determined. At that point in time, the military and political systems of all cities, at least within Country C, would be on high alert. Once they discovered the dungeon's location, they could immediately respond. Thus, they weren't caught off guard, and the ultimate death rate was relatively low. However, in the zombie and vengeful ghost dungeons, many people were transformed into zombies and vengeful ghosts. To save their lives, the dungeons pretended to use the powers of game props and monsters to transform them into zombies and ghost cultivators. So, Country C now has hundreds of thousands of zombies and hundreds of thousands of ghost cultivators. Jiangqi looked at Cui's expression. Did something happen? Cui, yes, the zombies were fine, but after the dungeon ended, a large number of confused ghost cultivators left the city, causing unrest and some casualties. At the time, the number of ghost cultivators privately cultivated by Group 100 was too small, and the number of players in Group 100 was also too small to suppress so many ghost cultivators. In the end, they had to use 3 magical instruments to suppress the situation. However, after this incident, every ghost cultivator was strictly recorded and diligently cultivated and honed according to the Ghost Cultivation Atlas. Now, some ghost cultivators have been put to use and, along with some equally useful zombies, have been incorporated into special talent units. They are usually stationed in various cities, coordinating operations with the local Group 100 units. Jiangqi nodded silently. The situation was better than she had expected, at least nothing serious had happened. I understand. Give me your magical instrument. He was stunned for a moment, but still took it out obediently. The magical instrument in his hand was a small Vajra bell. Jiangqi took it and asked, "Have you used it?" "No." "Very good. I take it back then. I give you a better one later. Go back to your business," Jiangqi said, and then he left. He was distracted for a moment. He could no longer see anyone. He looked around, remembering that he had just said everything he could and couldn't say. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Having managed the service station for over 6 months, he had seen many different people from the game, but none like the one just now, who had so quietly made him lose his mind, saying and taking everything he wanted. If this is an enemy. He pinched his brows, feeling worried, but then he looked at the dungeon information in his notebook. It shouldn't be an enemy, right? Jiangqi left the service station and took a rough tour of Blue Star. He had a good idea of which places on Blue Star had experienced dungeons, and what auras, game powers, and items still lingered. Then, she arrived in Country C. As He had said, zombies and ghost cultivators existed in every city. They weren't numerous, and their auras weren't very strong, just entry-level, but much stronger than ordinary people. With them in charge, the city would have more resources to deal with a sudden dungeon attack. In addition, over the past 6 months, the people of Country C had acquired a significant number of game items. Most were obtained from game dungeons, while a small number were crafted using the magical crafting steps in the back of the Zombie Guide and Ghost Guide. Some even created some magical gadgets imitating game props, which were quite powerful. In short, they had escaped their initial state of being completely destitute. Furthermore, she discovered that Country C's manufacturing industry was truly flourishing. All sorts of survival supplies were being produced at a frenzied pace. Military factories existed in every city, churning out weapons like crazy. Then, the entire nation embraced martial arts, and the military expanded significantly. Besides their normal work and studies, people practiced martial arts and engaged in survival training. The nation was filled with a strong sense of martial virtue. All this was good, except for the fact that the capital was shrouded in a dungeon. Because of this, tensions were high throughout the country, with many cities under military control. Millions of troops were stationed along Country C's borders, fearing that other countries would seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Jiangqi first went to a certain 1,000 group branch and retrieved the 3 used magical instruments stored there, without alerting anyone. Then he arrived at the capital. From He's words, he suspected the train conductor had also entered the capital dungeon. The train conductor must have had some ulterior motive for entering the dungeon. She released a force of violation, enveloping herself, and passed through the dungeon barrier, entering Blue Star Plain, Country C's capital. It was already the 23rd day of the dungeon. Many had reached their limit. In this dungeon, every day, every hour, every minute was exceedingly difficult. Because this dungeon disaster was inversion. The entire capital was turned upside down. The earth was above the sky below the ground. All objects remained attached to the ground, and did not fall, including humans. But for humans, even while attached to the ground, they were still subject to the gravitational pull towards the Earth's center. This is a bit confusing, but the simple explanation is this. When the world is turned upside down, everyone's feet are drawn to the ground by a force, while at the same time, they are also being pulled by gravity. These two forces pull at each other, and everyone must carefully find a balance. Otherwise, if they fall, there's nothing to catch them, even the sky below. So once they fall, they just keep falling, with no idea where they end up. Furthermore, gravity varies over time. It's 0 in the early morning, when people are most relaxed. Then, with each passing hour, the force increases a little, reaching its maximum at noon, around 2 Gs. Then, it begins to decrease again, returning to 0 in the early morning hours. Therefore, noon is the most difficult time. In a certain house, The floor is above, the ceiling is below, and everything inside remains as it was before. The table is fixed to the floor, the computer on it is fixed to the table, and the water in the cup on it is also firmly attached to the cup. It's as if the upside-down world has no effect on these inanimate objects. In the room, a woman in her 40s sat on a chair, tightly bound to it with her body. Her feet were flat on the ground, but her body kept sinking downward, her hair hanging completely down. Beads of sweat on her face flowed from her chin, down her cheeks, onto her forehead, and then into her hair, dripping down her hair, and onto the ceiling. Next to her was her 15-year-old son, also tied to the chair in the same position, enduring the same miserable pain as her. But finally, the son couldn't take it anymore. He whimpered, "I can't take it anymore. My eyeballs are going to explode. I'm so sick. I'm going to vomit." The woman comforted him, "Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. 12 o'clock will be over soon, and it will be easy once it's over." "That's what you just said." Hold on. I really can't hold on any longer." Saliva flowed from the son's mouth, and along with his tears, it flowed down his head, staining his face and soaking his hair. He looked utterly miserable. From hanging upside down for so long, his brain was congested, his eyeballs bulging, and his face was grimacing. The pain was more unbearable than torture. Finally, with a loud cry, he desperately untied the ropes around his legs, his feet lifted off the ground, and gravity pulled him down, landing heavily on the ceiling with a thud. Although the fall was painful, he was finally no longer hanging upside down. He lay on the ceiling, gasping for breath, his head so dizzy that he couldn't even stand up. The next moment, there was a sound of the weight collapsing from where he lay. The ceiling cracked inch by inch, and with a crash, he and the ceiling beneath him fell down together. Ah! In the end, only a human-shaped hole remained in the roof, with the wind howling inward. The woman cried out, closing her eyes to avoid looking, but her hands remained firmly clasped on the stool, her feet pressed firmly to the ground. Only by keeping your feet flat on the ground can you receive the ground suction. No other part of your body can. So, when the pull of gravity is greatest, you must keep your feet firmly on the ground, and your hands and other parts of your body must grasp anything that can stabilize you. Of course, some people are clever enough to stuff themselves into a box, allowing them to lie down without leaving the ground, rather than hanging upside down. But the experience of the past few days taught the survivors that hanging upside down was the safest position, because... Whoa! A dark shadow flashed through the hole in the ceiling. The woman shuddered with fear and closed her eyes. Whoa! The shadow flashed back, peering through the hole. Seeing the woman hanging upside down in the perfect position, it squeaked twice, a mixture of approval and displeasure, and quickly flapped its wings and flew away. The woman gasped in fear, having passed another level. A glance at the time, 12 o'clock was approaching. After 12 o'clock, the pull of gravity would gradually decrease. By 6 o'clock, it would be down to only 1 g, equal to the Earth's pull on humans. While it would still be uncomfortable, it would be bearable. Once gravity continued to decrease, and the ground's pull became greater than theirs, they could walk upside down with relative ease, eventually even lying flat on the ground for a moment's rest. In another room, a man also hung upside down, his feet flat on the ground. But his upside-down body rested on the table, giving him more leverage. Whoa! A dark shadow flew past the window. The man tensed, staring at the window covered in thick newspaper. Can't see, he muttered, but the next moment, the window was broken open, and a dark shadow flew in. Its bloodshot eyes caught sight of the man slacking off, and it screamed, "Damn it! Sleeping upside down is the most beautiful position in the world, and you dare lie down like that." With that, it lunged at the man. Ah! The man closed his eyes and screamed, but the pain he imagined didn't materialize. He pried a crack of his eyelids, and the shadow had vanished. Huh? Suddenly stopped attacking him? The man felt as if he had died once before, slumped against the table sobbing. Outside, Jiang-Chi, completely invisible, floated in the air, grabbing the black figure with an invisible force. Isn't that a bat? This round of players is so bizarre, all bats, pure bats without a human form. Jiang-Chi couldn't help but wonder, could this be a vampire hatchling that hasn't transformed? She looked into the distance. The entire capital, Earth above, sky below, the universe turned upside down. Countless black bats flew back and forth between heaven and earth, emitting strange squeaking sounds and high-pitched noises inaudible to the human ear. To Jiang-Chi's ears, it was all a cacophony. It was unpleasant and ominous. It was midday, the most difficult time of the day. All those still alive were suspended upside down, feet flat on the ground. If anyone's posture wasn't ideal, if they lay down, curled up too much, or used too much leverage, the bats would immediately rush over, as if sensing a scent, and maul them to death. It felt like a kind of killing formula. If one remained suspended obediently, they wouldn't be attacked, but simply endured the torment. This dungeon seemed relatively innocuous, but it was incredibly grueling, becoming increasingly exhausting and painful with each passing day. Jiangqi found it difficult to judge. The person who came up with such an inhuman design must have been a bat who enjoyed hanging upside down. Chapter 104. The difficulty of this upside-down dungeon lies in the fact that while upside down, you can only rely on yourself. You can't overly rely on external forces or objects, nor can you rely on others, otherwise those bat players, more sensitive than radar, will fly over and bite you to death in a moment. This means that clever minds and strategies are basically useless in this dungeon, and teamwork is impossible here. Everyone has to fight alone. Over the past 23 days, the old, the weak, the young, and the disabled have probably been eliminated. Those who are still alive should be mostly young and strong. Originally, with the capital's military strength and comprehensive disaster prevention measures, even if faced with a difficult dungeon, it would not be completely helpless. However, this upside-down dungeon is too tricky. What surprised Jiangqi was that she didn't find any bodies in the dungeon. Also, she didn't see the train conductor who was said to have entered the dungeon with her. She hovered in the air, looking at the sky below, and occasionally saw people falling from the ground. They plummeted downward, passing through layers of cloud and disappearing into the invisible horizon. It was unknown where they were headed. Not far away, another person fell. Jiangqi flew over silently, attached himself to the person, and fell with them. They continued to fall, and fell, for more than 10 minutes. As the temperature dropped and the oxygen thinned, a patch of white appeared before their eyes. It was a strange sea of clouds, looking from afar like a large bed of marshmallows. The person Jiangqi was attached to fell into it, instantly enveloped by the sea of clouds. Jiangqi quietly floated up, hovering several meters above. Looking out, he saw one person after another lying face down in the sea of clouds. Strands of cloud threads entangled them. Those who arrived early were practically cocooned. Those who arrived later had only their hands, feet, necks, and body parts entangled, but their eyes were closed, unconscious, barely breathing. As she watched, several more people fell with thudding thuds. Jiangqi took advantage of the movement to plunge deeper into the sea of clouds. After traveling dozens of meters, she finally broke through. She arrived at the base of the sea of clouds. Here, countless cloud threads emerged from the sea, converging into a vast, luminous sphere. Jiangqi's gaze fixed on the scene. It was like a sun absorbing the nourishment of the people. She stared at the sphere for a moment. It was the train conductor's aura. A train conductor looks like this? Jiangqi scoffed at a Yuan coldly. What a weird conductor. He's already eating before the dungeon's even finished. A Yuan remained strangely silent. He longed to say that back in the feather realm, he also eaten before the dungeon was over. The difference is that you were feeding on gods, while the one before him was feeding on the natives. Well, she wouldn't think she was doing anything wrong, but for a train conductor to devour the energy of ordinary people is truly unbecoming. A Yuan warned, if you want to stop him, you have to think about how to deal with it. A train conductor, in his own dungeon, was attacked and obstructed by forces far superior to the natives. This is no small matter. Before I came back, I thought, I'm stronger now. Based on my strength, I had the ability to prevent all the suffering on Blue Star. But should I take action? Can I even do it? Jiangqi looked at the large ball. My answer is, under normal circumstances, no. But this is clearly not the case. A train conductor this sneaky and shady, if he had any connections, any significant abilities, wouldn't be targeting the indigenous people for a few small things. So, this person could make a move, and it was highly likely that no one would stand up for him. For Jiangqi, who had even visited the upper spiritual planes, game had already revealed his mysterious, superior veil. A lone train conductor was not worth fearing. So, as long as game wasn't disturbed, everything would be fine. She quietly left the area and returned to the sea of clouds, observing the bats. A faint purple light flashed in her eyes, and player panels appeared on the heads of each bat. Their heads, eyes, claws, wings, every detail was revealed before her. She quickly confirmed that these bats were indeed vampires, but for some reason, they were restricted to bat form. Coincidentally, Jiangqi knew vampires well. They had a very strict hierarchy. If a vampire king suddenly emerged from among them, he would surely be able to command all the bats, she said to a Yuan. A Yuan, that's too risky. This instance doesn't have the conditions for a bat to suddenly evolve into a vampire king. What if it's just a temporary thing? It's not impossible for potential to explode unexpectedly, right? She closed her eyes as she spoke. Back in the ghost realm, she had collected vampire blood. Although she had quickly fused all the ghost bloodlines and achieved post-god power, it wasn't difficult to activate the vampire bloodline again with the power of a demigod. Her skin quickly turned pale, her fangs lengthened, and her eyes turned red. The vampire's aura rose steadily within her, quickly reaching the heights of a vampire king. She then captured the most frantic, violent, and largest bat. She grasped it in her hand, transferring her own vampire king aura to it. She mimicked its voice and rhythm, first shouting loudly, then emitting ultrasonic waves to summon the other bats. This summons, carried by the ultrasonic waves, spread rapidly throughout the dungeon. The bats, upon hearing it, froze, then began to tremble uncontrollably. What was that sound? It was the king! The king's aura. Their blood surged uncontrollably. A deep, soul-deep urge to submit erupted. All the bats' eyes glowed red, their fangs bared, and their mouths opened wide in a shrill scream. Then, all the bats frantically flapped their wings, abandoning their attempts to trouble the natives, and flew towards Jiangqi, impulsive, frantic, and impatient. A swarm of bats covered the sky, a black mass descending in droves. Jiangqi led them toward the sea of clouds, and gave them the order to attack. Countless bats plunged into the sea of clouds, piercing it to pieces, then fiercely kissed the large ball beneath it. The large ball, the conductor, absorbing the life force of the indigenous people. ? Damn it! What are you doing? The large ball transformed, becoming a man shrouded in a black robe, angrily barking at the bats. But the bats pounced on him like crazy, biting him. Damn it! Get out! Jiangqi stood not far away, gently stroking the bat in his hand, infusing it with a powerful force, unleashing its potential. He whispered in the vampire language into its mind, "Kill the conductor, and you can take his place. Child, you have inherited the bloodline of the vampire king. All vampires obey your commands. Your glorious life will begin from now on." These two words were profound and mysterious, seared into its soul like a brand, replaying over and over again, as if truly a prophecy from its vampire ancestors. Then, the bat, already large, swelled, transforming into a massive, pitch-black bat, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. Jiangqi released his grip, and it pounced on the train conductor, attacking him from behind and biting his neck fiercely, injecting venom into his body. Seeing their king join the fray, the other bats grew even more excited, attacking the train conductor with even greater vigor. Jiangqi watched indifferently as they fought and sank deeper and deeper. As the train conductor sank, the entire sea of clouds began to slowly recede. Slowly rising. The sky and earth remained upside down, but the distance between them was shrinking. When it reached a certain point, people on earth would be able to look down and see a vast sea of white clouds. And this was the original appearance of this upside-down dungeon. Jiangqi pondered. She couldn't show up now, and shouldn't even have a presence. It would be best to find someone she could completely trust to carry out her will. Should she find someone from Group 10? Group 10's headquarters was in the capital, and its current leader, Wang Yi, should also be there. But then, another thought occurred to her. Back then, Chief Xiao had given her a list of 5 people. Zhao had said that these were the contacts he had chosen for Jiangqi, resources Jiangqi could mobilize, and she could activate them at any time. At the time, Jiangqi hadn't felt the need to activate them, but now, the time had come. She followed the address given on the list, and went to find the first person on it, codenamed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's real name was Zhang Yifei. He was a man under 30. He looked gentle, and even ordinary, but he was actually a key talent being cultivated by the younger generation. After Blue Star entered the gaming era, it underwent a major reform, and he became the second in command of a military base in the capital. Unbeknownst to anyone, he held a secret. He had received a secret order from the top commander. This secret mission was extremely important, even concerning the future of the country. However, he had never received the person to activate it, and even the commander himself had forgotten about it. He kept this secret, silently waiting and preparing, but unexpectedly, the dungeon arrived first. After the capital was trapped in the dungeon, the people didn't panic at all, immediately preparing for any disaster. But no one expected that the world would suddenly turn upside down. At that moment, those whose feet were not touching the ground, unable to gain the ground's attraction, fell down. Those indoors still had rooftops to hold on to, but those outside, unable to secure themselves, fell into the air and vanished without a trace. This wave decimated at least 1/10 or 1/12th of the population, a crushing blow to the entire capital, to everyone involved. Then, people were trapped in an upside-down predicament, plagued by the relentless harassment of bats. It's not that they hadn't organized a counterattack, but in this upside-down world, satellite systems completely failed, and the forces on weapons were completely different from normal. Once a missile was launched, it was impossible to predict where it would land. Fighter planes are difficult to fly, and even drones, valuable weapons for combat and patrol, can malfunction. Melee combat isn't impossible. In today's world of military service, nearly everyone can pull off a few moves. But the problem is, once their feet leave the ground, they immediately lose the ground's grip. They must use extremely strong chains and ropes, tied to their bodies and anchored to the ground, to perform maneuvers like jumping and running. Often, after just a few moves, they fall awkwardly, left hanging by the ropes. The most terrifying thing is that once your feet leave the ground, any object supporting your weight will quickly break apart. So, they need to quickly crawl back to the ground. Their enemies, the bats, are incredibly agile and swift. If they detect you're not in the standard upside-down position, they swarm and attack you. If it weren't for the pistols and other weapons that were still somewhat usable, if it weren't for the few gadgets in hand, if it weren't for the sturdy protective suits and combat gear, if it weren't for the inhuman creatures like zombies and ghost cultivators helping them, they would have been completely defenseless and would have been mauled to death in a matter of minutes. In short, it was a very passive and frustrating situation. Zhao Feng's commander dispersed his forces, either to protect the leaders or to stay close to the people in one-on-one or one-on-many situations. Zhao Feng stayed with his men at the base, and only a handful of men remained with him. "Boss, the bats have suddenly run away." Zhao Feng looked outside, and saw that the bats were indeed gone. He immediately swung down from his hanging position and led his men to work. They were building a structure. From a distance, the structure looked like a tall tower, welded entirely from steel, its shape so chaotic it resembled a giant, unkempt bird's nest. Even if a person left the ground, they could use the steel beams to maneuver and prevent themselves from falling. As long as they didn't stay in the same spot for too long, the beams wouldn't break. They usually used this tower for lookouts, but now, they were planning to set a trap there, luring the bats in, and catching them in the trap. A group of soldiers were hopping around in the reinforced concrete structure, building and welding. Zhao Feng looked around and saw, indeed, not a single bat in sight. This was incredibly unusual. He immediately dispatched a small team to investigate and check on the people around them. The team, wearing 5-point safety harnesses, non-slip gloves and rubber shoes, and equipped with safety ropes and auto-lock devices, began parkouring through the buildings. Over the past 20 days, numerous steel cables and safety railings had been installed on the ground and the buildings, ready for people to grab onto or attach safety buckles. The team now parkoured, using these structures to prevent themselves from falling. When they reached difficult areas, they hooked their safety harnesses. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could get through a building and simply scramble along the ceiling, but more often, it was a life-or-death struggle. They couldn't stay in one place for too long. They had to move quickly. The endless sky beneath their feet was a real test of their mental fortitude. But even so, they quickly dispersed to survey their surroundings. Jiang Qi watched for a moment before appearing before Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng looked up and saw a strange woman standing before him. His gaze sharpened, and he quickly assumed a defensive stance, his hand already reaching for the gun at his waist. Jiang Qi got straight to the point. "Zhao Feng, I'm 97. I'm here to wake you up today." Zhao Feng's pupil shrank, and he looked at Jiang Qi with uncertainty. 97. The code number on the secret order given to him by Elder Zhao was 97, and the code name of the person connecting with him was also 97. The mission requirement: if this 97 appears, he must obey their orders unconditionally. He shifted his position, and eyed Jiang Qi warily. It was truly suspicious that this person had come at this very moment, not earlier. Jiang Qi ignored his attitude and pointed to the sky below. A sea of clouds was already visible in the distance. "Do you see that sea of clouds? It's getting closer and closer, and will eventually stop hundreds of meters above the ground. All the people who fell into it are trapped in this sea of clouds. Some of them are still alive. Find a way to get them back to the surface, or they will gradually die of hypothermia." Zhao Feng looked at the sea of clouds, took out his binoculars, and observed. Sure enough, he saw one person after another trapped in the sea of clouds. They looked unconscious, and it was unclear whether they were still alive. Jiang Qi added, "Those bats can't take care of this place for now. You can go ahead and do it." Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, believing there was no conspiracy or trap, and saluted, understood. Jiangqi asked again, are your communications down? Yes, the bats have disrupted the entire capital's communication system. Jiangqi nodded. Who do you need me to notify? Tell me, so you don't have to run around. Watching them parkour was tiring, but Jiangqi couldn't give them the power to fly, nor could he do anything for them himself. So, he just acted as an errand boy. Xiaofeng wasn't shy. Please notify Group 100 and the Special Talents team, and Xiaofeng mentioned a few names, all of whom were leaders of the existing military forces in the capital. Okay. Jiangqi quickly delivered the message. This time, she didn't reveal her identity, pretending to be just an ordinary parkour member. By the time she finished delivering the message, the sea of clouds had indeed stopped about 500 or 600 meters above the ground. At this distance, even without a telescope, one could spot the people trapped within the clouds. Xiaofeng and his men quickly sprang into action. They immediately employed high-tech equipment. A powerful sling. Then, they dispatched teams of special forces, parachuted down onto the sea of clouds, and discovered that it could indeed support the weight of people, despite the extremely low temperature and thin oxygen content. They searched the sea of clouds for survivors, and stuffed them into large escape balls, each capable of holding dozens. Once full, they closed the balls, hooked them onto the slings, and began to pull them upward. The slings accelerated at a breakneck speed, covering a distance of 500 or 600 meters in just over 10 seconds. Jiangqi worried about the injuries sustained by those inside. After the balls were hoisted to the ground, they were grabbed by a robotic arm and carried directly into the large building. The people inside would dig them out of the balls, bury them in the ground, and then secure them with something to prevent them from falling. The principle was the same. First, get them to the ground, then begin rescue efforts. Jiangqi, it's really simple and crude. From afar, ropes extended from the earth, hoisting escape balls one after another from the sea of clouds. The entire scene had a sense of absurd technological beauty. Some ghost cultivators floated in the air to help. Zombies, taking advantage of their resistance to the cold, leaped onto the sea of clouds to search for survivors. Thousands of players also demonstrated their abilities. The combined power of these people, all present, was quite impressive. Before, it could only be said that they couldn't see the sea of clouds, and the bats harassed them, making it difficult to display their full potential. As time went on, the pull of gravity weakened, making it easier for people to operate. However, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone was racing against time. Jiangqi watched silently from the sidelines, neither intervening nor helping. At most, he would watch the fight between the train conductor and the bat players, adding fuel to the fire, making them lose their minds, and avoid returning to cause trouble. When it was completely dark, all the survivors on the sea of clouds were brought back to the surface. Late at night, in a house somewhere, Xiaofeng thanked Jiangqi, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, not only would we not have been able to save so many people, but there would have been even more casualties." Because of the reduced force of gravity, standing on the ground no longer felt upside down, and the blood in the body no longer flowed to the head. Instead, the feeling was more of a lightheaded and dazed feeling, but this was a relatively comfortable state for the day. Jiangqi, the bat's disappearance is temporary. They're just being distracted by something else. They'll be back tomorrow, but there's no need to worry too much. They're severely weakened, and their lethality isn't as strong as before. Before, the train conductor absorbed the life force of people on the sea of clouds, but that won't happen anymore. So, for the next 7 days, even if you fall into the sea of clouds, it won't be a big deal. As long as you don't get mauled to death by bats or accidentally step on air and fall into the sea, you'll be fine. Xiaofeng was speechless. You still call this a small problem? But compared to before, it's definitely much easier. As long as you carry an oxygen tank and wear warm clothes, you can survive for a while even if you fall into the sea of clouds. You can just come back and get pulled back. Jiangqi raised his hand, and a gun appeared in his hand. The black metal casing looked ordinary, but Xiaofeng could sense its uniqueness. Jiangqi said, "This is a gun I made. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. It's the truth among truths. You are the contact person that Elder Xiao left for me. You know my existence, which carries an extra responsibility and danger than others. So, I'm giving this to you to save your life. Use it if you're in danger. If you're discovered, just say it's an item you got from a dungeon." Jiangqi handed the gun to Xiaofeng. The gun's barrel was modified from an ordinary pistol, and the bullets were forged on a manufacturing table, but the power contained in the bullets wasn't divine. She transformed divine power into the dark magic of a lich, injecting it into the bullet. She had learned in advance that a certain foreign dungeon had seen demonic elements and a dark magic pistol. So, the origin of this pistol could be traced back to that dungeon. Of course, her pistol was far superior to the magic pistol item from that dungeon, but it wasn't earth-shattering, and not many people would notice the difference. Next, I have another matter to tell you. Jiangqi told Zhao Feng about the natives of the Feather Realm. They arrived on Blue Star, and are currently being temporarily housed in an undeveloped area. You can get to know these people. They have the train tokens I gave them, and you can exchange them for supplies. If it's suitable, we can even recruit them to Country C and arrange for them to apply for positions in the 3 major departments. Zhao Feng said solemnly, I know very little about the 3 major gaming departments. If I want to intervene in the recruitment process, I need to consult with Group 1000. He knew of Group 1000's existence, and the existence of its players. He also vaguely knew there were members of his own team within the 3 major departments, but he didn't know who they were, let alone who they were, and he never dealt with them. The 2 sides were originally independent systems, independent of each other and unrelated. For this reason, Jiangqi didn't tell Cui He about the Feather Realm's indigenous people, but instead told Zhao Feng. Because it was Zhao Feng and others who would later interact with those people and bring them closer to those in Country C. Then let's discuss it. Blue Star natives won't be accepted into the 3 major departments, but these relocated outsiders are different. They have the opportunity to work. Instead of letting the game send people of unknown origin, it's better to let these people from the Feather Realm take up the positions. At least they genuinely want to live a good life. As long as Country C gives them some benefits and care, they won't say how loyal they are to Country C, but at least they won't do anything that harms Country C. That's enough. Chapter 105. The next day, the bats returned as expected, but their numbers had dwindled considerably. Those that remained were mostly covered in wounds. The bat Jiangqi had designated the Vampire King still retained its massive size, but one wing had been torn off, one eye had been maimed, and the skin on its claws was ragged and tattered, looking incredibly miserable. The bats rested on the sea of clouds, their dejected demeanor like defeated castrated chickens. But their gazes, directed toward the earth and toward the humans, grew increasingly sinister and urgent, filled with a certain longing. Jiangqi, somewhat perplexed, captured a bat and questioned it. He then realized that these bats' harassment of the indigenous people wasn't because they were truly idle and despicable, or because they were being harassed for some dungeon quest. They were pulling down those indigenous people whose hanging postures were not standard because they wanted to filter out those with standard postures and strong bodies. Then, on the last day of the dungeon, they seized these people's bodies, bring them out of the dungeon, and, after several more steps, they regain their human form. Jiangqi, this is even more perverted than me. At most, she had seized the identities of players, but these players were seizing the bodies of the natives. A yuan. This is the norm for everyone in the game. Everyone is seizing resources. Everything useful is a resource. Jiangqi frowned. This is a bit troubling. The reversal of heaven and earth not only helps select suitable candidates, but also blocks sunlight, shrouding the entire city in a gloomy atmosphere, allowing these bats to move freely. In other words, this dungeon is clearly tailor-made for these bats. There must be someone behind them. She thought the train conductor had no connections, that his schemes were just schemes, and that nothing would happen afterwards. Unexpectedly, the real powerhouses in this dungeon were actually these bat players. If these bats returned empty-handed, the people behind them would probably track them down. Jiangqi pondered for a long time, then went back to Zhao Feng. Make us sick? Zhao Feng asked, puzzled. Jiangqi nodded. From now on, all survivors in the capital will contract a disease. Symptoms include skin rashes, coughs, tinnitus, and, most importantly, fears of light, fire, wind, and cold, even trances and madness. The rash could be an allergy, and the other symptoms can be faked. Anyway, come up with your own ideas, even if it means injecting a harmless virus. Everyone, act it out. Zhao Feng, is this the only way to make those bats give up their desire for our bodies? Can't we just eliminate them? Jiangqi shook his head. The data from every dungeon will be aggregated to game headquarters and analyzed by a dedicated team. Upon analysis, they discovered you didn't have the strength to eliminate the bats, yet they were wiped out here. This absurdity will lead to an investigation. Not to mention, the bat players must have a backer. It was already risky for me to lead the bats and the train conductor into a fight. I couldn't do any more. So, we must force them to abandon you. Zhao Feng, I understand, but will that make them give up? These players are trapped in their bat form, unable to advance further. They deliberately created a dungeon to select their bodies. They gone to such great lengths, surely because they want the best possible bodies. If you have a fatal flaw, they're very likely to give up. Therefore, to make the performance convincing, the healthier the person, the more severe the condition. Of course, I continued brainwashing the bats. After the 2 men agreed, Zhao Feng went to work. It wasn't long before the plague spread throughout the city. People, in a state of panic and despair, began to show symptoms: coughs, otitis media, and even shouting to each other, unable to hear each other clearly. The wind made their eyes water, and the light caused large rashes to form on their skin. In more severe cases, their skin ulcerated, their gums bled, their hands and feet trembled, and they experienced high fever and convulsions. The bats flew over aggressively, wanting to continue selecting the bodies they liked, but were stunned by what they saw. What's wrong with these natives? Weren't they fine before? Why did they suddenly become so sick? Soon, the natives explained their confusion. At night, when gravity is less than that on the ground, people, when they could stand normally on the ground, the surviving city leaders gathered for a meeting. One said that this epidemic was severe, and that the source and cause must be identified. Another said that after being upside down for so many days, the physical and mental stress was so great, and they had trouble eating and sleeping, so it was not surprising that they were sick. Another said that they could only try drastic measures, but that these might cause bone necrosis. Another said that necrosis was inevitable, and saving lives was more important than anything else. The meeting also included a detailed analysis of the characteristics of this disease. The large projector displayed the clinical symptoms of each patient, which were shocking. Medical experts were also present to analyze the impact of this symptom on life and the adverse consequences of that symptom. In short, this disease is very serious. Even if cured, it will leave aftereffects like osteoporosis, bone deformities, the risk of paralysis, blurred vision, and fear of light and fire. The bats eavesdropping outside were filled with chills. They wanted the best, the most superior body. If it was riddled with ailments and perhaps even skeletal deformities, what good would they do with it, especially since their species was already afraid of light and fire? If the body they got also had these issues, what future would they have? Bat A complained, I was saying, I want to go to one of those magical planes to choose a body. There's simply no high-quality bodies in this ordinary world. Look, look! These people are in such poor health, and yet they have these strange illnesses. Bat B muttered, everyone knows that bodies in magical planes are the best, but it's our turn to choose. Bat C, we can choose in this dungeon because we have connections up there. What if we can't choose a good body? Should we try again? Bat D asked a large bat, King, what do you think? The other bats looked at this king. After a day, the massive bat's skin and claws had grown back, and its torn left wing had even grown back a little. While vampires possessed powerful repair abilities, they were still in bat form, and only this king could repair so quickly. The other bats gazed upon this king with envy and admiration. The large bat, still bearing the aura of the vampire king, felt immense satisfaction at receiving such gazes. It now fully believed itself to be the chosen one, the next vampire king, and unceremoniously accepted the title. It declared in a commanding voice, the bodies here aren't good enough. We rather not accept them than just pick one. This concerns the future of our entire tribe. The bats, still hesitant, immediately agreed. The king is right. All you have to do is obey the king. This one won't work. Let's try another instance. It's not like we haven't had a chance yet. The king raised his right wing, silencing the bat's chatter. He continued with authority, over the next few days, continue to observe and search to see if there's a suitable one. If there's nothing, forget it. Yes. By the way, look for that damn train conductor. The king said sinisterly, how dare he injure and kill so many of our brothers? You truly forgotten who he is. That's right. If it weren't for the vampire support, he wouldn't be where he is today. The bats chirped in unison, their chatter becoming increasingly lively. However, only Jiangqi, hidden in the shadows, could understand their words. To the natives, it was just the cacophony of bat cries coming from outside. After an unknown amount of time, the bats finally dispersed. The people in the meeting room relaxed, and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Gone? Yes. Did you believe it? Who knows? Everyone, get some rest and continue tomorrow. The act will continue until the dungeon is over. Everyone looked at each other, exhausted and helpless. This dungeon had killed so many of their compatriots, and these bat players were all murderers. And now, they couldn't fight back, and had to put on a show to protect themselves. Who could understand this frustration? But a counterattack would cost even more lives, even if it cost the lives of all the survivors, and it wouldn't guarantee the complete destruction of the bats. An older man coughed twice, looked at everyone, and whispered, "We must endure it. The current situation is a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for a turnaround, they would have continued to lose lives in the final week. Forget rescuing the survivors from the sea of clouds, and I'm afraid few of the remaining people would have survived. The worst part was, those who held out to the end would be captured by the bats." Who could have imagined this? It was like they were stuck from both sides, leaving no chance of survival. Someone suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "How did this turnaround come about? How did the bats suddenly disappear? How did the sea of clouds suddenly appear? How did the survivors from the sea of clouds suddenly get rescued? How did everyone suddenly become a show? Who was pulling all the strings behind this? Who was making the decisions? Who knew this was the right thing to do, and who actually had the ability to pull it off?" "Oh! You can't say it, you can't say it." Everyone wore a knowing, secretive expression. Let's not ask questions we shouldn't ask. Outside, Jiangqi watched the direction the bats departed. The Bat King words were naturally the result of her hypnotic suggestion. But it wasn't entirely a suggestion. In this instance, the Bat King had ascended from an ordinary bat to the Vampire King. This was the ultimate reward for him, and his entire bat body was filled with excitement and satisfaction. He was extremely optimistic and ambitious about his future, and naturally felt that the bodies of the natives of this ordinary world were not worthy of him. So, it wasn't actually disappointed about the indigenous people's illness. Instead, it might even consider it fate. At this point, if Jiangqi gave it a little more psychological hint, it would naturally say something to the other bats to give up. Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, we should be able to get through this stage smoothly. A Yuan said, "There's only one unexpected factor left." Jiangqi nodded. "Conductor, let me find that guy." She searched the dungeon, and finally found him in a corner of the void beneath the sea of clouds. This guy had been bitten to pieces by the bats, but he had been repaired with the conductor's own power. He now exuded a gloomy aura, huddled there like a resentful ghost, his face filled with resentment towards the bats, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Jiangqi sighed. "They say the conductor has absolute control over players, but a conductor without connections has to endure it when facing a player with connections." A Yuan, looking at him like this, he probably won't do anything. "Do you still want to stay in the dungeon?" Jiangqi thought for a moment and said, "Let's get out first." She left the dungeon and entered the outside world. At this time, another city in Country C was trapped in a dungeon. The dungeon was located in an ancient capital, clearly one of Shirpongshing's dungeons. Jiangqi entered this dungeon. When he entered, the entire city was on high alert. Government departments at all levels were mobilizing citizens to prepare for the response. A closer look revealed that everyone was being intentionally or unintentionally directed away from the ancient buildings. Then, one by one, the ancient buildings collapsed. It collapsed. It really collapsed. A leader watched from afar as an ancient building crumbled without warning, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They had received confidential intelligence yesterday that their city might be the next dungeon target. Once caught in the dungeon, ancient buildings would collapse, ancient calligraphy and paintings would devour people, and ancient musical instruments would transform people. Since yesterday, the city's top leaders had been on edge, holding overnight meetings with the members of Team 100. They quietly arranged their work, yet dared not leak even a hint of the secret. They waited and waited, until this morning, when, with a bang, the city's borders were sealed off. At that moment, it felt like a huge thud. Their city had won the lottery. Then, they immediately followed their plan, directing people away from the ancient buildings. There were several ancient towns in their city, and fearing the entire town would collapse, the government evacuated everyone, citing the possibility of an earthquake. Everyone routinely conducts disaster drills. Knowing their city is in jeopardy, no one dares to delay. They do whatever the government tells them to do, donning their disaster-prepared gear, grabbing their prepared disaster kits and first aid kits, and heading out. And so, as soon as people leave the ancient town, its ancient buildings, streets, and residences, they're all crumbling. Tall buildings crumble, the ground sinks into vast craters, ancient bridges plunge entirely into the water, sending splashes several meters high. Historic reservoirs collapse, sending water cascading down. Even ancient dams burst. Everything shocked everyone. Oh my God! Those who had just escaped the ancient city felt their knees weaken, unable to stand. They watched helplessly, as the very places they lived in just a moment before collapsed into a massive cistern. The sight was enough to give people a heart attack. If we hadn't escaped in time. I dread the thought. The fear of the aftermath overwhelmed the pain of their homes being destroyed. Without time to grieve, people were led to the new urban area for resettlement. At the same time, the government finally issued a notice. All ancient buildings in the city have collapsed. This incident is highly likely related to antiquities. Everyone, beware of any historical objects around you, especially those with a rich history and heritage, such as ancient calligraphy and paintings, weapons, jade, and musical instruments. The notice struck people as sensible. Anyone with these items at home should quickly find them and destroy them. If they didn't have them, but their neighbors did, they should call the hotline to report them. For a time, people went wild against these antiquities. A collector of ancient paintings refused to destroy their paintings, insisting they be locked in a safe. Then, a figure in a painting suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the collector. Another landscape painting suddenly twisted, forming a vortex that sucked in anyone outside. The sole survivor fled in panic, shouting and screaming. With surveillance footage as evidence, rumors of ancient paintings devouring people spread online. Videos of ancient paintings devouring people followed, as did videos of ancient musical instruments transforming into human form, chasing and killing people. For a time, panic reigned, but the upside was that the source of all the dangers was clearly laid out. Thus, players, barely a few hours into the dungeon and still acclimated to the new environment, were a bit bewildered. How come these indigenous people seem to have suffered no casualties during the initial attack? The natives suffered no casualties, were not panicked, and remained undeterred. So how could the players survive? In particular, the natives desperately and swiftly destroyed many calligraphy and musical instruments, nipping the danger in the bud, but those calligraphy and musical instruments could all be used as powerful weapons. Subjugating them would be like subjugating powerful items, and they were. Here for it. For a moment, the players felt their world was collapsing, and they could only scramble to rescue the few surviving calligraphy and musical instruments from the natives. Then, the players were confronted by the armed forces. Their top-to-toe armor, their cutting-edge weaponry, and their imposing presence left the players crying and fleeing for their lives. Jiangqi observed this development with a knowing smile. Don't worry about this dungeon. Unlike the tedious nature of the upside-down dungeon, the greatest danger of this antique dungeon lies in the immediate collapse. If you're not prepared, many people will die in this round. As long as they could get through this stage and take precautions against calligraphy, paintings, and musical instruments, and considering there were only a little over 10,000 players in this dungeon, the rest would be pretty much a breeze. Her gaze fell on a child with strange clothing and uncoordinated limbs. This child was the transformed form of a flute of some note. Although it looked human, its eyes were hollow, and it possessed no trace of life. It would pounce and kill anyone it saw. Jiangqi tracked it for a while, witnessing it kill a player. Afterward, its body became more agile, and its expression more lively. Jiangqi whispered, a growth item? Could this item eventually develop advanced intelligence? If that's the case, it's a bit terrifying. If such a powerful weapon were left on Blue Star, few would be able to wield it. It would be like letting a wolf among the sheep. Ah Yuan, should we stop it? Jiangqi squatted on the roof, thinking for a long time, then shook his head. It's a crisis, but also an opportunity. Country C still doesn't have many decent props, and I can't wholesale a bunch of them for everyone. Their origins are unclear. If you can harness and make good use of these calligraphy, paintings, and musical instruments, it will be very beneficial. She stood up and flew lightly across the rooftop, continuing to chase the flute. She continued to talk to Yuan. We traveled abroad before and discovered gangs of all sizes. Anyone with a few props would dare to form a gang and declare themselves a leader, then engage in all kinds of violence to steal the props from others. Times have changed. In the future, the role of weapons will become less and less important, and the importance of props will become more and more prominent. She flew to the top of a tall building and saw the flute encounter a patrol. A clash ensued. Even though the patrol was equipped with powerful weapons, the flute showed no fear of pain and proved invincible, ultimately gaining the upper hand. At the crucial moment, Jiangqi intervened and snatched it away. The child fell into her hands and transformed into an emerald green flute. It swung in the air for a moment before she collected it. The damaged patrol below witnessed the child's ascent, transformation into a flute, and final demise. The leader immediately shouted, "Report quickly. We spotted a musical instrument figure, and they're incredibly powerful." In the ruins of an ancient town, deserted, Jiangqi appeared, erecting a barrier that impenetrable to all. She took out the flute, examined it carefully for a moment, then threw it forward, transforming it back into the child, whose gender was indistinguishable. The child glared at Jiangqi, instinctively poised to attack again, but Jiangqi waved his hand and swatted it back. The child flew backward, oblivious to the pain, scrambled to its feet, and continued charging at Jiangqi, only to be swatted back again. It charged again and again, being swatted back again and again, until it was covered in wounds, its limbs broken, and its strength completely exhausted. Jiangqi then approached it again. Its hollow eyes gazed at Jiangqi, a hint of fear and submission gradually forming in them. Jiangqi extended her hand, and it leaned its head towards her, rubbing it against her palm, before transforming back into a flute. The flute, now scarred and cracked, lay flatteringly in her palm. Jiangqi twirled the flute. So, the simplest and most brutal way to subdue it is to beat it into submission, and force it to acknowledge its master. That was simple enough. Next, she captured several more humanoid musical instruments in the dungeon and experimented with them one by one. She discovered that while some instruments could be subdued with the crude method of beating them into submission, others could be handled with a different approach. For example, if you were to encounter a guqin, if you possess some skill, and could play it beautifully, the guqin's favorability towards you would soar. For example, if you were to encounter a drum, its obsession was to replace it with a beautiful drumhead. If you could satisfy its demands, it would be more willing to follow you. These instruments were indeed filled with murderous intent, and the more they killed, the higher their intelligence and the more vivid their emotions became. However, if this process was guided properly, they wouldn't evolve into a cruel and ruthless killing machine. Jiangqi recorded all of her insights and compiled them into a notebook. She then found the 1,000-group branch in the ancient city and gave them the notebook. She also left them with the instrument she had already trained, asking them to follow her method and try to subdue the other instruments in the dungeon. She then left the dungeon and successively awakened the other 4 people that Elder Zhao had left for her. They, along with Zhao Feng, were codenamed Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning, and Shadow. After awakening them, Jiangqi explained the game's current situation, its plans for Blue Star, the indigenous peoples of the Feather Realm, and the humanoid instruments. Blue Star will inevitably welcome more and more aliens. This is both a bad and a good thing. The bad thing is that this will be a shock to the natives of Blue Star, but the good thing is that the more the game develops and uses Blue Star, the less it will destroy it. Jiangqi said to the 4 people, in the near future, we can even foresee that some of Blue Star's territory will become alien colonies. The natives there will inevitably be trampled under their feet and enslaved. But there will also be some Blue Star people who will seize this opportunity and rise to equal footing with the aliens, gaining control of the local discourse on Blue Star. This trend is irreversible. What we need to do is to make countries see the latter, taking advantage of this opportunity. Let's take this step now. As for the next step, we can discuss it later. The 4 people looked at each other, their eyes bright and resolute, and said in unison, understood. Jiangqi concluded, after the capital dungeon is over and Zhao Feng emerges, the 5 of you can discuss the specifics of how to proceed. By choosing you 5, Elder Zhao has implicitly agreed to let you shoulder the heavy responsibility. It's time for you to get moving. Jiangqi gave each person a new prop he had made. A snake-shaped dagger can release a deadly poison. A miniature puppet can unleash the puppeteer's control. A paper figurine can disintegrate into a halo of shredded paper, unleashing immense destructive power. A hand mirror can weave illusions. These were all abilities she once possessed. Using a crafting platform, she transformed divine power into these less powerful energies, creating these reusable props. Furthermore, these props consist of elements that have already appeared on Blue Star, and their provenance is readily traceable, thus arousing no suspicion. After bidding farewell to the 4, Jiangqi went back to Group 1000 and placed 3 new props in the same spot where the magic tools had been placed. These 3 props are 3 peach with swords, capable of suppressing evil spirits and highly effective against sinister entities. They are powerful and it was no worse than the previous magical weapon. In addition, she left a large amount of train coins, their marks erased, for Qin Group to use as energy. Afterwards, Jiangqi visited the 3 major departments again, replenishing Cui He's items. He also met with Duan Ming, who had retransmitted to the transfer station, and Zhuang Yu, who was in the emergency response department. He took their magical weapons and replaced them with new ones. The main goal was to be impartial and give everyone a share. These items might not be of much help, but at least they could help them withstand a crisis in a life-or-death situation. After confirming that there were no omissions, Jiangqi returned to the capital dungeon and personally watched it through to its conclusion, ensuring that the train conductor and the bats didn't go crazy again. The moment the dungeon ended, Jiangqi followed the group of bat players out of the dungeon and back to the transfer station. Outside the capital, countless people waited anxiously. After the dungeon barrier vanished, the capital finally returned to the real world. Then everyone saw an upside-down city, slowly righting itself before their eyes. This shocking sight made everyone's scalp tingle. Oh my god! There's actually a dungeon like this. The world is turning upside down. This is terrifying. The people at the scene, and those watching the live broadcast exclaimed in shock. After the world returned to normal, the rescue team immediately rushed into the capital. They were met with a group of survivors coughing incessantly, their faces and eyes swollen, their eyes watering, their skin ulcerated, and they looked like they were seriously ill. It's a plague. Lock down the entire city. The rescue commander immediately gave the order, leaving the survivors feeling a little embarrassed. To make the scene look convincing, they had tried every possible way to inflict allergies and torture themselves, and now they couldn't recover. A month later, they were back on solid ground, seeing the normal world again, and they were still a little dazed. Ah, we really survived. It wasn't a dream, we really made it through this. Everyone burst into tears. Amidst a chorus of cries, post-disaster reconstruction, casualty counts, and dungeon replays were rapidly underway. It was during this replay that everyone encountered obstacles, as no matter how they analyzed, there were inconsistencies. As the central figure issuing orders during the final week, Zhao Feng was the subject of intense questioning. No one knew what Zhao Feng had revealed, but the matter was quickly classified as top secret. Also becoming top secret were the thousands of replaced magical instruments, and the sudden appearance of a large number of train coins. The meeting and discussion between Zhao Feng and his 5 companions, along with the subsequent series of covert actions. The numerous musical instruments and props confiscated after the ancient city dungeon, along with a manual on how to tame them. The items removed from Chuihe, Duanming, and Zhuangyu in the 3 major gaming departments, as well as their covert recruitment of natives from the Feather Realm. Later, some people looked back on this period of history and discovered that despite the immense challenges of the gaming era and the overwhelming impact of the constant influx of aliens into Blue Planet, Country C on Blue Planet not only showed no signs of decline, but instead rapidly rose and soared. It was during this period that the first signs of this began to emerge. At the moment, however, all those who knew, those who vaguely knew, and those who vaguely guessed were keeping it a secret, yet their hearts were filled with a sense of pride. When they met, their eyes met, and they understood each other. The mysterious former leader of Team 100 returned home, intervened in 2 instances, brought advanced information about the game, set the general direction for Country C's future development, and generously provided development resources. This is what it feels like to have someone watching over you. Chapter 106. After Jiangqi followed the group of bat players out, he immediately changed his appearance, transforming into a plain-looking middle-aged man. Then, in his invisible state, he boarded a non-warping bus. Because the train was warping, everyone needed a seat to protect themselves, otherwise the extra person would be easily discovered. She didn't want to take that risk. She stood in the corner of the car, watching Blue Star gradually fall behind, thinking about Blue Star's current situation. The 5 members of Zhao Feng led the country's development. Chuihe and others lurked in the 3 major gaming departments, responsible for collecting game and dungeon information from outsiders. To a certain extent, they guarded Blue Star's gateway, like a knife piercing the game bit by bit. The Qian group served as a bridge, connecting Chuihe and others to provide dungeon information to the country, assisting national development, and cultivating specialized talents. These 3 groups cooperated and relied on each other, ensuring stability in the short term. Most importantly, and crucially, she could return to Blue Star at any time. Even if someone harbored selfish motives, they would never dare reveal them if they knew there was a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. That would be even more secure. As the Blue Star gradually shrank in his field of vision, Jiangqi withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. A few hours later, the bus arrived at the next station. She disembarked, bought an anonymous ticket, and took another bus to the next station. After a day of traveling and 4 stops, she finally arrived at Shiyi's plane. This plane was an open resting plane, where Shiyi had brought Jiangqi's players to recuperate. Upon seeing Shiyi, Jiangqi transformed back into Jin Hao's form, shook his hand tightly, and thanked him profusely. Sorry to bother you. I was delayed by something, so I'm here just now. Shiyi also returned to his normal self and said with a smile, It's not a bother, it's just the right time for me to take a little vacation. The players are all staying in the town, and everything is fine. It's just that Joni has been asking you several times to take on new quests, and I'm worried they won't be easy. Jiangqi thanked him for the reminder and treated him to a nice meal at the town's largest restaurant. He also gave him a homemade divine dagger, handed him the void mirror and the flying vehicle, and asked him to return them to Rongding. Then, he politely escorted him to his car. Watching his car drive away, Jiangqi let out a small breath and twisted his neck, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Yuan said, "You should get some rest too." She'd been constantly on the go these past few days. During that week on Blue Star, she hadn't had a moment of leisure. She was always running around, meeting people here and there. When she was alone, she quietly designed and crafted props. She wasn't proficient in this, but relying on the fact that she absorbed a divine power, which gave her greater refinement in manipulating divine power, and a crafting table, she tinkered around on her own, pushing herself to the limit. She constantly consumed divine power while crafting props. Even if she were truly a god, she'd be tired, let alone one who hadn't reached that level yet. Jiangqi nodded. Okay, let's rest for a while. This plain was quite large, with numerous towns of varying sizes. Shuri had placed the player in a place called Xian Town, where the cost of living was neither high nor low, and the accommodations were neither good nor bad. Jiangqi wasn't picky about the location. She'd booked a separate room for herself in the hotel Shuri had been staying at, and had a sound sleep. Upon waking, she felt much more relaxed, her nerves, tense for days, completely relaxed. The sound of rain pattered outside the window. She opened it, and saw a light blue rain falling. This was artificial rainfall in this Xian town, mainly to create an atmosphere. The sky was filled with this light blue rain, gently blowing along with the artificial breeze. It was truly quite pleasant. She summoned the conductor's panel and activated the location service. The messages that had been transmitted to Shuri were now transmitted to Jiangqi. Jiangqi read the chat logs one by one. Indeed, several of them were urging her to take on new missions, each one more rude than the last. Ding, your dungeon summary has been generated. Please check it. Suddenly, a message came in. Jiangqi clicked on the dungeon summary. It was indeed new, and hadn't been read by anyone. Shuri had probably never seen it before. It seems the delivery of this dungeon summary was very clever. Knowing she wasn't her, they waited until she was online before sending it to her. She opened it. In the 4th dungeon you led, the Sea God dungeon, your passenger mortality rate was 0, the dungeon's native mortality rate was 0, and your train coin earnings were 0. In this dungeon, you mapped 80% of the ocean floor. In summary, your performance in this dungeon is barely acceptable, with a grade of C-. Jiangqi, okay, as expected. Turn the page. Sea God Dungeon Summary 2.0, Violation Version. In this dungeon, you help the Sea God complete the integration of the past world, helping him and his people escape the persecution of the game and journey to a new dimension, thus achieving a new life. Your violation had far-reaching consequences. Gain Violation Power X50,000. Looking forward to more illegal operations from you. Jiangqi summarized the first dungeon, the Radiation Mutation Dungeon. Because it didn't involve gods, despite her constant tricks, she ultimately only earned 10 points of illegal power. In the second dungeon, she awakened the Creator God's remnant and helped him recover his strength, earning a total of 10,100 illegal power. In the third dungeon, she devoured and destroyed the Feather God, gaining 100,000 illegal power. And in the fourth dungeon, she helped the Sea God escape, earning 50,000 illegal power. It seems that as long as a god is involved, a large amount of illegal power can be obtained. However, she earned a lot, but she spent it quickly, especially after returning to Blue Star. The illegal power was spent like water, and she had to keep earning more. She calculated her train coin savings again. Out of 4 dungeons, she only earned income from the first and third dungeons, earning a total of 20 million train coins. She spent a lot of it recently, and also left a large amount on Blue Star. Now she had less than 1 million train coins. Poor again. Scratching his head. Yuan warned, perhaps you're about to get even poorer. What? Jiangqi soon discovered the reason. After she went downstairs, the hotel owner brought over a bill. Master Jin Hao, this is your expenses for your stay in Xian Town. When would you like to settle it? Jiangqi took the bill and saw the last number, his eyebrows twitching. Looking at the details, she had 5,214 players under her name. The average daily cost for food and lodging was 5 train coins per person. They had stayed for a total of 7 days, totaling over 180,000 train coins. The owner rounded off the amount, So the final total was 180,000. Jiang Qi's heart ached, but she maintained a composed expression. It's my duty, it's my duty. Let's settle it now. We're leaving soon. 180,000 yuan was directly debited from her account, and the hotel owner smiled broadly. Please come often. What's the point of coming often? She could just let everyone stay on the train. At worst, she could make the train bigger and add some berths. That would be better than staying in a hotel. She left the hotel and looked back. This owner is amazing. He owns all the hotels and inns in Chingsa town. If I could start a business like that, I'd be so lucrative. She sent a message to the other players to meet at the station and waited there herself. Then she discovered that her train was parked at the station for 7 days, and there was a parking fee. 10,000 yuan a day. Suddenly, another 70,000 yuan was gone. Parking costs, parking fees, driving costs, tolls, energy costs, and regular maintenance fees, upgrade fees. Jiang Qi suddenly realized that owning a train was like owning a money-eating beast. The ideal scenario was seamless dungeon access, since parking at stations outside the dungeon wouldn't require additional fees, and even dungeon access could yield profit. If she were like this, constantly failing to gain anything in dungeons, she'd be broke sooner or later. What a damn game. Isn't it forcing people to keep doing this cruel thing? She entered the cab and released the earthworms and skyfires, which had been trapped for so long, letting them roam freely. She then adjusted the train, leaving only about 5,000 people, with 120 people per car. Finally, she reduced the number of cars to 45, making the entire train significantly smaller. How much fuel would that save? Then, she sent a message to Zhong Yi. Brother Zhong Yi, I rested and can take on quests. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhong Yi, perhaps offended by her wavy lines, threw a document and a cold remark. Do this dungeon well. If you don't complete it again, the teacher will blame me, and I won't be able to help you. Jiang Qi opened the dungeon information, and the first line that caught his eye was, Dream City Dungeon. It said that there's a plane called Dream City, where there lives a deity called the God of Dreams. This deity's favorite thing to do is weave beautiful dreams for people, watching them sink into them, unwilling to wake up and abandon reality. Once a person becomes absorbed in dreams, the God of Dreams gradually drains their vitality, eventually turning them into puppets controlled by him. Jiang Qi remained calm at this point, but when he saw the detailed explanation below, his gaze narrowed slightly. The God of Dreams can trap people in beautiful dreams because he can peer into the deepest, most authentic memories and secrets of the human heart. The dreams woven from this power are naturally irresistible. Even if a memory has been tampered with or erased by a powerful being, the God of Dreams can restore it. Some even say that the God of Dreams can see into a person's past lives and uncover their deepest entanglements. Jiang Qi's mission here isn't to kill the God of Dreams, but to disrupt his peace and leisure, anger him, and force him to emerge and work for the game. Jiang Qi asked Zhong Yi, is this God of Dreams the true God of the game? Zhong Yi ignored her. Jiang Qi, brother, if I can't even tell the enemy from our side, it's going to be hard to act correctly. If I mess up this mission, and the teacher blames me, I can only say it's because the information you gave me wasn't detailed enough. Zhong Yi angrily called, Zhong Hao. You grown so arrogant. How dare you threaten me? Jiang Qi, how dare I threaten you? I'm just trying to do my job for you. Humph, if you're so loyal, would you still force the teacher to pay those blade players? Sure, he had already explained the situation to Jiang Qi, and she immediately said, everyone else in the department knows about this. If the teacher refuses to pay those blade players, wouldn't that lose his credibility? I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, it's not like I can't pay them. Zhong Yi nearly spat out blood. It's not like he can't afford it, he'd be the one bleeding the dough in the end, okay? These past few days, he's been busy fulfilling the wishes of this and that person. He's almost spent all the goodies and wealth he's accumulated over the years, and this guy is still so flippant and sarcastic. If Jin Hao wasn't still useful, he'd have just killed him. He gritted his teeth and said, yes, this God of Dreams is the true God of the game, but he's inherently lazy and unwilling to work. Your mission is to force him out. Jiang Qi continued, so, if the game needs him to work, then I can't offend him too much, right? No, be ruthless. You can destroy this plane, you can attack him directly. In short, if he doesn't come out, then you can't leave this dungeon. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Who can guarantee success? I won't take this mission then. Jiang Qi said this with embarrassment, but her expression remained calm. An earthworm, as thick as her arm, wiggled over from the side, trying to lean towards her. She raised her finger and poked it back. This is a bit eye-catching, friend. Go play somewhere else. The earthworm gurgled and rolled down, shaking its head, and continued crawling across the ground. The skyfire, like a small, fiery red ball, bounced here and there, treating itself like a marble. Shomi sneered, this isn't something you can solve. I already submitted your name, and besides you, 2 other train conductors have also accepted it. The dungeon will open in 3 days. If you don't make it in time, expect to be kicked off the game. The call ended. Jiangqi put away his train conductor panel and leaned back. The god of dreams, a deity capable of glimpsing the deepest secrets of the human heart, my hypnosis skills are probably no match for him. What do you think the game is forcing him to come out of hiding? A Yuan remained silent. He knew Jiangqi wasn't questioning him, but rather using this conversational approach to analyze the problem. Jiangqi muttered to himself, first, the game has an unfathomable goal and urgently needs this god of dreams to come out of hiding to help it. Second, there are too few gods like the god of dreams, and the game needs him to create a related dungeon. Third, the game needs him to create the relevant props. But in either case, for someone like me with secrets, this is a very bad sign. If they create a replica and drop it on Blue Star, all the secrets will be revealed, and everyone will be dead. Jiangqi raised his eyes, staring intently through the windshield. This god of dreams must die. At this moment, the players all arrived. Jiangqi looked at the fake players among them, hesitant about whether to take them to this dungeon. But after a brief hesitation, she opened the door and let them board. After the players boarded, she immediately started the train and made an in-car announcement. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at our next stop, the Dream City Dungeon Station. In this dungeon, you will enter a perfect dream world. In this dream world, you will face your truest self, realize your deepest desires, and reveal all your secrets. Your mission in this dungeon is to successfully survive 30 days and exit the dream world before the dungeon ends. Otherwise, you will be lost within it forever. After hearing the announcement, the players in the train car had mixed reactions. The fake players' faces suddenly changed. Facing their truest secrets. What did that mean? Would they reveal their inability to become real players? In the dream world, were their eyes secretly listening, prying into their hearts? The fake players fidgeted, yet they forced themselves to hold back, discussing the situation with the real players as if nothing had happened. But the real players weren't so calm either. Everyone has their own little secrets they don't want to be known. And the thought of being in danger of not being able to leave the dream world was terrifying. Why does this dungeon sound so ominous? I think so too. Can we not go? If the dream world is so incredibly beautiful, I'm really not sure I can get out. I won't be stuck there forever, will I? The train moved forward rapidly, and the players' hearts grew increasingly uneasy. Jiangqi observed the situation inside the carriage through the conductor's panel. Seeing that both real and fake players were somewhat resistant to this dungeon, she had an idea. She better find a reasonable excuse to get them to avoid this dungeon. In this dungeon, players can't help, and if the fake players' secrets were exposed, it wouldn't be good for her. She was just thinking of a way to get the players to justify skipping work when the opportunity presented itself. After a day of driving, she noticed a sudden whiteout ahead. Is that? Jiangqi leaned closer to the window to take a closer look. Cold wave? She had encountered this situation before during her second internship. If a train is hit by a cold wave, it can easily freeze. If the wheels freeze, or the train slips and overturns on the tracks, the consequences could be disastrous. She pondered for a moment, then opened a panel that allowed her to add protective shields to different parts of the train. Jiangqi whispered to Ayuan, can we disable this protection system? Ayuan immediately understood what she was going to do. Sure. How do you want to do it? This way. A minute later, the train plunged headfirst into the cold wave ahead. Sitting inside, the players watched as large sheets of ice quickly formed on the windows, even penetrating through, forming large patches of frost inside the train. The extreme cold assaulted everyone, and the players couldn't help but shiver. The train announcement blared. Passengers, this train has unexpectedly encountered a severe cold snap. The train's protection system has failed. Please prepare to withstand the cold snap. Before the announcement finished, only a murmur of voices lingered. Looking up, I saw that the announcement itself had been frozen by the cold snap, and the lights inside the train flickered, then completely frozen. Adding to the cold snap outside, which blocked out all light, the entire train was plunged into darkness. The only sounds in the gloom were the rapid breathing of the people, the crackling of the spreading frost, and the extreme chill brought on by the sudden drop in temperature. Then, the frost spread across the soles of their shoes, along the seats, and onto their bodies. Their shoes, clothes, and even their hair quickly froze solid. The players were forced to use their best abilities to withstand the cold snap. Some started fires, some pulled warm clothing from their backpacks, and some pulled out props. Ahead, a station. It was nighttime, and the station staff were feeling sleepy. The announcements kept coming in, announcing a severe cold snap a few blocks from the station, forcing trains heading in the opposite direction to stay overnight. Duty Officer A nudged his companion, "Get up, get up. It's rare for this little station to have so many trains staying overnight. It's perfect time to sell some late-night snacks." Duty Officer B yawned. "They brought their own food. Why would they buy from us?" Duty Officer A, "We sell whatever we can. It's hard to make extra money these days, and falsifying tolls is strictly prohibited. We can only make a little money selling food and drinks." Mumbling to each other, the two men carried food from the station to the trains, trying to sell it. Sure enough, they had several trains, but few were willing to buy. Just as the two were despairing, something white and shimmering slowly crept towards them from the other side of the cold wave. Duty Officer A, "Oh my God. Look what that is. It's a lump of ice that's become a spirit." Duty Officer B, taking a closer look, slapped his colleague on the back of the head. "What lump of ice that's become a spirit? Idiot. That's a train coming. Go get it. Clear this track. Get everyone who is sleeping out to help." After a flurry of activity, including moving the train off the track to clear the way, the train finally arrived with a heavy, arduous journey. Ah! The entire train was covered in a thick layer of ice. The wheels could barely turn, all the windows were nearly cracked, and the interior was a slushy mess. The passengers were practically frozen into ice sculptures. What a horrible sight. "Oh my God! Get off the train! Get off the train!" Station staff rushed out to help, helping the stiffened passengers off the train. They offered hot water and blankets, and even turned on the station heating. The players shuddered at the heat, feeling alive again. Shaking their bodies, the ice on them crackled, shards of ice falling down with a crackling sound. Almost everyone suffered frostbite. Jiangqi descended from the cab and squatted beside the train, looking under it and fiddling with it here and there. A nearby conductor, who had come to watch the excitement, asked, "Is there something wrong with your train?" Jiangqi sighed. "Yes, the protection system isn't working. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this cold and nearly derailed on the way." "That's a bit tragic for you." "That's right. If we send this train in for repair, how much will it cost?" Jiangqi squatted beside the train, sighing, worried. Perhaps seeing her misfortune, another conductor said helpfully, "Your train is a bit short. Are the other cars hidden? A typical working train has at least 500 cars. You just need to fix the cab and replace the rear cars. You don't have to repair it right away." Jiangqi was surprised. "Is that even possible? I'm a newbie and don't really understand this stuff." "Thank you, big brother. It's okay. We didn't learn this during the internship. We figured it out on our own." Jiangqi stood up, brushed off the frost on his body, and walked towards the players. Seeing their miserable state, he sighed. "Those who are unable to move, stay here at the station to recuperate. Those who can still move, follow me. Time waits for no one. We have to reach the dungeon within 2 days." The fake players paused at this, and one cautiously asked, "So we can skip this dungeon?" Jiangqi spread his hands. "There's nothing we can do. You're all frostbitten. Going to the dungeon won't do much. Missing it once in a while isn't a big deal." The fake players were delighted, looking at each other, and then they started to act out, trying to make a 3-point frostbite look 9-point. The real players hesitated. This was a perfectly legitimate excuse to avoid the dungeon, so they followed suit. Only a few players still expressed their intention to go. Jiangqi took a look around. Excellent. The fake players were all self-aware, and none of them were trying to act recklessly. That meant she had achieved her goal. She nodded. "Okay. Those who want to go to the dungeon, get ready. We be leaving soon." Then she went to discuss with the station staff how to calculate the cost of accommodation and other expenses for the people staying here. The station staff's eyes lit up. This was a huge bonus. Although their station was small and had few buildings, there was plenty of open space, so it wouldn't be difficult to temporarily build a few buildings. Both sides wanted to keep the people, so after some discussion, they settled on a price of 1 train coin per person per day, including food and lodging. Jiangqi happily let the person stay and asked the staff to help repair the cab, which they gladly obliged. A moment later, Jiangqi's train, resplendent with a new look, consisted of a locomotive cab and 10 carriages, carrying over 1,000 players willing to participate in the dungeon. As for the frozen carriage, it was left at the station, allowing the players to figure out how to repair it when they had free time. Traveling light, Jiangqi encountered no trouble along the way. A day later, he arrived at the Dream City Dungeon Station. After waiting for several hours, the other two groups arrived. The second train was a vibrant orange-yellow, and the conductor who disembarked was also quite conspicuous. His orange-yellow outfit made him look like a striking lemon, giving him a resemblance to the Willow youth. Lemon, with over 20,000 players under his command, looked experienced, and showed no signs of stage fright upon disembarking. The third train was much more discreet. The conductor was shrouded in a cloak, his gender unclear. This man commanded approximately 7 or 8,000 train conductors. In comparison, Jiangqi's side was in dire straits. When the three train conductors met, there were no cheerful greetings, only a casual nod. When the time came, the dungeon opened, and each of them entered with their players. After entering, Jiangqi discovered that she had been separated from her players. She stood alone in front of an exquisite courtyard with a single entrance. The style was both strange and familiar. It was the place where Jin Hao grew up in his memory. Jiangqi looked at the courtyard and noticed that a tile on the roof was blurry, and the tree in the corner of the courtyard was shimmering. A yuan reminded her in her mind, "Focus. You are Jin Hao now." Jiangqi raised her head, steadying her mind. She imagined herself as Jin Hao. All the memories of Jin Hao from childhood to adulthood flashed through her mind, and she immersed herself completely in the experience. Then, the tiles and trees stabilized, perfectly realistic and flawless, as if the slight instability had never occurred. She stepped into the courtyard, looked around, and asked in surprise, "This is where I lived as a child. So now I entered a dream world?" A loud, excited voice suddenly boomed from above. "Welcome, new friends, to the City of Dreams. This is the place you most long to return to. Here will be the people you miss most, and here will be the things you most anticipate. This is the place of your dreams." Jiangqi listened to the voice and walked around, internally complaining to a yuan, "How can I know who Jin Hao misses most, or what he most hopes to happen? On the way here, I racked my brains to recall Jin Hao's life, and even getting to this level of detail was incredibly difficult." On the train, she and a yuan carefully analyzed how to navigate this dungeon. They concluded that she not only had to imagine herself as Jin Hao, but also understand what Jin Hao most desired, what he loved, what he hated, and what he feared. That way, they could adapt to the situation. Then, they imagined many solutions. Now, this courtyard was the place they believed Jin Hao most wanted to return to. But in this place, who Jin Hao most wanted to see, and what kind of scene he longed to see were beyond their imagination. So now was the time to bring Jin Hao out in person and let him face this situation on his own. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent Jin Hao to Blue Star so soon. Jiangqi didn't enter the house, as she wasn't familiar with its furnishings and layout. She feared that opening the door would expose her true identity. So, she turned and sat on the steps in front of the door, quietly gazing at the gate, as if waiting for someone. The god of dreams, with the perspective of a ruler, looked down upon the small worlds below, and the individuals within them. This time, 3 groups of people entered, including 3 train conductors. He didn't care what the game was about. He only knew that so many people had come to play with him, and he was delighted. He focused on the 3 train conductors, wanting to understand their inner secrets. He wanted to see them sink into their sweet dreams, unwilling to wake, until they would finally, bit by bit, exhaust their energy, obsession, and varied lives, providing him with delicious nourishment, becoming yet another of his exquisite works. However, none of these 3 train conductors performed as he wished. They entered the place they most desired within their hearts, but each one remained calmer than the last. The orange-yellow creature collapsed onto the bed and began to eat. The one wrapped in a cloak sat there like an old monk in meditation. The last one sat on the doorstep, chin propped up, gazing at the gate, as if waiting for someone to return home. But after waiting for a long time, the gate remained empty. "So what are you waiting for? Why don't you just let the person you long to see appear?" The god of dreams was somewhat displeased. In this dream world, there exists a powerful allure and creativity that can unleash one's deepest desires, allowing them to materialize through the other's imagination, making them indistinguishable from the real thing. Few can resist this temptation. Most players quickly lose themselves and fall into the dream world after entering it. But these 3 train conductors are truly resilient. If you can resist your desires, what about your deepest fears? He raised his finger, and the 3 train conductors surrounding shifted. Jiangqi felt a force acting upon herself and her surroundings, and then, an uncontrollable fear welled up within her. She followed this force, transforming. Then, she found herself in a dark forest, transformed into a tiny golden butterfly. Lurking among the fallen branches and leaves were bloated, ugly poisonous frogs, and coiling in the trees were iridescent venomous snakes. Yes, this was the thing Jiangqi had designed Jean how to fear the most. When she was still weak, as a butterfly, it made perfect sense to fear these poisonous snakes and frogs. Now, facing these terrifying creatures, she, a tiny butterfly, seemed to have truly lost her composure and began to scurry about in panic. The god of dreams, observing this, smirked and poked the poisonous snakes and frogs, attacking Jiangqi. Chapter 107. City of Dreams. If you look down from a god's perspective, you find this plane is vast, divided into countless small worlds. Each small world is an independent space, where scenes of joy and sorrow unfold. Of course, joy is the main attraction, as most people who enter the City of Dreams are captivated by their ideal life. They may see loved ones, who have passed away, become the person they most want to be, obtain what they most desire, or achieve the achievements they most crave. In short, when these things, which they dream of but cannot obtain in reality, are presented so unconditionally before their eyes, few can resist the temptation. The god of dreams watched over 90% of the people, lost in their dreams, feeling both proud and bored. The world is so easily conquered, leaving him with no sense of accomplishment. He turned his attention to the remaining 10% who could resist temptation. Conquering such a difficult obstacle is more fun. He plunged each of these people into fear, sorrow, and pain, forcing out their inner weaknesses and secrets. He created one targeted scenario after another, repeatedly breaking their bones, tempering their wills, leaving them broken, fragile, and helpless. Then, he thrust them once more into the very scenario they most desired. At this point, they would surrender. The god of dreams greatly enjoyed this process. He paid special attention to 3 of the train conductors, creating the most realistic situations for them. Jiangqi was first thrown into a fearful situation, chased half to death by poisonous snakes and frogs, and then, as she lay dying, she was thrown into a painful situation. Here, she witnessed the most painful and terrifying things. Thus, her orc bloodline degenerated, transforming her from a revered golden butterfly into a common fluttering moth. She was cast down from her noble position, mocked by the entire orc empire, and even made into a specimen. Just when she was on the verge of collapse, she was thrust into another tragic situation. Her family and friends perished one by one, until finally, no one was left. Then came betrayal. She was stabbed by the person she trusted most, leaving her completely shaken. Jiangqi struggled through these situations, feeling as if he had died over and over again. It looked so miserable, but in reality, he was filled with resentment. This damn god of dreams is quite a trick, tormenting me in all sorts of ways, but I'm almost out of ideas. She even came up with the idea of a golden butterfly transforming into a fluttering moth. Half of Jean Hao's friends and family were fabricated by her. I really don't know what else she's going to come up with. The worst part is, after all this time, she hasn't even touched a hair of the god of dreams, unable to even pinpoint his general location. He is the absolute ruler of this plane, omnipresent yet completely unpredictable. This home field advantage is completely overwhelming. We must find a way to make him lose this advantage. Jiangqi racked her brain, growing weary and unable to act anymore. In the nothing scenario, she looked at the 0 remaining in her account and screamed, "Ah, my money! Gone! All gone!" She cried out as if struck by a devastating blow. She clutched her chest, her eyes closed, her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Because of her coma, the surrounding illusion froze, and the NPCs serving as background figures froze in place, as if paused. The god of dreams immediately noticed the anomaly and let out a sigh. The air around them shifted slightly, condensing into an invisible claw that reached out and poked Jiangqi. Dizzy just like that? Is this train conductor so fragile? The other 2 train conductors had endured the annihilation of their entire families, cuckolding, betrayal, torture, and so on, yet they remained resilient and persevered. The god of dreams pondered for a moment, then lifted Jiangqi up and threw her into the courtyard where they had first met. He planned to let her experience the beauty of life upon waking, and she would surely love it and become addicted to it. The train conductor wasn't that hard to tame. The god of dreams chuckled. However, on the first day, Jiangqi didn't wake up. On the second day, Jiangqi still didn't wake up. On the third day, she was still sprawled on the ground in the courtyard, soundly asleep. The god of dreams, He was completely stunned. What was going on? He'd fallen into a deep sleep? He wanted this person to be lost in a sweet dream, not just in a deep sleep. He was about to wake him when the yellow-orange train conductor and his players rebelled, wreaking havoc in every small world and bursting out. The god of dreams had no choice but to deal with that first. Sensing the scrutinizing gaze shifting away from him, Jiangqi, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Had those two train conductors finally lost their patience and moved first? Her spirit floated out, glanced at her body on the ground, and flew outside the courtyard. There was an invisible barrier, all around, in the sky and below, forming this small dream world. After groping for a while, she finally found a weak spot and slipped through. After emerging, she discovered that the dream city was filled with these small grids of spaces, each a dream world. Looking down from above, it felt like watching little white mice playing house. In these grids, she saw her own players, all lost in a beautiful dream, each with a blissful smile on their face. Jiangqi didn't bother them, stealthily gliding through the air until he finally located the source of the commotion. The lemon train conductor unleashed his might, bursting out of the space confining him and wreaking havoc on the surrounding spaces. His players, each one brave and courageous, rose to the occasion. With the combined efforts of over 20,000 people, a corner of the dream city quickly collapsed. Jiangqi quietly watched from the side, attempting to locate the god of dreams. But still, there was no result. She only vaguely saw a vast energy swirling around the lemon train conductor, transforming into wind, electricity, an invisible vortex, and a sudden swamp on the ground, entangled with it and suppressed it. Jiangqi suddenly noticed something and looked over. There, the cloaked train conductor was also observing the scene from afar. As Jiangqi looked over, he also noticed her and glanced at her casually. Jiangqi was slightly surprised. She was invisible, surrounded by divine power, yet he could spot her so easily. But on second thought, it made sense. Anyone who came to deal with a god must have a corresponding trump card. Perhaps, like her, he was a demigod. Their gazes met in midair, neither calling out to the other, as they continued to watch the battle unfold. At first, Captain Lemon was brave, but gradually, the force grew stronger and stronger, knocking him back to the ground. Barriers suddenly rose from all sides, trapping him within. Then, all sorts of sinister and treacherous things emerged. Monsters, vengeful spirits, demons, corpses, tentacles, filth, and even the very things he feared within him. Wave after wave appeared, constantly attacking and consuming him. His players were in a similar situation, each one dragged into a separate dimension, where all sorts of chaotic things emerged and overwhelmed them. Ah! Help! The screams continued, but soon subsided. The gradual quieting was eerie. Soon, only the lemon train captain was left holding on. While battling the impenetrable siege, he screamed, "The other two, come out! We're all here on a mission. Why aren't you moving?" Muck-soaked tentacles emerged from the ground, one after another, entangling him. Each tentacle held a hideous head. These were the heads of those he had killed, and those close to him. This was his nightmare. And now, each of these heads seemed to come alive, biting him tightly, dealing a double blow, both physically and mentally. The lemon train captain screamed in agony, his voice truly panicked, "God of dreams. My lord God. I'm only here to ask you to come out of hiding, following the orders of the game. I mean no harm. The game told me to do this. It would have been better if he hadn't said this." As soon as he did, a massive dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky, and from it, thick bolts of lightning thundered down, striking the lemon train captain directly. The god of dreams' voice rang out coldly, "You said the game sent you here? Then you deserve to die even more, all of you." The lemon train conductor was charred black by the lightning, screaming in agony. After only 5 or 6 lightning strikes, he was reduced to charcoal, deader than dead. Jiangqi even saw his spirit float out, trying to escape, but was grabbed and crushed by a giant hand formed from wind. Jiangqi felt a sweat run down his back. Is this the power of a god in his prime? He didn't even need to appear in person. With a little mobilization of elements from heaven and earth, and some exaggerated visions, he could completely wipe out 20,000 players and a train conductor. He was completely different from the low-health gods in the previous 3 dungeons. Seeing him deal with the lemon train conductor, Jiangqi retreated without hesitation. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the cloaked train conductor do the same. Jiangqi didn't retreat back to the small courtyard space he had been in before, but hid as quickly as possible. Just as she had hidden herself, the air in the small courtyard surged, and an invisible hand grabbed the sleeping body on the ground and lifted it up. "Are you also sent by the game to force me?" But no matter how the hand moved, Jiangqi's body remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly closed, as if dead. The god of dreams took a closer look. The body was completely empty, the soul within was long gone. In anger, he crushed the body, and it exploded into a ball of golden light. The golden light transformed into dead golden butterflies, which fell like a rain of golden leaves. Jiangqi, hiding somewhere, gasped. Yuan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Jiangqi, still terrified, said, "My body is dead. It had been crushed so easily." Although that was actually Jin Hao's body, and although she had only left behind a portion of the golden butterfly swarm, it was still too easy a death. This god of dreams treated the train conductor, both in terms of strength and attitude, with the same casualness as if he were an ant on the ground, not worth a second glance. Jiangqi sighed, "I originally thought my current abilities were sufficient, but now that I faced a true god, I realize how naive that was. Gods, the rulers of a world, the creators of the laws of the plane, are truly not to be underestimated." In her previous life, she could have teased these gods as mere peasants, but now she no longer had the luxury of such deception. Underestimating the enemy would be fatal. Fortunately, she hadn't had time to underestimate them. She simply didn't take them seriously enough. And now, the god of dreams had taught her a hard lesson. While Jiangqi was hiding, the god of dreams went looking for the cloaked train conductor, but couldn't find him either. He grew increasingly furious, grabbing the player with the cloaked train conductor and demanding, "Where's your conductor?" The player, immersed in a sweet dream, was suddenly yanked up, his head choked with questions, unable to even remember who the conductor was. The god of dreams crushed the player without hesitation. He then picked up the next player, questioning them again, and crushed them again. After crushing more than a dozen, he finally calmed down. "Hiding, huh? You two little bugs, if you like hiding, keep hiding." He used his divine power to spread these words throughout the entire plane, sweeping through everything like a whirlwind. Every small world froze instantly, and everyone froze. Jiangqi's ears rang, and she felt as if her soul was being torn apart. An overwhelming feeling of rejection from this world washed over her. She tried to remain calm, motionless, silent, pretending to be nothing more than a tree, a stone, a shadow. If discovered now, she would surely perish. She had to continue to hide. "Ha, my world isn't a place you can just come and go, or hide as you please." The sky twisted, and the next moment, everything changed. The barrier of the small space disappeared, exposing everyone to the sky. Then, mountains rose from the flat ground, the earth cracked, forming rivers, high-rise buildings rose, and roads appeared one after another. In a matter of seconds, the entire plane transforming into a perfectly ordinary modern city. Jiangqi was swept away by a vortex and rushed into this world. Coming with her were other players, as well as those who had been in the dream city before their 3 waves arrived, and even those whose life force and thoughts had been drained, becoming puppets. In the vortex, Jiangqi quickly distinguished the faces, snatched up an ordinary-looking individual whose consciousness was nearly exhausted, a figure very close to a puppet, and slipped into their body. The next moment, she and everyone else sank hard. "Welcome to Dream City Line 2, next stop, Auto City Station." Jiangqi woke to a swaying thud. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a row of legs before her. She darted her eyes left and right. Was she on the subway? The subway was crowded. People stood in front of her, and people sat around her. She blinked briefly, then calmly lowered her gaze to her knees, calling out to Yuan in her mind. 2 seconds passed before Yuan said, "I'm here. How are you?" "I fainted just now, too." "I'm fine." Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. "This isn't going well. Take the control panel and hide deeper. I won't call you or use the control panel unless absolutely necessary." Yuan, "Okay." At this moment, the people on the subway began to wake up. "Ah, I feel dizzy. What's going on? Why am I here?" Jiangqi observed. Those who raised questions were likely players. Their minds hadn't lost themselves yet. After escaping the dream, their rationality had returned. Those who didn't raise questions, but who also looked normal, were likely the original residents of Dream City. They had completely assimilated into this world. Regardless of their past, to the players, they were truly natives. They had no problem with the sudden change of environment and scene. They browsed their phones, listened to music, and chatted like normal people, their expressions perfectly natural. There was another group of people left, those with wooden expressions, sitting and standing silently like statues. These were probably puppets. Players, natives, and puppets, These three types of people had been in the dreaming city for a shorter to longer time, and the body Jiangqi had chosen was probably somewhere in between. Jiangqi held a bag in her arms. Although her hearing wasn't very good, she could still faintly hear the ticking of the second hand inside the bag. Combined with the bag shape, she had a bad guess. She slowly raised her hand and opened the bag. Wow, exciting! There was indeed a bomb inside, and the countdown was less than a minute. She glanced around. There was another person in the opposite corner of the train, also clutching the same bag. Their expression was calm and numb. They must be a puppet. 2 bombs exploding simultaneously would surely destroy this train. Wouldn't every train on this subway be in the same boat? This situation must have been caused by the god of dreams. Why would he do this? Using an explosion to kill everyone. The countdown was almost over. She had no time to think, but there was nothing she could do to prevent it. So, she silently clutched the bag, and at the moment of the explosion, she floated out of this body. Boom! The entire train exploded in flames, the ground even collapsing, leaving a purgatory above and below. Amidst the chaos, Jiangqi floated to the ground. In her spirit form, she felt as if she were being torn apart by the sunlight. She searched everywhere, surrounded by screaming, fleeing crowds. She snatched up another unremarkable figure and quietly possessed him. Only then did she feel better. The figure she possessed ran a long way off, patting his chest and saying, "This is terrifying. How could the subway suddenly explode?" Jiangqi huddled within the figure, frowning slightly. The explosion had been quite powerful, and she was still a little dizzy. Just then, screams rang out. "The cars are coming out! Run!" Jiangqi peered through the figure's eyes. Ahead lay the auto city, with driverless cars of all sizes surging out and plunging through the streets. People screamed and fled, but the cars were moving at breakneck speed, knocking many people flying and crushing them in a matter of moments. The person she possessed also turned and ran, but was still struck by a sports car. Jiangqi was thrown from the person's body by the collision. Once again exposed to sunlight, she was severely burned. She quickly drifted into the shadows, but the feeling of rejection was pervasive, forcing her to find a new target to possess. She then experienced a series of dangerous situations, including a gas explosion in a hotel, falling objects, ground collapse, and a high-voltage electrical leak. Sometimes, the bodies she possessed were lucky enough to escape danger, but more often, they perished, forcing her to switch bodies again and again. 2 hours later, her new body arrived safely at a school, and she finally caught her breath. She couldn't help but press her forehead. How cruel! The god of dreams caused these accidents, completely indiscriminately targeting the crowd. If one could survive danger time and again, they would surely be either a player or a train conductor, effectively exposing themselves. If they abandoned their body and possessed someone else, they would be like Jiangqi, forced to constantly switch bodies. Once their soul was exposed, they would be burned by the sun and rejected by the rules of this world. Over time, not only would they be damaged, but they would also be targeted by the god of dreams. Unable to find 2 train conductors, he would resort to this method to force them out. As for destroying the city of dreams, he probably didn't care. The game had already come to him, and he knew he couldn't hide. He had to come out. Now, he was just venting his anger. Jiangqi cleared his mind and sighed. The farm owner and the farmers had a tacit understanding. Any conflicts between them were simply a matter of temper. The farm owner would send the hired workers and insects over to vent his anger on the farmers. The farmers naturally understood what the farm owner meant and would come to work reluctantly. So, the game had sent 3 train conductors and 3 groups of people here, not because they were needed for anything, but to be used as punching bags for the god of dreams. Suddenly, Jiangqi heard a ah-ho-ho sound. Turning around, he saw the puppets in the classroom suddenly snapping like clockwork robots, their necks creaking and emitting strange cries. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into zombies, pounced on those around them, and bit them. Ah! The classroom was in chaos. Outside the classroom, there were also the sounds of people biting and fleeing. Jiangqi's eyes froze. Here they come again! Again! Is this a campus zombie crisis? This is endless, she sneered, completely taking over this body. She leaped to her feet, dodging a zombie's attack, and hurled a chair at it. She blended into the crowd and rushed out, releasing several tiny golden butterflies with a flick of her fingertips. The golden butterflies flew silently out the window, landing in an unnoticed corner. They transformed into humanoid forms, not Jean Howe's, but that of the cloaked train conductor. Well, just a humanoid form, draped in a cloak welded to the body, so it wouldn't fall off. It was easy to impersonate that persona. Jiangji shook her head, half of her consciousness awakening in this body. She glanced upstairs and saw herself, clad in the student's body. Their eyes met in midair. In that moment, their perceptions, memories, and thoughts were completely synchronized and continuously shared. The feeling was quite magical. She withdrew her gaze, kicked away the zombie blocking her way, and with a twist of her wrist, 2 large swords appeared in her hands. With a flash of the blades, all the zombies fell, and she was out of the school. In the sky, the god of dreams snorted coldly. Finally, I found a little bug. And so, all kinds of obstacles began to appear in Jiangqi's path. A tornado swirled from the ground, a monster appeared out of nowhere, a crack suddenly opened in the ground, and a murderous cold air emerged from it. Or the people around her suddenly rushed towards her like controlled robots, attacking her recklessly. Even the stones, metal, glass, paper, and plastic around her suddenly became weapons of destruction. Jiangqi marched and killed, roaring at the sky in a hoarse, almost male-female voice. God of dreams, dare you come out and fight me face to face? Hiding behind the scenes, sneaking around, what kind of god are you? Ridiculous. Shameless. Disgusting. You don't even have the guts. Don't bring shame upon the gods. Get down from your throne. The god of dreams looked at the boastful insect and suddenly smiled coldly. Suddenly, even more terrifying power descended upon Jiangqi. In the distance, the real cloak train conductor, alerted to the commotion, came over and saw a figure who looked exactly like him shouting at the sky. He nearly tripped and fell. He pointed at that himself in disbelief. He knew with his toes that it was another train conductor impersonating him. Shameless. Don't you have any shame? How could you impersonate him? The worst part is, he couldn't prove it was fake. He just threw on a cloak and claimed he was the real one, then he'd be struck down by the god of dreams. But without the cloak, he couldn't prove he was himself. This is completely unsolvable. If he'd known, he wouldn't have worn the cloak. In the teaching building behind, the school suddenly fell silent as the zombies were drawn to attack Jiangqi. Jiangqi, now assuming the body of a student, stood on the rooftop, watching herself surrounded by wave after wave of attacks. She traced the traces of these attacks backward, searching for the god of dreams. This being is indeed powerful. He is the law of this world, and his will is the will of this world. But he must have a physical form. Especially now that he's rampaging and actively destroying this plane, it's impossible for him to still be so tightly bound to it. One Jiangqi was attracting the attacks of the god of dreams, while the other was trying to find the god of dreams. Finally, Jiangqi, atop the teaching building, noticed something unusual in the sky. Jiangqi, on the ground, immediately shared this discovery. She soared into the sky, teleporting a few times to reach the heavens. She no longer concealed her true intentions, condensing the divine power of the feather god into a blade and slashing fiercely. The god of dreams was furious. How dare this little bug crawl onto his face? He immediately mobilized the vast elements and power around him to attack Jiangqi. However, his attention was drawn to the blade, and he didn't see that after this strike, Jiangqi released a large number of feather-like blades, piercing the god of dreams from all directions and angles. But just as they were about to strike, the feathers unfolded, forming a cocoon at the speed of light. The feather realm took shape. The god of dreams was trapped within it. At the same time, Jiangqi, atop the teaching building, also moved. She soared into the air, exerting her divine power to construct a second feather realm outside the existing one. The double feather realm trapped the god of dreams, severing his connection to the entire plane. The two Jiangqis locked eyes in midair, their bodies merging into one. They continued to gaze upon the feather realm, their eyes gleaming, their breaths heavy. They had actually trapped him. The earth below began to rapidly crumble. Because the current plane scenery was entirely a creation of the god of dreams, not a real entity, if the connection to him was lost, the entire scene would crumble. The newly constructed skyscrapers collapsed, the newly emerged mountains and rivers vanished, and the puppets wreaking havoc suddenly lost power and froze in place, the relentless disasters coming to an abrupt halt. The scene crumbled, but the world quickly grew quiet. Jiangqi withdrew her gaze, and looked at the scene before her. We won't be able to trap him like this for long. She hesitated for a moment, then flew directly towards the feather realm, slipping through the gaps between the feathers. Jiangqi entered the outer layer of the feather realm, and discovered that cracks had appeared in the inner layer. The god of dreams within was struggling frantically. Jiangqi mobilized the divine power within the glowing pool. With one hand, she channeled the power of the god of feathers to mend the cracks. With the other, she channeled the power of the god of seas. Strands of blue divine power, like chains, reinforced the outer layer of the feather realm. She spoke solemnly to the god of dreams within. Stop struggling. Your primary ability is to explore and seduce people's hearts, construct dreams, and, relying on your position as the master of this plane, you can control many things. In reality, your combat prowess isn't particularly strong. If you were isolated and trapped in this tiny space, you'd be helpless. The god of dreams within was silent for a moment, then muttered, "All right, isn't it just me doing the work?" "I agree." Jiangqi scoffed. A god who constantly shirks his responsibilities, disobeys orders, and takes himself too seriously. Do you think the game can really tolerate you? There was a sudden pause. What do you mean? What I'm saying is, your abilities are quite impressive, but rather than wielding them on yourself, it's better to let someone more obedient wield them. Jiangqi's entire body began to radiate with transgressive power, a dense black energy, so dense it threatened to submerge her. The god of dreams seemed to sense danger. What is this? Who are you? Then, the transgressive power seeped into the feather realm, and the god of dreams let out a distorted cry of alarm. This is... No. I was wrong. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes. She seemed particularly afraid of this transgressive power, which suited her needs perfectly. She rushed into the feather realm. City of Dreams. The entire land had become a flat plain, with countless people lying in a haphazard pattern on the ground. Some players were still alive. They struggled to their feet, looking at the bare earth, then at each other, utterly bewildered. Their minds were in a state of confusion, leaving them momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. Some of the natives were also still alive, but their expressions were even more bewildered and helpless. They sat there blankly, not even realizing who they were. Apart from them, everyone else was dead. The ground was littered with corpses, some freshly deceased, like the lemon train captain and his players, their bodies still remarkably fresh. Some, like the indigenous people, had long been dead, their bodies dried up. What remained were a vast number of puppets, mere shells of themselves. Without the god of dreams' control, they lay limp on the ground, like worthless puppets. The cloaked train captain observed this scene, frowned, and summoned his players to assemble. As soon as his players assembled, the lemon train captain's players were all dead, making it clear who controlled the remaining players. The cloaked train captain sneered at the bewildered players. Capture those people. He looked up at the hazy ball in the sky and abruptly changed the subject. Invite those players here. Soon, the players were summoned, a sparse crowd of several hundred. The cloaked train captain forced a relatively affable smile. Who is your train captain? As soon as he finished speaking, the ball in the sky suddenly began to shake, expanding and contracting, as if a fierce fight were taking place within. Cloak's teeth ached. If this sphere exploded, who would emerge alive? The god of dreams, or that despicable colleague? After careful consideration, he decided his colleague was the better choice. At least that colleague was only impersonating him, and probably wouldn't actually kill him. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to swell. Every time the sphere in the sky expanded, the aura of the god of dreams leaked out, the air in this plane tensed, and the ground swelled, as if something was stirring to crawl out. Cloak looked down at his feet, and a series of hideous faces flashed by, representing the lingering regret and resentment of those who had died in this plane. These comprise the vast energy of this plane, and once the god of dreams emerges, they can be mobilized. He sighed and ordered the players, "Go. Clear these energies, and thoroughly cleanse this plane." His confidant hesitated. Isn't our mission to bring this god of dreams out? Can we accomplish this mission now? The cloak snorted, his eyes flashing coldly beneath the cloak. Don't you understand? We're being pushed here as cannon fodder. The game doesn't want us to live. Does it matter whether it's a mission or not? If the god of dreams ultimately triumphs in the sky, clearing the plane's energy, he have no leverage left and will have to obey, and the mission will naturally be accomplished. If that fellow competitor, such a powerful one, triumphs, he consider it a good deal. Either side will win. However, after they spent several days cleaning the entire plane and disposing of all the lingering resentment, the giant ball in the sky still hung high, occasionally moving, proving that there was still activity within. It's hatching eggs. People murmured to themselves. Jiangqi's orc players found the bodies of their companions, piled them together, and burned them. Afterwards, they sat on the ground with nothing to do, staring at the giant ball in the sky. Is our train conductor really in there? He should be. Where else could he be? Oh, I should have known better. Out of over 1,000, only a few hundred of us died. I wish I had stayed at the station. Take it easy. This is our fate. Besides, dealing with those resentful spirits this time has been quite rewarding. For example, They unearthed a number of small props from the ground, as well as remains that had developed special properties over time. These were valuable items, treasures they hadn't obtained in the previous 4 instances. At this moment, the furry sphere in the sky began to vibrate again, this time for an unusually long time. Everyone looked up, transfixed. Under everyone's gaze, the sphere slowly disintegrated and dissolved. And then, it was gone. Everyone's eyes grew weary, their necks strained, but nothing emerged from the sphere. There was no god of dreams, and no conductor. It was as if the two of them had vanished from this plane. Are you awake? Are you dizzy? Do you feel like vomiting? Jiangqi dazedly opened her eyes, and saw a nurse looking at her with concern. She tried to get up, but a wave of dizziness forced her to lie back down, a wave of nausea washing over her. The nurse hurriedly said, "Don't get up. You've been hit by a car. You have a mild concussion. You need to stay in bed for observation." Jiangqi raised his hand and touched the bandage on his forehead. "I was hit by a car? Can we ask you something?" 2 traffic police officers walked in, one tall and thin, a bit handsome, the other stocky and honest. Jiangqi was stunned as she watched them enter. Something flashed through her mind, making her feel that the scene was incredibly familiar, as if she had seen the exact same scene before. They began to ask her about the accident, but Jiangqi's attention was completely elsewhere. Her eyes darted around, taking in the surroundings. This was a 3-person ward. She lay in a bed by the window. Outside, it was dusk. The hospital's greenery was well maintained, and from her perspective, she could see several people in hospital gowns strolling in the sunset. It all felt familiar, yet not so familiar. Besides knowing her name was Jiangqi, her mind was completely blank. She felt as if she'd forgotten something crucial. She even felt like she shouldn't be here at all. She pinched her brows. "Excuse me, where is this place, and what time is it?" The 2 traffic officers paused to question her, exchanged a look of concern, and quickly summoned a doctor. After a thorough examination, the doctor concluded, a concussion might have caused temporary amnesia. For a moment, Jiangqi became the talk of the ward. People were peeking outside the ward, eager to check in on the rare amnesiac. But Jiangqi also knew what she wanted to know. This was Chuncheong People's Hospital. It was May 7th, 6:30 p.m. Chapter 108. It was late at night, and the hospital was quiet. Jiangqi lay in bed, moonlight streaming in through the window. She stared silently out the window for a long moment, then withdrew her gaze. She took her ID card from the bedside table and examined it over and over again. It was indeed her portrait, her name, her date of birth, and her address. But why did everything feel unreal? This ID card, along with the surroundings, felt unreal to her. She raised her hand again, examining it from left to right. It was flexible, warm, and even the slightest touch was discernible. She could smell the faint scent of disinfectant from the recently mopped floor. She could hear the breathing of the patient in the next bed, and the sounds of people walking outside. Everything was clearly fine, so why did she feel something was wrong? And the date, May 7th, gave her an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if something terrible was about to happen. Is it true that people become so insecure after losing their memories? She slowly turned over, draping the blanket over herself, and forced herself to let go of all distractions. She focused on restoring her health. In the corner of the ward, a shadow began to stir, slowly drifting to the bedside. Looking at the figure, whose brows were furrowed even in his sleep, it chuckled strangely. "I discovered your secret. An Orcish train conductor, yet at heart you're an ordinary person from a dungeon. Ha ha ha. How dare you impersonate a train conductor? You're dead." He laughed heartily, drifting out the window. Just as he was about to leave this dream, he discovered he couldn't get out. The entire city was enveloped by a force, preventing anyone from entering or leaving, including him. He cried out in shock, "What's going on? Why can't I get out? This is clearly my dream. How could I not be able to leave?" He frantically searched for a way out along the city's perimeter, but found no escape, no matter how he tried. Suddenly, he stopped, realizing a terrifying problem. His strength was greatly diminished. He couldn't, and didn't need to, create a grandiose dream. So, if he had conjured a dream, it would have encompassed at most a hospital. But now, this dream had taken on an entire city. He suddenly turned around. The night sky of Spring City was ablaze with lights, and the highway was a constant stream of traffic. Many buildings were still lit, indicating that people were still working overtime. Inside the residential buildings, countless families were carrying out similar yet different evening routines. Everything was so realistic, so detailed. He suddenly stepped back several meters, staring at the scene in disbelief. This wasn't his dream, it was the conductor's own dream, and he, the god of dreams, had always been the one to create dreams and toy with others, but now he was trapped in someone else's dream, unable to escape. Jiangqi stayed in the hospital for 3 days. Her concussion had subsided, and she had no other discomfort, but she still couldn't remember anything. After an examination, the doctor found no organic lesions in her brain, and discharged her for observation. Jiangqi stood at the hospital gate, momentarily bewildered, unsure where to go. She pulled out her phone, and the shopping app on it had her delivery address. So, she must have lived there, right? Half an hour later, she got out of the taxi, looked at the exciting community before her, and then walked slowly to Building 5, Room 605. She unlocked the door with her key, but everything inside still felt both familiar and strange. It felt like she hadn't been home for ages. But since it felt familiar, she must have come to the right place. After looking around, she realized there wasn't much food left at home, so she decided to go get some food. She changed her clothes and prepared to leave, only to discover a number of strangers in the neighborhood. Their gazes were strange, presumptuous, critical, cold, and heartless. They looked down upon the residents of the neighborhood with an air of superiority, as if they were ants, and their mouths chattered in a completely incomprehensible dialect. And they looked at the neighborhood's belongings, the cars, the trees, the valuables in other people's homes, as if they were selecting goods, as if they were planning to take them for themselves someday. It was strange and disgusting. Like a bunch of ugly, filthy thieves. Jiangqi gave them a cold glance and continued walking. Once outside, he noticed people with the same demeanor as the strangers in the neighborhood. Even at the supermarket, he could spot a number of people clearly staking out the area. Jiangqi thought for a moment and called the police. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived. You called the police? You said you saw a lot of suspicious people outside the supermarket? Yes, it was me. Jiangqi first showed the police some furtive footage he had taken on his phone, then took them to see the people. The police saw a lot of people skulking around, trying to figure out the location of the supermarket warehouse. It really looked like they were scouting the area. And judging by their appearance and demeanor, they didn't look like locals from Spring City. The police immediately approached them, asking for their identities and checking their ID. The strangers remained calm, producing their IDs. However, a few showed signs of panic, turning and running after a few more questions. Seeing no escape, they suddenly attacked the police with knives drawn. What began as a single attack quickly escalated into a group. Jiangqi sensed something was amiss, glanced around, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and rushed over to help. He sprayed the enemy with a stream of spray, then swung the extinguisher around and began smashing things around. Bystanders also rushed to help, and then more people joined in. The situation spiraled out of control, and the situation quickly deteriorated. An hour later, Jiangqi sat in the police station, his mouth bruised and blue, and he was applying an ice pack to his body. He had been hit several times. A policewoman came out and poured her a cup of hot water. Thank you for what happened just now. Don't rush in so recklessly next time you encounter something like this. Catching the bad guys is our job. Jiangqi shuddered as he drank the water. The woman went to close the window and said, It's strange, the temperature has suddenly dropped. Jiangqi looked out the window and asked, Who are those people? Before the woman could say anything, a furious roar erupted from the interrogation room inside. Do you know who we are? We're players sent by the game. You're all dead. All of you. Jiangqi looked over in astonishment. Game? Players? Something flashed through his mind, so fast it was impossible to grasp. Then, the bureau erupted in chaos again. The captured players were trying to escape. Calls kept coming in from below, saying there had been a car accident somewhere, and they needed help. Then the internet exploded, reporting that the entire Spring City had been sealed off by an invisible force, completely cut off from the outside world. Jiangqi sat in a daze, staring at the chaotic scene before her, a chill running through her body. She felt as if she had experienced this scene more than once. At this moment, she felt a sense of destiny, a sense of being at the beginning, seeing the end at a glance, and a sense of powerlessness, unable to stop it no matter what she did. The god of dreams transformed into a twisted black shadow, snarling behind her. You refuse to wake up. You still want to change this in your dreams, then die in this dream. The surrounding scene suddenly shifted, and Jiangqi found herself outside. What she saw was a world of ice and snow, and on the roadside stood the people of Spring City, frozen like ice sculptures. From the heights, people were thrown to death, pierced by icicles on the ground. Inside, people were killed by burglars. On the streets, people were chased and hacked, simply because these players were frustrated and wanted to vent their anger. Everywhere she looked, there were screams of pain, and every sight was filled with devastation. Jiangqi covered her head. No, this shouldn't be the case. The next moment, frost crept up from the soles of her feet, the extreme cold causing her skin to freeze and crack. There's someone over there. Kill! A group of players, rabid with killing intent, saw her and rushed over, weapons raised. Jiangqi instinctively raised her hands, ready to unleash some attack, but her hands were empty, no weapon emerged, no energy gathered. She stared blankly at her hands, feeling as if something was missing, but the enemies were already upon her. She kicked the first person away, snatched the weapon from the second, and began to slaughter them recklessly. At first, she attacked without any strategy, hacking and slashing randomly, but she soon mastered the technique, transforming into a killing god, slashing at every player she encountered, slaughtering her way through. The God of Dreams, surprise! You can still fight like this. It mobilized the surrounding elements, empowering the players and forcing them to besiege Jiangqi. The players, like cockroaches, poured out in endless waves. Jiangqi fought from street to street, from one end of the city to the other. After an unknown amount of time, the entire city fell silent, and Jiangqi awoke from his state of stress. Looking back, he saw corpses and blood everywhere, a trail that even the snow and ice couldn't cover. The entire city was silent, as if she was the only living person left. She wiped the blood from her face, gasping for breath, and looked at the blood all over her body. Illusion, she murmured. So this is an illusion, or rather my dream. She still hadn't regained her memory, but she understood that she was trapped in a dream, and that within it existed a hostile being. She walked forward step by step, and the surrounding scene changed dramatically with her steps. The carriage, a seatless one, was packed with people, bloody, foul-smelling, and wretched. They sat or stood. The overbearing took up a larger space, while the timid and incompetent were squeezed so tightly that they had no place to stand. In a corner, a woman hunched her neck and hunched her body, trying to minimize her presence. Her face was painted black, her hair tangled in a mess, afraid to be seen. Jiangqi opened his eyes, and found himself in this huddled position. Looking around, these people looked a bit like the players she had just killed. I get it. She's infiltrated the crowd of players. At this moment, a cold voice blared over the radio. There's a rat on our train. Come out on your own, and I spare your life. The players in the carriage erupted in a commotion. The leader of the carriage, which held the largest territory, stood up and grabbed everyone else's shoulder. Is that rat you? Is that you? Ah? Is that you? The man checked each person one by one, finally landing his hand on Jiangqi's shoulder. Jiangqi spun around under the force, revealing a face so featureless you forget it after seeing it. The man shoved her away and glared at everyone in the carriage. You better not be one. Otherwise, I'd be the first to kill you. Jiangqi retreated to the corner, lowering her eyes and glaring at them coldly. She knew she was the rat who had infiltrated. An uncontrollable urgency and fear welled up in her. She must not let her identity be exposed, or she would face a terrible end. The thought was so real, as if she had experienced such fear and helplessness before. She began to understand. Both the Spring City and the train she was on were dreams based on her memories. These two key points were crucial to her memory, so she appeared here to change something. However, in Spring City, before she could do anything more, she was thwarted by a hostile presence. Similarly, that person might be lurking in the shadows, ready to attack her again. At that moment, everyone in the carriage froze, then turned to stare at Jiangqi with piercing eyes. Rat! You're the rat! The rat's been found. A swarm of people attacked Jiangqi. Jiangqi pursed his lips, grabbed a nearby attacker, and threw him, knocking over a group of people. A fierce battle erupted in the carriage. People from the carriages ahead and behind rushed over, like puppets being manipulated, joining in the relentless fray. A few hours later, Jiangqi had slaughtered everyone on the train. He limped over the pile of corpses and leaned against the door, gasping for breath. She looked down at herself. A large gaping hole emptied her chest and abdomen. Blood gushed from the wounds, quickly soaking the ground. The blood, seemingly endless, rapidly drained away her warmth and strength. Jiangqi's vision began to blur, and her breathing grew heavier. A shadow twisted behind her. The God of Dreams chuckled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you're almost done. So what if this is your dream? I'm the God of Dreams. Even in your dreams, I have absolute control. Every element in your dream can be used by me as a weapon against you. The God of Dreams smiled, then looked at his now smaller body, and complained angrily, "Your dream stuff is damn hard to control. It's taking up so much of my energy. If he doesn't kill this guy, he might not be able to hold out much longer." Jiangqi couldn't hear his complaints. Her breathing grew weaker. She forced her eyes open, watching the receding scenery outside the car, a verdant canyon lined with birds circling overhead. Click. The front driver's door opened, and a figure emerged. The god of dreams was startled. "Why is there someone hiding?" Jiangqi slowly raised her head. It was an old man in a conductor's uniform. He approached, his face gradually emerging from the shadows. "Okay, it's you, you stinky rat without a ticket." Jiangqi stared at him intently, her memory shimmering as she murmured, "Cunning Snake." Cunning Snake, the conductor of the Spring City dungeon, was also the one who had thrown her off the train. She glanced out the window again. No wonder the scenery felt familiar. This was where she had been thrown off the train. This scene had once been a nightmare, and now it was playing out again. Cunning Snake approached, his bony hands grasping her collar. He opened the train door and flung her out. Jiangqi's eyes widened, her body completely paralyzed. She could only watch herself plummet into the ravine as the green train receded before her eyes. She stared intently at the train. But this time, no one jumped out to grab her. Bang! Jiangqi fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to open her eyes, only to find herself in a completely different environment. This place seemed like a massive garbage dump, filled with all sorts of trash, covered in ice and snow, and freezing cold. She trudged forward, hungry, weak, cold, and the pain from her wounds nearly sapped her willpower. She desperately wanted to find something useful among the garbage. Things like medicine, food, or clothing. She rummaged through pile after pile of trash, picking up a few pieces of clothing and putting them on. She tore off relatively clean strips of cloth to bandage her wounds, dug out shoes that barely fit, and put them on. She also found a stuffed animal, cut a hole in it, and put it on her head. She wrapped herself up like a tattered little bear, rummaging through the garbage heap, foot deep and foot shallow. Finally, she found something she couldn't quite call food. It tasted odd, but it was edible enough to fill her stomach. Finally, she reached a deep pit and looked down, stunned. The pit was filled with all sorts of abandoned trains similar to Cunning Snake's green train. So many. Among the pile, she spotted a severely deformed locomotive, lying unassumingly on the edge. Its structure looked bulkier than the others, and it was covered in a mess of garbage, dirt, and snow. But Jiangqi couldn't help but be drawn to it, stepping closer. She brushed the snow off the door, revealing the words below, Yuanhang 001. Jiangqi's gaze fixed on those words, and he whispered, "Ayuan. Is this you, Ayuan? So, this is where we first met." At that moment, all the memories from before she entered the dream returned to Jiangqi's mind, and she finally understood what was happening. At that moment, the abandoned train in the pit began to creak and creak, as if it had come alive. The god of dreams hung in the air, like a sinister cloud looming over Jiangqi below. This dream could end now. This is your burial place. He controlled all the trains, crushing them towards Jiangqi. Concerned that this wouldn't kill her, he also controlled all the surrounding garbage to pour into the pit, intending to bury Jiangqi completely. Jiangqi stood up and looked up at the god of dreams, who had suddenly shrunk significantly due to his desperate manipulation of so many things. He sneered, "Burying place? You're talking about you, right?" Before the train could crush her, her figure vanished and reappeared behind the god of dreams. "This is my dream. What makes you think you can defeat me in my dream?" The god of dreams turned around in shock, but was greeted by a massive fist brimming with divine power. The Dream City Plain. In the sky, the Feather Realm. Jiangqi suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. In his mind, a Yuan hurriedly asked, "You're awake. How are you?" Jiangqi looked at his hands, then touched his body. This was real. This was true reality. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally awake. "Huh, I almost lost myself in a dream. Was it going well?" Jiangqi smiled and nodded. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was great. "I completely defeated the god of dreams. To be more precise, I devoured him. By the way, how long was I asleep?" 8 whole days. That long? In the dream, it didn't feel like much time had passed. 8 days ago, Jiangqi and the god of dreams had been entangled in this small feather realm for a long time, but she was unable to destroy him. After all, he was a god. Even if he had severed his connection to the outside world, he would still be a formidable opponent. If this continued, she might not be able to deal with him even after the dungeon was over. By then, the god of dreams could call on the game for help, which would be troublesome. So Jiangqi made a risky decision. She would open her memories and sea of consciousness, bring the god of dreams into her dreams, and there, drain his power and completely destroy him. This is indeed very risky. If Jiangqi is not careful, he will be finished if he brings the enemy into his own sea of consciousness. But this was the only solution she could think of. She didn't have much leverage, nor did she have the ability to outmaneuver her opponent. Time was running out, so she had no choice but to take the risk. At the time, Yuan had warned her, although your dreams are your home turf, when it comes to dream-weaving skills, 10 of you can't match the dream god. He will use everything in your dreams to attack you. Jiangqi, but precisely because his dream-making abilities are superior to mine, he's let his guard down due to his confidence. Furthermore, as long as he tries to distort my dreams and control the energy within them, he will continuously consume himself. When he reaches a certain level, it's time for me to strike back. So, she staged a scene, pretending to be attacked by the dream god and fall into a coma. Sure enough, the dream god took advantage of the situation and penetrated her sea of consciousness, mining her memories. And so, the dream god used local resources to manipulate players and trash to kill Jiangqi. At this moment, Yuan's usually calm voice was tinged with a hint of fear. You're so bold. You even sealed your own memories. Jiangqi smiled. That's true. I was confident that even without my memories, I could withstand the attacks. It was precisely because I was severely injured in the first 2 attacks that he finally used all his strength to kill me. If not, who knows how long it would have taken. However, this god of dreams is truly powerful. He dug deep into my heart, uncovering the most important moments, and brought me there. What moments? For example, before the Spring City dungeon launched. I desperately want to reverse everything. Even after being reborn and transformed once, that moment is still very important to me. For example, when Cunning Snake threw me off the train, that was my most terrifying memory since my rebirth. Another example. Yuan. Jiangqi paused, then said slowly. Another example, the moment I met you. Because of this dream, she remembered that she and Yuan had indeed met in that garbage pit, but things hadn't gone as smoothly as in the dream. She spent a long time rummaging through the garbage heap and rummaging through the pit, trying to piece together a complete train. It wasn't until she finally found the shattered locomotive of Yuanhang 001 at the bottom of the pit. It was buried so deep, so flattened. If she hadn't been so curious, if she had been a little lazy, she wouldn't have found it. So, you and I were never meant to be together. It's all thanks to my ability to dig. Yuan fell silent, as if hesitant to speak. Jiangqi waved his hand quickly. Don't say anything. You don't have to say anything. I'm only saying this to tell you that I remember. But that's all I remember. If I hadn't killed the god of dreams, perhaps he could have led me to the next important node, and I would have remembered more. But I'm worried the longer the night, the more trouble I have. Yuan then said, You're right. Jiangqi looked at his hands. I devoured the god of dreams. I try again to see if I can gain his ability to excavate memories. She still had a question. Since she and Yuan met after she was thrown off the train, who was the person who jumped out of the train to save her in her memory? Did I imagine this? Because the memory of being thrown off the train was so heavy, she simply imagined someone to save her? What did you say? Jiangqi shook her head. Nothing. What's going on now? She looked down. Wow, the dream city was a flattened land, all the clutter gone. Everything was pristine. A group of players sat idly on the ground, picking their feet and chewing their teeth. Jiangqi said, I devoured the god of dreams. The game won't let me go. Although I pretended to be that cloaked train conductor, that was to prevent the god of dreams from dying. I tried to deceive him, but I can't deceive the game. So what are you going to do? The most foolproof approach, of course, would be to silence everyone, creating the illusion that the god of dreams had wiped them out and fled. But asking Jiangqi to kill all the thousands of people down there was beyond her ability. But without the god of dreams, this plane would soon be destroyed. Jiangqi sighed. I can't kill so many people, so I just fake my own death and get away. I worn this Jin Hao vest long enough. It's time to take it off. Yuan, get ready. I'm about to explode Jin Hao's faceplate. Okay. I peel off the 2 conductor faceplates first. Then, the conductor faceplates in Jiangqi's mind began to vibrate, slowly peeling off 2. One was golden. Name, Jin Hao. Identity, conductor. Rank, level 2. Number, 5218. Train number, Jin Hao 315419. The other was purple. Name, Jiangqi. Identity, Conductor. Rank, to be officially certified. Number, none. Train number, none. At the moment of complete separation, Jiangqi withdrew from Jin Hao's golden butterfly swarm, leaving Jin Hao's faceplate within the swarm as she transformed into a shadow. The next moment, she harnessed the power of the God of Dreams, mobilizing the remaining energy of the entire plane, and fiercely struck the butterflies. Below, the cloaked train conductor and the other players were bored to death. For so many days, nothing had happened in the dungeon. The other train conductor and the God of Dreams seemed to have vanished. Seeing the dungeon's end was near, the cloaked train conductor grew anxious. At that moment, there was a sudden movement in the air. A shadow and a figure appeared. Then, the dungeon's energy was mobilized, fiercely striking the figure. Bang! The figure, struck by the strike, trembled and fell miserably. The shadow laughed indignantly. Game, how dare you force me like this? You think I submit? Dream on. With these words, the shadow vanished without a trace. The crowd below shuddered with fear, remaining vigilant for a moment. Only after they were not attacked did they dare to look at the fallen figure. Conductor? The orc players were horrified, throwing themselves over the corpse and shouting, Conductor! Master Jin Hao! The cloaked conductor walked over to take a look, then shook his head grimly. There's no hope. Dead as hell. The conductor's faceplate was shattered to dust. He sighed. He thought this conductor was so formidable, but now he's dead too. The God of Dreams had even escaped. As the only surviving conductor in this dungeon, his face darkened even more at the thought of facing the game's wrath alone. After leaving the dungeon, Jiangqi completely sealed his aura. Looking back, he saw that the Dream City plane had indeed begun to collapse, and soon, the people inside rushed out. The cloaked train conductor hurriedly called everyone aboard. The orc players were bewildered, but not too foolish. They brazenly climbed aboard the cloaked train. The cloaked train didn't chase them away, but quickly started the train and fled. Behind them, the entire plane, along with the Jinhao 315419 train parked at the station, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Jiangqi, attached to the cloaked train, silently watched the scene unfold. When they arrived at the next station, he quietly departed. Upper Spirit Plane. Train Conductor Management Department. One of Zhong Yuan's men noticed that the name of one of his own train conductors had gone dark. Jin Hao? Zhong Hao? Ah, the one who took the Dream God quest. Dead. The man quickly reported this to Zhong Yuan. He was accompanied by another person, who brought news that the Dream City dungeon had failed and the Dream God had escaped. The two stood cautiously, not daring to glance at Zhong Yuan's expression, but they could feel the air pressure around them rapidly dropping. After a moment, Zhong Yuan finally spoke, his voice dark. Where's Zhong Hao's body? It was brought out by the train conductor. Go check it out. Yes. Zhong Yuan added. Tell Zhong Yi to come over here and see what kind of people he's recruiting. The two men hung their heads, not daring to speak, but they couldn't help but sigh for Zhong Yi. Although Zhong Yi was a rather unpleasant person, he was truly wronged in recruiting Jin Hao. It was clearly because Jin Hao had acquired the power of the Feather God that several deputy ministers clamored for him, and Zhong Yi was simply following orders. However, if the boss was angry, then naturally, it could only be the subordinate's fault. So, Zhong Yi, who was busy fulfilling wishes, exhausted and drained of his money, was called back and given a beating. Zhong Yi was stunned. He almost gasped when he learned it was because Zhong Hao had died at such an untimely moment. That Zhong Hao again. Damn Zhong Hao. Zhong Yuan said coldly, you recommended Zhong Hao for this mission. The result is that the game has lost a god. You bear the consequences. Zhong Yi's legs went weak, and he slumped to his knees. Teacher, how can I bear this? How can I afford it? Teacher, you can't just ignore me. It was clearly a suicide mission, but he hadn't imagined such a huge mistake would occur. If only he had known, if only he had known. Alas, there's no such thing as knowing for sure. Zhong Yi was simply pushed out as a scapegoat. Same floor, other floor. Rong Ding asked in shock, is Jin Hao dead? Yes, they say an autopsy was performed on the spot, and the identity is confirmed. Rong Ding then asked, killed by the God of Dreams? Yes, that dungeon was originally designed to send people to their deaths. It's said that 3 train conductors went, and only one survived. Rong Ding frowned, and slowly sat down. The game, sending people to be killed by the God of Dreams in order to bring him out, was indeed a dead end. But if Jin Hao died in it, if the God of Dreams was angry enough to kill Jin Hao, how could he have left anyone alive? Her brows relaxed again. Perhaps it was just a shell of Jean Hao who died. It seemed that person had gained so much in this dungeon that she was willing to sacrifice a train conductor's disguise. Chapter 109. Blue Star Plane. Jean Hao has been enjoying a very successful life these days. Having arrived on Blue Star with over 30,000 natives from the Feather Realm, he was initially assigned to an undeveloped area with little to offer. However, by chance, he encountered a few Blue Star merchants from Country C. He helped them with a small favor and established a relationship. Because he was willing to use his train coins to purchase supplies from Country C officials quickly contacted him. Everything went smoothly from there. Over 30,000 of them were taken to an uninhabited island under Country C's control. Country C helped build all the infrastructure and provided all the supplies, requiring only a few 100,000 train coins. They thus established a firm foothold on Blue Star. Afterwards, the 3 major gaming departments posted job openings. They applied with a tentative attitude and surprisingly, dozens of them were hired. Jean Hao even relied on his own abilities to get a job at a service station, becoming a small employee. Having been robbed of his former train conductor position, he finally became a game employee, and his life at the service station was even more comfortable. He sighed, then resigned himself completely to the fact that he couldn't resist. With a powerful deity of unknown origin protecting him, he knew he'd definitely live a comfortable life from now on. However, this good time didn't last long. One day, while meeting a few new game employees at the service station, he heard shocking news. You guys, what's the name of the train conductor killed by the God of Dreams? He asked, suppressing his panic. The 2 people speaking looked at him, then suddenly realized, oh, you're someone the game has assigned to Blue Star. He used to be a player working under the train conductor, right? Jean Hao forced a smile. He wasn't a player, he was a native, rescued by the train conductor. Then you're lucky. There aren't many such kind-hearted train conductors. What was the name of the train conductor killed by the God of Dreams? One of them seemed to be Zhong Hao. No, Zhong Hao was a name he changed later. His original name was Jean Hao. He seems to have come from the Orc plane. Hey, the universe is so vast. So many train conductors die every day. Jean Hao couldn't hear the rest of the words. All he could think about was that arrogant guy's death. Wasn't he a god? Oh yes, that God of Dreams sounds even more powerful. It makes sense for a weaker god to die at the hands of a stronger one. Jean Hao sat there dejected, his mind preoccupied with what to do next. Without a backer, could he now go out and claim he was the real Jean Hao, and that the deceased Jean Hao had stolen his identity? No, he couldn't. He was completely worthless. No one would sympathize with him because of his plight. Instead, they would drag him in for questioning because of his connection to the deceased Jean Hao. After all, didn't you hear? The God of Dreams escaped and was now wanted by the game. Getting caught up in something like this, he'd die without knowing how. In fact, what he needed to do now was to distance himself from it. He touched his face again. He had to change his appearance, not bear any resemblance to the deceased Jean Hao. Jean Hao suddenly realized that from this moment on, he had to sever all ties with Jean Hao. The former crown prince Jean Hao of the Orc Empire was completely dead, and from now on, he was simply Retien, a native of the Feather Realm. Jean Hao's every move at the service station was closely watched, so today's conversation and Jean Hao's unusual behavior immediately reached the ears of the station manager, Cui He. Cui He was horrified. Train conductor Jean Hao was dead. Although the mysterious team leader didn't explicitly reveal her in-game identity, she did say that the train coins bearing the Jean Hao 315419 logo held by the Feather Realm natives were given by her. When they couldn't get any information from the team leader, they naturally chose to keep an eye on the natives, especially their leader Retien. Retien was a simple-minded individual. After some probing, the clever people of Country C had basically figured out his origins and experiences. An unlucky wretch whose identity had been stolen by the team leader. This unlucky wretch had even been given the name Retien by the team leader, with a rather unkind humor. Retien, for Hao, is simply a brand name. It's a perfect echo of De Guanglong's nickname style. Because Retien had inadvertently hinted that he wanted to show the train conductor some results, they kept a closer eye on him. On the one hand, they worried the team leader might actually contact him again. On the other, they were afraid he might let his mouth shut and let others trick him into revealing something. Unexpectedly, they uncovered the news that the train conductor had died. Cui He panicked for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Impossible. He wouldn't die so easily. If she could change one persona, she could change another. Go investigate this God of Dreams again. Don't be too pushy, he instructed. But there really wasn't any need to ask too much. As the God of Dreams escape had been quite a big deal recently, and new gamers arriving on Blue Star would at least mention it. We all have to be careful lately. The God of Dreams probably hates the game and might randomly attack us minions. There's no need to be so anxious. There are countless planes, and the chances of us running into him are incredibly small. If it were any other god, we wouldn't be so worried. Even if we were unlucky, we just die. But you don't know, the God of Dreams is incredibly skilled at digging into people's inner secrets. Hush. Then we really have to be careful. Who doesn't have a few secrets they absolutely cannot let anyone know? If they were uncovered, threatened, or even revealed to the game, it would be more terrifying than death. As Cui socialized with the new guests, he heard these words, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. To think such a god existed? For people like them, who are so shrouded in secrets, it's a disaster. That same day, this news was relayed back to Country C. A few key figures met quietly for a meeting. This dream poses a real threat to us. It's perfectly reasonable for him to fight it to the death. They usually tried to be vague in their conversations, to prevent someone from picking up on key words. There are two possibilities. He truly met with an unforeseen event, the dream escaped, he triumphed, and then escaped. If the latter, then the fleeing dream could be the real one, or simply a smokescreen he had released. The few of them looked at each other, and decided to proceed with greater caution. Besides that, it seemed there was nothing more they could do. The one in the group, codenamed Rain Collar, suddenly said, I had a thought. If there's one dream in this world, there's no guarantee there won't be another. We can't always hope that the knife won't fall. What suggestions do you have? Raincaller said, the way to hide a leaf is to place it in the forest. I suggest encouraging all forms of literary and entertainment creation, novels, animations, films, songs, and dances about rebirth, time travel, and cheat codes, so that everyone can imagine how to deal with dungeons and disasters. With so many versions of the story flying around, the truth is buried deep below. Even if someone accidentally reveals their story later, it can be explained as someone writing a novel in their head, so absorbed in it that they took it seriously. For this reason, those of us who share a common secret can all give it a try, the more imaginative the better. The others pondered for a moment, and one hesitated, I'm afraid this will only lead to suspicion and investigation. Another said, let's test those people's minds first. If they can just laugh it off as the fantasies of ants, then there won't be a big problem. Those people refers to the gamers at the service station. Suddenly someone had an idea. Why not have those people write a story first? For example, let Ritian write it first. Everyone looked at each other. This wasn't impossible. Ritian was the only one who knew even a little about the team leader. If he'd been fine, Ritian wouldn't have dared do anything. But now that he was officially dead, Ritian was like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. But then again, since he was already officially dead, the consequences of this bomb exploding wouldn't be serious. In short, with his official death, Ritian was practically useless. Aside from a modicum of prestige among the 30,000 natives, which allowed him to control them, he had no other special purpose. A person who wasn't particularly useful, but who didn't need to be killed specifically might as well be put to good use. Let him be the first to create something, to spark this craze. Everyone looked at each other, and agreed to give it a try. However, there's a restriction. These creations must not cross red lines. The villains can only target dungeon monsters, or fictional characters, and the worldview can't be involved. The speaker pointed upward, implying that no game-related content could be involved, lest they accidentally offend those who shouldn't be offended. In short, there were many areas that needed to be carefully considered, but it was indeed a direction worth pursuing. Jiangqi had no idea that her country was about to usher in a flourishing, bizarre, and abstract cultural boom. After faking her own death and escaping, she stealthily changed several trains and arrived at an ordinary, newly established dungeon location. She chose a small city, and there absorbed and integrated the power she had received from the God of Dreams. To prevent any disturbance or discovery, she hid several kilometers underground. Anyway, she was just a spirit now, so hiding anywhere wasn't a problem. This fusion lasted for the better part of half a month. While she was half asleep and half awake, a sudden surge of energy descended from the ground. She focused some of her attention on exploring, and discovered that the city had been infiltrated by a dungeon. She had deliberately avoided the dungeon, not wanting it to pick up on her divine power fluctuations. What a coincidence. Her consciousness continued to probe upward, spreading throughout the city. The players appeared to be a new team, numbering over 100,000. The more players a dungeon has, the more likely it is to experience early casualties. This is because a large number of players, who can't keep up with the pace, and whose quality is clearly substandard, need to be drastically eliminated, saving the train conductor's energy and improving the overall player level. A dungeon disaster that causes significant player casualties means even greater casualties among the native population. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes. After all, this city had provided her with peace for the better part of a month. Seeing tragedy unfold before her eyes was too much to bear. She twisted her neck, a perfect opportunity to test the abilities she had received from the God of Dreams. On the ground, the dungeon had arrived, and a team of new players appeared, beginning a 30-day survival challenge. The team's conductor, Lu Shan, had also entered the dungeon. He was already a level 3 conductor, a respectable position among conductors. He personally participated in the dungeon to observe the players' performance and select the outstanding ones. This dungeon disaster involves extra-dimensional monsters. Initially, the number of monsters spawning is small, but they increase in number as the game progresses. While this makes it challenging for new players, it does help identify useful individuals. He observed and relaxed, enjoying himself. He captured a group of beautiful indigenous men and women and had them sing and dance for him. Just as he was enjoying himself, the ground suddenly shook. The tremor lingered for a long time, as if a powerful force had erupted from beneath the earth. Dungeon disasters don't include earthquakes. Surprised, he stood up and went to investigate. When he emerged, the scene before him shook and then changed dramatically. Just a moment ago, it was bright daylight, but now it was a pitch-black secret room. A bloody, mangled figure lay before him. Someone beside him said, "Go. His conductor's panel is yours." He suddenly forgot why he was there, only a surge of excitement in his heart as he stepped forward. Mine. 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 I'm going to be the conductor. He used a special method to connect the other person's conductor's panel to his own consciousness. At that moment, extreme pain erupted from his brain. He screamed, and so did the man deprived of the panel. The twin screams echoed in the secret room, but then, abruptly, the crisp sound of slaps echoed, and all the screams vanished in an instant. He jerked awake to find that the screaming person had disappeared, and so had the others. He stood alone in the darkness, bewildered and lost. Who's there? Who is it? A shadowy figure slowly stepped forward, a hoarse, sinister voice echoing, "What a train conductor! So you stole your identity from someone else. If the game finds out." Lu Shan's eyes widened in horror. His secret had been discovered. He would die. The game wouldn't let him off. No, there wouldn't even be a game. If the organization knew he leaked secrets, they would absolutely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Who are you? What stole it? What nonsense are you talking about? He mobilized all his primordial power, and a massive yellow iron hammer appeared, striking the shadowy figure. However, the hammer, seemingly capable of shattering the world, froze before the shadowy figure, then crumbled like a paper tiger. Lu Shan stared at the scene in disbelief. His full-strength attack had been neutralized. What the hell is that? The shadow approached, a vaguely humanoid figure. The shadow looked down at him, saying calmly, "Some ability, but not much." Lu Shan felt locked in a terrifying gaze, like a physical rope, binding him and tightening ever tighter. Lu Shan fell to his knees, his face purple from the loss of breath, his eyes bulging, his face etched with agony. He felt helpless. Who are you? The shadow? Or have you heard of the God of Dreams? Lu Shan's eyes widened. It's you? The news of the God of Dreams' betrayal of the game had spread everywhere. How could he not know? He hadn't expected to encounter him, and for his greatest secret to be so easily discovered, as expected of a god who could read the human heart. Wait, if he wanted to kill me, there was no need to reveal my secret first. An idea struck him, and he seized the opportunity to shout, "Lord God, I do anything you ask me to do. I'm willing to do anything for you." The force binding him paused, then retreated. The shadow sneered, "Not so foolish." Lu Shan didn't even bother to cough and catch his breath, but prostrated himself on the ground. "Thank you, Lord God, for not killing me. I repay your kindness by working like a slave. You're adaptable, not bad. Then introduce me to the person behind you." Lu Shan was stunned. "The person behind you? Well, there's no one behind me." The shadow said, "Oh? You don't think I can only discover one of your secrets, and not the other 2, 3, 4, or 5? Lu Shan froze. A dark shadow drifted slowly before him, like a human strolling. Each step felt like a tread on Lu Shan's heart, causing it to tighten. An organization that plucks the best talent from the player base and sells them for a profit. An organization that helps its own members and its customers seize the conductor's panel. An organization that constantly engages in both large and small moves under the game's nose. Perhaps your leader would be happy to meet me. Lu Shan suddenly felt that what he said made sense. The organization behind him was behind the game's back, and this god of dreams also had a problem with the game. Perhaps they were colluding with it, or rather, collaborating with it. He bravely said, "Yes, I will do whatever the god commands. Once this dungeon is over, I will take you there." From within the shadows, Jiangqi looked at the serval figure with indifference. With a wave of his hand, the secret room illusion vanished, and the two reappeared in reality. She looked at the group of beautiful, trembling natives in the room, men, women, young and old, and silently cursed Lu Shan for his sins. Then she looked back at the city. Spatial energy was already fluctuating, and alien monsters were about to appear. She floated to Lu Shan's previous seat and sat down, looking at him. "Wait until this dungeon is over. Do you think I have the time to waste it here with you?" Lu Shan choked. But I can't get out until the dungeon is over." Jiangqi nodded, as if remembering something. "I see. I almost forgot about that. Since I can't get out for the time being, I can't just sit there and wait. Give me a show." "Show?" The huddled natives, immobilized by an invisible force, watched the figure and the man cautiously, their hearts filled with fear. Jiangqi and Lu Shan both had their empathy translation function activated, so they could understand each other's words. Jiangqi nodded. "Just like you asked these people to perform a show earlier, give me one. But I don't like singing and dancing, I prefer something a little more exciting. How about you perform a game of how to disobey?" Lu Shan suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth, a bad feeling welling in his stomach. Jiangqi leaned against the armrest of his large, luxurious chair, resting his face in his hand. All they could see was this dark figure, radiating a burning black aura, who also made a lazy gesture of resting his face. "Jiangqi, go, tell the people of this city what's about to happen, tell them what they should do. Don't games just love seeing high death rates? I'm different. If anyone dies in this dungeon, I chop off a finger. Once I'm done, I pull out your teeth and gouge out your eyes." Lu Shan cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? Even if there weren't dungeons and no extra-dimensional monsters, countless people would have died of illness and old age in just this month. How could anyone survive? Jiangqi pointed outside. "It looks like it's about to begin. Are you still wasting time?" She glanced at him indifferently, and the feeling of being bound by an invisible force returned, the overwhelming sense of impending death. Lu Shan trembled and begged for mercy, knowing there was no turning back. Seeing the monster was about to appear, he could only stumble to his feet, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Now, he couldn't care less about games. If he couldn't carry out the orders of this damn god of dreams, he would be killed immediately. After all, anyone could do the job. If he killed him, he could just find someone else, or even just infiltrate the organization directly. He was simply teasing him. He was truly a madman. Realizing this, knowing he had no way out, he gritted his teeth and issued an order to over 100,000 players. But this time, the players were a little confused. "We're supposed to protect the indigenous people? Isn't the players' mission just to survive for 30 days? Didn't it say before that the indigenous people could be killed at will? Why are we protecting them again? I can't even survive myself, and I'm supposed to protect others." "Hey, there's a phased mission. First, tell at least 100 indigenous people that the extra-dimensional monster is coming and prepare them for it. If they fail, they'd be wiped out." The players gasped. They were supposed to be wiped out. So cruel. Not daring to waste any more time, they immediately rushed towards the indigenous people. Whenever they caught someone on the street, they shouted, "Did you know? The extra-dimensional monster is coming. Listen to me. The monster is coming. It's the end of the world. Go home and hide." Do you know what an extra-dimensional monster is? It's something that suddenly appears, opening a rift in time. Monsters. They eat people. Wow. Is that a yaoling? Monsters are about to appear. Get your weapons and ammunition ready. Wow, are you a reporter from Channel XX? I have some explosive news. Get it. Who am I? I'm a superhero from another world. Another player, struck by inspiration, leaped onto the stage where an event was taking place, grabbed the microphone, and rambled to the crowd. Monsters are about to appear. Don't believe me? I show you one. With a flick of the wrist, he tucked a table into his backpack. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then cheered. What a magical trick. Is that table a prop? Seeing they weren't taking it seriously, the player continued tucking away, until they cleared an entire row of tables, then the speakers, the stage lights, and the backdrop. Gradually, the surroundings quieted down, until a hushed silence fell. Everyone stared at the scene with open mouths in disbelief. The host on stage was nearly fainting. The player exclaimed proudly, "Now you believe what I said is true, right? The monster is really about to appear. Hurry and prepare." Great. Over 100 people are present. Mission accomplished. The other players watched in awe, then followed suit. For a moment, players from all over the city were competing to perform. Even before the monster arrived, the entire city was in chaos. Chapter 110. After Lu Shan had fled in a panic, Jiangqi remained seated, waving his hands to release several floating screens shrouded in black mist, watching Lu Shan's movements. With her current abilities, if she wanted to see a certain part of the city, she could easily create a floating projection, reproducing the scene captured by her consciousness on a one-to-one scale. Then she saw Lu Shan putting pressure on the players, and those over 100,000 players were quite reckless. Although they were new players and lacked any special skills, they had a player backpack, and with this backpack, they went to every corner of the city to cause trouble. Some went to the car show and took away cars. Some went to the gold shop and smashed the counter to steal the gold. Some went to the school and pretended to be criminals, throwing a bunch of fireworks out of thin air to make people scream. Some even went to the government building and stole the stone lions at the gate. Whatever sensation they created, they would shout monsters are coming, perfectly completing the publicity work. Soon, the entire city was alarmed. They didn't know if the monster would arrive, but the strange, terrifying presence within their city was clear to all. At this point, someone finally realized that the entire city was sealed off by an invisible force, preventing anyone from leaving. Then, panic reached its peak, and people fled home to hide. Jiangqi watched as heads popped out from both sides, nervously staring at the screen, occasionally letting out a gasp. Jiangqi, oh, I forgot there were still people being held captive here. She looked at the beautiful men, women, and children, waved her hand, and untied the invisible restraints around them. You can leave now. Perhaps sensing she bore them no ill will, these people grew bolder. After exchanging glances, one of them, a woman with a majestic appearance and a commanding demeanor, stepped forward and asked, "Sir, God, may I ask what exactly is going on?" Jiangqi looked at her. "You don't know? This? Should we know? I was just sitting in my room, and suddenly I opened my eyes, and found myself in this place." Jiangqi, in your world, other places have already experienced dungeons, yet you haven't heard of anything? The group looked bewildered. A very handsome young man said, "What's a dungeon? We only heard that there seems to be a coup in some country, or that there's a plague in some city, and the entire city is under lockdown." Another elegant middle-aged man said, "In recent months, there has indeed been some unrest in some places, but we only heard rumors." Jiangqi understood. This world's information is somewhat closed. Unlike Blue Star, where the Spring City dungeon was known to the entire world. However, if a dungeon occurs in a remote area, where the news is blocked, and other countries ignore or investigate, it is indeed difficult to uncover the truth. No wonder she said this plane had become a dungeon, yet the people of this city seemed completely unaware of it, unprepared. She enthusiastically explained the train survival game to them, explaining what a dungeon was, what dungeon disasters were, dungeon monsters and dungeon items, and the differences between players and train conductors. Watching their expressions change, she smiled with satisfaction. "Now that you understand, go home." She looked at the elegant lady and the refined middle-aged man. "Those of you with connections, hurry. This disaster requires unity." The elegant lady asked, "Excuse me, are you truly a god?" Jiangqi didn't answer the question. He raised his hand, and everyone was transported outwards by a force, landing safely on the open ground outside. Looking up again, the luxurious villa halfway up the mountain had vanished, as if it had never been there. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, the elegant lady and the refined middle-aged man took out their phones and called someone to pick them up, saying to the others, "Come with us. The monster is about to appear, and we must get to safety as quickly as possible." Soon, military aircraft arrived and picked up everyone. Jiangqi stood upstairs, watching the aircraft depart. They are indeed military personnel. When she had seen the lady, she had felt a bit of a military air about her. The middle-aged man must also be quite prominent, carrying an air of authority. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to show them the projection and explain so much. However, since neither the military nor the political authorities knew about the dungeon, She felt that the national strength of this world might be rather average. Feeling something stirring in her pocket, Jiangqi pulled it out. The Skyfire monster leaped in her hand, clearly exhausted. Jiangqi said, "Go ahead. Keep it to yourself. Think of it as practicing micromanipulation. Don't go spitting fire everywhere, or the dungeon analysts will discover your true strength. Understand?" The Skyfire leaped twice, and vanished with a whoosh. The giant earthworm also emerged, ready to move. "Jiangqi, what can you do?" This earthworm was originally a giant earthworm player. After its control panel was stolen by White Hair, its body was cut into pieces. Jiangqi picked up a piece and raised it, hoping its secretions would have healing and regenerative properties. In the end, to this day, the secretions have never been used. It's all input with no return, and it's constantly being an eyesore. Speaking of White Hair, she thought of the players she left at the station. She paid a deposit when she left, and she didn't know what was happening to them now. The game would probably assign them a new conductor. She'd done her best to save their lives, to meet and part, and having done so, she felt completely at peace. Woof! The arm-thick earthworm barked, its two black eyes wide open, drawing Jiangqi's attention. Then, it looked at her pitifully. Jiangqi was struck by the ugliness again, speechless. As expected, someone raised by big hair could actually bark like a dog. She shook her head, and reached out to brush against it. A magical illusion unfolded, transforming the earthworm into a large, furry worm, concealing its original form. That's it. Go ahead. Just don't get mistaken for a monster from another dimension, and get hacked to death. The earthworm quickly scurried off. Jiangqi thought for a moment, and pulled the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton from his backpack. The massive skeleton appeared before him, making the tall and spacious building seem small. In the Feather Realm, this skeleton had absorbed countless bursts of heavenly fire, burning the entire skeleton to charcoal. But after peeling off the outer layer of charcoal, the bones within became even more lustrous, like jade, a clear upgrade. Jiangqi hadn't had a chance to play with it, so she thought about it, and shrunk it down, then covered it with a penguin skin. Now it looked nothing like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. She released several fine puppeteer strings from her hands, wrapped them around the newly minted penguin, and said, "You go too. Go practice with your new body." The penguin's eyes suddenly lit up, and it nodded slightly, turning and swaying away. Jiangqi leaned back, and the black mist she had deliberately created dissipated, revealing her true appearance. A Yuan said, "If these three were deployed together, they could easily slay the monsters in this dungeon." Jiangqi said, "So, I told them to hold back. But since I'm now masquerading as the god of dreams, I'm already hostile to the game, so it's no surprise that I do something rebellious. It's also normal for my pet to roam around in the dungeon. The key is that she's doing this with a legitimate reason. Barring any unforeseen events, it won't cause any trouble for this world or this plane. Unlike the previous Spring City dungeon, where everyone had to carefully act, operating within reasonable limits, and without compromise, and much blood had been shed for this." She stretched out her hands, gathering divine power. In her left hand, she wielded the power of the Feather God and the Sea God, and in her right, the power of the God of Dreams, supplemented by the power of the Creator God on the crafting table. "I now possess the divine powers of 4 gods, but no matter what I do, I can't fuse them together. I have each of them, but none of them are very refined. I'm still a long way from true godhood." A Yuan said, "It's mainly because your godhood isn't high enough. You only received a small piece from the Sea God, and the God of Dreams was reluctant to give it to you, so you only received a small piece as well. Godhead is the foundation of a god. Without it, it's ultimately a bit hollow." Jiangqi nodded. "That's true, but where can I find it?" Thinking of something, she said with some regret, "It's a shame Jean Hao's train conductor panel was destroyed. Otherwise, I could have taken down another god this time and gained a lot of illegal power. No, can my panel receive rewards?" She opened her own train conductor panel. Since she hadn't yet been officially promoted, her panel had very few functional modules. Hesitantly, she enabled notifications. After a few seconds, a notification slid in. "Ding, your dungeon summary has been generated. Please check it out." Jiangqi leaned back. "Oh my god, it's actually here. Dream City Dungeon Summary, illegal version. In this dungeon, you killed the God of Dreams, causing his utter downfall and a significant loss of game power. Your illegal behavior. This has had a profound impact, earning you 500,000 violation power. Looking forward to more of your illegal operations." Jiangqi took a breath. A staggering 500,000 violation power. It seems that completely eliminating a complete, fully developed god, who is on the side of the game is truly a monumental event with far-reaching consequences. Most intriguingly, this violation summary and reward were sent to her Jiangqi. Regardless of whose dashboard she was using, it would be given to her, and only her. So, who sent this summary and reward, and what force was behind it? She looked up at the sky. Could it be that divine realm? These thoughts flashed through her mind. Facing a Yuan, she didn't share her confusion and speculation, but simply said briskly, "Another large amount of violation power has arrived. From now on, I'd be more at ease." Even elsewhere, a military plane brought people to a base. As soon as the elegant woman disembarked, she strode out with a swift step. Notify everyone to attend a meeting immediately. At the meeting, she recounted everything she had seen and heard in the luxurious villa. None of this is fake. We are truly trapped in a dungeon. The train conductor, the players, and the monsters are all our enemies. But thanks to the existence of that god, the former two can be considered our helpers for now. Now the focus is on the monsters. Even further away, the elegant middle-aged man was escorted to the city government. The mayor is waiting. The middle-aged man was taken to the office and spoke to the mayor. Soon, the city government issued an official notice to all citizens. The monster's arrival was not false news, not a prank, it was real. A catastrophe was approaching, and all citizens urgently sought safety. An alarm blared over the city. The siren blared for several minutes, finally extinguishing everyone's suspense. They rushed home, barricading the doors and windows, clutching knives and sticks. Just as the natives were busy, monsters from another dimension appeared. They tore through space, and from within, they emerged. Each one was grotesque, hideous, and ferocious, their faces practically spelling out, "I am dangerous." In a certain house, people leaned against windows, gazing out in fear. They saw with their own eyes a strange, oily green slit in the air on the street outside, and then a green monster emerged from it. Then everyone in the building began screaming, nearly shattering the windows. Ah! Monsters have appeared. It's a monster. The monster has truly arrived. For a moment, such terrified screams echoed throughout the city, almost making one think that the inhabitants weren't humans, but rather a group of whistle spirits that had taken human form. Even from her luxurious villa on the mountain, Jiang Qiyuan could hear the terrifying screams. She rubbed her ears and turned on the floating projection, just in time to see monsters emerging from every corner of the streets and alleys, and even from the air. The monsters were indeed hideous, pouncing and biting anyone they saw, and they were quite agile. Some monsters were incredibly agile, able to climb onto the windows of houses in a matter of seconds, effectively scaring the people inside. Some monsters could transform, peeking through cracks in doors, sending people screaming in fear. Thankfully, the first wave of monsters was small in number, and appeared outdoors. People were already on guard. Except for a few stubborn, overconfident, and overly excited individuals, most people stayed home. So, this first wave was mainly chaos. Half an hour later, the first wave of monsters was dealt with by the army and other armed forces, as well as players, and the three others, Skyfire, who were operating in secret. But with so many people in the city, it was inevitable that some would die at the hands of the monsters. Even if Lu Shan tried desperately to save them, he couldn't save everyone. Lu Shan trembled as he counted the casualties. 1, 2, 5, 10. After all the calculations, the total number of deaths in this wave across the city was over 100. Some of them were actually ill, frightened to death. Lu Shan was paralyzed. It was over, it was over. Not only would his 10 fingers not be enough to chop off the monsters, he probably wouldn't even be enough to chop off the monsters. That erratic god of dreams wouldn't let him go. He decided to go all out and report the damn god of dreams. But in the dungeon, the news wouldn't get through. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Wow, why do you look so grim? What? You don't want to perform this show anymore?" He shuddered and turned to look, seeing nothing. But he knew it was the voice of the god of dreams. "God, my lord God, I done my best." He instantly slid to his knees, begging tremblingly for mercy. A barely perceptible shadow circled around him. "Well, I see. You certainly put in a lot of effort. You thought of warning the natives of the monster's arrival. You did a good job. It's this kind of chaos that makes things interesting, the natives fighting back against the monsters that makes things fun." Lu Shan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the abominable voice continued, "But people have died. I can't go back on my word. I still need to punish them. So let's give them a small punishment and a big warning." As the words fell, a sharp pain shot through Lu Shan's fingers. Lu Shan screamed and fell to the ground, writhing violently in his hands. The pain was even more intense than when he merged with the conductor's panel. He almost wished he were dead right now, banging his head against the ground again and again, until it bled. Ah! Ah! After a long moment, the pain subsided. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, his body covered in swirling dust, his head drenched in blood and sweat. He felt as if he'd been dead all along. But when he looked down, he saw his finger was still there. It hadn't actually been severed. He froze. The devilish voice laughed maliciously. Well then, conductor, keep up the good work. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. This was definitely a deliberate torture. What sin had he committed to deserve this evil spirit's influence? Jiang Qi tamed Lu Shan like a dog, taming him until he was obedient. After that, he became incredibly obedient, devoting all his strength and resources to protecting the indigenous people. To this end, he directly approached the indigenous leaders, teaching them how to deal with monsters. He also trained players to improve their combat capabilities, encouraging them to protect the indigenous people. He even used his trained conductor abilities to predict the appearance of monsters and notify everyone. It could be said that he was the busiest person in the room, completely dedicated. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, simply watched the show, then daily picked out those players and indigenous people who seemed to have interesting stories to practice her ability to uncover secrets. Her current level of skill was still a bit low, and she could only explore the shallow layers of a person's memories. If Lu Shan had protected his memories, or if he had been more cunning and had a stronger will, she wouldn't have been able to detect the fear within him, let alone explore her own inner secrets. In short, the dungeon continued, monsters surfacing daily. The entire city, from the train conductor to the players to the indigenous people, including the 3 Skyfire monsters, was striving to combat them, while Jiang Qi diligently refined his skills. A month later, the dungeon concluded, with over 1,000 indigenous people dead. Lu Shan huddled timidly, cautiously reporting the results, forcing an even more cautious smile. My Lord God, I truly tried my best. I haven't fought so hard since I was born, but some people seek death on their own, and I can't stop them. Others die of old age or illness, and there's nothing anyone can do. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow. Well, let's go. Lu Shan was stunned. Let's go where to? Jiang Qi, the dungeon is over, where are you going? Lu Shan couldn't believe he actually gotten through this. After a moment's pause, he hurriedly said, yes, yes. Let's get out of the dungeon right now. I introduce you to someone in the organization. The thought of quickly getting rid of this evil god made him almost cry with joy. The group exited the dungeon. There were over 100,000 players when they arrived, and there were still over 100,000 when they left, with virtually no reduction in numbers. Lu Shan looked at the players still crammed full onto the train, and gave a weary smile. More people is good, more people is more lively. While waiting for the players to board, he quickly texted his immediate superior about the God of Dreams. Boss, help! The boss on the other end sat up. You're not mistaken, it's the God of Dreams? How could it be wrong? He's been tormenting me for a month. A whole month. Help, boss. The boss paced back and forth for a moment, then burst into laughter. As expected of my subordinate, well done. I give you credit for this. Serve this great god well. We be there soon. Don't worry about any anomalies in the replica data, we take care of it. After the call ended, Lu Shan was inconsolable. How could he continue to serve? He was practically risking his life. He trudged into the driver's seat. Sure enough, the evil god, emanating a black aura, was already there. He patted the seat beside him, and said in a kind yet frightening voice, Come on, drive. Chapter 111. After 2 days of travel and 1 jump, the train finally arrived at a new dimension. The station outside the dimension was ordinary, not a large transit station, but an ordinary small station, even a bit shabby, with only 2 sparse tracks, showing signs of long-term disrepair. Jiang Qi stood in the train, looking at the station, somewhat surprised. Could this be the organization's headquarters? It didn't look like it. The train stopped, and Lu Shan respectfully invited Jiang Qi off. Sir God, please come this way. Everyone is waiting for you. Jiang Qi got off the train and followed Lu Shan step by step into the station, arriving at the gate to the dimension. Through this gate, one could enter the dimension. Jiang Qi whispered to a Yuan, I think there might be a Hongmen feast inside. What do you think? A Yuan, it's possible. I was saying, you're taking a risk by approaching this organization. That's just the right time to run into Lu Shan, isn't it? An organization constantly making subtle moves right under Yugi's nose must have some leverage. Either I subjugate them, and use them for my own benefit, or I can absorb their power. Either way, I benefit. But I'm leaning towards the latter. After all, this organization's methods are so shady. The prerequisite for getting the benefits is that you don't let them defeat you. Jiangqi raised her head slightly, looking at the door in front of her. Don't worry, I possess 4 divine powers. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. I'm confident of that. To possess 4 divine powers, and still act timidly would be truly ungenerous. She stepped forward and entered. In a flash, she arrived inside the plane. Ling Feng stood in midair, and a force born of the laws pressed directly down upon her. Invisible and intangible laws, like chains, surrounded her, forming layers of an invisible cage. Jiangqi was slightly startled, then realized that these laws weren't very strong, and were even somewhat chaotic. She had experienced the power of the true god of dreams before, but compared to that, this one was a bit inferior. She didn't rush to break free, but simply looked down. Unlike the dilapidated station outside, this plane was quite pleasant. The continent was vast, the population was large, and Jiangqi could clearly sense a vibrant vitality. But this vitality was extremely chaotic. She cast her consciousness outward, carefully observing, and discovered that the human race here was extremely mixed, filled with all kinds of fairies, ghosts, aliens, spirits, beasts, halflings, and so on. Different races inhabited different regions, living in groups. One region even boasted a colony of the walking dead, the kind of zombies. Furthermore, each of these colonies possessed distinct sacrificial rituals, temples, statues, and the aura of the gods. The sea held the aura of the sea god, the mountains, the mountain god, the beast god, the goblins, the demon god, and within the abyss, a sinister aura lingered, perhaps some evil deity. What a plane of flourishing! But this flourishing meant that none of these gods were particularly powerful. No wonder the laws and power here were so diverse and weak. Then, everywhere, the auras of the gods suddenly surged in intensity, rushing towards her. Rays of divine power, each of varying brilliance, color, and aura, converged like arrows, then stopped dozens of meters away, forming a multitude of bizarre, multicolored forms and shadows that completely surrounded Jiangqi from all directions. Haha, it's finally here. This time it's a complete one, not fragments. As promised, I give you a larger share this time. You all ate the fragments last time. I want the head. It depends on your ability. Whoever grabs it first gets it. These creatures surrounded Jiangqi and chattered in different languages. The empathy translation was useless, and Jiangqi could only grasp the general idea. As they muttered, Jiangqi openly observed them. Although they possessed divine auras, they were not very strong. Their form showed that they were not yet fully formed, still developing, not even demigods. Jiangqi suspected that they were artificially cultivated using special methods based on fragments of godhood. In other words, none of them came from legitimate backgrounds, all half-baked. By comparison, Jiangqi was far superior to any of them individually. Jiangqi narrowed his eyes and grumbled to Yuan, I thought this was going to be some grandiose hangmen banquet, but instead, they brought me to a god incubation ground? Aren't they afraid I wiped them out? She, the god of dreams, was renowned enough to have dared to defect from the game. When she arrived before this organization, their initial reaction wasn't to see her as someone to curry favor with, nor as a formidable enemy to be wary of, but as fodder for their own gods. This was quite unexpected. Yuan warned, there are so many of them, don't be careless. I know. She didn't wait for these chaotic, childish gods to strike first. Instead, she attacked first. With a few swipes, the divine power of the feather god poured out like feathers, shattering the shackles of rules. Then, she released the feather realm, enveloping the strongest of these gods. She then used the power of the god of dreams to instantly create several illusions, temporarily separating the others. Finally, she used the power of the sea god to envelop the opposite sea god and hurled him into the sea, chasing him after him. Let's see whose sea god power is stronger. At the plane station, Lu Shan watched as Jiangqi entered the plane, but he couldn't get in. He was terrified. What was going on? He lost him at the last minute. How was he going to explain? Lu Shan! A voice shouted. Lu Shan turned to see a tall, burly man approaching. Boss Fei Jiao, you're here. The god of dreams is gone. He's in the plane, but I can't. Alright, I understand. Don't worry about what happens next. Fei Jiao waved his hand. Huh? Lu Shan understood. So this was all arranged by the organization? That's good, that's good. I was worried I mess it up. Lu Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to complain. "Boss, you don't know how wicked this god of dreams is. He forced me to save those indigenous people. In this dungeon, not many indigenous people or players died. Will the data be bad?" Fei Jiao was annoyed by his nagging. Alright. The dungeon data is a small matter. Someone will take care of it. It won't affect you later. Tell your men to keep their mouths shut about the god of dreams, understand?" Lu Shan nodded repeatedly. Understood. Fei Jiao raised his hand. Then go. Huh? Leaving now? You still don't want to leave? Lu Shan felt a little aggrieved. "Boss, I've been tormented for a month, and I brought back such a great god, and look, this. No labor fee at all? No compensation at all?" Fei Jiao said angrily. "I transfer 5 million train coins to your account later." Lu Shan, shock. Only 5 million? What could that amount of money do? The losses in this instance were far more than 5 million. But seeing Fei Jiao's grim expression, he didn't dare ask any more questions. Dejected, he turned and took 2 steps, then returned to whisper, "What will the organization do with this god of dreams? Will they cooperate?" Fei Jiao's face instantly turned cold, his eyes growing colder. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Lu Shan shrank back. Yes. He hurried away. Fei Jiao nodded somewhere, and someone appeared, knocking Lu Shan unconscious. Fei Jiao said coldly, "Let's deal with it." He hadn't meant to be so drastic, but he asked so many questions. Curious people won't shut up. He looked at Lu Shan's train. "Give his panel to the next person, then take these players to the next instance. Don't give them a chance to talk nonsense." Yes. The natives of that alternate dimensional monster instance also knew about the god of dreams' appearance. Fei Jiao was a bit troubled. That was a dungeon site, and it wouldn't be easy for them to wipe out the entire city's native inhabitants. Moreover, after the dungeon ended, the natives were free to move around freely, and the news had probably spread. Destroying an entire plane would be even more impossible. Whatever. It's just a small plane. The game won't care. Forget it. Watching his men drag Lu Shan away, Fei Jiao looked towards the plane's gate with a gloomy expression. After receiving the news from Lu Shan, he had originally wanted to take advantage of his proximity and make friends with the god of dreams. He was a legitimate god, a complete godhead, even arrogant enough to declare war on the game. How powerful was he? What benefits would there be in associating with such a god? But after he reported the news, the organization's decision was beyond his expectations. They were actually trying to trick the god of dreams into coming, and feed them to those hatching false gods. The god of dreams is openly opposing the game. No matter how powerful or capable he is, we cannot openly interact with him. Rather than risk interacting with him, it's better to take advantage of him and put his money where his mouth is. Recalling what he had been told, he felt even more depressed. Thankfully, the god of dreams had been discovered by one of his men, and the organization had given him a generous reward, so it wasn't a loss. He squatted at the door for a while, periodically checking the message board. The people inside hadn't contacted him. This shouldn't be the case. With so many gods, they couldn't be so incapable of dealing with a single god of dreams. Why was there still no news? He called his men over. "Go in and see if the fight's over." The men went in, and there was no news either. Fei Jiao vaguely sensed something was amiss, and sent 2 more people in, but they also had no news. Fei Jiao's alarm bells rang, and he quickly sent a message to the organization. They said they would send someone immediately, and asked him to go in and take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Fei Jiao finally gathered his men. Seeing the large crowd, he felt confident. "Have you all put on your god-slaying tokens?" "Yes." "Okay, follow me." Fei Jiao took the lead, took a deep breath, and strode into the plane with a determined gaze. Upon entering, he found himself in a strange space, surrounded by a gray haze. Turning around, everyone behind him had disappeared. What the hell was going on? He quickly grabbed the god-slaying token from his waist and gripped it tightly in his hand. He quickly opened the control panel, but found that he couldn't send any messages. Neither the game's control panel nor the tools they used for internal communication had worked. He took 2 steps back solemnly. Was this the work of the god of dreams? Swish! A shadow flashed behind him, and he turned sharply to look. What is that? Then he saw a penguin, a waddling, adorable-looking one. He breathed a sigh of relief, then wondered, what is this? How did it get here? Then, the penguin's eyes grew brighter and larger, transforming from a penguin into a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. With a roar, it opened its jaws and bit him. In another grayish illusion, one of Fei Jiao's men was exhausted by a flitting shadow. Just as he was about to collapse, the shadow suddenly flew over and wrapped its massive body around his neck. He clutched the object tightly. It was slippery and wet, like a snake, but without scales, and it still smelled of earth. To his death, he never knew what kind of monster it was. A single thought lingered in his mind. The god of dreams, truly terrifying. The terrifying god of dreams had already vanquished 4 lesser gods, and was now engaged in battle with the 5th. The 5th was a demon god, but in reality, from Jiangqi's perspective, it was a more powerful demon, possessing a fragment of divine nature, having touched upon some of the mysteries of the laws, thus having stepped 1 foot into the realm of godhood. This great demon eventually fell to her hand, a crystalline fragment falling from its body. Jiangqi took it and examined it carefully. It was indeed another fragment of divine nature, likely from a true demon god. She put it away and turned to her 6th target. It was a fire god, a ball of mysterious flame. After crashing to the earth, it instantly transformed the entire landscape into a sea of inferno. The Skyfire monster was engaged in a tug-of-war with it, or rather, trapped within it, unable to escape and nearly being refined. Jiangqi flew over, controlling the ocean and summoning tens of millions of tons of seawater. As if manipulated by a giant hand, the surging waters were drawn from the ocean and poured onto the raging sea of inferno, forming a massive curtain that enveloped the entire flames, extinguishing them while completely isolating them from the air. Crack, crack. A huge crack opened in the ground below, and the abyss slowly revealed its true form beneath Jiangqi's feet. Like a sinister ghost bearing its fangs, its immense force sucked Jiangqi downward. This was the god of the abyss. Boom! 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 The mountains in the distance began to tremble. A massive figure, made of mud and rock, stepped out from the mountains, shaking the earth with every step. It was the mountain god. Hordes of wild beasts converged from afar, each one's eyes gleaming with wisdom, some even shifting into alternate forms as they ran. This was the beast god mobilizing his troops. Clatter. Several gods trapped in the feather realm in the sky finally broke free, and pounced fiercely upon Jiangqi. Oh my! So many of them all at once. I might be overwhelmed. Jiangqi snatched the Skyfire monster from the sea of fire, and flung it away. Leave this to me. There are more people from outside the plane, trapped in illusions. Go help the earthworms. Then, facing the besieging gods, she began to unleash the power of the ruler. The gods were horrified at the sight of the ruler's power emanating from her. The god in the abyss angrily demanded, "How do you possess the power to defeat gods? Are you in cahoots with those humans?" Jiangqi was puzzled. What power to defeat gods? Although the power of violation had some inhibitory effect on divine power, this inhibition wasn't absolute, at least not noticeable against mature gods. However, these creatures seemed wary. They were even more afraid of the power of violation than Jiangqi had imagined. Jiangqi smiled. Wasn't that a coincidence? She was penniless, broke, but she had this power of violation in abundance. She had just earned 500,000. The battle lasted a long time. The power of violation was indeed very useful. Jiangqi couldn't even count how many gods she had destroyed, though she herself wasn't unscathed. But believing that every kill was a win, she refused to stop. It wasn't until Yuan warned her that another large force had arrived from the plane that she withdrew, recalled the Skyfire monster and the other 3, and went into hiding. The arrival was from that organization's main force. Upon entering the plane, they saw tribal communities ravaged by battle, the horrific remains of annihilated gods, oceans drained to their very bottoms, and mountains razed to the ground. In short, the entire plane was a horrific sight. The leader was shocked. How could this happen? How did Fei Jiao manage? Sir, we found Master Fei Jiao's body. The leader, A corpse was brought up, tattered as if by some monster, with only half of its face remaining. It was still vaguely recognizable as Fei Jiao's. The leader touched it, and the body collapsed, as if weathered, into fragments. What's going on? Sir, Master Fei Jiao not only died tragically, but all his energy has been drained from his body. His conductor panel has been gnawed, and the energy within it is gone. The leader was shocked. What on earth could have killed him, and even plundered the energy within it? The conductor panel contains many types of energy. One is the energy inherent in the item stored in the backpack. Another is the energy represented by the train coins in the account balance. And finally, the driving energy stored in the various functions of the panel. This isn't something you can just plunder. Could the god of dreams actually have such power? Then many more bodies were brought up. They were all Fei Jiao's men, including conductors and players. They had all died after being drained of all their energy, and their bodies shattered at the slightest touch. Everyone present was horrified by this scene. even beginning to feel a sense of apprehension. They kept a wary eye on their surroundings, wondering if the terrifying god of dreams had left. Jiangqi huddled within the feather realm, hidden in a dark corner. Through the cracks within the feather realm, she saw the panicked expressions of those who had examined the bodies. While using divine power to repair her own spirit form, damaged in battle, she looked at the three creatures and asked, "Who did this? When did you learn to devour energy?" All three stood still. The Skyfire monster, now knee-high, was a fiery crimson creature, its body ablaze with flames. It shyly lowered its head, tugging at its own flames and shaping them into petals. The earthworm, now the size of a python, dug itself up in the dirtless ground, pretending to be immersing itself in the earth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton still took the form of a penguin, pretending to be a mindless puppet. However, this penguin's belly was so round it could easily tear apart. "Jiangqi, you all eaten quite a bit. It seems you three have mastered the art of devouring power." The three continued to feign activity, some acting busy, some dead. Jiangqi leaned back with amusement, continuing to repair her half-broken left leg. "I can't control you anymore. Just one thing, on occasions like today, anyone who attacks us is an enemy and can be killed at will. But otherwise, you must not act recklessly without my orders." The three immediately stood up straight, nodding creakily. Then, the Skyfire monster spat out dozens of black tokens. The earthworm squirmed a few times, and also spat out dozens of similar tokens. The belly of the penguin-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton split open, and dozens of tokens rolled out. "What is this?" Jiangqi picked up the token and looked at it. A familiar energy surged out. The power of violation. This token actually contained the power of violation. The Skyfire monster leaped a few times with great effort and uttered a few words. "Those people, on their bodies." The other two could not speak, but continued to nod with a creaking sound. Jiangqi flipped the token over. There was only a number on it. A yuan then said, "I noticed that this plane also has some supervisors. They all wear these tokens, and the areas they live in are surrounded by similar materials to prevent the gods from entering. They call them god-suppressing tokens." God-suppressing tokens? Yes, translated into your native language, those three words. Suppressing the gods? No wonder those gods talk about god-suppressing power. It seems this organization, when cultivating these gods, already devised methods to control and guard against them. She extracted all the illegal power from the tokens, concentrating it into a small amount, which, if quantified, would only amount to a few thousand points. The idea that such a small amount could deter gods from approaching is ridiculous. No wonder these gods are so afraid of illegal power. I guess they were tampered with from the beginning, making them even more afraid of it than ordinary gods. This fatal weakness ultimately served me well. However, this organization must have also acquired illegal power through various illegal activities. It seems quite a few people follow this unique path. Jiangqi collected the offending force, and the tokens became inert. The Skyfire monster looked left and right, then swallowed them whole, burning them to ash. Jiangqi looked at it, somewhat curiously, and asked a yuan, "Why have these three suddenly become so smart and powerful?" A yuan replied, "It must be because they've been by your side. You possess divine power, and it subtly altered them. Last month, they had someone to practice with in that dungeon, and that's why they made such significant progress." Jiangqi suddenly realized, so that's why. I haven't paid them enough attention. One was a dungeon monster, and the other two were essentially transformed from player remains. She hadn't really had much affection for them. But now, each one had intelligence and thoughts, and the situation was different. She couldn't just let them run wild any longer. She thought for a moment, then took out the fragments of divine power she had collected and picked out the one belonging to the god of fire, a red, fingernail-sized piece. She tossed it to the Skyfire monster, "It's yours." Then she picked out the beast god's piece and said to the earthworm, "This is for you." She looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton again and again, but couldn't find anything particularly suitable. She gave it the demon god's piece. "Here, try to see if you can absorb it." Chapter 112. Jiangqi had slain most of the infant gods in this incubation area. With each kill, she more or less devoured a bit of their divine power and harvested fragments of their godhood. Thus, for her, most of the value of this plane had already fallen into her pocket. She now needed to find a quiet place to process and digest her gains. After her spirit body had almost fully recovered, she stared at the people outside, searching the plane, waiting for the opportunity to leave. However, several more waves of people arrived from outside the plane, almost surrounding it. They were convinced that Jiangqi was still in this plane, and were not prepared to let her escape. Alas, It was difficult to stop a god who wanted to escape. Just as Jiangqi was about to move, she suddenly saw a familiar face among the people. Dong Shifeng. That woman in the crowd outside, with her androgynous features and a heroic air, wasn't she Dong Shifeng, disguised as a player? It had only been 6 months since we last met at the Yufeng City Train Conductor Training Conference, but Dong Shifeng seemed to have changed a lot. The gloom and fatigue in her features were evident even when she tried hard to conceal them. It felt as if her entire spirit had collapsed. What had happened to her? But unexpectedly, she had joined this organization. Jiangqi thought about it, and found it wasn't surprising. One of the functions of this organization was to identify outstanding players, and sell them to others. Naturally, they would also select the most outstanding players to stay and work for the organization, keeping the wealth within their own family. Could Dong Shifeng be the latter? Jiangqi pondered for a moment, gathered the fragments of his divine power, and placed them in his backpack. Then he beckoned to the three, "Come here, get in your backpack." The three, fiddling with the fragments of their divine power, glanced over at him. Though none of them could quite put together a complete face, a sense of resentment permeated their expressions. They had already developed distinct individual consciousnesses and emotions, and were truly reluctant to return to the darkened compartments of their backpacks. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton, which had spent the longest time in the compartment, bore a reluctance written all over its body. Jiangqi spread his hands. "What if you don't come in? Where are you going? Run around? The large force coming in this time is quite formidable, and some even possess the ability to wield unauthorized powers. If you wander around and get caught, I might not be able to save you. You're unwilling, and I'm still complaining that you each have 1 slot, and you're taking up 3 of mine in one go." She only had 16 slots in total. The last 3 still obediently entered with their heads bowed. Jiangqi then began to wait silently. When Dong Shifeng's group finally passed near the Feather Realm, she silently abducted one of them, knocked him unconscious, and transformed herself into his appearance. To achieve a more convincing effect, she even stripped him of his clothes and put them on herself. He was an unremarkable man of medium height and build. Jiangqi put his clothes on, smoothed his hair, and hung his god-killing order. Then, using the power of the god of dreams, she dug into his memories. A bloody, dark, and brutal memory flooded into her mind, and Jiangqi frowned. This was truly not a good person. He had at least 8,000 lives on his hands. Furthermore, in this memory, there were many others who had colluded with him in his evil deeds. These train conductors delighted in experimenting with new skills and items on the natives in dungeons, using extremely cruel methods. Jiangqi unhesitatingly ripped out the man's conductor's panel and used it on himself. Then, he crushed his body and vaporized it with divine power, leaving not a hair behind. Then, she walked out of the Feather Realm. At this moment, her figure, features, skin color, gait, demeanor, and even her aura were identical to the man named Wu Ming. From bones to skin to spirit, there was no difference, no flaw. Even an X-ray machine or a magic mirror wouldn't reveal a single flaw. "Wu Ming, what are you doing standing there?" The team, noticing their absence, immediately stopped and looked around, only to find Jiangqi standing there in a daze. Jiangqi hurried over. "I thought I saw something unusual, but it turns out I was just seeing things." The team leader sternly said, "Our enemy is a god, a powerful god who just killed dozens of gods. He could appear at any time, so no one should be left behind." Wu Ming was a bit of a talkative person, so Jiangqi muttered, "If he's so powerful, why would the organization offend him? Isn't that asking for trouble?" The team leader frowned. "Just do your job, don't talk about it." "Yes." Jiangqi returned to the team and deliberately moved to the position closest to Dong Shifeng, only to be given a cold stare. Dong Shifeng moved away, as if he had seen some garbage. Jiangqi, this Wu Ming is truly annoying. Did she choose the wrong person? She casually tossed a ball of divine power, and as the team passed by, it suddenly exploded, distorting the surrounding space and forming an unstable alternate dimension. The entire team was trapped in this chaotic space, startled and disoriented. Jiangqi took the opportunity to approach Dong Shifeng, hoping to explore her memories, but was surprised by the results. Dong Shifeng was highly defensive, her mind blank, save for meaningless short-term memories, like what she had eaten that morning. As for the rest of her memories, they were all hidden away. Jiangqi's dream god skills weren't yet fully developed, so he could only vaguely detect fragments. Dong Shifeng's gaze dazed for a moment, then suddenly cleared. She distanced herself from Jiangqi and glared at her fiercely. "You?" Jiangqi quickly controlled the space between her lips. She couldn't even open her mouth, her eyes widened, and she was about to attack. Jiangqi restrained her again. Don't get excited, we're on the same side. Jiangqi glanced at the others. Everyone was panicking, and the outsiders wouldn't be able to get in for a while. She created a small deception, so that the others could see her and Dong Shengfeng frantically searching for a way out. She sighed as she looked at Dong Shengfeng, whose face was filled with wariness. Given her current wariness, she wouldn't believe him unless he recognized her. Then there was only. She quickly pulled a flag of Country C from her player backpack and began to sing the national anthem in a low, rapid voice. Dong Shengfeng's expression shifted from wariness to confusion, then gradually revealed shock. His pupils trembled, as if he had finally woken from a long dream. His entire face felt completely changed. Her lips moved. Jiangqi released her restraints, and she spoke. Who are you? Which one are you? Jiangqi said, I'm Jiang. She suddenly remembered that she had completely erased Dong Shengfeng's memory of her. Dong Shengfeng would only remember Jiang Shuqi, not Jiangqi. Back then, because she and everyone else were so weak and their ability to keep secrets was almost non-existent, to ensure she could be absolutely certain, she had erased everyone's memory of her. As a result, she couldn't directly reveal her identity as Jiangqi. Dong Shengfeng was different from Cui He. After all, Cui He was on Blue Star. While dealing with all kinds of people required considerable effort, he had a team, a country, and support. Dong Shengfeng, on the other hand, was working alone, struggling abroad. Her guard was too strong, and Jiangqi couldn't use hints to convince her to trust him and reveal everything. Jiangqi then transformed back into his normal self and said, I'm Jiang Shuqi, XINN Community, Room 605. Remember? Jiang Shuqi. Dong Shengfeng immediately remembered that during the Spring City dungeon, the person she lived with in XINN Community was indeed named Jiang Shuqi. But wasn't Jiang Shuqi just an ordinary person? Shouldn't she have stayed on Blue Star? How did she end up here? No, why was she living with that Jiang Shuqi then? It seemed like she was on a mission, working with someone. At that time, the entire Spring City was working together to save it. Who was that person? Yes, that was the person who led Spring City to reverse the situation, the one who led the Qian group onto the train. The one who had given her a magical tool. It was. She pressed her forehead, but every time she touched on a crucial point, her memory grew hazy. She suddenly looked intently at Jiangqi. Yes, you? Team. She should have had a team leader in her memory, but she couldn't recall it at all. That could only mean someone had erased that part of her memory. Jiangqi smiled. That's how smart people are. Give her a little clue, and she figure it out on her own. Jiangqi said, It's me, Jiangqi. Dong Shengfeng's mind buzzed. The name Jiangqi felt incredibly familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. She suddenly realized, since you erased my memory of you to keep it secret, why are you bringing it up now? No, erase my memory again. Jiangqi shook his head. This is a different time. Don't worry about that for now. Time is running out. Tell me what's going on with you. Dong Shengfeng glanced at the people trapped in the chaotic, twisted space in the distance and quickly explained her situation. After leaving Blue Star for the second time, she had been chosen as a standout player to join this organization. She became a train conductor, working under her leader. During this time, she had led several dungeons, but her mission in those dungeons was, first, to screen outstanding players and, second, to select indigenous people with special qualifications. You should have noticed that this plane has many different kinds of tribes. These tribes exist to support and nurture these gods. They are essentially consumables, and most of them will die after certain sacrificial rituals. To continuously replenish fresh blood, the organization needs to identify suitable players and indigenous people, then transform them one by one into the required species and send them here. Conductors like me take advantage of our missions to select the right people. A large portion of the player and indigenous death data in the dungeons is actually fabricated. The people have actually been taken away long ago, replaced with others. In this organization, these people aren't living people, but objects to be manipulated, transformed, and disposed of at will. Jiangqi, no wonder you looked so exhausted the first time I saw you. Doing this kind of thing must be exhausting, right? Dong Shengfeng sighed and leaned against a tree, his weariness barely concealed. What I'm doing now is nothing more than an accomplice and an executioner. Before, when I had no memories, I instinctively resisted this kind of thing. Now that I regained my memories, I don't know what to say. She clearly came out to fight for her hometown's advantage in the game, but her actions over the past 6 months seemed to have nothing to do with that goal. Putting aside subjective feelings, looking at the essence of her actions, what's the difference between her and people like Wu Ming and the rest of the organization? She's also a perpetrator of violence, and along with those wicked people, she's contributing to the evil in this world. Such a perception is simply spiritually polluting. Jiang Qi patted her shoulder, and divine power flowed through her shoulder into her mind. Dong Shunfeng perked up, realizing her own gaffe, and said with some embarrassment, "I won't be shaken by this, but I can't help but feel a little lost. The organization. I'm already deeply trapped in this quagmire. What do you think I should do next?" Jiang Qi said, "Two choices. Leave or stay. If you want to leave, I can take you away now. If you want to stay, I help you reach the highest position in the organization. Then, you can change its ethos and make it a tool that satisfies you. Of course, the second path is very difficult and may take a long time, requiring step-by-step planning. In the process, you also have to go along with these people, so you have to make sure you can handle it." Dong Shunfeng was a bit shocked. She stared at Jiang Qi for a moment before saying, "Although I don't have your memories, I don't think you were this domineering before." Jiang Qi smiled. "As I said, times have changed. Strength is the essence of courage. With strength comes courage." Dong Shunfeng smiled too. At that moment, an indescribable sense of familiarity returned. Her gaze hardened. "I choose to stay. This organization is against the game. Although their methods are ruthless and cruel, and their purpose is to satisfy their own selfish desires, their strength and foundation are indeed formidable. If I can master it and transform it, perhaps one day it will be of great use. This is much faster than forming my own faction. Although dangerous, it's worth a try." Jiang Qi nodded. "All right then, bite, take it." Soon after, the chaotic space was finally breached from the outside. Those outside came in and saw that everyone inside had collapsed, with only a few left alive. "What happened?" Dong Shunfeng, covered in wounds, struggled to his feet. "We're under attack, but we can't even see who the enemy is." She went over to help the team leader up. He was seriously injured, but if Dong Shunfeng hadn't risked his life to save him in that critical moment, he would have died. The team leader looked at Dong Shunfeng with a mixture of fear and admiration, then at the dead bodies scattered on the ground. He added, "This must be a trap set by the god of dreams. He knows how many traps like this he has set. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, those searching elsewhere were also caught in the trap. Some were trapped in the same chaotic alternate dimension, some in an even more perilous spatial matrix, some inhabited hallucinations, and some began dreaming as they walked, their expressions distorted. Jiang Qi stalked everywhere, setting trap after trap, luring one person after another. Of course, those who fell victim weren't particularly capable, but rather mere mediocre soldiers and generals. And Dong Shunfeng's current position within this organization was similar to that of a mediocre soldier and general. "Even though I'm now a second-level trained conductor within this organization, I'm still a scrap metal that can be discarded and disposed of at any moment," Dong Shunfeng told Jiang Qi. "I want to climb the ladder, but there are too many obstacles ahead. No one knows who the biggest boss behind this organization is. Under him are 4 deputy bosses, each of whom has several trusted aides. It's said that each aide oversees at least one plane. This god incubator is managed by a trusted aide of one of these deputy bosses. This confidant has many generals and junior officers under his command, while I'm merely a small soldier under a junior officer, a soldier haphazardly seconded. Boss, deputy boss, confidant, general, junior officer, and junior officer. To rise from a junior officer is no easy task." Jiang Qi said, "You're not moving up now because you're missing an opportunity. First, remove some of the junior officers above you to free up some positions. Then, if you perform well, you naturally move up." So, while Jiang Qi's seemingly random traps were actually targeted, most of those killed in them were junior officers, who could make room for Dong Shunfeng. After all this trouble, by the time Jiang Qi finally stopped, many of his men had died, leaving him short of manpower. With the strong recommendation of the squad leader Dong Shunfeng had saved, Dong Shunfeng was promoted on the spot, and assigned to lead a team to protect a deity damaged in battle within this plane. Jiang Qi then began raiding the remaining deities within this plane. He succeeded in most of the other attacks, but after several attempts on Dong Shunfeng's side, he was forced to abandon and leave. Dong Shunfeng was once again commended for his outstanding performance and favored by the plane manager, who selected him to be his close associate. Jiang Qi finally saw the true face of this plane manager, and was slightly shocked. This man appeared to be an ordinary, plain-looking figure, clearly a disguise. He possessed a myriad of divine auras, each one a blend of power and complexity. Most importantly, he possessed a power that defied the rules. Jiangqi seemed to see a replica of himself. This man's name was Yu Shi, rumored to be a close confidant of the third deputy boss. In front of others, he appeared composed, but behind closed doors, his expression darkened, his heart and soul consumed by the horrific damage and loss to this plane. A few days later, Jiangqi found an opportunity to secretly meet with Dong Shenfeng. You earned the respect of the Yuji now, haven't you? Dong Shenfeng shook his head. Not really. He's quite anxious right now, so I'm trying not to get too involved. I heard he's been wiping out the forces under the now-deceased Fei Jiao. Anyone with a name in the entire organization has been retaliated against and punished. Even Lu Shan, who was already dead, was dragged out and whipped. Jiangqi wasn't surprised. It was Lu Shan who reported me, the god of dreams, to Fei Jiao, who then reported me back. Even though it was Yu Shi's order to bring me here to be eaten by the gods, he still took his anger out on me. He's so irritable, it seems he can't handle it anymore. His deputy boss must have been giving him a lot of flack. Dong Shenfeng asked, do you think this is my chance? Jiangqi shook his head. You've been climbing the ranks too quickly lately. Besides, you're only a second-level train conductor. Even if Yu Shi steps down, you won't be the one to step up. We still have to take one step at a time. What if that deputy boss purges Yu Shi's subordinates, like Yu Shi did Fei Jiao? If you're too prominent, that's not going to be a good thing. Dong Shenfeng thought for a moment. That's right. It's been over a month since my last dungeon ended, and it's time for me to take on a new one. Staying out of the spotlight for a while is better than rushing to the top. Do you need my help? Dong Shenfeng shook his head. No, it's not a big deal, and I can't rely on you for everything. Jiangqi nodded. Okay then. I give you some self-defense gear that won't reveal your origin. Also, do you want me to seal your memories of Blue Star again? Dong Shenfeng hesitated for a moment. Just in case, seal it. Even without these memories, I still know what I'm doing and what I should do. The next day, seeing Dong Shenfeng, who had once again lost his memories of Blue Star, asked for leave from Yu Shi to lead a dungeon, Jiangqi didn't rush to leave. Instead, she tossed around in the plane a few more times, even harassing Yu Shi twice. After making her presence felt, she finally left. Having absorbed a great deal of divine power, and obtained many fragments of the divine nature, although she hadn't yet fully grasped them, Jiangqi discovered that she could already independently navigate the tracks. She didn't need any train or aircraft, she could float on the tracks, completely exposed to the dark and silent energy flow of space, unharmed. So, she stopped trying to catch anyone else's train and drifted along the tracks, gliding away. However, after sliding for a long time, she looked at the track that led nowhere and felt a little drowsy, tired. Ah Yuan, Ah Yuan, I told you, walking alone would be tiring. He watched her entire journey, from initial excitement to boredom, and finally to dejection. Jiangqi, what should I do now? There's no car passing by to give me a ride. She sat on the track, surrounded by nothingness in front, behind, and on both sides. Looking down, there was also nothingness beneath the track. A gust of wind, energy flow, blew, and her spirit body swayed gently, as if it could be swept away at any moment. She simply lay down, using her divine power to wrap herself tightly around the track. From a distance, she looked like a small black dot, swinging on an infinitely long rope. She opened her eyes, and looked at the void above. The more she looked, the more she felt that the universe was extremely vast, and she herself was so small. The more she looked, the more she felt that the void was twisting and spinning. Her consciousness also started to spin, and then the various divine powers in her body also started to spin. Chapter 113. In the dark void, Jiangqi felt the track beneath her disappear. She hovered, her eyes fixed on the mysterious vortex above, and she felt herself spinning along with it. The fragments of divine power she had stored in her backpack suddenly flew out, scattering around Jiangqi. Red, purple, blue, yellow. Some large, some small, some radiant, some dark, some round, some sharp. They all emanated a mysterious and powerful divine aura, swirling around Jiangqi. The various divine powers within Jiangqi, some strong and some weak, also swirled, and the powers that shared the same origin with these divine powers began to resonate with each other. Jiangqi felt her body slipping out of control, and she felt so much divine power tearing at her body and consciousness that she couldn't change her position or sit up. If she relaxed even a little, she would be torn apart by these divine forces and swallowed by the vortex. She could only hold her mind steady, using the divine powers of the Feather God, the sea god, and the god of dreams, now one with her, to resist these injuries and attacks. From a distance, in the void, multicolored light swirled endlessly around a figure, igniting circles of iridescent light. Beyond this halo, the energy flow became chaotic. Energy was constantly drawn into the halo, assimilated and devoured by the various divine powers. This section of space gradually distorted, and the track began to shake under the force. The track, constructed of special materials, creaked as its components began to visibly deform, followed by cracks. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the nearest station's duty room. "What's going on?" The man on duty rubbed his eyes, sat up, and checked the alarm. A strange energy fluctuation has appeared half a day's journey from here? He took a closer look at the energy fluctuation. It should be a small storm. It's just a small storm, no big deal. But this track connects to that other plane. He made a call. "Hello, I have something to report to Master Yuji. I'm telling you the same thing. There's a minor problem on the track. It's just a small storm. Please be careful if you're traveling." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and was startled. How could the storm level suddenly increase? Then, in just half an hour, the small storm trend turned into a large storm trend, and then a very large storm trend. At this level, the track needs to be closed, making it impassable. At the same time, the emergency response center near the station also received the alarm. The severe storm caused the track to break. The station master of the emergency station was shocked. Is it really completely broken? The employee reporting across from him also broke out in a sweat. If it wasn't completely broken, the automatic alarm wouldn't have gone off. "Station master, we can't handle such a serious matter. According to regulations, we have to report it to the department." The station master was in a state of panic. If the track broke in the middle, it would be very difficult to repair. His emergency station was very small, and with only 4 people, he simply couldn't handle such a serious situation. He sent his subordinates out and made a call. "Yes, that's right. It's very serious. Please tell Master Yuji that we can't handle it." After ending the call, he breathed a sigh of relief. This track connects to a crucial dimension. To protect the secrecy of that dimension, the station, emergency response center, and other gaming departments connected to that dimension have all been staffed by members of the organization. So, while they are nominally employees of the game, they are actually members of the organization, answering to the orders of the dimension's administrator, Lord Yuji. So, it's best not to make any major noise here and not attract any outsiders. I hope nothing's wrong. I hope the organization can send someone to repair the track and pretend nothing happened. But before he could pray for long, the alarm in the station blared urgently and sharply, along with the alarm at the station itself. Everyone stood up in shock. Because this alarm signaled significant damage to the tracks, and it was caused by an unnatural force. The station master swayed, a cold sweat pouring down his face. This wasn't because it signaled imminent danger, but because, in this situation, the police report would automatically be escalated, and the Bureau of Investigation would undoubtedly be alerted. The Bureau would undoubtedly send a team to investigate thoroughly. The station master slumped down, his mind preoccupied with whether his resume would withstand the scrutiny of the Bureau's sharp noses. The game showed no mercy to traitors. It was even possible that the organization would silence them in advance to prevent any discovery. The station master looked at the panicked people around him, his mind already plotting an escape route. At the same moment, Yuji, far away in the God incubation plane, had a tense expression. The tracks were attacked? By whom? Go investigate. But sir, the tracks are broken, and the train can't pass. Then send the aircraft. Yuji paced back and forth a few times, calming himself. He called out to those about to leave. Wait! He paused, gritted his teeth, and said, in this plane, take what you need. Destroy all other traces. Everyone, retreat from the other orbit. The subordinates were startled. Are you giving up this plane? Yuji closed his eyes, his ordinary face showing a hint of helplessness. But when he opened them again, this helplessness transformed into murderous intent. When the Bureau of Investigation arrives, they won't fail to investigate this nearest plane. Oh, we can't hide it anymore. If we expose the organization, you and I will be blamed even if we die 1,000 times. Go! After his subordinates left, Yuji punched the wall furious. Who was attacking the orbit? There weren't many people capable of destroying the orbit, right? Could it be the God of Dreams again? How could a god who didn't specialize in combat possess such powerful attack power? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go and see for himself. He took a team of trusted followers and boarded a flying vehicle, heading towards the damaged orbit. Jiangqi didn't yet know that the surrounding energy flows were being drawn towards her, or that the orbit was being shattered piece by the various forces acting upon it, or that this movement would attract widespread attention. She felt like a drowning person, about to be submerged by all sorts of forces. Countless bizarre lights and shadows flashed and intertwined before her eyes, and suddenly, she seemed to have traveled back to a time long, long ago. At that time, each plane was still living its own life behind closed doors, and all kinds of creatures on the plane lived freely. Although there were constant internal wars, and various civilizations were born, collided and died, there was no attack from the outside. But then the scene shifted, and a powerful being quietly descended, casting a shadow across the myriad planes. These planes are scattered and lonely. I will build bridges of communication between them, allowing them to travel freely and exchange what they have. This powerful being spoke. And so, he began to develop silently, building the first track between the planes and creating the first vehicle capable of traveling on it. At that time, the purpose of this track and this vehicle was simple: to allow people to visit each other between planes, allowing the stronger planes to drive the weaker ones, and forging common development. However, things in this world are not always so simple. That powerful being began to grow dissatisfied with being merely a bridge-building engineer. He began to influence these planes, interfering with their development, and thus changing their future. He also gradually developed a fondness for moving people between these planes. People on the affluent planes live such blissful lives. Isn't that too monotonous? Then go to the impoverished planes and suffer. People on the safe planes never know what danger is, so go to the perilous planes and hone your survival skills. What? Many people will die there? That's just natural selection, and human creatures from certain planes might seem ordinary on this plane, but on other planes, they'd be like monsters. Isn't that fun? Move them over and scare them. Creatures from certain planes are so tiny. Throw them into a plane of normal size, and it'd be like stumbling into a land of giants. Fun, isn't it? This being toyed with these planes, and the beings within them, gradually reaping the pleasure of domination. He devised more ways to play, refined the rules, and recruited, or rather, captured, many to work for him. Gradually, he grew dissatisfied with the few planes he possessed, feeling they were too few. He expanded outward, encompassing more planes within his domain. A game called trained survival gradually took shape, like a sinister shadow covering all planes. From beneath that shadow stretched countless strings, like puppet threads, each end tightly bound to a plane, each individual. Because of the sheer number of planes and individuals, and because he had been playing for so long, this powerful being grew impatient and weary. He began to frequently doze off, simply allowing the game to continue according to his own rules. The result of this neglected management was that people grew bolder, some determined to change things, while others acted to satisfy their own selfish desires. Some planes exploited loopholes in the game and broke free, while others, under the guise of the game, secretly divided up or monopolized them. Seeing this, Jiangqi, suspended in the void, surrounded by countless energy streams, couldn't help but frown. Then, her consciousness began to drift again, and endless images flashed through her mind, as if countless years had passed, and she saw scenes from a long, long time in the future. The vast being had finally grown completely tired of it all. He watched those people making small moves, watching those planes developing independently. This should have been his domain, but too many people had their own thoughts, and he felt uncomfortable watching them. With a wave of his hand, he instantly shattered plane after plane with an unmatched force. As easily as a bubble being popped, bubble after bubble burst, no force could stop it. Be it past desolation, past glory, past pain, past joy, past effort, past failure, all shattered by a single, seemingly insignificant gesture from a supreme being. Jiangqi watched all this unfold, her fury building and surging, threatening to crush her entire body and cloud her mind. She lashed out, cursing, "If you're sick, go get treatment. Don't you have a family? You have to come to someone else's house and mess around, then complain that it's not to your liking and destroy it all. Pure 24K divine gold, brain-dead bastard." As she cursed, she felt her footing slip and instantly woke up. Still mired in a state of rage, she saw the chaotic divine energy around her, still a bit confused as to what was happening. Huidati grasped with both hands, entwining them several times, and finally wrapped them all in his hands. Then, he swirled and swirled, blending all the divine energy together into a perfectly round ball. All the divine energy and fragments of the Godhead were forced to mingle, colliding and devouring each other in a fierce frenzy. Jiangqi gripped the ball tightly, forcing all the divine energy to squeeze tighter and tighter, squeezing and squeezing until they finally merged. Jiangqi spun the ball, then released his grip. The ball began to spin on its own, and the different colored divine energy within it gradually lost its color and sharpness as it spun, becoming indistinguishable from the other divine energy. After an unknown amount of time, the ball was reduced to a single color. After the 7 colors had merged, only a brilliant rosy glow remained. This rosy glow illuminated Jiangqi's face, then gradually sank into the space between her brows, condensing into a large, complete, smoky-colored crystal deep in her sea of consciousness. Jiangqi suddenly opened her eyes, only to see the emptiness still visible. She was still suspended in the void, but the chaotic divine power surrounding her was no longer there. Looking down, she saw that the track below had completely shattered, fragmenting into pieces floating in the air. Jiangqi tapped the air lightly and flew up. Looking down from above, if the entire track were counted as a unit, at least 1/5 of the unit in the center had been completely shattered. You could see how extensive the area was. Jiangqi looked at the track, then at her own body. I just slept like this, and I merged my divine power? She seemed to see the past and future of the game, and then had a dream within a dream, in which she merged her divine power. A Yuan's voice echoed clearly in her mind. It's probably more than just a sleep. You've been affected by the chaotic divine power, entering a special state. Everything you dreamed of might be a memory from deep within your consciousness. Jiangqi suddenly realized that the past and future of the game she'd seen were what her past self had seen. So, when she cursed the game, was that her past self's curse, or was it a response from her current self? She rubbed her forehead. No matter who had cursed her, it was her true feelings. She still felt angry when she thought about it. What else could the game be if it wasn't just pure sickness? She suddenly asked, Yuan, can you see what I dreamed about? Yuan said, I know you might be trapped in some memory, but I don't know what it is. I dreamed of the beginning and end of the game. A very cliched and annoying story with a bad ending. But what's even more annoying is that this game seems truly unbeatable. Yuan, you told Dong Shifeng to take it one step at a time. Why are you so impatient when it comes to you? Look first. You already have your own godhood. Jiangqi then thought of investigating her own state. She looked inward and discovered that the ocean of her consciousness had changed. Above an endless expanse of crystalline, rosy-colored land, a huge rosy-colored crystal hovered, slowly rotating. Jiangqi was stunned. My mind has completely changed. Yuan corrected him. It's the sea of consciousness, the sea of divine awareness. From now on, your consciousness is no longer simply a consciousness, but the divine awareness of a god. That crystal is your godhead, a complete and whole godhead that belongs entirely to you. As long as this godhead remains intact, you will never perish. Jiangqi stared at the crystal in amazement, an indescribable sense of pride surging within him. But then a wave of confusion washed over him. This color is surprisingly the same as the power of the post-god. This must be just a coincidence. You merged so many different divine powers to create this color. Jiangqi admired it for a moment longer, then searched the sea of consciousness, and found 3 entities that seemed to have strayed in. One was her own conductor's panel, one was the player panel of Sando, and the third was the conductor's panel of Wumeng, which she had previously stolen as a disguise. She had momentarily forgotten about the panel, and had kept it. Under the radiance of the divine power, the 3 tools seemed small and tacky. Wumeng's panel, in particular, looked like a piece of garbage that shouldn't be there, a polluting waste. Jiangqi directly took it out. The panel appeared in her hand, and divine power condensed in her palm, enveloping it with a beautiful force like a rosy glow. With a gentle pressure, the panel deformed, then shattered and exploded, evaporating like its owner without a trace. Jiangqi nodded, deeply satisfied with the overwhelming power. Yuan said, Congratulations, you are now a true god. Every god comprehends a primary law of power. What is it? Jiangqi felt it for a moment, then said uncertainly, it seems. Devouring? Yuan, The attribute was a bit rare, but it suited her very well. A godhood created by absorbing so much divine power certainly embodies the characteristic of devouring. The 3 she raised all followed the same pattern. Something approached in the distance. Jiangqi turned and saw several aircraft. They came from the hatching plane with a fierce, menacing presence. Jiangqi could sense Yushi's presence from a distance. She extended her hand, and a vortex unfolded within it. With a gentle push, the vortex was pushed outward, expanding as it rapidly met the aircraft. The aircraft immediately slowed down, and the one that didn't slow down was swallowed by the vortex, vanishing completely. Jiangqi's mind struck him. I swallowed that aircraft. She frowned slightly. Including the people inside. Although the man had been transformed directly into energy, his excess flesh dissolved by divine power, and although no one who could associate with Yu Ji was a good person, she still felt the uneasy feeling of having eaten someone. With a thought, she pointed her finger at the vortex and gestured with it to separate. The vortex split in two, then into four, chasing the fleeing aircraft and devouring their hulls. As the aircraft broke apart, the people inside were sucked out by the void's energy flow, completely exposed to the energy stream. Yu Ji was lucky enough to be able to withstand it, but the others were in dire straits. The energy flow licked and scratched them like a wild beast's barbed tongue, leaving them in tatters, and a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. Ah! Lord, save me! They cried out in agony, but their lord Yu Ji, unable to care for himself, abandoned them without hesitation and fled in disgrace at top speed. Those few could only cry out in despair, as they watched themselves being worn down by the energy flow. Jiangqi stood in the air, watching the scene calmly, and at the last moment, she intervened to protect them. She flew in front of the 6 dying men. The 6, reduced to a bloody mess, raised their heads with difficulty, seeing only a blur of light and shadow. Jiangqi spoke in a feminine voice, carrying undeniable power, calmly. I am the devouring god. From today on, I am your lord. Everything you have belongs to me. You must obey my commands. Yu Ji fled back to the plane in a panic, shouting at the top of his lungs to violently destroy everything within it. Sir, there are still many who haven't evacuated. It's too late. Destroy everything immediately. Immediately. The subordinates looked at each other, unable to do anything but obey. This plane had been constructed by the organization. Destruction devices had already been installed beneath the earth. With a single click, the entire plane instantly collapsed and shattered, like the end of the world. The gods, the indigenous people, and the members of the organization, who hadn't had time to evacuate, were all stunned, desperately trying to hide and flee, but there was no safe place for them to hide. They couldn't believe they had been abandoned like this, staring blankly at the sky or cursing at it. But eventually, all voices died away, and the entire plane gradually quieted down. A devastating mess, with no sign of life. Those watching the scene were deeply shocked and speechless. Even though they had committed countless evil deeds, the destruction of an entire plane's worth of inhabitants, many of whom they knew and had only recently discussed leaving together, left them feeling incredibly complicated. Looking at Yu Ji again, his face was filled with the relief of finally having dealt with the aftermath. With a wave of his hand, he boarded the aircraft and said, "Retreat." Watching his ruthless retreat, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Most of those who died in the plane were those who were loyal to him. He had killed them with his own hands, yet felt no trace of guilt or regret. Everyone looked at each other, not just terrified, but now utterly chilled. At that moment, 6 people flew over from the other side of the station, their faces quizzical. Everyone was startled. How did you fly back naked? Could you possibly withstand the energy flow? The 6 people didn't answer, only asking, "Where's the master?" Then they angrily told the story. The 6 men looked at each other, and one of them said in a deep voice, "Lord Yu Ji's poor decisions led to this series of accidents. Now, in an attempt to cover up his mistakes, he has not only destroyed an entire plane, but also killed so many people. They didn't deserve to die. Each of them was carefully trained by the organization. They shouldn't be held responsible for the mistakes of just one person, Yu Ji." Everyone was surprised. What did he mean? The man continued, "This time, the organization has suffered heavy losses, and there's also the risk of exposing its secrets. If the blame is placed on us, none of us combined can afford it. Yu Ji might even try to shift the blame, just as he did with the Feiji lineage. Instead of letting him throw dirty water on us, why not strike first?" Chapter 114. 1 month later. Dong Shifeng finished the dungeon she was working on, led the players out of the dungeon city, and returned to the train. Thinking of her next act of courtesy to Lord Yu Ji, she couldn't help but sigh. A month had passed, and she didn't know if Yu Ji was still in that incubation plane. She opened her dashboard, receiving various messages. The first to pop up were messages from the organization and private messages from several friends she had added. One of these friends was Fu Yinghao, a new friend she had added after Yu Ji's appreciation. He was also one of Yu Ji's trusted associates. Her eyes widened when she saw the message. This, Yu Ji is dead. It said that Yu Ji had violated the organization's rules, causing it to fall into a serious crisis, and had committed grave offenses, and was therefore executed by the organization's higher-ups. Dong Shifeng was stunned for several seconds. She had just clung to this person's patronage, and he was dead. Had her patronage been for nothing? Fu Yinghao continued, "Yadi, after you exit the dungeon, come to this plane. The organization has arranged for a few of us to take over Yushi's affairs. Although she still had many questions, Dong Shunfeng immediately started the train. A few days later, she arrived at this plane. This was a plane under the organization, still under construction. It had previously been Yushi's mission. Dong Shunfeng had placed the players in a small city within this plane. Here they could rest, but they were forbidden from leaving the city and would not know the true nature of this plane. Then, she hurried to meet up with the others. Upon arrival, she saw that the 6 leaders were none other than 6 of Yushi's trusted associates. Before, they looked down on her, as if she were an enemy out to steal their jobs, but now, they all smiled at her. "Yachty, you're here. Yushi admired you greatly during his lifetime, and we all witnessed your abilities. So, when the organization asked us if we had any other hires, we put your name forward. Come on, now the 7 of us will share the work left behind by Yushi," Fu Yinghao said to her with a smile. Dong Xingfeng's alarm bells went off. So friendly? Something must be wrong. Perhaps they were plotting to make her take the blame, but soon, she realized they were sincere, actually teaching her step by step what to do and how to do it. During the lunch break, she was still puzzled and wanted to ask someone what was going on. Someone sat down in front of her. "Fu Yinghao, you?" The Fu Yinghao in front of her smiled at her, waved his finger, and a screen appeared in the air, beginning the flag raising and national anthem singing process. Dong Shunfeng, A familiar memory returned, and Dong Shunfeng rubbed his forehead, looking at the person in front of him. "Team leader?" Jiangqi nodded. "It's me. I'm curious about what happened this past month, right?" Although she had cast a barrier around her, she still moved closer and said mysteriously, "It's nothing really." The tracks near the incubation plane were severely damaged, attracting the Game Investigation Bureau. To prevent them from finding the organization, Yuji destroyed the entire incubation plane. Isn't that a huge responsibility? He even tried to shift the blame onto his subordinates, but they took the initiative, kidnapped him, and took him to the organization's leader to apologize. Jiangqi took a pine cone-like, hard-shelled fruit from the plate in front of Dong Shunfeng and slowly peeled it. Anyway, in the end, Yushi's immediate superior, the deputy general manager, personally executed him for the sake of justice. And the 6 people who kidnapped Yushi, because of their meritorious service in exposing the case, took over Yushi's remaining tasks. Then, they saw potential in you, so they brought you in. From now on, the 7 of you will form a small decision-making group, temporarily filling in for Yushi's duties. She took a bite of the fruit, frowning at the sweetness. She put it down and said, "In other words, all 7 of you will have the opportunity to appear before the deputy general manager, but whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourselves." Dong Shunfeng listened to her calm and composed remarks, knowing that there must be something thrilling going on. For example, how the track was damaged, how the investigation bureau investigated, and how these 6 people stepped on Yushi to rise to power. She asked, "Did you bribe these 6 people?" Jiangqi replied, "Not bribed, but subdued. Anyway, all you need to know is that they are now my most loyal followers. From now on, they will cooperate with you and support you without leaving any trace." Jiangqi left Fu Yinghao's body, like a soul leaving his body, except that her soul looked indistinguishable from the real thing. Dong Shunfeng looked at her, then at Fu Yinghao, who sat motionless before him, his movements and expressions frozen. Jiangqi looked at Fu Yinghao and said, "Unfortunately, this is the first time I controlled someone like this. They won't live long, at most a year or 2. You have to hurry." Dong Shunfeng said sternly, "Understood." Jiangqi added, "This time, the organization nearly caught the attention of the game, and, I caused some trouble." Dong Shunfeng looked at her curiously. Jiangqi didn't elaborate on the specifics of the incident. Anyway, they should tone it down a bit from now on, and you won't have to do all the dirty work. It's best to take this opportunity to transition from a professional train conductor to a key member of the organization. Jiangqi reached out and touched Dong Xingfeng's forehead, channeling divine power into him. "I placed a barrier around your consciousness. With this, no one can normally probe your true memories, so I won't seal your memories. From now on, I keep an eye out for the members of Group 100 who left Blue Star with you. If I encounter them, I send them over to you and offer my assistance if appropriate." A few minutes later, Jiangqi left, and Fu Yinghao, who was sitting across from Dong Shunfeng, finally broke free from his immobilization. He noticed nothing and continued to chatter with Dong Shunfeng, grinning. "As for this plane, the organization wants to build it into a magical world. This requires a lot of magical materials. Next, Come with me to the organization's headquarters a few times to apply for these materials. Dong Shumfeng listened silently and ate in silence. Building a plane from scratch was a completely novel and meaningful experience for her, one that might come in handy in the future. After Jiang Qi left this plane, he used his divine power to fly around. He soon became aware of something searching for him. How annoying. Has her birth as the devouring god alarmed the game, or rather, someone within it? They didn't know what they had sent to track her down. For the past few days, she'd been stalking the organization's territory, disrupting many tracks and attracting one investigative team after another. She frightened the organization, forcing them to scale back their forces and reduce their movements. Through these fishing trips, she figured out what was tracking her: several gods dedicated to the game, skilled at tracking, and several elusive teams armed with some particularly powerful tracking gadgets. She didn't know if they were from the same faction or different. Regardless, as long as Jiang Qi used the new divine power of the devouring god, she would be tracked down. Their attitude toward a newly born god was clear: either destroy or subdue her. She wouldn't be allowed to wander freely. If Jiang Qi wanted to remain hidden, she couldn't use the devouring power anymore. If she did, she'd have to face these troubles. She was getting annoyed. After much deliberation, she could only continue to hide. But having the power, but not being able to use it, was a bit frustrating. Anyway, there wasn't anything urgent to do recently. Dong Shumfeng had already paved the way for her, and she had no plans to return to launching anytime soon. Since she was idle anyway, she might as well retire and do something big. So, after many twists and turns, she arrived at the upper spirit plane. Looking at the silver energy shield outside the upper spirit plane, she rubbed her hands. A Yuan tried to dissuade her. You're taking a risk. This energy shield is no joke. Jiang Qi, give it a try. It's said that vehicles and people who try to force their way through will be disintegrated and devoured by the energy shield. Whose devouring power is stronger, its or mine? Before, she had no choice but to look up to it. Now that she had some ability, she couldn't wait to test the waters head-on. This energy shield, to some extent, represents the level of the game, right? A Yuan knew he couldn't persuade her, so he could only say, then prepare to escape. This didn't seem to suggest anything positive about her. Jiang Qi took a deep breath, mobilized all his divine power, and suddenly unleashed a massive devouring vortex, slamming it fiercely into the energy shield of the upper spirit plane. Instantly, the entire energy shield vibrated. The silver energy shield, originally blocking everything within the plane like a blackout curtain, suddenly became transparent with this vibration. Those waiting at the station outside the plane, those heading to the upper spirit plane, those who had no right to see the scenery of the upper spirit plane, could all gaze in. Ah, that's the interior of the upper spirit plane. Nothing special to look at. I thought it was some incredible wonderland, but it looks just SOSO. Why did the energy shield suddenly become transparent? Is the upper spirit plane opening up to everyone? Take pictures, take pictures. This is a rare opportunity. Maybe you can even sell it later. Those outside the plane were thrilled, but those inside were dumbfounded. Everyone in each department felt the ground, the buildings, and the air vibrate. They looked up in surprise. Upon learning that the upper spirit plane was under attack, their first reaction was disbelief. Who would be so bold as to attack the upper spirit plane? This is the core of the game, the seat of power and symbol of it. This is more than a simple provocation. They emerged in disbelief, only to be even more shocked to discover that the energy shield protecting the upper spirit plane was vibrating continuously, and a hole had been corroded in one place by some unknown force. A hole! A hole! The protective shield of the upper spirit plane, arguably the world's strongest, safest, most impenetrable, capable of swallowing anything, had been attacked and pierced. At that moment, its prestige plummeted, leaving everyone speechless. Rong Ding, amidst the crowd, stared at the shattered hole. It took her a moment to find her words, muttering, "Warrior. Oh no, how dare you!" She shouted, commanding her troops. The upper spirit plane is under attack from an unknown force. Follow me and capture this thief who dares to defy the game. Yes. A group of people immediately flew towards the hole in a mighty procession. The others, damn. How could this guy react so quickly? He's so good at flattering the game. This made them seem stupid and disloyal. So one by one, they quickly followed. Like a dense swarm of leeches, swarms of people flew towards the cave entrance, seemingly pouring out. Unfortunately, the thief, having achieved his goal, fled. Jiang Qi sprinted at nearly the speed of light, and in a flash, she was already a distant place. She concealed her presence and desperately ran for a while. Finally, exhausted, she let herself drift through the air, finally reaching a train and slipping inside. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed. Yuan asked helplessly, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Jiang Qi's divine power surged, and it took a long time for him to find the strength to speak. "Not bad, it's just that collision was a bit strong. It was a close call. She was nearly swallowed whole." As she threw the devouring vortex at the energy shield, and the two made contact, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the shield, devouring the vortex in turn, its residual force sweeping directly towards Jiang Qi. At that moment, Jiang Qi felt like she was facing a black hole with terrifying suction. It's no exaggeration to say that time seemed to slow down for her. Luckily, she was prepared and ran fast enough. "How's it going? I didn't even have time to see the results." Yuan said, "Your vortex corroded a hole in the energy shield, but it quickly repaired itself." Jiang Qi wasn't disappointed. "That means I can inflict damage." "The upper spiritual plane, the game center, nothing more." Yuan said worriedly, "Don't brag yet. Your spirit has faded a bit. You must be injured." Jiang Qi looked at her hands, and saw they had indeed faded. She lay down on the ground, overcome by an indescribable weakness. She grunted, "A little, but it will be fine." Yuan was speechless. He was still so reckless. As long as he was sure he wouldn't die, he would do anything. Jiang Qi lay there for a moment, then became excited again. "But with that collision, I felt like I touched something in the game, something very core, very essential. It felt like, at that moment, I touched its skin." Back then, Zhongyi said that the upper spirit plane was the core area for game employees, but not for the game itself, because the game's origins weren't there. But after today's exploration, I don't see it that way. "Do you think the game's origins are there?" Jiang Qi closed his eyes, and thought of the dream he had when he achieved godhood. The game should be in a state of weariness by now, dormant. Perhaps it's slumbering beneath the upper spirit plane. Unfortunately, with her current abilities, the energy shield would snap if she touched it, so she couldn't test it again. She sighed, "I can't really say, it's just my feeling." She climbed up, and peered out the train window. The upper spirit plane was no longer visible, but she could imagine how bustling it was. She sat back down, pondering her next move, when she heard the people in the car chatter, "What's going on? My next dungeon was cancelled?" "Mine too." "Mine wasn't cancelled." Jiang Qi looked over, and saw that the entire car was filled with train conductors, presumably returning for a job report or training session. At that moment, a train conductor said, "Have you seen the latest news? The upper spirit plane was attacked." "What?" "Seriously, it happened shortly after we left. It said there was a hole in the energy shield." "Is that why our dungeon was cancelled? What could that possibly mean? Isn't it said that some planes share some common origin with the upper spirit plane?" Jiang Qi pricked up her ears. This game truly held so many secrets she didn't know. She was so isolated from information, so passive, but after listening for a while, she began to understand. Some planes had been visited by the game long ago, back when it was first developing, and they left something behind. These planes therefore received a special honor, known as the birthplace of the game. The upper spirit plane was the most famous and prestigious of these. These planes shared the same power as the upper spirit plane. This time, the upper spirit plane was attacked, damaging its energy shield, causing the origin planes to resonate with it, temporarily canceling the dungeons on those planes. Jiang Qi stroked his chin, curious about those planes. Perhaps visiting them would offer a deeper understanding of the game. After the train arrived at the next station, the conductors would transfer to other trains, or board their own private trains. After disembarking, they encountered acquaintances at the station, and engaged in more lively private conversations. Jiang Qi pricked up her ears, gathering information here and there, and quickly compiled a list of the origin planes. Then, she began to monitor the dungeons on those planes. Just half a day later, the planes returned to normal, and the dungeons opened as usual. Jiang Qi quietly followed a conductor heading to a dungeon on one of these planes, and boarded their train. 5 days later, Jiang Qi followed a group of players into the dungeon. The moment she landed, her body suddenly shifted dramatically. She had become a stick figure. She stared at her body in shock. Each leg was made of 2 sticks, as were each arm. Her torso was a single stick, and her head was a slightly shorter stick. In other words, her entire body was made up of 10 sticks. Each stick had a head, the burning end, and it was a vibrant, rose-red color. She had the feeling that the heads only needed a gentle friction to ignite, and once all 10 matches burned, she would be gone. No wonder the train conductor's announcement on the train was so vague, only saying there would be a surprise after entering the dungeon. What kind of surprise was that? It was pure shock, wasn't it? Jiangqi was careful not to make any large movements, lest the match head and stick rub against each other and catch fire. Looking around, she seemed to be on a hillside, but why did the surrounding flowers, plants, and rocks all seem so large? There was a rustling sound, footsteps. She looked up and saw a giant. Ah, look! I found a stick figure. The giant squatted down, parted the grass, and looked at Jiangqi in surprise. Jiangqi, if this face were scaled down, it would be a little girl. Or perhaps, it wasn't the other person's size that was so large, but she herself was too small. Then, the little girl reached out and carefully picked her up. Jiangqi still didn't dare to move, just to see what the girl was going to do. Then, she was placed in the basket on the girl's arm. The basket was filled with all sorts of things. There were wild vegetables, mushrooms, something that looked like cow dung, and a black, coal-like, human-shaped stone. The most terrifying thing was, these things moved. The wild vegetable twisted its body, 2 leaves standing upright, and turned around, screaming, "How did I become a vegetable?" The mushroom calmly shook its cap. "What's all this fuss about? Didn't your conductor tell you before entering this dungeon?" The pile of cow dung shuddered, also quite calmly. "You, wild vegetable, are new here? Just relax. Once you're eaten and then pulled out, after a cycle of reincarnation, you level up and become another anthropomorphic figure, continuing this cycle. During this 30-day instance, the more reincarnations you experience, the more diligently you be used by the natives, the greater your contribution to this plane, and the greater the benefits you receive." The coal stone figurine nearby laughed so hard that coal dust fell. "Why didn't you tell me? The prerequisite for reaping the benefits is not getting lost in these cycles of life and death. If you get lost, you never be able to escape. Look, like this." Jiangqi looked up and saw the cloth covering the basket being lifted, revealing another object. It was a yam figurine, freshly dug from the ground, still covered in dirt. It lay sprawled, motionless, its mouth opening and closing, uttering incoherent sounds. "Look, this one's lost, completely stupid. After a few more reincarnations, it won't even be able to make these sounds, and will become a complete object here," the coal man said, suddenly looking at Jiangqi. "You're different, you're actually a matchstick man." Jiangqi blinked. "How are you different?" The mushroom also raised its cap and looked at Jiangqi carefully. When a player first enters, they're basically just ordinary objects, just able to speak and move. Just like this vegetable, if it lies still, it's just an ordinary wild vegetable. Only after experiencing many reincarnations can it take on a human form. And you, upon entering the dungeon, are a matchstick man. Chapter 115. The basket swayed back and forth as the little girl carried it. Through the cracks in the basket, one could hear her cheerful humming. It was clear she was in a genuinely good mood. But Jiangqi wasn't in a particularly good mood. She sat with her legs apart in the corner of the basket, shoving a handful of matchsticks through the cracks to steady herself, facing the players. The mushroom moved closer, examining Jiangqi from head to toe. "So why are you so special?" The piece of cow dung also moved closer. Although the coal figurine didn't move closer, it sat up, clasped its arms, and stared at Jiangqi. The wild vegetable also peeked out from behind. Jiangqi calmly said, "Who told you I'm a new player?" Several players responded with question marks. Mushroom shook its umbrella cap. "Are you a veteran? When did you enter the dungeon? How many times have you been there?" Jiangqi, "Why should I tell you?" Cow dung jumped. "Wow, so arrogant. Brother Cole, come on, kill her. If she doesn't die for the indigenous people, it's not a contribution. Her death would be in vain." Mushroom shook its umbrella cap even more vigorously, looking like it was enjoying the show. But the coal man remained calm. He stared at Jiangqi. Although she looked fragile and easy to deal with, the more likely she was to have some hidden tricks up her sleeve. He didn't want to make an enemy out of nothing. So he smiled and said to Jiangqi, "Your human form is already very clear. You must have entered the dungeon before me, right? Look, mine has only just begun to emerge." As it spoke, it raised its arm to demonstrate. It was essentially a roughly humanoid coal stone, its joints rigid, limiting its range of motion. Unlike Jiangqi, the matches appeared loosely connected, but in reality, they were held together by an invisible force, allowing for agile and bold movements. Jiangqi, receiving its overtures, softened her stern expression. Even though she had no face, her coldness was unnoticeable. She said, I've been in the dungeon for a while now. Maybe it's because I reincarnate quickly. The coal figure sighed. Fast reincarnation gives you an advantage. Like that vegetable, it can be cooked today and reincarnate again tonight. But for me, after being picked up, I might still be kept for 2 days, so the cycle is longer. As the two began chatting, the tense atmosphere in the basket suddenly dissipated. The mushroom and the cow dung were both a little disappointed, but they didn't dare add fuel to the fire. After all, they were both quite fragile now, and their number of reincarnations was less than these two. If they angered them, it would be a waste of their lives. The wild vegetable looked left and right. As a complete newbie, it asked cautiously, "So, in this dungeon, death isn't something to be feared. Instead, we should pursue a meaningful death?" Several other little creatures looked at it, and the mushroom grinned. "You could say that, but didn't I just say that? You have to hold on." The newbie looked at the unconscious yam figurine lying there, shrank his neck, licked his cheek, and asked, "Sister, how can I hold on?" The mushroom chuckled, his voice suddenly becoming harsh. "Who's your sister? Don't yell. There's no gender in this dungeon." Jiangqi silently observed them, mentally summarizing the information he had gained. First, this dungeon was unique. Unlike other dungeons, where only one player team could enter at a time, this one was constantly being filled, but each group of players only stayed for 30 days. During these 30 days, the player's mission wasn't to survive, but to die, and to die at the hands of the natives, a worthy and meaningful death. Only in this way could the player reap some benefits. The more times they died, the more meaningful their deaths, and the greater the benefits they gained. Of course, this precondition required that you maintain your resolve during the endless cycle of death. Once lost, you would be consumed by this place forever. From this perspective, this death would be anything but easy. It would be either extremely painful or disorienting. Few players would be able to endure the full 30 days. Finally, the basket stopped shaking, the cloth above it was lifted, and light streamed in. "Grandma, look what I found today." The little girl leaned over, her hands extended to Jiangqi. Jiangqi quickly pulled the matchsticks out of the gap in the basket, and she held them up. She experienced the sensation of making an airplane in someone else's hands. Looking down, it was only about a meter high, but to her right now, it felt incredibly high, enough to trigger her fear of heights. The sensation was truly novel. Then, an elderly woman wearing a flowered headband approached. "Ah, a stick figure. How did you find it?" The little girl smiled. "I found it by accident. I was pulling aside some grass, and it was sitting there, so cute." Two faces, one old and one young, stared at Jiangqi. Jiangqi sat stiffly in the little girl's palm. The little girl's grandmother suddenly frowned. "Why isn't it moving? It moved just now. Is it dead?" Jiangqi, So, in this world, is it normal for anthropomorphic figures to move? Or is it dead if it doesn't? Confused, Jiangqi still moved. "Ah, it's moving. Here, put it in this basket. We might sell it in town later for a good price." "Sell it?" The little girl was reluctant. "Why keep it if you don't sell it? It's just a few matches. I wouldn't even burn my skin. It's rare to find a complete stick figure like this. Those rich people will definitely like it." As the grandmother and grandson talked, Jiangqi was placed in a small basket, which was then hung from the beam under the eaves. This gave Jiangqi a higher view. Leaning over the edge of the basket, he could see the entire yard. This was a small farmyard, devoid of any trace of technology. Looking at the coarse cloth worn by the grandparents, it seemed like a distant ancient world. The mushroom laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, you won't be burned for now. I wonder how long it will take to reach the next reincarnation." Jiangqi, So he was gloating? The cow dung was also gloating. Maybe it'd be sold to a wealthy person and kept as a collectible. The newbie asked, confused. "Wouldn't that mean I just have to waste my time? And can I leave after the dungeon ends?" "The dungeon ends in 30 days. As long as you're conscious and can respond to the recall signal on the control panel, you can leave naturally." As the mushroom spoke, a hand scooped it up and, along with the other mushrooms, tossed it into the water for washing. The wild vegetable was also placed in another basin with the other vegetables for washing. "Mushroom, that's too strong. Ah, my head." The wild vegetable, "Ah, don't pry my hand. Ah." The mushroom's cap was torn off, and the wild vegetable's old leaves and roots were broken off. Both let out heart-wrenching screams that were painful to listen to. The cow dung huddled in the basket, its earlier gloating expression gone. It consoled itself by saying, "The pain is only temporary, it will pass." The next moment, a hand scooped it up, mixed it with other firewood, and stuffed it into the stove to burn. The flames ignited, and the cow dung soon let out even more shrill screams. Ah! It hurts! Stop it! Who's going to kill me? Ah! Then, after the dirt was cleaned off the yam figurine, it was peeled with a planer. The unconscious figurine let out a horrific scream, as if it were being skinned alive. That wasn't the end of it. After the yam figurine was peeled, it was placed on a chopping board and struck with a knife. After it was flattened, it was chopped again, and then chopped until it was pulverized. Throughout the process, the yam figurine's screams faded. Jiangqi clung to the edge of the small basket, closing his eyes to ignore them, but the heartbreaking cries from the yard still reached his ears. The little girl's family was completely oblivious to the cries. They busied themselves happily, waiting for the water in the pot to boil. Then, they poured chopped mushrooms, wild vegetables, and mashed yam into the pot, creating a soup. Finally, all the screams subsided. Because, those players are all dead. Jiangqi watched the little girl and her family sharing the pot of soup in the yard. Seeing the smiles on their faces, and hearing them say how delicious it was, a chill ran down his spine. A sigh echoed in Jiangqi's ears. She turned her head, and saw the coal figurine placed on the windowsill. Noticing Jiangqi's gaze, he sighed, "See, death is so tragic. That yam must have completely collapsed and been lost, while the others are unknown. Perhaps they will soon silently transform into other objects, reappear in some corner, and then be discovered by the natives again, taken home, and begin a new cycle. Or perhaps, they will die completely, becoming some kind of matter in this world, participating in the material cycle." Jiangqi said nothing. The coal figurine continued to itself. We players, bit by bit, contribute to this world. The basket you're in might have been made by a single player, and the pot in the yard might be made up of the fragments of many players. The river in front of the house has buried countless players. Jiangqi said calmly, "Players go to other worlds to plunder resources and kill the natives, but here, they contribute. So, this is the advantage of the game's origins. The game constantly brings in waves of players. They could just rob directly, but they use the guise of a dungeon, making players think this is also a game, and perhaps even feel safer than other dungeons, thus losing their guard. Tell me, in the end, how many of these waves of players will actually be able to leave safely?" Jiangqi didn't answer. It seemed the coal figurine saw through everything, completely different from the persona he put on. Next, Jiangqi watched other anthropomorphic players being brought back by the little girl's family. As long as they entered the courtyard, most were quickly dealt with, each one suffering a horrible death. A sheet of iron figurine, shaved, chiseled, and nailed, was fashioned into a stool, where it was constantly sat on. A herb figurine, variously prepared, was hung on a rope, suffering its torment. A mud figurine, used to paste in a stove, endured the scorching heat, unable to die even if it wanted to. The interweaving screams made Jiangqi numb. The sky gradually darkened, and a chill spread. The coal figurine was picked up by the little girl's father, and thrown into the charcoal basin to burn, providing warmth for the family. Coal is very durable, so Jiangqi listened to the coal figurine's groans all night. It wasn't as mournful and loud, but the subtle, fragmented sounds were even more excruciating. Accompanied by these moans, Jiangqi tried to change her form, but was completely unable to do so. She was forced to remain in stick figure form, unable to even use any abilities. What worried her most was that she could no longer sense a yuan, and she couldn't access the conductor or player panels. This was the first time this had happened. She could have jumped out of the basket and escaped, but looking at her tiny arms and legs, and the surroundings that seemed like a land of giants to her, she decided to stay put and wait and see. The next day, the little girl and her family awoke. The door opened, and the little girl's father emerged carrying a charcoal brazier. Only a layer of ash remained in the basin, which he had carelessly dumped in a corner of the yard. After the family finished their meal, the little girl's parents left for work in town. Before leaving, they placed Jiangqi in a bamboo basket and took him along. They soon arrived in town, and the outside was bustling with activity. Jiangqi peeked out through the cracks in the bamboo basket and saw, as expected, an ancient town. 10 minutes later, at the back door of a large mansion, Jiangqi was sold to a man who looked like a housekeeper. This same housekeeper then presented him to a young man in his teens. "Wow, a matchstick figure that's become a spirit." The child immediately began to playfully fiddle with Jiangqi's hands and feet, prompting Jiangqi to poke him. "Oh my, it can even poke me. How fun. Hey, can you fight?" XX's stone figure, XX's candle figure, and Triple X's gym figure are all good at fighting, but you look so delicate and shatter easily, so you're not likely to fight, are you? He kept muttering, while Jiangqi moved around the table, looking around. This was a rather elegant side hall, complete with a display case displaying a number of rare and precious items. The sight was startling. These were, surprisingly, players, unable to move, forced to maintain contorted positions and moan softly. Even the display case itself was inlaid with players, creating a scene of hell. If, in the farmyard before, players were used as daily necessities, a cruel practice that certainly contributed to the lives of the indigenous people, then this display case seemed more like a gaudy collection, perhaps even a form of deliberate torture. As Jiangqi approached, she suddenly felt a suction force, and was sucked in. The next moment, she was a stick figure, perched upside down on a shelf in the antique collection. Jiangqi, shared with her was a rattan bracelet, crafted from natural rattan through a process of steaming, straightening, shaping, and polishing. Coated with beeswax, it had a beautiful sheen, and was inlaid with silver flakes, turquoise, and other ornaments, looking like a true work of art. However, Jiangqi could only hear the painful groans emanating from the bracelet. Another one. The bracelet spoke with difficulty. Fire, stick figure? Can you burn me to death? I can't bear it. The constant bending, coupled with the pain of the ornaments piercing its flesh, left it in constant agony. It was driven mad by the urge for relief, but could only suffer here day after day. Jiangqi asked, "How long have you been in this dungeon?" The rattan bracelet continued to moan dazedly. "Jiangqi, answer my questions, and I consider helping you escape." The vine bracelet finally said, "How long? I can't remember. Maybe half a year, maybe a year. It feels like several lifetimes have passed." Through the vine bracelet player's narration, Jiangqi heard about another version of the dungeon. This player had entered this dungeon over a year ago. Initially, he also believed that as long as he continued to reincarnate and endured it, he would be able to leave the dungeon and gain corresponding benefits. He gritted his teeth, enduring death again and again, always maintaining his composure. On the 25th day, he had experienced a total of 13 reincarnations. This time, he became a red vine, a humanoid red vine. Growing deep in the mountains, he had originally thought he would remain there for the final 5 days, until he could leave the dungeon. But he was discovered, chopped off, and taken back to be crafted into a rattan bracelet. During this process, his human-like limbs were chopped off, leaving only a straight rattan. He was conscious throughout the entire process, boiling, shaping, and polishing. It was painful, but he had to endure it. 3 days later, he was made into a rattan bracelet. By this point, he should have completed the cycle of his mission and could have died. However, he did not die. Instead, he remained conscious and was sold to this wealthy family, becoming a display piece on their display cabinet. Thus, he continued to endure, silently counting the minutes, waiting for the moment to leave. However, 2 days passed, and he did not leave. I thought I was so eager to leave that I miscalculated the time. So I kept waiting, day after day. I watched the sky outside change from light to dark, dark to light again. I knew time had passed, far exceeding 30 days, and I could never get out. Tung Zhu spoke of that despairing past, and his breath was no longer so weak, filled with indignation and resentment. Why? It was clearly agreed to be 30 days. Every dungeon only has 30 days. Why not this one? I didn't do anything wrong the whole time. I always followed the rules. Why am I trapped here? The other objects on the display case also started to clamor. That's right, why? This isn't a normal dungeon at all. No one can leave. When I get out, I kill all these natives. Damn these natives. How dare you, a bunch of bastards, do this to me? A group of players erupted in a clamor, shaking the entire display case slightly. Jiangqi listened expressionlessly. These players had committed countless murders and atrocities against the natives in other planes, and now it was simply the other way around. Though tragic, they didn't deserve sympathy. She simply wondered what this dungeon, or rather, this plane, was up to. Keeping the players in such a cruel manner, was it purely torture, or was there some other purpose? And what did this have to do with the game? The rich young man finally noticed the stick figure in front of him was gone. He searched everywhere until he spotted Jiangqi on the display case. How did you get up there? He pulled a chair over and stood on it, attempting to remove Jiangqi from the display case. Jiangqi stood upside down, watching his movements, and asked the players on the antique shelf, "Do you want to try and see if you can get off this shelf?" The players, venting their anger, responded, "Shock. Can you get us out of here? There's an invisible force trapped on this shelf." We can't get out unless the natives take us out. Jiangqi, give it a try. Why, you afraid? Why not? I'd rather die right now than suffer every day. What are you going to do? Jiangqi asked. Is there anything flammable? Yes, my bottle is filled with oil. A vase on top shouted. My wick is made of cotton. It catch fire. A stuffed doll said. This shelf is made of wood, so it's easy to ignite. Cried the wood player embedded in the antique display case. Jiangqi asked again, how much can you move? If you try your best, you can still move a little. Okay, then, a little while. The rich young man stood up and extended his hand toward Jiangqi. The moment his hand touched Jiangqi, Jiangqi shouted, now. Wow! The oil-filled vase on top trembled violently and fell over. The pale yellow oil poured out, covering most of the antique display case, and even flowing onto Jiangqi's section. Jiangqi, using the rich young man's hand, imitated bending his own arm. He then bent the matchstick on his left arm, representing his forearm, and let the matchstick head brush against the matchstick on his upper arm. Instantly, the matchstick head burst into flames, and Jiangqi threw the entire matchstick out. The sparks hit the oil, instantly igniting and burning along the entire oily surface, covering most of the display case. The wealthy young man cried out in shock, losing his balance and about to fall from his chair. Jiangqi channeled his spiritual sense, pulling him back. He slammed hard against the display case. The entire heavy display case shook. The objects on it also shook. Woohoo! Shake! Burn! The players roared with excitement, like prisoners about to escape. The puppet screamed and tore, its entire body splitting apart, spilling its cotton, further fueling the flames. The players frantically shook the wooden parts of the display case, causing it to shake even more violently. Bang! Bang! Objects fell from the display case one after another. The fragile items shattered instantly, and then there was silence. The less fragile items rolled on the ground, scrambled to their feet, and struggled to move their legs, whether they existed or not, away from the display case as quickly as possible. Jiangqi watched the scene. As expected, as long as she left the display case, she could break free from the controlling force. She stared at the flames before her, backed away as far as she could, observing the ground. She leaned forward, and fell to a spot free of fire and oil, nearly breaking her apart. With a bang, the nearby rattan bracelet also fell, relying on its circular shape to roll away. Jiangqi climbed to his feet, and the little stick figure, propping up half of his left arm, limped away. Looking back, the display case, engulfed in flames, swayed a few times before collapsing completely, sending all the objects on it crashing to the ground. Only a few managed to escape, most were consumed by the flames. But at the moment of the burning, the players burst into laughter, exhilarated. At that very moment, the side hall rapidly transformed, from a chic and elegant hall to a dilapidated, shabby, lichened house abandoned for decades, leaking everywhere and covered in spiderwebs, and the wealthy young man instantly transformed from a chubby, adorable teenager into a worn-out skeleton. The skeleton's head snapped as its two empty eye sockets turned, searching for something, finally settling on Jiangqi and roaring angrily, "It's you! You're the one causing trouble! You ruined my beautiful dream!" It strode towards Jiangqi. Jiangqi didn't react immediately, because as the side hall shifted, she sensed a surge of energy. A strange energy, maintaining the hall's elegance, dissipated at that moment. This energy was different from divine power, different from the power of violation. It was a different, more mysterious force. Jiangqi almost instinctively absorbed this dissipated energy. Chapter 116. Jiangqi was speechless at her own instinctive actions. She didn't know when it started, but she became accustomed to trying to get whatever she saw as a good thing. If she could get it, she earned it. If she couldn't, she just tried, and she felt at ease. This kind of thief spirit, never leaving empty-handed, was quite commendable. In her desperate state, she even found time to praise herself, then realized that she had surprisingly successfully absorbed this strange energy. This power surged into her stick-figure body, and in the blink of an eye, the missing stick of her left arm regrew, and her entire body grew taller and larger. Before she could fully appreciate it, the skeleton also noticed that her energy had been drained away, and with increasing rage, it rushed over in 2 quick steps, raised its bony foot high, and stomped down hard on Jiangqi. Jiangqi quickly twisted herself into a bundle, facing the incoming foot, and found the perfect angle. She only had 10 matchsticks in her body, and even though they grown a bit larger, after twisting them together, they still made a thin bundle. And so, she got stuck, in the crack of that bony foot. The skeleton stepped down, feeling nothing break. Lifting its foot, it saw the stick figure gone. It spun around, searching for Jiangqi, completely unaware that he was stuck on its foot. The other players who hadn't escaped yet, fuck. How could someone be so cunning? Stop looking. Run. The players fled with a grumble. The skeleton searched, but not finding Jiangqi, and realizing that all the other players had fled, it became even more furious and rushed out of the side hall. Aside from this side hall, the rest of the mansion still maintained its magnificent appearance. The housekeeper, who happened to be running over from somewhere else, was startled to see the skeleton. "Oh my goodness, young master, how have you become like this?" The skeleton, "It's all because of that stick figure you brought back. Let's not talk about that for now." The housekeeper led the skeleton to the main hall. As soon as she entered, Jiangqi sensed a strange energy swirling around the entire room. She looked up from the gap between her bones, and saw a larger display case in the main hall, also filled with players. At the same time, the energy in the main hall was gradually repairing the skeleton's body. Muscles, blood vessels, and nerves gradually grew on its bones, gradually becoming fuller. Jiangqi quickly crawled out from the gap between her bones. Neither the skeleton nor the housekeeper noticed her. She ran behind the display case and heard the players groaning. A few of them, perhaps more energetic, cursed at the skeleton and the housekeeper. Jiangqi struck the match on her left arm again, and a flame erupted, even larger and more intense than before. Jiangqi suspected it was due to the energy she had absorbed from the side hall. She brought the flame close to the antique display case, watching the flames lick it. With a sudden thought, she tried to control the flame, and it instantly grew stronger. She actually could control it. "Ah! It's on fire! Ha ha! Burn! Burn everything! Burn those two bitches too! I'm finally free! Put me down first! I don't want to die!" The player on the antique display case howled. Soon, the housekeeper also noticed the fire and, with a cry, rushed over to put it out. The skeleton tried to move, but it was still repairing itself and couldn't budge. Jiangqi plucked the matchstick from her left upper arm and threw it at the butler. As the matchstick passed through the flame, it ignited violently, and like an arrow, the tiny matchstick pierced the butler's eye. This shouldn't have been a serious injury, at most a slight burn, but the moment it pierced the butler's eye, the flame suddenly swelled, engulfing the butler's entire eye. "Ah!" The butler stumbled back. "Attack him while he's weak." Jiangqi plucked the matchstick from her right calf and threw it as well. Swish! The matchstick struck the butler's other eyeball, both of them ablaze. Seeing the butler was too busy to pay attention to her, Jiangqi leaped onto the small coffee table and grabbed the snacks on the plate. She only had one matchstick hand left, and grasping things was a bit difficult for her, but she managed to grab one and toss it towards the antique display case. She knocked a wooden figurine off a grid. The second time, a bronze figurine. The third time, a pot of flowers. The fourth time, a stone ornament fell. As soon as they dropped, they immediately fled in panic. The players on the antique display racks were all excited. "Hit me! Hit me! I'm going to burn to death! Hit me!" Jiangqi ignored them and continued to hit her own. She wasn't trying to save the players, but the fewer players on the antique display rack, the faster it would collapse. "Ah!" The skeleton finally couldn't take it anymore. He would rather not repair his own body than to catch Jiangqi. The housekeeper, ignoring the fire in her eyes, also rushed over to grab Jiangqi. Jiangqi dodged left and right, continuing to smash wherever she could, even drawing the two men to the antique display case. With her tireless efforts, the players on the display case dwindled, and the flames grew more intense. Finally, the entire display case shook a few times before collapsing with a loud bang. Following this, the main hall also quickly fell apart. The flesh that had just grown on the skeleton faded away, and the housekeeper quickly transformed into a second skeleton. "Ah!" The two skeletons attacked Jiangqi with even greater frenzy. Jiangqi continued to dodge, skillfully absorbing the collapsing energy around her. In the blink of an eye, her left arm and right leg regrew, and her body grew even larger. 5 minutes later, Jiangqi leaped out of the main hall, and the next moment, the entire hall collapsed, burying the two skeletons. Jiangqi looked around, eyeing the other rooms of the house. Ah, a maid-like figure lived in this wing, and there were several player artifacts on the shelf. After destroying the shelf, the wing suddenly became an old house, and the maid was reduced to a skeleton. Jiangqi absorbed the energy there and emerged. Ah, a man and a woman lived in the main room, who looked like the master and his wife. There was a huge screen, embroidered with patterns full of player fragments. She burned the screen and swaggered out of the main room. Then she went to the other rooms: the kitchen, the storeroom, the woodshed, the utility room. An hour later, when she emerged, she was a knee-high stick figure, her arms and legs much thicker, and the entire house was in ruins. Various anthropomorphic figures escaped from the house and peeked over. Big boss. You're truly amazing. Can we join you? Jiangqi looked at the various players and spotted the vine bracelet among them. She said, as players, you were thrown here by the game's arrangement. Obeying the rules here is the game's script for you. Are you prepared to defy the game? The bronze figure holding a sword said indignantly, the game hasn't given me a chance to survive. So what if I defy it? If I don't, I die. If I do, there might still be a chance to survive. The wooden figure with flexible joints said grimly, I've been trapped here for too long, tortured beyond recognition. If I can give the game a break before I die, I'm happy. The other players echoed her. Jiangqi thought she had to destroy the game's script, disrupt this instance, to truly understand its purpose while continuing to absorb its energy. So some help would be helpful. She then asked the players, what can you do? The players responded, Instant silence. What can they do? Their player panels were sealed, their previous abilities were unusable, and now they were dwarfed, seemingly unable to do anything. The bronze figure grunted, I can use this sword to stab people. The wooden figure raised its hand, my fists are strong, they can hit people. A player shaped like a trebuchet said, I can throw rocks at people. A pot of flowers shook its head, my pollen is poisonous, but only slightly. Another player, whose trap design was a trap, said, my trap can catch things as big as rats. The more they spoke, the less confident they became. They looked somewhat useful, but they were too small, too weak, and too fragile. It seemed they could only handle rat-sized creatures. Jiangqi wasn't disappointed. She looked at them thoughtfully. Then, she raised her matchstick hand and released the energy she had just absorbed, pointing it at the bronze figure. The energy landed on the bronze figure, and it instantly grew to the height of a normal person. The sword in its hand naturally grew in size as well. It looked like a majestic general in armor. It was stunned, and so were the other players, looking up at it in shock. Jiangqi withdrew his hand. Now try to see how powerful your sword is. The bronze figure excitedly swung its sword, severing the dilapidated gatepost nearby. Ah, I suddenly become so powerful, it said excitedly, and the next moment, it shrank back to the size of a palm. Jiangqi understood. The energy she absorbed could make these players larger and stronger, but it also consumed quickly. For example, the bronze figure had used up all its energy with just one swing of its sword. What kind of energy was this? She put aside her doubts for the moment and focused on the present. Since this energy was so useful, things would be easy. She said to the eager players, I have a way to make you bigger and stronger, but the prerequisite is that you listen to me. Yes, I listen to you. Everything you say. The players were eager to show their loyalty. Jiangqi nodded and looked towards the distant rows of houses. Let's start in this small town. Next, we go to the homes of the wealthy in town and rob the rich to help the poor. The so-called robbing the rich to help the poor means destroying all the antique displays and other items in the homes of the wealthy, releasing the players inside. Jiangqi will then absorb the released energy. All of a sudden, the houses of the wealthy families in the town collapsed one after another. Not only did they collapse, but they also became extremely dilapidated and old, like abandoned haunted houses that had been abandoned for years, frightening the ordinary people who didn't know the truth. Have you heard? Mr. Wang's house collapsed. The Li family's house in the east of the town also collapsed. I saw skeletons running around inside. So scary. Are they really haunted houses? It seems these wealthy houses are haunted houses. Their previous splendor was all a deception. It's terrifying. I even talked to their servants. Isn't that like talking to ghosts? The entire town was in a state of panic. Everyone stayed away from these haunted houses, so much so that the houses around them were completely empty. Jiangqi didn't hesitate. He immediately destroyed the shelves housing the players. Though these houses weren't as opulent as those of the wealthy, they were still home to numerous players. With these players inside, and the land destroyed, the houses quickly fell into disrepair. The townspeople panicked even more. How could this haunted house be contagious? Hurry and move farther away. And so, day by day, the town's population dwindled, all fleeing to live in the villages below. After a few days, the entire town became desolate, like a ghost town. Without the native inhabitants, players of all stripes emerged, cheering as if they had won a victory. "Sir, this fellow is trying to escape." A half-human tall bronze figure and a wooden figurine approached, escorting a skeleton. The energy Jiang Qi had distributed to them had allowed them to maintain their normal size of half a human. This greatly enhanced their strength, giving them both face and confidence among the other players. Jiang Qi, standing on the city wall, retracted his gaze from afar and looked at the skeleton being brought over. His face seemed filled with resentment. "Is this the city guard?" The skeleton cursed fiercely. "Kill me if you dare. You heretics, you destroyed our home. You should have all been killed long ago." The bronze figure kicked it in the knee, knocking it to the ground. He said to Jiang Qi, "Sir, kill it." Jiang Qi said, "I told you, all the skeletons in this town must be imprisoned, not killed." "Yes." Jiang Qi jumped down from the battlement. She was now half a man's height, and each of her arms and legs was as thick as a matchstick, allowing her to move with remarkable agility. She approached the skeleton city guard and asked, "You call us heretics. Do you think we came here willingly? You know we have life and feelings, but how do you treat us? Ordinary people may know nothing, but you, the powerful and wealthy, must know the truth. Yet you torture us, imprison us, and use us as stepping stones to maintain your luxurious lives. Every day of your comfortable life was built on our flesh and blood." The skeleton city guard was devastated. "You're talking nonsense. You're twisting right and wrong. If it weren't for you heretics invading, how could our country be destroyed, our families ruined, and our lives devastated? You owe us this. You're here to atone for your sins. Whatever fate you suffered is what you deserve." Jiang Qi's matchstick head tilted back slightly. Great. He finally got something out of him. Over the past few days, Jiang Qi had been trying to get information out of these natives. The ordinary townspeople truly knew nothing, while those who used players to protect their homes did know a little, but they all kept their mouths shut. Now, she had finally cracked a hole. She continued to goad him. "You're talking nonsense. Who owes you anything? You were invaded because you deserved it. That was your fate, written by the gods. You were born to sacrifice for us, to be squeezed dry." The city guard, truly enraged, completely lost his mind and leaped to attack Jiang Qi. The two bronze figures were unable to restrain him. Jiang Qi extended two flexible matchsticks, one holding his neck while the other thrust through the gap between his ribs and out through the obturator foramen of his pelvis, slamming him down to the ground. The city guard skeleton was pinned to the ground. Jiang Qi lifted his foot and stepped on its head. He leaned down to stare into its skull, his gaze piercing the heart. Useless in life, and still useless in death. No wonder, after being defeated once, you were defeated a second time, even with the advantage. The city guard skeleton, "Ah! Shut up. You're talking nonsense." The bronze and wooden figures huddled silently to the side. This man was not only a skilled nurse, but could also buff anyone with a flick of his wrist. He was no less skilled in combat, his movements crisp and graceful, a truly beautiful sight. The most terrifying thing was his vicious tongue. Look at how angry the skeleton was. It felt like tears of blood would flow from his eye sockets at any moment. What a devil! Like the most ruthless villain, Jiang Qi watched the city guard's madness callously, waving his hand, and telling the two bronze figures to leave. When the city guard had succumbed to his madness, his strength gone, his entire skeleton reduced to despair, she sat aside and began to ask the questions she truly wanted to know. "If you answer my questions honestly, I can show mercy and spare your lives. Otherwise, with so many skeletons in this town, I have to crush them all." The city guard's skeleton was silent for a moment, then said, breathlessly, "Okay, I tell you." From the city guard's perspective, time went back a long, long time. Exactly how long, he didn't know. To him, it was a lifetime ago. It was a normal afternoon when the town was suddenly enveloped by a shadow, followed by the appearance of many strange, cloaked strangers. Upon their arrival, they were incredibly excited, looking and running around, eating whatever they could find, throwing clothes from the shops, and breaking into homes at will, leaving the town in chaos. They were completely lawless. And even more lawlessness was yet to come. They soon went on a killing spree throughout the town, simply to seize homes and supplies. The city guard, then a small soldier at the gate, joined in the fight, but was completely outmatched and knocked unconscious. When he awoke, he saw corpses strewn across the ground. The entire town had been slaughtered. Full of hatred, he lurked, determined to kill a few people and avenge himself. Then he realized he could understand what they were saying. They said they were players in some beta version of the game, and they called this place a dungeon. To them, all this was just a game, a way to vent, a test. The city guard was shocked and filled with hatred. Later, he quietly followed those people, watching them leave town and wreak havoc elsewhere. In some places, they simply occupied territory, in others, they only wanted goods, and in still others, they would slaughter people or conduct strange experiments. And there were more than just these so-called players. They existed in every place, every city. In just a few years, the entire world was destroyed. Jiangqi asked, "What happened next?" The city guard shook his head. "Then I starved to death. I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I found everything was back to square one. I thought it was all just a dream, but then I realized I couldn't leave the town. An invisible barrier separated it from the rest of the world." He then felt that this moment was truly a dream. But no matter what, one must continue to live. Fearing the reappearance of heretics, he trained diligently, climbing the ranks step by step, from a small soldier to a city guard. He then contacted the wealthy and other people in the city, informed them of the crisis, and the group gathered their strength. But soon, things went wrong again. They found that their bodies were gradually becoming weaker, their five senses would frequently disappear, and sometimes they even felt like corpses, their flesh falling off like rotting meat. Then, they would occasionally see the town reduced to ruins, and their own house became a derelict building that had been abandoned for years. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when the entire town was destroyed. They then realized that nothing had changed, that the disaster had indeed occurred, and that they now existed in a strange, living death state. And as the days passed, they increasingly took on the afterlife. Everything was destroyed, the town devoid of any life or vitality, and they could only watch helplessly as they died all over again. It was then that a turning point appeared. Another group of heretics arrived in this world. This time, they didn't take human form, but transformed into various objects. Flowers, trees, birds, beasts, iron, copper, wood, and stone. They could transform into anything imaginable, and these objects were truly alive and vibrant. Eating these objects would reduce the dead energy in a person. Using these objects would suppress or even eliminate the dead energy in the environment. Putting these heretics within a house would also make the entire house glow with vitality from the inside out, becoming refined, bright, solid, and luxurious. They were all so excited. This town, had welcomed a new life. In the days that followed, ordinary people, unaware of the situation, continued to live their lives as normal, their bodies unnoticed. Those who knew more about the situation, however, made full use of these heretics, using them for almost everything they needed for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They also kept these heretics in their homes, allowing them to provide greater value. However, there was still a problem. Their entire town seemed stuck in a time loop. It had clearly been at least a decade since the new heretics appeared, yet none of them had aged, and no children had been born. After each new year, everyone felt as if the years had not moved forward. They lived like this, year after year, in a repetitive cycle, but as long as they were alive, it was enough. And most people were oblivious to this, they lived happily and comfortably. After listening, Jiangqi tapped the ground with a matchstick. To summarize, an unknown time ago, this plane was chosen as a dungeon location for the game's beta test, and the entire plane was destroyed. Years later, for unknown reasons, the game reintroduced players into this now destroyed plane, allowing them to become the energy source that reactivates it, bringing it back to life. But this rebirth also had its flaws. Time could no longer move forward, and the entire town was trapped in the year of its destruction. It could survive, barely maintain the status quo, but it had lost the possibility of further development, and could no longer possess a true future. This was true for this town, and presumably for the rest of the world. And preventing players from leaving this dungeon offered an answer. Without anyone leaving, no player would know the truth about this plane. The train conductor wouldn't reveal such a secret, so he could continue sending people here. But then again, are they sending in wave after wave of players just to keep the entire plane replaying the old times? Is the game so nostalgic that it's determined to create a false illusion of the past at all costs? Although this game is insane, treating all living beings as disposable, Jiangqi feels there must be a deeper reason behind it. Otherwise, with so many planes to destroy, why would it single out the game's origin plane for such intensive attention? Chapter 117. Jiangqi had three theories about the game's actions. First, some objective factor compelled it to do so. For example, if this plane remained in a state of destruction, it would be detrimental to it. Second, the game was truly nostalgic. After falling into a period of boredom, it became sentimental and yearned for the game's former birthplace. Restoring it to its pre-destruction state was a simple matter for it, so it did so casually. Third, It wasn't the game itself that was doing this, but rather someone within the game department who wanted to restore the game's birthplace to achieve a certain goal. Currently, there was too little information to determine the exact reason. Jiangqi sighed. If only a Yuan were here, she would have someone to discuss this with. But that wasn't right. If she discussed this matter with him, which involved the game's secrets, he might accidentally reveal things he shouldn't. That would be troublesome. But then again, where had Yuan gone? Was he sealed away along with the conductor's panel? Was he actually still within her sea of consciousness? Jiangqi searched her own sea of consciousness with all her might, but still found nothing. This damned replica had sealed away everything she had. She had clearly achieved godhood, yet she felt powerless to resist the tampering of her sea of consciousness, leaving her feeling both frustrated and insecure. But she quickly adjusted her mindset, consoling herself. It's not that I'm weak, it's that the enemy is too strong. Don't lose heart, keep trying. Instead of reflecting on herself, it was better to blame others. The most important thing was to break the current impasse. She beckoned the bronze figure over and took the city guard, now a skeleton, sprawled out in a heap, his body emitting a dead aura, away. She continued to stand on the wall, gazing into the distance. She had previously discovered she couldn't leave this town. After hearing the city guard's tales of the past, she suspected that all towns in this plane were separated by an invisible force. This was the only way to ensure that each small place remained sealed off, allowing those living within to remain unaware of the truth and continue living in this half-truth. This was likely also intended to separate the players, preventing them from gathering and forming a significant resistance force. Jiangqi leaped directly from the wall, landing easily, and gradually approached the invisible barrier ahead. It was somewhat similar to the dungeon barrier, but not entirely the same. The barrier's power here was more refined. Jiangqi placed the matchstick against it, imagining it was his own hand caressing the barrier. Soft and resilient, yet tough, as impenetrable as water. At that moment, she inexplicably felt as if she had touched Yugi's skin when she attacked the energy shield of the upper spirit plane. Could this barrier truly be Yugi's skin? She couldn't help but feel a chill. Thinking for a moment, she deftly ripped the matchstick from her left forearm again. Energy surged within her, and her left arm grew back. She was treating her matchsticks like a renewable resource. She struck the match head on the ground, and it instantly burst into flames. She thrust the flame against the barrier, controlling its changes. Sometimes it grew fierce, sometimes sharp, sometimes crashing like a sledgehammer against the barrier, but it had no effect on the barrier. She even dug underground, but there was a barrier beneath. She followed the barrier, from the town to the village below, even into the mountains, but there was no loophole to escape. The matchstick in her hand finally burned out, and she threw it down. Okay, let's just wait it out. From then on, she would come out every day to study this invisible barrier, spending most of the day on it. And her players continued to rescue other players. As each player escaped being eaten and exploited, the resources available to the indigenous people dwindled. They soon discovered that the Green Mountains were becoming increasingly barren and brown, the rivers were drying up, the houses were becoming increasingly dilapidated, and their health was declining. Amidst this hardship, people continued to fall ill, looking deathly ill, and eventually becoming mere skeletons. In just 2 weeks, the entire indigenous population was wiped out. Jiangqi stood in the courtyard of the little girl's house. The girl's family had all but shriveled up, slumped here and there in the house. Old cobwebs crawled across the beams and corners, and a fog filled the air, a dead air permeating the air. This was the true nature of this world, a long-abandoned world devoid of life and hope. Jiangqi picked up the small, hanging basket he'd once been in, but the moment he touched it, the entire basket shattered into dust. Sir, this dungeon has become like this, and we still can't leave. What should we do next? The bronze figure, now taller, approached, asking worriedly. Jiangqi didn't answer, and the bronze figure continued, by the way, just now, the skeletons in town have become immobile. Jiangqi nodded slightly. With this town dead, they too have fallen into a state of complete death. Then shouldn't we stick to the old rules? Leave the town as it is, and don't destroy the skeletons? Jiangqi still didn't answer the question. He turned to look at the bronze figure. Have all the players gather here. I figured out a way to leave. The bronze figure paused, then exclaimed in surprise. I get them over right away. Soon, the players all gathered, large and small, in all shapes and sizes, densely packed. There were shapes you couldn't imagine, and nothing you couldn't see. Having been sapped of their vitality recently, they were all in high spirits. Each of them stared at Jiangqi with anticipation. Even though they had no faces or eyes, One could sense their eagerness and excitement. The bronze figure stood before all the players, unable to contain itself, asking, "Sir, how do we get out of here?" Jiang Qi's lips curled slightly. "The way out is." She suddenly raised her hand towards them, pointed the matchstick at them, and then, with a gust of wind, sucked them in. Something within each player was drawn towards her, and they froze in an instant, unable to move or resist. The bronze figure's face still held joy, but its eyes had turned to terror. You. It struggled mightily, but it could only utter those two words. Then, its body slowly shrank and faded, transforming from a bronze figure into a dull, faceless, stone-like figure. The other players also gradually lost color, becoming as gray as the surroundings, dull, depressing, and shabby. After a long moment, Jiang Qi withdrew his hand, looked at the vast expanse of frozen players, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Jiang Qi had drained all of their time. It was only after days of contemplation that she realized the energy she drained from those mansions could be considered a kind of time force. The principle of this dungeon seemed to be using the player's life force as energy to sustain the town. But its core essence was actually to seize the player's time and give it to the town. Time is more essential, more important, and more profound than vitality. Only when a person, an object, or a world possesses its own time can it have the possibility of continuing to develop. Thus, players could die again and again here, because dying once wouldn't fully drain all of their time. Using players as guardians of the house was also a way to continually drain their time. When Jiang Qi bestowed energy upon players, like the bronze figurine and the wooden figurine, he effectively granted them immense time power, allowing them to rapidly grow in power. And now, Jiang Qi had robbed these players of all the time not drained by the dungeon. From then on, all the energy in this town, in this dungeon, was channeled into Jiang Qi's body. She turned and walked towards the barrier, her body growing larger with each step. By the time she reached it, she had become a giant stick figure, her every step causing the ground to shake. Then, all her sticks spontaneously combusted, and flames erupted from her body. Then, she charged towards the barrier. After crossing the barrier, she arrived at the town next door. Here, too, was another town, an independent instance, and the situation was the same. The natives lived a contented life by plundering the player's time. Jiang Qi repeated the same trick, this time draining the entire town's time in just 3 days. Then she crossed a new barrier, entered a new instance, and began a new round of plunder. Later, she could easily break through the barrier, and with each step, she absorbed all the time around her. She walked on and on, like a grim reaper, annihilating everything she passed. It was unknown how much time passed, a month, 2 months, or even longer. She surveyed the entire plane, destroyed every instance within it, and drained all its time. At the same moment, in a certain instance department far away in the upper spirit plane, the staff nearly screamed as they watched instances go dark one after another. It's dark again. Another huge blackout. Only 20% of the copies on this plane are left. 18%. 10%. Ah, everything is gone. Oh my god. This isn't a problem with a single copy. The entire plane is in trouble. This plane. Why did it have to be this plane? How can I explain this? Suddenly, the entire upper spirit plane trembled, as if some behemoth beneath the plane had awakened and turned over in displeasure. Everyone held their breath. The department heads had already immediately mobilized in full force, soaring above the plane and staring down nervously. Look! Over there! Someone whispered, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, their pupils trembling. The energy shield had dimmed somewhere, as if it had a bald spot, making it particularly conspicuous. How could this happen? What on earth happened? Everyone was frantically asking this question. Thankfully, the patch of baldness slowly healed, and the energy shield gradually returned to normal. A gigantic stick figure stalked the desolate land. It was so tall that the stick on its head could almost touch the sky, perfectly embodying the meaning of standing tall and upright. With one stride, it could span an entire city. It walked slowly, unhurriedly, as if searching for something, or perhaps waiting for something. Finally, a crack appeared in the sky, and a beam of light poured in, forming a blurry ball of light ahead. From within the ball of light came a majestic voice. Who are you, and why are you destroying my dojo? Jiang Qi stared at the ball of light, wondering what it was. Is this another god? I don't think so. Gods seem to call themselves I. Is this a disguised skin for some important figure? Or perhaps a projection or clone in the game? But what is certain is that this person is the one who set up these dungeons in this plane, sending players in as consumables. Jiang Qi also spoke, his voice so majestic and indistinguishable. Your dojo? Since it's your dojo, you should use your own power to operate it, instead of blindly consuming these pitiful, low-level creatures. The other party, you peach thief, how dare you say such things? Get out of my territory. A whole ball of light rushed towards Jiangqi. Jiangqi, his stick figure, erupted in flames once again, fearlessly facing the attack. Upper spirit plane. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the alopecia were slowly repaired. It must have been an accident. Is this bad? Maybe it's normal. There's really no need to make a fuss. As they were discussing this, the next moment, the alopecia stubbornly reappeared in the same spot. Everyone, ha, maybe the energy shield is undergoing some kind of update. It's normal. Before they could finish their words, the alopecia repaired itself once more, and then, once again, failed to heal. Everyone, After repeating this several times, the alopecia remained. Now, even if they played dumb, they had to admit, the energy shield was faulty. This was a permanent alopecia, irreparable. So, what had happened? Was the energy shield destined to have this weak spot forever? Everyone stared at the alopecia, their minds buzzing. The upper spirit plane has long been considered the epicenter of gaming power, a symbol of authority. However, this symbolic location was recently attacked for unknown reasons, leaving a hole. Although the hole quickly repaired itself, its myth of invincibility was shattered. Today, a patch of baldness inexplicably appeared. Most importantly, this was definitely not caused by the energy shield itself, otherwise repairs wouldn't have failed repeatedly. Rather, it seems more like an attack from some external force. This further signals to everyone that the authority of the upper spirit plane has suffered another severe blow. Rongding calmed her expression, frowned, and said seriously, something must have happened. Go ask where something unusual happened today. Her men immediately took action, and the other bosses also immediately sent their men to investigate. They soon found the dungeon department and learned that a dungeon on a certain plane had been completely wiped out. Everyone looked at the words Game Origin number 7, glanced at each other, and then put away their determined expressions, pretending to know nothing. Haha, I have some work to do over there. I'm leaving first. I suddenly remembered something, so I'd be leaving first. I suddenly feel a little tired. See you later. Everyone quickly left. Anyone who has been in the upper echelons of the game for a long time knows that there are some things that cannot be delved into. For example, this Game Origin matter. It's best not to interfere, not to ask, and not to delve into it. Otherwise, you might be eliminated by the game before you even discover anything. However, the devastating news that a certain Game Origin plane was suspected of being invaded, with all its dungeons completely annihilated, sent shockwaves through the hearts of those in the know. Though it was unbelievable, though it seemed like a fairy tale, the game seemed truly under attack. The aura of the invincible, indestructible god in everyone's heart suddenly seemed to wane. So, after a period of turmoil and anxiety, these leaders were overcome with excitement, and they quietly took action. They were on board the game, and it was true that they had gained a great deal of power and influence because of it. But if the game were to capsize, they would undoubtedly be the first to jump ship and divide up the legacy left by this behemoth. Beneath the calm, undercurrents surged. Countless eyes were fixed on the game, on the upper spirit plane, awaiting further developments. Planet 7, the origin of the game. Jiangqi's stick figure shattered into pieces, burnt ashes and unburned sawdust scattered across the ground. She was left with only her stick figure head, barely breathing. And her opponent, a massive ball of light, was shattered by her, floating in the air like glitter. But if you look closely, each piece of this glitter in the air is distorted with light effects. That is distorted time. Looking into each fragment of time, one can see scenes from a specific period of time in this plane. If someone travels here and accidentally falls into a time fragment, they will never be able to get out. This is even more terrifying than spatial fragments, because theoretically, each time fragment has the potential to develop into an independent world. Jiangqi's stick figure gasped silently, and with an effort, it transformed and became a stick figure again. She looked at her tiny body inside. The power of time she had accumulated for so long was completely dissipated. Even so, the enemy hasn't been eliminated yet. The shimmering powder around them suddenly danced, condensing into a ball of light. Pieces of time sewed together, revealing an increasingly clear and complete picture of the day this plane was invaded by players. The ball of light said, "Since you're so fond of meddling in other people's affairs, return to that most despairing day and be trapped there forever." A fierce suction emanated from the massive fragment of time, sucking the tiny stick figure Jiangqi inward. At the same moment, the ashes and sawdust on the surrounding ground suddenly sprang to life, each piece carrying the power of time and piercing forward fiercely. It was too late for the ball of light to stop it. The next moment, all its power, along with Jiangqi, was sucked in. Jiangqi was thrown into a long tunnel of time, hurtling forward, on the verge of landing at the moment when the first player descended into the plane. She immediately summoned the power contained in the ashes and sawdust, pushing herself hard, sending her back several years. Finally, she landed on a bustling street. Looking up, she saw the same town gate. She had returned to her original town. At this point, the town still had 10 years to go before welcoming its first player, and everything was peaceful and calm. She saw a young, naive soldier at the gate, the future city guard. Jiangqi marveled. She had truly returned to the past, and, in human form, she examined her hands and feet, touched her face. This was her own face. The blockade of her sea of consciousness had also been lifted, allowing her to peer into the divine crystal, as well as into the conductor's panel and the player's panel. All her strength returned. She hurriedly called out to Ayuan, "Ayuan, are you there? Are you there?" Ayuan said, "I'm here." "What's wrong with you? Is this a new dungeon?" Jiangqi was shocked. "You don't know? What were you doing just now?" Ayuan said, "Just now? Didn't we get off the train, enter the dungeon, and then it's now?" Jiangqi was even more shocked. "You have no recollection of the time in between?" She had spent so much time alone, done so much, and to Ayuan, he hadn't even noticed the gap in time. Was all this just Jiangqi's imagination? She was a little dizzy. What was real and what was fake? Ayuan's voice grew serious. What exactly happened? Jiangqi sighed, and found a quiet corner to sit down. Actually, my mind is a mess, too. She briefly recounted her previous experience. I absorbed the energy of the entire plane, thinking I could either leave it or lure out the person behind it. And then a ball of light actually appeared. While fighting that ball of light, I discovered it was composed of the mighty power of time. The surrounding scenery constantly shifted as the fight progressed, sometimes entering one era, sometimes another. All of this was detrimental to my background and significantly affected my sanity and judgment. In short, it was incredibly bizarre. Ayuan listened and said, "Then what you experienced shouldn't be an illusion. It's just that because of the strange power of time in the dungeon, I and the accompanying items, like the panel, have been sealed. In other words, our time has been taken away. This is probably the case for every player who enters the dungeon." Jiangqi nodded. "That should be the case. This is truly a miraculous dungeon. Then I suspect that the ball of light isn't just a deity or some powerful figure in disguise. The one capable of such power must truly be a shadowy projection of the game." But unfortunately, even after absorbing the entire plane's temporal power, she was still no match for the opponent. So, she could only feign weakness, pretending to be beaten to a head, unable to fight back. And the opponent revealed its true intention. It wanted to trap her in the past. After being thrown into the time tunnel, I managed to push myself back and travel to an earlier time. Now, we're 10 years before the first dungeon arrived. And as soon as I landed, I fully recovered my strength. Jiangqi looked around. "You said my power was sealed because I entered the realm of the game. Now that I'm free from the oppression, does that prove that the game hasn't even begun at this point in time? In other words, this place can truly be treated as a real world. If I were to change the course of the entire world here." Ayuan was about to speak when Jiangqi quickly raised his hand. "No, no, no, please stop talking. Don't reveal any secrets to me. Let me figure it out on my own." "Ayuan, I didn't mean to reveal any secrets. I don't know these things." Chapter 118. Jiangqi adjusted his appearance to match the local style. He went to the mountains to gather some herbs, exchanged them for copper coins at the herbalist, bought himself a set of clothes, and booked a room at the small town inn. He settled down there for the time being. Next, I need to buy some daily necessities. Most importantly, I need to get an ID. I need to check my household registration whenever I enter, or leave the city, or go anywhere else. "In the inn room," Jiangqi said as he folded the quilt. Next, 3 earthworms were crawling around on the ground. They were so happy to finally be out for some fresh air, completely unaware that they had also been stolen for a while. Ayuan asked, "Do you really want to live here like an ordinary person?" Jiangqi said, "Try to be as thorough and meticulous as possible. After all, we never know when the game will arrive. If it scans the entire place and finds even the slightest inconsistency, wouldn't I be exposed in a second?" She turned to look at the 3 people jumping around. "You 3 are the most unreasonable. Return to your backpack soon. Tianhua, Earthworm, and Penguin, Whatever, let's keep playing. Jiangqi shook his head, tidied up the blanket, and sat down at the table. Actually, I thought about pretending to be a god or something. When the game arrives, I fight it as a god, and maybe even inspire everyone to resist it. Although ordinary people don't have much power, public opinion warfare is also very important. But you're not sure what this plane means to the game yet? Jiangqi nodded. Yes, the game says this is its dojo. I'm not entirely sure what this dojo means. Years later, it injects new time into this long-destroyed plane, allowing it to maintain its former splendor. This should be beneficial to it. Conversely, if this plane remains in a state of destruction, it would be disadvantageous to it. She removed the teapot from the tray, representing the game, and then took out several cups and placed them around it, representing planes. Then, can I speculate that the game and this plane share a common rise and fall? Further expanding on this, the game and all the planes where the game originated share a common rise and fall. Yuan, when you attacked the energy shield of the upper spirit plane earlier, all the copies of the game's origin were cancelled for a long time. So, this speculation is reasonable. There is indeed some kind of connection between them. Jiangqi played with the rough teacup. Therefore, it creates the illusion that these planes are still prosperous, thereby ensuring its own prosperity. Yuan, if this illusion can be maintained, it's no longer an illusion, but reality. That's why it appeared so furious when I destroyed its layout. If our guess is correct, when I destroyed this dojo, there should have been a corresponding effect on the upper spiritual plane. Unfortunately, there's no way to verify this at the moment. Jiangqi poured himself a cup of tea, which tasted slightly bitter as it sank into his throat. So I'm wondering, if I could change the fate of this plane's destruction, would that help the game? But on the other hand, I also think that changing the past, preventing this plane from becoming the game's origin, might create some trouble for the game. She held the teacup, and in a moment, it dimmed and crumbled, its contents instantly evaporating. Jiangqi twisted a ball of light, the size of a grain of rice, in her hand. This was the time extracted from the teacup. A large earthworm approached, crawling up her leg. Woof! Woof! Jiangqi looked down at its grayish head. Want to eat? No, be quiet. Don't try to take shortcuts like that. With a flick of her finger, she sent the ball of light flying onto a sparrow outside the window. The sparrow shivered, flapping its wings, its feathers brightening. It chirped twice before flying away. Jiangqi gazed at the empty windowsill, lost in thought. Then, the sparrow came daily. Whenever it came, Jiangqi fed it a little time power. In just a few days, the sparrow's intelligence increased rapidly, and its size grew considerably. It had become the bird king of the entire town. After several days of contemplation, Jiangqi also made a decision. She fashioned a puppet to stay in the town to represent her, while she herself left town and traveled to a plague-stricken area. One day, hundreds of birds circled in the sky above the plague-stricken area, creating a spectacular scene. Someone even vaguely spotted a woman, surrounded by a flock of birds, approaching from a distance, only to disappear in a moment. The plague-stricken area was filled with dying people, and the entire area had been sealed off by the government, with only entry and no exit allowed. It was obvious that they were waiting for all the patients to die before burning them down. Thus, everyone in the plague-stricken area had lost hope. But in this moment of despair, they saw this bizarre sight, and a flame of hope ignited in many of their hearts. Did a divine bird come to save us? I just thought I saw a fairy. The fairy has appeared. We will definitely be saved. Don't give up. People encouraged each other, but many believed it was just an illusion. Where in the world were fairies? However, that very night, many people dreamed of the goddess. The goddess held a jade bottle, and swept with willow branches, and the celestial dew fell on them. Upon waking, people found their aches and pains much lessened. They felt lighter, more comfortable, more energetic, and their appetites improved. I gotten much better. The goddess has come to save me. I dreamed of the goddess, too. Wasn't she holding a jade bottle? Yes, a green jade bottle and green willow branches. It's a pity I didn't see her face. You can't easily see a goddess's face. So there really is a goddess. A deity has truly come to save us. The patients were all excited. Those whose condition had improved felt as light as a swallow. Their hopes of recovery soared. Those who hadn't dreamed of the goddess wished they could just fall asleep. Next, flocks of birds circled over the affected area daily, and every night the patients dreamed of the goddess bestowing divine rain. In just a few days, the patients were cured one by one. When local officials heard the news, they thought they had misheard, but everyone who went to investigate reported that the patients were alive and kicking, with rosy complexions and resonant voices. The doctor who was sent to take the people's pulse said that they were not sick at all, but had extremely healthy pulses, like a 70-year-old man who could jump up and fight a tiger. Finally, the unconvinced officials went to see for themselves, and found it was indeed the case. The matter was immediately reported up the chain of command, ultimately reaching the emperor. At the same time, several other outbreaks resolved in the same way. Those still breathing in the affected areas survived, and were healthier than before their illness. This incident affected several different countries. These countries were all shocked, and each king sent investigators to investigate, hoping to find this goddess. After all, what ruler wouldn't want a method that could practically bring the dead back to life? Jiangxi ignored the investigators, and continued her quest across the land, eradicating various diseases. Her method of healing was actually very simple. She infused the power of time into the bodies of her patients. In just 6 months, her reputation as a goddess spread throughout the world, and temples dedicated to her were built in various places. And after each temple was built, a flock of birds would fly in to guard it. People became increasingly convinced that this goddess, capable of commanding hundreds of birds, must be the king of birds, the body of a phoenix. Every day, thousands flocked to the temple to kowtow and make wishes. Jiangxi now heard all sorts of praises and prayers daily, and she too received the love and gratitude of the people. These converged into a miraculous power, faith, which fed back to her. So this is what it feels like to be a deity. This is what it feels like to be lifted up by believers everywhere, she murmured, feeling a strange sense of expansion filling her every day, a truly ethereal feeling. However, she wasn't doing this to gain followers. Another 6 months passed, and after her name, Bird Goddess, became a household name, she finally announced that in 9 years, a demon would descend upon this land, bringing a catastrophe capable of annihilating the entire world. For a time, nations were shaken and panicked, with kings even visiting the temple to offer sacrifices and inquire. Jiangxi chose to appear before the king of the most powerful nation. After burning incense and bathing, the king of Qi, accompanied by his ministers, came to offer sacrifices. While offering incense, the statue on the platform, surrounded by birds and clad in feathered robes, its face indistinct. Literally indistinct. Staring at it for too long would cause dizziness and vertigo, which was one of the reasons people so firmly believed in the goddess's existence. Suddenly moved. King Qi. The statue spoke, its voice majestic yet gentle. The already elderly King Qi was nearly frightened to his knees. He looked up at the statue in disbelief, then felt dizzy after a few glances. He glanced at his equally shocked ministers. Goddess, the goddess has spoken. A usually composed minister stammered. Your humble servant heard it, too. Another minister said excitedly. Everyone stared at the statue with burning eyes, and the King Qi took the lead, kneeling. We welcome the goddess's arrival. Jiangxi continued, you have come here because of the catastrophe 9 years from now. The King Qi excitedly exclaimed, indeed, goddess, have mercy on us and guide us. Jiangxi waved his hand, and a scene was projected showing the dungeon's arrival 9 years from now, with the players arriving. As for why she had such visions, it was because during a previous battle with a game projection, the other party had deliberately transported her to a time when gamers were rampant, and she had recorded some of the footage. The King of Qi and the others knelt on the ground, their necks craned as they watched the strangely dressed figure suddenly appear in the video, hacking and killing anyone they saw. They seemed to possess extraordinary strength and weapons, and the sight was filled with fear and trembling. Both the common people and the soldiers were completely vulnerable before them. What kind of monsters were they? Jiangxi said, these people you see are from another world. 9 years from now, they will be brought here by a demon and go on a killing spree until the land is shattered, all lives are decimated, and no one in the world survives. The King of Qi nearly fainted, but was supported by a nearby minister. The young minister, regardless of rank, looked over his king and asked Jiangxi, do you have any countermeasures? Jiangxi said, to fight those people, we must be stronger than them. Minister, we will immediately recruit soldiers, train our officers, and prepare for battle. Jiangxi shook his head, yes, but it's not enough. What else should we do? Jiangxi, these alien races are so powerful you can't even imagine. You need to train a group of superpowered warriors to resist them. What are superpowered warriors? Jiangxi said mysteriously, borrowing the power of time, we can train people who far exceed the limits of the human body, even capable of soaring into the sky and diving into the sea. This is a superpowered warrior. Borrowing the power of time? Soaring into the sky and diving into the sea? The people were stunned for a moment, their fear of what would happen 9 years later paused, their minds filled with the question, could such people be trained? Isn't that the legendary monk, the divine disciple? Could it also prolong life and achieve immortality? I suddenly longed to become this super soldier myself. Especially the already aging King Qi. His life is drawing to a close. A change of direction would be a great thing, especially since it wouldn't cost anyone money, and would be something that must be done for the greater good of the nation. He immediately became excited and inquired about how to cultivate this super warrior, how to borrow the power of time. Jiangqi replied, everything in the world has its own time. A tree, a stone, a handful of soil, they all have their own time. If we borrow this time and gather it into a person, allowing them to have more time than normal, they will gain extraordinary power. Jiangqi shook his head, and everyone saw that it was the statue itself that shook its head. But borrowing time is against the will of heaven. Therefore, for the borrower, it will be a difficult and painful experience, and they may even gradually lose what they should have. The king of Qi hurriedly asked, what will be lost? From the smallest senses of taste and touch to the biggest things like fertility, they could lose everything. They might even become darker and uglier. The king of Qi was startled, then thought, losing taste wouldn't matter. He was old, so he couldn't taste much anyway. And with so many sons and daughters, he didn't have much fertility anyway. As for becoming darker and uglier, he wasn't particularly good looking to begin with. Besides, what did appearance really matter? Ah, isn't this tailor-made for him? He nearly slapped his thigh with excitement and quickly declared righteously, as the king of Qi, I owe it to the people of Qi to sacrifice my life for them. I am willing to lead the charge and be the superpowered warrior. The ministers around him practically screamed like groundhogs. Your Majesty, we don't know whether this is true or not, and we don't know if becoming a super warrior involves any life-threatening consequences. You're jumping the gun so quickly. But then, several of the older ministers present also jumped in, expressing their desire to follow your Majesty and become super warriors alongside him. It's unclear whether they were willing to sacrifice themselves out of pure passion or simply out of envy of becoming super warriors. Jiangqi said, since you, the king and your ministers, are so devoted to serving the country and the people, I will naturally lend you a helping hand. In 3 days, gather 1,000 men, and I will teach you the Dharma. After the Qi king and his ministers left the temple, they returned to discuss matters. Naturally, some questioned whether this goddess had other motives, whether she was seeking these 1,000 men as sacrifices, or whether there was a deeper conspiracy behind the scenes. But someone immediately objected, if the goddess has ulterior motives, shouldn't we follow her instructions? If she can cure the plague, can't she spread it? The king of Qi was now filled with fear and regret, but he had already declared his willingness to sacrifice his life for Qi, and he couldn't take it back. So he passed the throne to his eldest son. Then, with the sentiment, if I, the king, have taken a risk, you, the ministers, can't just sit back and watch. In addition to the few veteran ministers, he also selected a group of civil and military officials who were about to retire. Even so, they only managed to gather a few dozen people. For the rest, they specifically selected veteran soldiers and pawns. They were all elderly, so if they were to be thrown into the fire and never return, the loss wouldn't be too great. Of the 1,000 people who finally arrived before Jiangqi, over 90% were elderly. Jiangqi didn't comment. After all, this was her first time experimenting with pure indigenous people. So what if they were older? At least they seemed willing. In addition, the king of Qi, or rather, the previous king of Qi, had allocated her a mountain. She simply drew time from that mountain range and distributed it to these 1,000 people. Next, these 1,000 people gradually underwent strange changes, primarily manifesting in increasing youthfulness, strength, and agility. Of course, each person also developed various ailments, such as becoming darker and uglier, losing their sense of taste and smell, becoming extremely sensitive to cold or heat, and even developing pica, a habit of eating dirt. Behind the statue, the earthworm and 3 others racked their brains to come up with various minor flaws. Yes, these flaws were their ideas, and Jiangqi implemented them after they had come up with them. Jiangqi felt that these superpowered warriors must possess certain visible and concrete flaws to balance their immense power, lest their group expand beyond control and become too numerous to be controlled, and to prevent everyone from becoming superpowered warriors. Soon, other nations learned that the goddess had appeared in Qi and was helping train its warriors. Other nations were furious. Kings, either willingly or under duress, burned incense and bathed, worshipping devoutly at the temple, hoping that the goddess would appear in their own lands and protect them. As a result, Jiangqi needed to train and transform more teams. Her voice in various political parties also grew. Year after year, she had practically become the true mastermind behind every nation on this continent. Meanwhile, the 10-year period had also arrived. Jiangqi returned to the town. The town today looked very similar to the one Jiangqi had first encountered in his later life. The little girl who had picked up the stick figures had grown to the same size as when Jiangqi first met her. However, the city guard was no longer a soldier. He had been transferred to the government office as a yamen runner, and the city guards had been replaced by a squad of super-powered warriors who had been trained for years. Jiangqi glanced at them as he passed the city gate. They were all dark-skinned, their muscular bodies bulging beneath their armor, making them instantly recognizable to anyone who knew them. Jiangqi returned to her residence in the town. For the past 10 years, she had played the role of a god outside, while the puppet she left behind had been diligently living in the town, earning a small courtyard by collecting herbs and doing odd jobs. She sat under the peach tree in the yard, watching the green peaches sprouting among the branches, wondering when the game would begin. There's been no movement until today. It won't come, will it? I set up a tight net, just waiting for it to slip through. Or is it that the game doesn't exist in this past world? Ah Yuan comforted him. This is the real past world, not a past world created by the game. The key milestones won't change. It will appear. Don't worry, just wait. Indeed, I've been waiting for 10 years. My patience has been tempered. Jiangqi stared at the green peach for a long time. Why don't we pick these peaches? I heard green plum wine is really delicious. Ah Yuan, green plums and peaches are two different fruits, right? Oh, really? They look the same. Anyway, if green plums can make fruit wine, then green peaches can definitely do the same. She climbed the tree herself, plucked the unripe peaches one by one, washed them, and dried them. Then she bought a clean jar and several pounds of sugar, spending nearly all her savings on the winemaking process. That night, while she was asleep, she suddenly felt a sense of enveloping power. She fluttered open her eyes and sat up. The dungeon is here. She scratched her hair. That's not right. Isn't this the origin of the game? Shouldn't the game have come here on its own first? Why doesn't it come here on its own, instead of starting with the dungeon? Then what's the difference between this and other planes chosen as dungeon locations? What's the special treatment? She got out of bed, and the next moment, she was in the air, overlooking the entire town. As expected, the town was blocked off by the dungeon, and then a group of players poured in. Perhaps because they were first-time players and still unfamiliar with the game, they looked around, curious about everything. Is this a dungeon? Wow, it's so different from my hometown. The people here all have the same nose and two eyes. How interesting. These houses are so strange. I need to go in and take a look. They roamed the streets recklessly, breaking into homes in the middle of the night and causing screams. There's a thief! Help! Who are you? The whole town was in turmoil. The players grew increasingly curious. Their screams are quite amusing. Is their blood also bright red? Killing someone in a dungeon isn't illegal, so I won't hold back. The player drew his knife and approached a native. The next moment, a large knife pierced his chest from behind. The player froze, staring in disbelief at the bloody knife protruding from his chest. He tried to look back, but the person behind him had already pulled out his knife, blood spurting out, and the player collapsed to the ground, dead. The man behind him waved his knife, smearing the blood. Several players had already fallen to the ground, his dark face cracked open, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. After so many years of training, I finally met my enemy. Haha, let's kill tonight. Jiangqi hovered in the air, watching the players rush into the houses, watching the ghostly super warriors follow them into the houses, and then the players fell one by one, the smell of blood filling the air. The super warriors dealt with these novice players like a piece of cake, worthy of the time and effort they had invested, years of training. Jiangqi took a look around and flew away with confidence. She easily passed through the dungeon barrier and reached other places. Wherever the dungeon had descended, the situation was similar. The super warriors, who had been assigned to guard each town in advance, easily withstood the players' attacks. The first wave of dungeon invasions was declared a failure. Chapter 119. A certain city in Qi. The former king of Qi slashed a player with his sword, blood splattering on his golden armor. The player clutched his neck and collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the ground was already covered with the bodies of other players. The former king of Qi sneered, "Such wretches dare to invade our great Qi." Other warriors ran over, "Your Majesty, all the bandits have been killed. But we're still unable to escape from the city." Then we wait. The goddess said that even if this wave is dealt with, there might be another. The former king of Qi looked up at the night sky, wondering what the situation was like elsewhere in Qi. However, arrangements had been made beforehand. Every city had superpowered warriors stationed there, so there was no doubt that nothing would happen. At that moment, the corpses of the players on the ground suddenly exploded with objects, startling everyone. What is this? The goddess said that these invaders might reveal something after their death, something belonging to their world. One person looked through the items that had been revealed. Clothes, food, weapons. What kind of potion is this? And this? Is it a copper coin? At the same time, in other countries, in other cities enveloped by the dungeon. General, all the invaders have been eliminated. Sir, most have been eliminated, but a few have slipped through the net, and we're searching the city. Report. The thieves have been counted, a total of 5,000. 103 of them have been captured alive, and 9 of the city's civilians have died, and 71 have been injured. Somewhere, several players were captured alive, tortured, and interrogated. Somewhere, the bodies of the players were piled together, and then burned. In the flames, the super warriors looked ecstatic, while ordinary people watched, feeling both terrified and relieved. Jiang Qi flew over various locations, confirming that the first batch of players had completely failed in their invasions, effectively wasting their efforts on these first copies. She looked up at the sky. This was the real past, and the major milestones wouldn't change. Therefore, the game would undoubtedly release copies to this plane, but after the first batch of copies failed, what else would it do? Jiang Qi soon understood what the game was going to do. The game continued to release copies to other cities, one after another, and soon, almost every area of this plane was covered in copies. But due to the presence of super warriors, the players in these copies were wiped out within a day or two of entering. And then, these copies began to experience all sorts of disasters. Extreme heat, extreme cold, plague, famine, earthquakes, storms, drought, floods. In ancient times, people had very little resistance to these natural disasters. Thankfully, Jiang Qi had trained them. Over the past decade, all countries had been striving to produce various resources. As for food reserves, each country had accumulated at least 2 or 3 years' worth of food. But even so, many people still died every day. The disaster facing Jiang Qi's town was water pollution. Even the wells were failing. Without adequate drinking water, the people quickly fell into panic. This was something the super soldier couldn't solve. They could only control the people from rioting, and then lead them daily into the mountains to search for new, hidden water sources. The town's healers organized themselves to teach everyone how to filter and disinfect water, and how to obtain distilled water. Everything that contained water in the fields, even leaves and weeds, was collected. In this way, they barely managed to survive day by day. Jiang Qi sat beneath a peach tree that had begun to wither due to the depletion of groundwater, staring at the jar of green peach wine in the corner, his fingers tapping on the stone table. At this rate, sooner or later, everyone here will be exhausted. This game is truly abominable. It only sends disasters, but the real me never descends. If it doesn't come, I can't do anything about it. She stood up and paced back and forth a bit impatiently. I thought it was testing the game mode by sending dungeons and players here, gaining experience to better design its survival game. But now it's only sending disasters, clearly aiming to kill everyone here. What exactly is it trying to do? A Yuan asked, have you ever considered that this is actually a lot like a sacrifice? Jiang Qi paused. Sacrifice? She pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. It's possible. An entire plane's life and future were sacrificed to create the subsequent game, but the subsequent game suffered the consequences of that sacrifice. Karma does make sense. But if that were the case, there's no need for it to come to this plane in person. That won't do. She thought for a long time, gritted her teeth, and decided, just do it. And so, that day, a gigantic figure appeared over the entire plane. At this moment, people in different places were trapped in different dungeons, enduring different types of disasters. Everyone was struggling. If it weren't for the superpowered warriors, they would have probably turned to killing each other long ago. Is this the catastrophe the goddess spoke of? Are we going to survive this? Where's the goddess? Isn't she here to protect us? Please, goddess, please appear. We really can't hold on any longer. Countless people descended on the local temple, kneeling for long periods, begging desperately, but the statue enshrined high within remained motionless. Just as people were about to turn their reverence into hatred, a strange sight suddenly appeared in the sky. A gigantic, faceless figure appeared in the sky. Goddess. The goddess has appeared. That doesn't seem like the goddess. It doesn't look like her. Everyone rushed out, looking up at the sky, their expressions of surprise and anticipation gradually giving way to confusion and unease. Then, the figure in the sky spoke. Sure enough, it wasn't the goddess' voice, but a deep, deep man's. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a man, it must first temper his heart and soul with toil. The adversity you endure these days is to prepare you to become qualified individuals, ready to shoulder heavy responsibilities. The figure spoke in a flowery manner that many ordinary people couldn't hear. What's that? You're just babble. It's saying that before heaven bestows upon someone a great mission, it first makes that person suffer. So, these days are meant to test us, to temper us? Bah! Half the people in our village died of illness, and that's a test. That's killing us. What great mission? Who wants one? I just want to live a good life. Sending people to kill us again, flooding us again, or is that for our own good? The people were stunned and infuriated by this condescending, heaven-defying rhetoric. I'm doing this for your own good. The figure in the sky continued, now, you passed half of the test. I see your potential, but there are still too many of you. So continue to fight. Keep fighting. Only those who survive are worthy of my service. Remember my name, Game. Before he could finish his words, with a bang, the figure in the sky was split in two by a bolt of lightning. Everyone was shocked. Ah, what's going on? Then, a dark flock of birds flew over, swarming towards the bisected figure, pecking frantically. But the figure reunited, and with a gentle wave of its hand, a vast flock of birds descended from the sky, demonstrating its immense strength. Everyone exclaimed, "This is the goddess's celestial bird. Kill it! Kill it! Ah, the flock is defeated. Oh my God!" A bird landed in front of the people, holding a fragment of cloth in its beak. Everyone was terrified and quickly moved away. A braver person stepped forward and took a closer look. In the bird's beak is a scrap of clothing from the man in heaven. Get out of the way. I'm afraid there's some danger. The bird on the ground struggled to raise its head, looked at the crowd, and said, quickly suppress this demon's clothing. Then its head tilted and it died, its form dissipating like smoke, leaving only the scraps of clothing on the ground. Ah, the immortal bird is dead. Hey, how do we suppress this scrap of clothing? I'm afraid there's still demonic energy on it. The scraps of clothing emanated an unpleasant glow. Everyone felt it was eerie and ominous, and they didn't dare approach. The older one gritted his teeth and said, quickly, get some boy's urine and black dog blood. Will this work? We know if it works or not after we try it. So, everyone bustled about, pouring boy's urine, splashing black dog blood, spitting, throwing it into a pig pen and trampling it, anything filthy. After all this activity, the shredded, once radiant, shimmered, and faded into a dull, ordinary cloth. Ha, the evil spirit is gone. We succeeded. Don't take it lightly. We should bury it in the toilet, so it can never rise again. Muramasa stepped forward, patting his chest and declaring, bury it in my toilet. Muramasa is truly selfless. A brave man. If this thing were buried in my house, I wouldn't dare sleep. Muramasa is righteous. At the same time, countless birds plummeted, landing in various locations, each saying the same words before their death. Therefore, people in different places use different customs to suppress these objects. Some use scraps of cloth, some use bits of hair, and some even pieces of skin. Everyone firmly believed that these were the remains of the celestial demon known as Game, ominous creatures imbued with demonic energy and bad luck. And by suppressing them, they were contributing to the fight against that demon. In the sky, flocks of birds battled the demon, repeatedly tearing it apart, only for it to reassemble itself, repeating this cycle over and over again. On Earth, people actively participated in the suppression of the demon. Later, they would keep an eye on the flocks of birds, and whenever they saw a bird fall, they would rush over, fearing that a moment's delay would unleash the demon's shattered energies and bad luck, causing disaster. In short, everyone worked incredibly hard and was incredibly dedicated. However, the flock of birds in the sky continued to dwindle, but the demonic figure gathered once more, albeit a bit more disheveled. The demon roared, "You evil beasts! Where have you come from? Why are you ruining my destiny?" With a wave of his hand, the flock of birds once again collapsed in numbers. The people on the ground, seeing the demonic beast still so powerful, were nearing despair. Just then, another flash of lightning slashed off the demonic beast's head. Then, the goddess appeared, wielding the sword from which the lightning emanated. The goddess roared, "You evil beast, I'm talking about you." Then, she continued swinging her sword at the demonic beast, forcing him to react with a panicked response. The people on Earth were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. The goddess has finally arrived. I told you the goddess wouldn't abandon us. The goddess is mighty. Kill him. Kill this devil. The two figures in the sky fought fiercely, darkening the sky and stirring with clouds. The people on Earth watched in terror, shouting and cheering. Finally, the goddess's sword chopped the devil into pieces, and he vanished into thin air. The crowd erupted in cheers. The goddess faced the earth and said calmly, "What I just killed was just a fragment of the demon. He could return at any time." Everyone, shock. What? Just a fragment? How powerful is this demon? The goddess sighed. I will first relieve you of the disaster. If the demon returns. She left the rest of her words unfinished, leaving only a sigh, leaving everyone feeling uneasy and uncertain. Then, the goddess made a few hand gestures and swung her sword. Then, people saw the surrounding environment transform. In the frigid land, the ice and snow quickly melted away, and spring returned to the earth. In the earthquake-stricken land, the ruins of overturned houses crumbled bit by bit, and those trapped underground felt a sense of relief, and those who still had breaths finally saw the light of day. In the storm-ravaged land, the storm gradually subsided and disappeared, and the sky returned to clear and peaceful. In the flood-stricken land, the waters quickly receded. In short, the calamities that brought disaster were easing and disappearing. Except for the barrier separating the city, peace returned to the world. Those who had been tormented by the disaster for so long finally relaxed, and wept bitterly with their loved ones. However, their relief and joy were short-lived. The shadow of the demon's return soon overshadowed their hearts, and people gathered in groups to discuss what to do. If that demon comes again, we tear him apart and suppress him just like we did today. That's right. We can handle him with just one clone, so we're not afraid even if the real one comes. The goddess will help us. Have you heard? Those super warriors seem to be moving, doing something mysterious. Are they under the goddess's command? I asked around, and the princes and nobles are holding their own. They're most afraid of death, so they must have confidence not to panic. While the common people were discussing their own affairs, officials in each instance began posting notices, calling on righteous men to join them in preparing for the demon's return. And this righteous man was open to all ages, genders, and the elderly. Anyone who showed up had a chance to become a super warrior, or of course, just to do simple tasks. In short, everything was voluntary, and everyone contributed a certain amount of money. Many, seeing the opportunity to become super-powered warriors and earn money, signed up en masse. A considerable number, some outraged by the demon's arrogance, some driven by a desire to avenge loved ones killed in the disaster, or simply motivated by the noble spirit of devoting themselves to the good of this world, joined the effort. In short, a large number of righteous men were quickly recruited from all over the country and brought to their local temples. Jiangqi's spiritual consciousness dispersed throughout these temples, infusing these men with the power of time. Once these men grew stronger, they were assigned to other tasks. Batch after batch, over and over again, tirelessly toiling. As she continued to drain the power of time, the mountains of this plain gradually collapsed, the rivers and oceans dried up, and the earth gradually lost its ability to nurture life. She frantically drained time from this world, bestowing it upon these men and crafting traps to expand and strengthen her net. While she was busy, a being outside this plane was observing the dozens of planes before him. Sacrifice these planes, gather their energy, and he would activate his game. Suddenly, he cast his gaze upon one of these planes. The players were completely wiped out, the dungeons destroyed. No, the time in this plane is interesting. He tapped his brow, raised two fingers, and injected a trace of spiritual consciousness into this plane. In the plane, Jiangqi, who was busy and distracted, suddenly opened his eyes. Here they come. A figure appeared above the plane, looking down at the earth, wanting to review the time here, to understand the cause and effect, but found it impossible. There was indeed something fishy about time here, having been locked down in advance. The entire timeline was in utter disarray. Here, he couldn't see his past, nor could he predict his future. Furthermore, once he entered, he couldn't leave, and he couldn't connect with his true self outside. This was a dimension completely separate from the outside world. One could only enter, not exit. At least, it had been that way before the breakout. He pondered, could this be a space-time being rewound? A presence rapidly approached. He looked up, and saw a figure approaching like lightning. His gaze was awe-inspiring, and the aura of a god rippled about him, but it was a very mixed aura, unlike any god he had known. He asked with interest, "Excuse me, fellow Taoist?" Jiangqi examined the figure before him. He looked quite handsome, But as soon as she looked away, her mind completely lost his appearance, aura, or voice. She couldn't even identify him as a human. Each moment she met his gaze, or rather, every moment she was in his presence, she felt her sea of consciousness being terribly polluted. Her heart trembled slightly. Was this just a game? She had finally seen the true face of Mount Lu. But this true face was still shrouded in mystery. She raised her sword and shouted, "Devil! How dare you come?" The shout echoed throughout the entire plain, and the people on earth shuddered. Looking up, they saw two figures appear in the sky again. One was the goddess, and the other was. The demon's figure looked different from last time. This time, it seemed even more mysterious and terrifying. Just looking at it for a moment gave her a headache and dizziness, and she almost fainted. Ah! It's that demon. That demon has come again. He's even stronger this time. No, I can't look him in the face. How terrifying. Can the goddess really handle him? The goddess must win. I curse this devil to a horrible death. The game clone in the sky glanced down indifferently, instantly receiving an endless stream of ill will, hostility, and hatred. The people of this plane disliked him greatly. This plane was no longer suitable for a sacrifice. He didn't feel any regret. After all, this sacrifice wouldn't be bad. He simply looked at Jiangqi with curiosity. "What did you do?" Jiangqi didn't answer. He continued, "You arrived here before me, laying out your plans, leading these people to hate me. You came prepared? This place is filled with the aura of destruction, like a dead world, but behind death lies the opportunity for rebirth. Time here is reversed, and this reversal seems to be my own handiwork." He paused, looked at Jiangqi, and calmly explained the facts. "You came from the future. What happened in the future? How could you take advantage of it, and return to the present to ruin my plans?" Jiangqi was shocked. Is this the power of the game? He guessed everything in a few words. A being who can manipulate time at will, all the secrets of time are naturally exposed before him. Jiangqi curled his lips. "You know everything, you've seen it all. Then stay here forever." As he finished speaking, across the plain, wherever Jiangqi had the super warriors and heroes manipulated things, streams of time surged upwards like a torrent, trapping Yugi's clone layer by layer, and forming layer after layer of time prisons around him. She had drained nearly half of this plane's temporal power, practically sacrificing its future, in order to completely defeat and destroy the being before her. The next moment, the game clone was ripped apart by the forces of time, its fragments raining down like raindrops. Then, the eagerly awaiting crowd heroically suppressed it with a shower of urine and blood, their movements expertly executed. Game clone, After being shredded, it could easily have been reassembled. It was impossible for it to be consumed by such crude means. But after being treated so shabbily, it no longer wanted those parts. In the air, the game clone reappeared, its face expressionless, even its features gradually fading, until only a mass of light remained. From within this light and shadow, it uttered the calm yet dangerous words, "You are fine." The next moment, an overwhelming force pressed down upon Jiangqi. Outside the plane, its gaze shifted from the dozens of planes being sacrificed. It picked up a model of a locomotive and patiently carved it, piece by piece. He wanted to create a very interesting game, and these preliminary preparations were essential. He naturally had to put a lot of thought into the first train. So what would this first train be called? His chisel landed on the door, about to carve a word, when his gaze suddenly fell on the plane where the problem had occurred. Time was accelerating madly on this plane, advancing at 1,000, 10,000 times the speed. He reached out, but could not even approach it, nor could he connect with the divine consciousness he had felt before. He vaguely saw that during this infinitely accelerated time, countless events related to this plane, life and death, cause and effect, were being rapidly rewritten. He also saw that his future self would suffer significant backlash from these rewritings, but he stood on this side of time, powerless to stop it. In fact, all he could do at this moment was to ensure that other things proceeded as they should, otherwise, the backlash he would suffer would be even greater. Although he was powerful, there were still some things he couldn't resist, like cause and effect, like the balance of this world. Like the fact that this balance destined someone, some entity, to become his nemesis, to strike him down unexpectedly. He fell silent, staring at the locomotive model in his hand. Unexpectedly, before his game even began, he already been taught a lesson. No, it wasn't that the game hadn't begun yet. Rather, someone had returned from the future, bringing with them memories and advantages from that time, and dealt him a hard slap. It seemed his future self wasn't doing well. He suddenly lost interest, and crushed the locomotive in his hand. Chapter 120. Game Origin Number 7. The entire world was silent. Countless mountains and rivers shattered, deep craters were pounded into countless plains, and countless cities were reduced to nothingness. Clearly, this place had witnessed an unimaginable, ferocious battle that affected the entire plane, nearly destroying it. Only the wind blew quietly between heaven and earth. Finally, in a half-collapsed small town, someone struggled to climb out of the rubble. He stood on the ground, looking around in shock and grief. Not a single living person was in sight. Is there anyone still here? Is there anyone still alive? Can someone answer me? His voice was tinged with tears, and the panic of being the only one left in the world filled him with fear. Just then, the ruins stirred, and people began to crawl out, and others poked their heads out from closed houses. Here. Still alive. Everyone, you're all still alive. Great. One by one, the survivors emerged, and cities, large and small, gradually came to life. The survivors embraced and cheered, then looked up at the sky. Has the demon been destroyed? Where's the goddess? What just happened? I felt my eyes blur, and then I don't know anything. I saw the demon being struck down from the sky by the goddess, flying towards me. I don't know what happened next. What's going on now? Confused and anxious, the people went to the temple together, but the temple was in ruins, and all the statues of the gods and goddesses were completely destroyed. Obviously, it could not provide them with any answers. Those powerful super soldiers, those high-ranking officials, and even the monarchs were all confused and at a loss. Some said the goddess and the demon had perished together. Some said the goddess retired after achieving her mission, having vanquished the demon and departed. Others said the goddess and the demon might still be fighting somewhere. Soon, a large number of people gathered, spontaneously praying for the goddess, hoping that she, who had protected them, would return safely. A certain small town. A certain courtyard. The jar of green peach wine in the corner lay buried beneath a broken wall. Suddenly, the broken bricks shifted, and a large earthworm emerged. It used its massive head to push the bricks aside, gradually revealing the pottery jar beneath. Then, a streak of red light flew from the horizon, cracking the ground and transforming into a knee-high, skyfire monster. It circled the pottery jar twice. How's it going? Still no movement? The earthworm nodded its head up and down. Woof! Then, a draped, wobbly Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton swirled back from outside. The three of them circled the pottery jar, staring intently, as if time had stood still for them. A few more days passed, and as the town gradually regained its vitality and order, a sound finally emanated from the jar. The three of them immediately craned their necks and stood on tiptoe. Inside the jar, a wrinkled peach, brown from soaking, stirred, broke through the lid, and bounced out, landing on the ground and rolling a long way. Then, the wrinkled peach transforming into the image of Jiangqi. Jiangqi collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant and her body weak, as if she had died several times. When she opened her eyes, three strange-looking creatures formed a circle above her, staring at her. Jiangqi closed his eyes again. Skyfire monster, you're finally awake. Are you tired? Dizzy? Hungry? Thirsty? Jiangqi said weakly, my ears hurt. Huh? Why does it hurt? Your ears aren't injured? Jiangqi, you're making my ears hurt. The little monster began to speak fluently, revealing its chatterbox nature. Skyfire, Jiangqi sat up and took in the moment. On this plane, Yugi's presence had completely vanished, and the dungeon barriers were gone. She had finally eliminated Yugi's clone. If she hadn't left a fallback in the green peach wine and sent the earthworms to guard it, she would have perished alongside him. She sniffed her body. It's sour. I don't know if the green peach wine is brewed yet. Ayuan, Yugi and I have been fighting for so long I lost count of how long it's been. However, her mind was silent, and Ayuan didn't answer her. Jiangqi felt a little puzzled. He looked inward, seeing both panels intact, her divine nature intact, though cracked. This proved she had been attacked so fiercely that even her divine nature was nearly lost. Jiangqi rubbed his forehead and asked again, Ayuan? Are you there? Still no response. How strange. Could it be that the recent series of attacks from the game had affected Ayuan? Or had he revealed something he shouldn't have, causing him harm? Jiangqi grew anxious and summoned the conductor's panel, examining each panel one by one. The Skyfire monster chattered beside him. It must have been several days ago, but the sky had been flickering between black and white, with no day or night. It only recently returned to normal. Jiangqi ignored him, and searched the conductor's panel, finding nothing unusual, nor any sign of Ayuan anywhere. Panel, she called. The conductor's panel is at your service. The inherent program replied in a formal tone. Jiangqi asked, what about the hint of self-awareness that exists on the panel? What do you mean? I'm the panel's own program. This panel has never had any self-awareness, nor will it ever develop one. Jiangqi's heart sank. She opened her mouth, unsure how to ask. She wanted to say that Yuan had left behind so many traces of himself that it couldn't possibly not exist, but she searched the entire panel and found nothing. She then realized that Yuan existed solely on this panel, without a body or form of his own, and unable to act on his own. Besides his words and the operations he performed through the panel, he left no trace in this world. Even his words, and the sounds he made were the mechanical timbre of this inherent program. Jiangqi couldn't even produce any evidence of his existence. Her headache only intensified. Calm down, calm down. Since the panel is fine, then Yuan's injury wasn't caused by my attack. The only variable is, I destroyed the game clone. Could Yuan and that guy be symbiotic? But the original game is still there, only a single clone is gone. How could that cause such a change? Jiangqi frowned, pondering for a long time before finally realizing what the Skyfire monster had said. You said the sky was flickering black and white? The Skyfire monster was interrupted, speechless. It had said so much, and she only heard the first sentence? Jiangqi looked up at the sky. She hadn't noticed this before. One black and one white flickering. Could it be the rapid transition between day and night? So what time was it now? She said to the three, put them in the backpack. The three could see she was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to dawdle, and obediently let Jiangqi put them in the backpack. Jiangqi's spiritual sense swept across the entire plane, quickly ascertaining its current situation. Half dead, barely surviving, the environment had become extremely harsh due to the draining away of so much time power. However, the majority of people survived, and these people were praying for her. She was indeed receiving a steady stream of weak faith power, which was of great benefit to the restoration of her godhood. Jiangqi thought for a moment, then diverted some of his spiritual sense to connect with several of the largest temples. The words "the demon has been eliminated, rest assured" for now appeared in the sky. This small movement sent a ripple through her consciousness. She quickly calmed herself, unconcerned with the impact of the 8 words, and stood up, leaving the courtyard. Outside, in the small town, people were clearing away the rubble and renovating their homes. Jiangqi made himself invisible and walked the streets, searching for the entrance where he had previously launched the dungeon. But after searching for no reason, she became anxious and resorted to brute force to break through the dimensional barrier. The next moment, she appeared outside the plane. As soon as she emerged, she was surprised. There was no station outside this plane, nor any track connecting to it. It was a bare, isolated plane, like a pristine, undiscovered place. Is it still the past? Jiangqi opened the star map simulator that Zhongyi had given her. After Jin Hao's control panel was destroyed, she had kept it. It had no positioning functions or information backdoors, so she could use it freely. A 3-dimensional star map appeared before her. She searched for a long time, but could not find the plane she was currently in. To be precise, her current location was blank on the star map, meaning that either there was no plane here, or there was one, but it had not yet been discovered. But she had checked the map before, and there was clearly a plane called Xingzhou here. She pondered for a moment, searched for the nearest plane, enveloped herself in divine power, and flew directly towards it. Because her divine nature was damaged, her divine power was somewhat limited. She flew for 3 or 4 days, before finally reaching her destination. There was a station here. Although the flow of people was not large, those stopping at the station were all discussing the same thing. Have you heard? Something's wrong with the upper spirit plane again. Everyone knows that. It's the energy shield that's broken again, right? Yes, it was attacked before, and a hole was torn. Then, a few days later, the entire energy shield started vibrating wildly again, and the hole got much, much bigger. I have pictures. Take a look. It's not even a hole. It's like a giant curtain has opened. Invisible Jiangqi leaned forward to take a look. In the picture, he saw a huge gap in the silver energy shield of the upper spirit plane. If the entire shield were compared to an orange, then at this moment, it looked like it was missing half a segment. Jiangqi pondered. So, the current time is about 2 weeks after I entered the plane. I traveled to the distant past, and spent 10 years there, but after I emerged, only 2 weeks had actually passed outside. And in this normal timeline, that Xingzhou plane wasn't destroyed, nor did it become the birthplace of the game. So, I truly changed its fate, and the Shangling plane was damaged as a result. Ayuan? She realized Ayuan wasn't there just as she called out. Her whole dejected expression darkened, and she sat down dejectedly to the side, continuing to listen to the conversation. The Shangling Plain, as they say, isn't accessible to just anyone. It's become a complete joke. Its authority, sanctity, and transcendence have all become a joke. I hear many high-ranking officials have left the Shangling Plain. I also heard that many train conductors' missions have been cancelled recently. It seems the Shangling Plain isn't the only one experiencing problems. Many other planes are affected as well. Not only that, the control panel has been incredibly difficult to use lately, with frequent glitches. Have you ever felt like your mind's been a bit disorganized lately? Like there's a little extra memory and a little missing memory? Yes, that's right. It's strange. I clearly feel like some people shouldn't exist, but they're still alive and well. I also thought some planes should have been destroyed, but they're actually doing just fine. It's really strange. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes. People who shouldn't be alive are still alive, and planes that shouldn't be destroyed still exist? She started from the beginning, going back to the distant past, and stopping Yugi from sacrificing the Xingzhou Plain. The game thus lost its birthplace, and the Xingzhou Plain became an undiscovered, wild plain. This meant that many things had changed. For example, the number of players who entered the Xingzhou Plain back then was certainly smaller. For example, after many years, the game would no longer inject time into the Xingzhou Plain, so the players who had been thrown into the Xingzhou Plain in recent years would have escaped this fate. For example, players like the Coal Man, the Rattan Bracelet, and the Copper Man, whom Jiangqi had initially encountered, were not sent to their deaths. They are still alive in some corner of the universe, and they may not even have become players. This series of changes has changed so many things, and the memories of those involved will naturally change accordingly. A single move can affect the entire system. If the changes are too numerous, the game can't handle them. So, the energy shield of the upper spirit plane was breached so drastically. Therefore, many planes were affected, causing numerous game panels to malfunction and many people's memories to become distorted. Jiangqi should have been happy to have dealt the game such a devastating blow. This was the best outcome she had anticipated. But she wasn't happy at all. She was terribly panicked, because she realized that Ayuan might have been changed, or even lost to the butterfly, during this series of events. Jiangqi held her forehead, buried her face in her palms, and breathed heavily. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. No, if Ayuan had been lost to the butterfly, how could she have obtained the conductor's panel after her rebirth? She wouldn't even be able to be reborn. If I hadn't become stronger, I wouldn't have been able to return to the past and thwart the origin of the game. If Ayuan disappeared because I changed the game's past, then I wouldn't be who I am today. That's contradictory. Her achievements today are inseparable from Ayuan. Without Ayuan, she wouldn't be where she is today. Jiangqi's eyes snapped open, muttering, some crucial moments can't be changed. Ayuan couldn't have been lost to the butterfly. I simply messed up a lot of things in the timeline, and therefore lost him. He must still exist at some point in time. And to figure this out, she had only one target, the game. She immediately set off, catching a train leaving the station. At first, Jiangqi was anxious, but she quickly calmed down. She realized that in her half-crippled state, she would be crushed against the game. So, she slowed her pace, walking, healing, and devouring. She unleashed her power as the devouring god, absorbing energy in all directions, completely unconcerned about being pursued by anyone else, ready to kill anyone who came. However, no one had come chasing her yet. They were probably all busy. Meanwhile, she honed her skill in absorbing the power of time. Sometimes, when she discovered a wild plane, one made of pure or in matter, devoid of life, or filled with only low-level creatures, she would devour its energy before absorbing the power of time itself. This was tantamount to completely destroying a plane, a deeply immoral act. She even suspected she would incur some karmic consequences, like in a game. But she couldn't care less. Not targeting planes with intelligent beings was already a form of restraint on her part. She simply needed energy, lots and lots of it. She also tried various methods to unlock her buried memories, searching for clues related to Ayuan, but to no avail. During this process, she even secretly made a detour to Blue Star and discovered that it was completely unaffected. Well, the entertainment industry there seemed to have suddenly become incredibly prosperous, with seemingly every person being a creator and artist. She couldn't understand it, and didn't have the time to figure it out. Seeing that everything was going well, she left. Along the way, she also encountered a few players who had left Group 100, and she took them to Dong Shunfeng. Now, Due to the incident in the upper spirit plane, the game's authority has been severely damaged. The top brass at the top of the game have all been making various moves, some even bringing their influence into the open. The organization Dong Shunfeng belonged to has become increasingly arrogant, but this also gave Dong Shunfeng an opportunity. By the time Jiang Qi approached her, she had become its deputy boss. Jiang Qi, do you want me to kill the boss and make room for you? Dong Shunfeng was startled. Looking at Jiang Qi's cold, undeniable anger, he wondered what had happened to her. He could only euphemistically say, the situation is very chaotic right now, and the future is uncertain. If the boss dies, the organization will immediately fall apart, which wouldn't be a good thing. I slowly gain the boss's trust and make him my backer. Jiang Qi nodded. Just so you know, I have something important to attend to soon, so I won't be able to leave for the moment. If you have the energy, please look after the family. It's relatively peaceful there right now, but with the various factions fighting fiercely for territory and dimensions, someone might set their sights on Blue Star. Dong Shunfeng said solemnly, how about I find a way to bring Blue Star under my wing? You mean, using the organization's power to seize Blue Star for yourself, then you can claim it as your own. Then, if other factions want Blue Star, they have to get through the organization? Yes, an ownerless plane is like a piece of fat meat, very dangerous. It sounds harsh, but it's true. Then you must ensure you have the ability to remain a nominal master. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment. Since the situation is already turbulent, it might as well be further turbulent. How about this? Go home, tell your family about your plan, and get everyone to help. That way, you might be able to take control of the organization faster. Dong Shunfeng, shock. Dong Shunfeng was shocked again. Isn't this too radical? If Game finds out, there'd be no room for maneuver. Jiang Qi thought, I'm going to confront Game head-on, so what's the point of thinking about maneuvering? But reason told her that this would indeed drag the entire Blue Star into the water. If Game recovered and dealt with all those who caused trouble, and brought them to the organization, and discovered that the organization was colluding with Blue Star would be in danger. She had originally intended to develop Blue Star, and make it her own solid base. But later, her thoughts changed. She simply wanted Blue Star to be safe and secure from bullying. Whether the rear base was large or small, as long as she was strong enough, it didn't matter. Now, with her life on the line, whether Blue Star remained dormant or aggressive was irrelevant. On the contrary, if something happened to Blue Star at this moment, she truly couldn't care less. She finally said, then you guys should think about it. I mean, you really should go back and see what your family thinks. If anything comes up, you can discuss it. Chapter 121. After Jiang Qi finished discussing this with Dong Shunfeng, he moved on to another matter. There's something I need your help with. Dong Shunfeng hurriedly said, tell me. Are you familiar with the term game origin? Dong Shunfeng shook his head, I don't know. Jiang Qi said, when the game was first formed, several planes were chosen as sacrifices. These planes were destroyed in the sacrifices, and became known as the game's origins. But now, many years later, the game has suffered a backlash from these origins. Therefore, it has to maintain the illusion that these destroyed planes are still thriving. To do this, it needs to continuously deploy players to these planes, and once a player enters, they will never return alive. I need you to spread this message, and have everyone stop deploying players to those planes, thereby further weakening the game. Although I spread some information before, its reach is limited. Dong Shunfeng said, I understand. I spread it through the organization's information channels. Now everyone wants a piece of the game's profits, and anyone would be happy to weaken it. Jiang Qi nodded, then handed Dong Shunfeng a list. This is the list of dungeon origins I found. There may be some omissions, but 80% of them are here. Some planes are publicly labeled as the game's origin number XX, but many more are unknown even to senior management. I only confirmed this through extensive investigation and verification. Dong Shunfeng took the list and examined it, nearly 100. I know some of these planes, and many trained conductors in the organization have taken on missions in these planes. Are these missions that require players to go there without return? And no one has revealed this. Sending players to their deaths is commonplace for your organization, right? Of course, no one takes it seriously. Dong Shunfeng pondered for a moment. If this list were released, someone might try to destroy these planes. Wouldn't that be even more detrimental to the game? Jiang Qi paused, thinking of planes like Xingzhou, the natives living in a half-truthful illusion. If, like Xingzhou, they could travel back in time one by one and change their fate at the root, those planes could still be saved. But how many people have the ability to do that? Jiangqi had only succeeded after a near-death struggle. Moreover, if it happened again, with the game already prepared, the chances of success would be even lower. She said, "That's right. Then find a way to get it out, but it's bound to anger the game, so be careful." I understand. The organization has dedicated information distribution channels. Some important information requires payment. The confidentiality is very sophisticated, and the source won't be discovered. Dong Shunfeng looked at Jiangqi seriously. "I don't know what you're going to do, but it's probably related to the game. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but you might as well wait patiently, at least until these planes are in trouble and the game is weakened." Jiangqi patted her shoulder. "I know. I got it." Parting with Dong Shunfeng, Jiangqi boarded a departing train with familiarity. It was indeed too hasty for her to confront the game now, and her chances of victory were slim. But that didn't mean she couldn't cause trouble for the game. Furthermore, only when the game was under continuous attack and its prestige was undermined would those who waited and waited would dare to act against it. She's what you call a trendsetter. In front of the upper spirit plane. This place no longer had the solemnity and mystery it had when Jiangqi first arrived. No permission was required to enter or exit the upper spirit plane. The gaping hole in the energy shield allowed anyone to pass unimpeded. Jiangqi sat on an ordinary train. As the train pulled into the port, she drew closer and closer to the plane. Through the gaping hole, she quietly gazed into the plane. Everything remained the same, but without the former prosperity. Instead, a sense of disorder and decay permeated the air. Jiangqi watched for a moment. Just as the train was about to arrive, she suddenly appeared outside. Then, as if out of control, the entire train veered in a different direction, hurtling towards the plane. Everyone around her was shocked. What's going on? Whose car is charging in like that? How audacious. The train rushed into the plane unhindered. Then, a countdown began. This train is about to explode. This train is about to explode. 30, 29, 28. People nearby rushed out, and upon hearing the countdown, they immediately ran away. But some, overconfident, leaned forward to see what was going on. There's nothing explosive in this train? Whose prank is this? How audacious. They gone so far as to act recklessly. We have to deal with them. The person who spoke these words was a senior member of the upper echelons. His face was stern, his brow furrowed in a frown, and he looked serious and formal. He waved his hand and called out, "You, get in and find out whose car this is." The onlookers sneered. Watching the fun was fine, they thought, as they believed they had the means to protect themselves, but getting into the car wouldn't be necessary, right? The boss, seeing he couldn't control these people, grew increasingly unhappy. He turned around and searched, but couldn't find his men. Those bastards had already fled the upper spirit plane. They'd been making small moves lately, each with their own hidden agenda. Then he spotted an acquaintance and flew over to say, "Zhong Yuan, these people are getting more and more outrageous. It's time to get a handle on them. If it weren't for the game, would we have so much? One must not forget one's roots, and certainly not repay kindness with enmity." Zhong Yuan had only come over to take a look, but he hadn't expected to be singled out and be indirectly criticized. Don't think he didn't hear, there was more to the story. He always relied on his seniority, as he always does. But before, Yugi's authority was unparalleled, and everyone had to be polite and respectful. But now, with Yugi on the verge of collapse, who would want to hear such words? Zhong Yuan smiled perfunctorily. "Master, you're too kind. Who dares to forget their roots? It's just some little brats stirring up trouble, but they're just minor incidents." He waved, and a few of his men came over. "You, get on the train and check it out." Zhong Yuan's men were reluctant, but since their boss had spoken, they had no choice but to head for the train. Jiangqi was just outside the plane. Although a bit far away, he still had a good grasp of the situation around the train. She set up this countdown to give those around him time to escape. As for those who approached, she could only say that they were courting death, and no one could stop them. As the countdown slowly ticked away, Yugi remained silent, while Zhong Yuan's men had already reached the train door. Several people looked at each other and said, wait until the countdown ends." Then, they each took out their defensive gear and mobilized their internal energy, creating layer upon layer of defense. While they didn't believe a single train explosion could harm them, it was always better to be cautious. They valued their lives. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the entire train exploded. Those near the train, while diligently defending themselves, continued to watch with their eyes wide open, unconcerned. However, what erupted from the train wasn't fire, but an extremely terrifying force of time. In an instant, space within dozens of kilometers was ripped apart, and time within the entire area was distorted. In some places, time rapidly advanced. Buildings, mountains, rocks, and rivers transformed countless times in the blink of an eye, as if thousands of years had passed before finally decaying. In other places, time regressed madly, returning to a state of several decades ago. Some of those near the train rapidly aged and died, while others rapidly shrank, becoming infants, and finally vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Some were even shredded by the shattering space, while others were plunged into the turbulent flow of time. It all happened so quickly, no one had anticipated the devastating force of the explosion. All their defenses were rendered powerless by the force of time. They watched helplessly as their bodies transformed, dying or vanishing. Even the self-important elder froze in his tracks, unable to teleport away. In the turbulent flow of space and time, teleportation was impossible. At the critical moment, his entire body trembled violently, as something pierced his body. He turned back in shock, meeting Zhong Yuan's aged eyes. You? Under the influence of the force of time, Zhong Yuan's body, like an already wrinkled apple, rapidly shrunken and withered. In the blink of an eye, it became a dry core, deader than dead. The same thing happened to the elder's body. But as the two corpses fell to the ground, their eyes still open, the elder's body moved, and Zhong Yuan's spirit emerged from it. Zhong Yuan gasped silently, his eyes filled with fear. What a terrifying force of time! There was no escape, no evasion. Thankfully, he had mastered some of the power of time, and in a critical moment, he abandoned his own body and entered the elder's body, shielded by his spirit and holding up the power of time. If not, he might not have escaped this disaster. Looking up, the surrounding buildings were destroyed, without a trace of life. A deep hole had been dug into the earth, and even the plane energy shield above was once again torn. What insane destructive power! Who on earth is this? Who even managed to get that train? He was about to leave, when a hand grabbed his neck from behind and lifted him up. Zhong Yuan, shock. Jiangqi held him up with one hand, looking at him calmly. You managed to survive. You're quite capable. Zhong Yuan was shocked and turned his head slowly, but saw nothing. The person had disappeared. The voice was unfamiliar, but it was clear it was a woman's. Zhong Yuan, who are you? If you run wild in the upper spirit plane, the game won't. Jiangqi sneered. The game won't let me go? The game itself can't save itself. She squeezed Zhong Yuan tighter, but didn't kill him. She looked down at the ground and said calmly, after such a big thing happened, are you still hiding? Or have you forgotten me? Do you want me to remind you of the pain you suffered at my hands in the beginning of your life? Her voice was quiet, but it carried far enough for people elsewhere in the plane to hear. Zhong Yuan's eyes widened. Was this person talking to Yugi? Was Yugi really somewhere beneath the upper spirit plane? And what did suffering pain in the beginning of your life mean? Had Yugi suffered pain at the hands of this woman before? And that was so long ago. It turned out that Yugi was never invincible. There was someone in this world who could rival Yugi. Could this person have been responsible for the damage Yugi had suffered these past few days? Zhong Yuan felt like he just caught a nasty scandal. Even with his death imminent, he couldn't control his gossip. At this moment, the earth finally responded, shaking. A resounding voice echoing across heaven and earth, yet Jiangqi alone could hear it. Arrogant young man, it's you who stole my sacrifice. Jiangqi glanced at Zhong Yuan in his hand, making sure he couldn't hear him. He continued, you created those game origins to interfere with the development of this universe, and now you're suffering the consequences of their decline. This is proof you were wrong. I come to take you by the will of the God Realm. This absurd game must end. The earth paused. God Realm. Are you from the God Realm? This time, his tone was less calm than before. Jiangqi didn't reply. Sensing the game was about to take action, she quickly teleported out of the upper spirit plane. She left behind a harsh message. This is just a small lesson. If you know what's good for you, go back and take your punishment. Outside, she glanced at Zhong Yuan in her arms. You're lucky. I'm in a good mood, so I won't take your life. As soon as she let go, Zhong Yuan's spirit fled faster than a rabbit, disappearing in a flash. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. Now she had a survivor and witness to this small lesson. Her two harsh words had been heard by everyone in the plane, and the dignity of the game must have been further damaged. She looked back at the upper spirit plane. People were emerging one after another, and leaving quickly. They would soon spread the news, and everyone would know what happened today. They would speculate about the God Realm's true location. They would think the game might be a fugitive from the God Realm. They would fear the God Realm, but they would also strive to seize the immediate benefits. She just mentioned the origin of the game. If Dong Shumfeng releases more information later, combined with the information from both sides, someone will undoubtedly take the risk and target those planes. So move. Move. Tear the flesh from the game's mouth piece by piece. She flew to the plane closest to the upper spirit plane and merged with one of her clones there. She went to the upper spirit plane with the worst-case scenario of certain death, so she had prepared a fallback plan. She still had to find Yuan and much else to do. She wouldn't let herself die. The 3 Skyfire monsters guarding the clones surrounded her. How's it going? Is everything going well? Jiangqi exhaled. After expending so much time and energy, she felt exhausted. It went smoothly. Everything went smoothly. The Skyfire monster asked, so what do we do next? Jiangqi was also pondering. So far, everything was going as she had planned. Someone would help her in the game's birthplace, so she could do something else. She opened the star map simulator. Planes were densely packed like a galaxy. These were planes controlled by the game, numbering almost 1 million. She first looked at the planes that had been controlled earlier and held higher positions, then shook her head. These planes had produced many game employees, including powerful figures like Zhong Yuan. If these people were now plotting to backstab and divide the game, the planes behind them would be their base. Taking action against these planes would not only be laborious, but would actually help the game. She then turned her attention to the planes that had recently become dungeon sites. These places had just been entangled by the dungeon's tentacles. Although inconspicuous now, they formed the core of the game. She pointed at the planes. Let's sever their ties to the game first. By the way, if I could put on a show in these planes, impersonating a god to gain some faith, it would be a win-win situation. Jiangqi sighed and said to himself, Jiangqi, be patient. If you're not strong enough, just hide for a while. Yuan will wait for you. A primitive plane. A sudden rainstorm and natural disaster struck, along with it a group of strangely dressed people. The natives had never seen such a scene before, and were momentarily terrified. The several tribes in the dungeon, putting aside their differences, gathered together. But armed with crude weapons, and even barefoot, they were no match for the players with advanced weapons and items. Beaten back step by step, they could only hide in a cave. Hey, these primitive people are so boring, they can't take a beating at all. There's nothing here. I should have packed a tent. Luckily we brought some food, otherwise we have to hunt. A group of players also found a large cave. It was raining heavily outside, but inside they were quite relaxed, chatting by the fire, but still irritated by the damp and primitive atmosphere. Just then, the downpour suddenly stopped. The rain has stopped? Isn't it supposed to rain for a whole month? One player poked his head out, and was snatched away. The other players, startled, stood up, weapons drawn, and braced themselves for battle. But then, one by one, players were snatched up by something unknown, and suspended high in the sky. A moment later, all the players were in the sky, their hands tied behind their backs, hanging unconscious. A golden dragon soared through the clouds behind them, appearing and disappearing. Brilliant golden rays shone from the clouds, bathing the earth in a warm, healing glow. The shivering, despairing natives were drawn to the golden light, and emerged from their caves, only to behold this strange sight in the sky. Ah, those aliens! Why are they in the sky? What kind of monster is that in the clouds? The golden dragon then spoke, mumbling something in the language of this world. The gist of it was that this sacred land had been invaded by evil demons from outside, and these players were their minions. To protect the earth, the dragon appeared, expelling these invaders, and urged everyone to cherish the peaceful future and strive to become stronger. Then, the golden dragon gave some basic knowledge that could improve their lives. The natives knelt on the ground, calling out Dragon God in gratitude. Jiangqi, disguised as the golden dragon, watched the natives' reactions with satisfaction. It was obvious that the golden dragon would become the totem of these tribes, and they would worship the dragon god with devotion. Victory! She led a group of players out of this plane. The station outside the plane was sparse, with only an old train parked there. The conductor was dozing on board, having been knocked unconscious by Jiangqi. Jiangqi didn't wake them, but shoved the players onto the train and started it. Once it was on the track and clear, she destroyed the station and the tracks. From then on, this plane was free. An ancient plane. Several dungeons had already occurred here, leaving the people in a state of panic. Today, another prosperous city was engulfed by a dungeon. This time, the players were all ghosts, leaving the natives in utter despair. Jiangqi disguised herself as Fairy XX and suppressed, and captured all the ghost players. She then announced to the world that the previous dungeons were caused by the breach of the barrier between the demonic and ghost realms and the human world. Now, she had descended to Earth to capture these demons and repair the breach, ensuring that such incidents would never happen again. The people were thrilled and shocked. So, this world truly existed, with demons, ghosts, and gods. Watching the fairy, radiant with ethereal energy, her robes flowing, soar into the sky with a horde of ghosts, the people were mesmerized. For many years to come, people yearned for the immortal realm. Countless homes enshrined Fairy XX, and shrines dedicated to her were built across the land, attracting numerous worshippers. Cultivating immortals has become a major trend. Although no one has succeeded, people firmly believe in the existence of the immortal realm. A certain magical plane. This entire plane is shrouded in demonic energy. The natives are aggressive and possess bizarre appearances, none of them simple. One day, a dungeon descends upon this place, accompanied by a group of players radiating holy light, claiming to be coming to liberate the natives. Natives? Bullshit! Who wants to be liberated? Can't they just fight and kill? But these players are truly despicable. The holy light hurts terribly when it shines on them, and can even dissolve the natives. Just when the natives are at their wits' end, an incredibly powerful demon rises from the abyss and, with a single wave of his hand, sends the players flying. His display of power leaves all the natives stunned. How could such a powerful demon exist? Ah! They wanted to follow such a powerful being. After capturing all the players, the great demon Jiangqi said nothing and returned to the abyss. Actually, he left the plane, leaving only a dashing and arrogant figure in this world. But she became a legend here. These low-IQ natives remembered her for their entire lives, yearning for her with reverence and awe. Before any fight, big or small, they would perform a ritual to pray for her attention. She became a god in everyone's heart. Chapter 122. While Jiangqi diligently cosplayed across various planes, the upper spirit plane was once again challenged, and word spread that the game actually existed beneath it. This time, there were many tragic examples. For example, the clan elders and others who maintained the game were killed so easily. The game's origins clearly existed in the upper spirit plane, yet they had been provoked and attacked with bombs. Not only did the game fail to stop them, it also failed to protect any of the clan elders. Zhong Yuan, the only one who escaped death, did so only because the attackers showed mercy, and it was said that he was completely disabled. This was the end of someone loyal to the game, who wouldn't be chilled to see it, not to mention the immense amount of information contained in the attacker's 2 words. As Jiangqi had predicted, people's awe of the game had once again greatly diminished. Even those who had previously held no rebellious intentions were now considering retreat. So, when Dong Shenfeng spread the news of the game's origins, many people indeed attacked those origins. In just a few days, one plane after another was destroyed. With each plane destroyed, a gaping hole appeared in the energy shield of the Shangling plane, until it was completely shattered. The entire plane began to visibly decline, and people gradually left the Shangling plane. In a train station or restaurant somewhere, Jiangqi crossed out the name of another plane in her little notebook. This was the 1,000th plane she had handled, meaning that in the past 6 months, she had eliminated 1,000 planes from the game's landscape. Approximately 2/3 of these planes worship her as a deity. While not everyone is devout, taken together, Jiangqi now receives a significant amount of faith power daily. The cracks in her godhood have long since mended, and her divine power is even greater than before, her strength reaching a new level. But these 1,000 are a drop in the bucket compared to the number controlled by the game. However, over the past 6 months, forces large and small have been constantly dividing up the planes, and some have even taken the opportunity to save themselves and leave the game. It's likely that less than half of the planes are still under the game's control. Hey, that Star Network, have you signed up? That one, didn't I hear it's not very stable yet? It's already gone through its 2nd internal beta test, and is much more stable than before. To use that Star Network, you have to buy a port and pay for the internet connection, which isn't cheap. Besides, it only covers a little over 100 planes right now. A few people at the next table were eating and chatting. Jiangqi put away her notebook, picked up a nearby spoon, and began to eat, listening to the conversations around her. She came to this crowded place to catch up on the news. She knew a little about the Star Network these people were talking about. It was launched just a month ago, and was called the Comprehensive Service Interstellar Network Platform. With so many people turning away from gaming, the game's conductor panel, player panel, and work panel had become a ticking time bomb. While it wasn't going away for a while, many things couldn't be discussed there anymore. People desperately needed a large-scale information exchange platform. Thus, the Star Network came into being. It was said that this star network utilized the most advanced network technology from a certain high-tech dimension. It currently connected to hundreds of other dimensions, allowing people within them to communicate online. The various websites, platforms, and even online stores within those dimensions were growing in number every day. Those outside these dimensions could also access the network by purchasing a special port, though this wouldn't work if they were too far away or the signal was too weak. Jiangqi felt that there were truly many intelligent people. If this star network developed successfully, its future prospects would be truly limitless. The forces behind it would undoubtedly be the big winners of the new era. She left the restaurant when a freight train arrived at the station and was surrounded by a crowd. Does it have a star network port? I want one. What? This train has a star network port? I want one too. Didn't you just say the internet was expensive? Isn't there still a 10-day trial period? The goods on the train were carried into the store, surrounded by a crowd. Jiangqi also went over to take a look. The star network ports came in bracelet, ring, earring, and accessory shapes. Real name registration wasn't required to purchase the ports, so Jiangqi bought one. Currently, different currencies circulate in different places. The only universally accepted currency is energy. For example, train coins and other energy-related materials. These ports are quite expensive, and many people, while coveting them, are reluctant to spend the money. Jiangqi paid with energy stones from a certain dimension, which are quite common throughout the universe. By placing it in the store's measuring instruments, the energy properties and quantity within it could be measured, thereby assessing its value. Jiangqi bought a pinky ring-shaped port. After reading the instruction manual and briefly operating it, a screen appeared on the ring, the Star Network homepage, complete with anti-peeping features. It said that when Star Network technology becomes more advanced, and the port more sophisticated, it will even be able to connect directly to the human brain. Below the homepage, there were hundreds of portals to various dimensions. Simply click on the network you want to access. She scanned the area and suddenly came across a dimension under the name of Dong Xingfeng's organization. She clicked on it, took a quick look, and surprisingly, saw the secret code Dong Xingfeng had left behind. She raised an eyebrow, clicked on the website, then on the forum, and continued, finally encountering the secret letter Dong Xingfeng had left for her. She said she couldn't contact Jiangqi, so she left a message here. This website was spearheaded by the organization, and the technology was high-tech, but there were family members among the technicians behind it, so security was guaranteed. If she needed to contact her in the future, she could use this forum. Jiangqi was genuinely shocked. Now there are family members among the technicians, and once they fully master the technology, the core technicians, and the people behind the scenes will probably all be family members. In other words, Dong Xingfeng and his team had leveraged the organization's power to create this star network, but the real people behind it were Blue Star, or more precisely, Country C. Jiangqi laughed. This move was truly efficient. In just 6 months, they had reached this level. Perhaps even this star network was Country C's idea. It seems Dong Xingfeng gained a great deal from his return to Blue Star. This was Country C's first attempt to reach out to the world outside Blue Star's plane, and it was such a bold move. Jiangqi exited the page, and the link disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Jiangqi browsed the forum. It was a normal forum, with a wide variety of posts, mostly discussing the Star Network and games. However, there were many banned words regarding games, so people couldn't discuss them too deeply. But there was still a lot of information there, much that Jiangqi didn't know. Some people specifically compiled information summaries, accessible for just a few Star Network coins, and others sold all sorts of intelligence on the forum. Some even publicly published lists of game origins, updating them in real time as they were destroyed. There were even some planes Jiangqi hadn't even discovered. As Jiangqi read, he heard the people browsing the Star Network nearby exclaiming in delight and delight. Jiangqi glanced at the group, empathizing with their feelings. With the Star Network, a vast amount of information could flow freely. Through it, people could access the vast world outside. With a small investment, they could obtain the intelligence they desired with a high probability, significantly breaking down information barriers. Information asymmetry is the greatest value, and in the past, this information asymmetry was only in the hands of the most powerful. Jiangqi registered an account for herself and topped it up at a store using energy stones. The store owner assisted her, and the corresponding Star Network coins were added to her account. This is a virtual currency used throughout the Star Network. It can only be topped up, not withdrawn for the time being. This is because the Star Network's credibility hasn't yet been established, and it will be gradually improved in the future. Jiangqi browsed various planes and web forums, reading a few summary posts. One post featured a 24/7 live broadcast of the changes in the upper spirit plane. Each day's live broadcast would be edited into a 100x speed video and posted on the thread for easy viewing. Jiangqi found a place to sit and watched all the replays from the past 6 months. Over 100 videos witnessed the gradual decline of the upper spirit plane. Today, it's an abandoned plane, deserted. Looking in from the outside, it feels like staring into a terrifying abyss. But what's particularly interesting is that every day, trains, aircraft, and other things fly in, wreaking havoc within, including explosions, spraying highly corrosive liquids, and dumping all sorts of foul things, further devastating the plane. Someone in the thread said these were probably done by someone who particularly hated the game. Jiangqi propped up his chin. From these videos, it was hard to tell whether the game's origins were still in the upper spirit plane, but for the past 6 months, it had remained motionless. Faced with Jiangqi's provocations, it didn't react. Even as the game's birthplaces were utterly destroyed, it remained silent. Even as former high-ranking game employees carved up its planes and territory, it remained as if dead. Not only was it silent, but even the dungeons currently underway, and those about to begin remained orderly, the power of the game still reliably exerting its influence there. This quietness amidst the storm was uncharacteristic. Jiangqi exited the thread and opened another. This post documented the current state of damage to the game's tracks, and the poster expressed concern. These tracks were created by the game, and the game could potentially destroy them at any time. Similarly, the poster expressed skepticism about the safety of current transportation. Existing trains and aircraft all originated from games. Inside these trains and aircraft, they're essentially the realm of the game. Coming and going every day, you're stuck in the game's realm. Wouldn't that be frightening? So, the poster urged that if we wanted to escape the game, we had to build our own tracks and transportation. Replies streamed in, with some suggesting the establishment of track construction companies, train manufacturing companies, and so on. One of the replies caught Jiangqi's attention. This reply suggested digging up abandoned trains from the game. After all, the quality of the game's trains was quite good, and the materials from those abandoned trains could be recycled, which would be more efficient and less expensive than building them from scratch. Below is a list of several planes where the abandoned train was located, along with some photos of the scene. In one of the photos, the layout of the garbage pit was very similar to the place where Jiangqi had found a yuan in his memory. She stared at it for a long time. It's not that she hadn't thought about visiting the place in her memory, but firstly, she didn't know where it was. Secondly, she was worried that if she went to look for a yuan before she was strong enough, the game would discover such a huge weakness in her, making the situation even worse. And now, she saw a reply below. Someone mentioned a field trip to these abandoned train pits, asking if anyone wanted to join them. She hesitated for a moment, then replied and signed up. A few days later, Jiangqi, sporting a new look, arrived at the meeting point. Before the others arrived, Jiangqi logged into the Star Network using a newly purchased wristband-shaped portal and posted from a new account in a new dimension. She had now purchased over 10 portals, each with several different accounts, all using the same alias. She posted on various platforms, and the content of her posts was largely about how to compete with the game. Today's post focused on how to unlink from the conductor panel. In the post, she portrayed herself as a conductor who had accidentally unlinked from the panel. The most crucial step in unbinding the panel is severing the main chain and the encoding chain. To disconnect these two chains, you first need to disconnect the level chain. For a level 5 train conductor, for example, you need to disconnect the level 5 chain first, then the level 4 chain, then the level 3 chain. Jiangqi wrote a long and eloquent post, every word true. When she was camouflaging the panel, she and a yuan had discussed how to unbind it. Over the past 6 months, she had experimented with it here and there, and recently finally figured out a method. However, she didn't unbind her own panel, fearing that unbinding would further distance her from a yuan. After reviewing it once, confirming it was correct, she set up a proxy and clicked send. This was a paid post, and she expected it would earn her a lot of StarNet coins. She also sent a message to Dong Shangfeng, asking her to check the post and, if she or her family needed to unbind their work panels, she could find time to go. However, Jiangqi estimated that Cui and the others wouldn't be untied for now. The outcome was uncertain, and Blue Star wouldn't renege on the game. In a certain plane, in a meeting, Rong Ding sat behind a table, pressing her forehead, a faint trace of fatigue on her face. In front of her was a star map, showing only 11 planes. This was a plane she had completely controlled for the past 6 months. The forces belonging to the game had been completely defeated and expelled. Even all the plane stations, related game departments, and game tracks had been completely dismantled. In other words, the game's tentacles had been completely eradicated from these 11 planes. But after achieving this, the real challenge finally emerged. That was how to profit from these 11 planes. If there were no profit, and the risk of being retaliated by the game was still there, and the energy required to defend these planes was unsustainable, this situation would not last long. At this moment, the people in the meeting were arguing about this very matter. Participant A: I think the game's mode is great. Create disasters, train our people, and ultimately develop powerful warriors. Otherwise, we'd be left behind by other forces sooner or later. Participant B: Yes, we can imitate survival games and create a new mode. Of course, we won't go so far, forcing players to kill the natives. Instead, we focus on survival and hard work. Participant C: There's no need to launch natural disasters. These planes already have plenty of them. We can predict their location and time, and send people there in advance. Participant D: I don't think we need to copy the game's methods. The most important thing right now is to continue conquering more planes, expanding our territory, and increasing the diversity of the natives. For example, this dwarven plane. The dwarves living there are a renowned craftsman race, skilled in forging and even capable of crafting magical items. There's also this psionic plane, where magic and technology blend, boasting a wealth of advanced military technology. And this Zerg plane, with its abundance of biological weapons. If we can capture these planes, why worry about us becoming stronger? Participant Wu immediately retorted, That's easy to say. These planes are already quite powerful, and they even have their own trained conductors and other powerful individuals. How easy would it be to capture them? Then we can trade with them. Will a trade solve the fundamental problem? Everyone was talking heatedly, but Rongding's mind wandered. She still felt a sense of surrealism. She had been lying dormant for over 200 years, hoping to one day bring down the game. Now, it seemed as if the game was truly crumbling, bit by bit. Each plane had become free and independent, and countless people no longer had to constantly follow the game's instructions. It was as if they suddenly had a future. But hadn't all this happened too easily? She still hadn't figured out what had happened. And then, there was the matter. As she looked at each person at the conference table, panels popped up above their heads one after another. Conductor panel, work panel. Although everyone had done their best to block these panels, preventing them from being tracked by the game for the time being, they still posed a risk. Rongding said, Let's put these things aside for now. Everyone immediately stopped discussing and looked at her. Rongding said, The most important thing now is to unbind your panels. Everyone's faces paled slightly, and they glanced at each other, falling silent. They had tried to unbind the panel before, but they had failed repeatedly. Those who failed suffered a severe blow to their sea of consciousness, becoming either idiots, paralyzed, or dead on the spot. Although the subjects were captured enemies and foes, the disastrous failure rate still terrified everyone. Several people in the conference room were former gamers, and they didn't have panels on them because their player panels had already been unbound with Rongding's help. Unbinding a player panel was much easier. It could basically be done by using a legal force. Looking at the other people with grim expressions, they felt a little sympathetic. But honestly, being around those carrying game panels was a bit nerve-wracking. What if the game suddenly tracked them down, or even controlled them through the panel? Worst case, the panel exploded, causing harm to the surrounding area. It would be very dangerous. So, if they could unbind the panel, everyone would be happy. Rongding said, I recently come up with a new method, an improvement on the camouflage panel chain. The success rate should be over 60%. At this moment, a person sitting in the corner suddenly stood up and said, Teacher, please take a look at this post. Rongding looked. It's about how to unbind the conductor panel. The main chain is the point where the panel is most closely connected to the human consciousness, much like the human brainstem. Touching this chain is very likely to cause irreversible and horrific damage to the consciousness. Here's a crude trick. Create an identical sea of consciousness and repeatedly restart the panel. When the panel restarts, the main chain will also restart. Seizing the microsecond opportunity, the main chain can be transferred to the fake sea of consciousness. The code chain is connected to the game database, so the best approach is to hack into the game database and erase your code beforehand, tricking the game into thinking you're dead, putting the code chain into a dormant state, and then removing it. This way, the damage can be minimized. Of course, it would be even better if someone with divine or XX power could assist during these steps. Rong Ding carefully read the entire post several times. Some of the ideas resonated with her, while others were unexpected. That XX power was probably the power of violation, which she possessed. As for divine power, she did have it, and even if her divine power wasn't enough, she could still borrow some from the new Sea God plane. Look at the poster again. A train conductor who accidentally unbound the faceplate? Rong Ding shook his head. How could someone who spoke so convincingly, and who even mentioned divine and XX power, have unbound it accidentally? Most intriguingly, this person also mentioned how the faceplate backpack could be reused after unbinding it, and even described the feasibility of creating a similar extra-dimensional portable space. The technology was not unavailable. Some artifacts and powerful items had this function, but this person was talking about making such a portable space dirt cheap. The method mentioned above was a bit far-fetched, essentially remaining at the theoretical stage, but it was certainly feasible. Rong Ding took a deep breath. This post was truly undermining the game. Rong Ding immediately said, make arrangements. Experiment with the unbinding method above. At the same time, quite a few people were reading Jiangqi's post. Although the fee was high, few train conductors were so poor that they would pay generously. Then, they saw some valuable content. After a moment's deliberation, these conductors began to put it into practice. And those who hacked into the game database were even more numerous. Jiangqi logged off from the internet, closed the port on her wristband, and was about to put on another port to write another post when the port on her pinky ring vibrated. It was the team leader contacting her. She stood up and walked towards the designated stop sign. Several men and women were already there. One of them saw her approaching and asked uncertainly, "Are you the little conch?" Jiangqi, now a burly man, nodded and said in a gruff voice, "It's me." The others, Although everyone uses fake faces and names when they're out there, yours is a bit too fake, isn't it? The name and appearance don't match up so well. The captain's mouth twitched, but he still shook Jiangqi's hand. "I'm the leader of this trip. My name is Big Brother. You should know that our goal this time is to go to Garbage Plane 19 and search for the abandoned train in the garbage pit over there. It's essentially a semi-exploratory mission, with the potential for many dangers. Your life and death are your own responsibility." Jiangqi nodded. "I understand. I take responsibility for all my actions." Chapter 123. Garbage Plane Number 19. This plane wasn't called this before. Among the myriad planes, it was as insignificant as a grain of sand, barely even having a name. It's just that recently, as people were dividing up valuable planes, they unearthed a lot of garbage planes and had given them numbered names. Over 1,000 people were heading to this plane this time, divided into 4 teams. 3 of them were from certain factions, and were purely here for investigation. The remaining one had signed up voluntarily, partly to find the abandoned train and partly for adventure. Jiangqi joined this 4th team. However, she was the only one who dared to participate in such a dangerous activity alone. The others came with at least 3 or 2 acquaintances. The journey was long, and the fare was quite expensive. Jiangqi paid a hefty fee and boarded the bus, taking a window seat. She pulled her coat over her shoulders, closed her eyes, and gave off an air of keeping strangers away. The train was a private car, each seat spacious enough to convert into a bed when folded flat, offering considerable comfort. For the next 6 days, including 2 jumps, Jiangqi remained largely confined to a seat. 6 days later, they arrived at their destination. Everyone disembarked to find a nearly abandoned station. The leader of the temporary expedition team, the senior brother, now served as their guide. In fact, everyone on the expedition paid him a fee, and the explanations and guidance were indeed his. He then explained, it said that, long ago, this plane was quite busy, with garbage from many other planes being transported here. Back then, this station was a warp station, and garbage trucks used warps to get in, which was incredibly convenient. But as the plane fell into disuse, and the warp point closed, the station fell into disrepair. Someone asked, puzzled, why would the garbage just be disposed of locally? Why go through all the trouble of transporting it to another plane? Wouldn't that be a huge waste of manpower and resources? The eldest brother said, there's always some garbage that's difficult to dispose of locally, like garbage that's highly toxic, radioactive, or indestructible. There's also some garbage that's currently useless, but might be needed in the future. For this kind of garbage, you pay a disposal fee and storage fee, and someone will take care of it for you. Many people are willing to pay this. As they talked, they moved forward. So, the garbage in this plane is likely to contain highly toxic or radioactive substances. Be careful. Everyone arrived at the plane passage. This plain passage was also shabby and dilapidated, with no restrictions, so anyone could easily step in. The leaders of the three factions ahead glanced at each other, silently donning various protective gear. Then, one of the teams took the lead and entered the passage. The others followed, until finally it was Jiangqi's team's turn. Everyone, take precautions. Follow closely. Don't get separated. Jiangqi walked at the end of the group, maintaining a slight distance from the others ahead without falling behind. He followed the others as they entered. Entering the plain, a chilling, stale air washed over them. The ground was covered in a layer of grayish-white snow, the temperature extremely low. Beneath the snow lay hills, mountains of garbage. The rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see, desolate and magnificent. Jiangqi looked up at the sky, only to see nothing but gray. Had she fallen from this very sky then? Could falling from the moving train of the cunning snake have landed her in another dimension? She withdrew her gaze, recalling the shape of the surrounding garbage mountains after her fall, trying to identify them as she moved forward. But this plain was so vast, and the garbage mountains all looked the same, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The team ahead reached a garbage mountain, and scraped away the snow on the surface. It had accumulated so long that it had frozen into an incredibly hard layer of ice. Only by scraping away a corner could they see what was inside. This is a pile of waste from energy processing. Be careful, it's highly radioactive. They took a look and then filled the ice back in. Then, they uncovered the second and third garbage mountains. Industrial waste, construction waste, medical waste, all sorts of garbage mountains. After observing for a while, seeing nothing, people began to release their drones, taking to the air to film and explore. Jiangqi followed the crowd and released her own eagle-shaped drone, carrying a glimpse of her consciousness, like her eyes, surveying the entire land. Jiangqi used the drone to rapidly search, while also trying to recall. Unfortunately, she still had no further memory of this place. Boom! Boom! A series of hurricanes flashed by, accompanied by blinding light. Someone was using props to blast through the ice, violently splitting the mountains of garbage, revealing their contents. Through the drone, Jiangqi saw someone had split open the abandoned train. Found it. Found one. Everyone rushed over. This entire mountain of garbage was filled with abandoned trains, all compressed and completely deformed. But you could still tell they were made of solid materials, their walls thick and sturdy. An experienced person stepped forward and carefully examined them. This is Holy Light Train 118. Look, the model number is printed on the door. It's a model from over 1,000 years ago. There's a whole pile of them. Haha, this is a genuine old model. The older, the more solid the materials. Our trip was truly worthwhile. Just as everyone was celebrating, someone else discovered another pile of abandoned trains, and everyone rushed over. 7 stars 009. 7 stars? I never heard of that model. Train models within the past 3,000 years are all recorded, but this one isn't. Could it be a model from over 3,000 years ago? Such an old train has turned up. Let's keep looking, maybe there's an even older one. For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm soared, searching everywhere. This pile is the Lion's Beard train. Lion's Beard. Let me see. It's a train from 1,500 years ago. Only a single batch was produced. The quality wasn't very good, so it was quickly abandoned. This is the Green Snake. Trains of this model are still in service. The cloud-cutting train. That's a high-end private train. These cloud-cutting trains are probably inferior, never made it to market. This one's made of high-quality material. We won it! Jiangqi, while monitoring everyone's movements, also personally searched through the garbage heap or pit. She remembered that Yuan's locomotive had been trapped at the bottom of a deep pit, and above it were a variety of trains, not all of the same model. Not only did she search on her own, she also secretly released the Skyfire monster to aid her. It just so happened that many people had props that could emit flames and melt the ice, so the Skyfire monster, disguised as their flames, took advantage of the situation and roamed around, blowing up one garbage pit after another. As more and more garbage piles and pits were uncovered, Jiangqi could clearly sense something emanating from these places, lingering in the air. It was poisonous gas, the air of decay, the air of darkness, in short, something unfriendly to the human body. Others also discovered it, but didn't take it seriously. Having come here, they had already prepared for any danger. However, not long after, the ground began to shake, and most of the garbage pile began to move. The outer layer of ice gradually cracked and fell, and the outer layer of garbage also rolled down layer by layer. What is this? An earthquake? People stepped back in surprise, watching the garbage pile shaking more and more violently. No, this isn't an earthquake. There's something in these garbage mountains. Quick, back off. Get away. Boom. A garbage mountain suddenly exploded, revealing a giant made of garbage. Boom. One garbage mountain after another exploded, revealing all sorts of garbage giants. One after another, garbage giants crawled out of pits and emerged from cracks in the ground. For a moment, everyone was confronted by these grotesque and terrifying giants. This. Garbage has become a spirit? How is this possible? It's just a larger monster. I smash it. One man pulled out a massive weapon, like a rocket launcher, and fired a volley at a garbage giant. The garbage giant was indeed shattered, and the debris scattered across the ground like Lego. But before anyone could rejoice, the next moment, it reassembled, transforming into a giant once again. People were stunned. This monster was unkillable. Run! Run! Get out of this plane. People wanted to leave this plane, but the passage had closed at some point, and for a moment, there was no way out except by violently breaking through the plane barrier. And here, the only one capable of breaking through the plane barrier was Jiangqi. But she wouldn't do that. She looked indifferently at the fleeing people. Since they had come here to explore and investigate, and since they were responsible for their own lives, they were probably prepared for any consequences. She didn't intend to interrupt their wonderful adventure. She observed the garbage giants carefully, and soon, she saw something. Each garbage giant, after being broken apart, quickly reassembled, centered around a certain object. If the core is destroyed, the giant won't be able to reassemble, or its reassembly will be slow. Jiangqi rushed towards a junk giant and crushed it with a single punch. The jumbled debris from the giant's body fell to the ground. Before it could reassemble, Jiangqi landed and grabbed hold of something. The camouflage crumbled layer by layer, revealing an engine, a massive, heavy, and massive train engine, half the height of a man. The engine struggled hard, but couldn't break free from Jiangqi's grip, emitting an angry, mechanical roar. Jiangqi held it down and searched the engine, finding the model, 7 stars 003. It was the old train model said to be over 3,000 years old. Jiangqi turned to look at the other junk giants, aimed at one, and sent the skyfire monster blasting it. The junk giant shattered to the ground. Jiangqi flew over and found its core. Sure enough, it was another train engine, model Kaihong 008. This was another unrecorded train model, probably also from 3,000 years ago. Jiangqi realized something and searched among the other junk giants, finding a smaller one farther away. She blasted it to pieces again and pulled out the engine. This time it was Jinhua 005. As expected, another unrecorded model. 3 junk giants fell and didn't get up again, attracting the attention of some people. Seeing someone coming this way, Jiangqi rolled up the 3 engines and dodged. In a few instants, she appeared thousands of miles away, and she also erected a feather realm, completely isolating herself from the outside world. Then she looked at the 3 engines before her, each of varying shapes and sizes, still rumbling and vibrating. Are you all trains from 3,000 years ago? Have you all become spirits? The 3 engines roared and puffed, continuing their struggle. Jiangqi reached out and placed a hand on the largest of the 7-star engines. Answer my questions, or you run out of time. She simply drained time, and the engine's exteriors visibly aged. The 7-star engines, sensing the terrifying danger, screamed, "Answer!" I answer. Jiangqi withdrew her hand. Look, isn't it talking? As she did so, the 7 stars quickly took 2 steps back, their bulky generators scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. It had no head, face, or eyes, but it gave Jiangqi a look of horror. Are you a superhuman? Or some kind of god? Jiangqi, answer my question first. When did your train come from? When did you arrive here? Why are you in this state? Qixing said, we were a train from a long time ago. How long ago, I don't know. Anyway, we were all built by the Divine Lord himself. Jiangqi pressed, who is the Divine Lord? The Divine Lord is the Divine Lord. In human terms, it's called a game, right? Jiangqi rolled her eyes. It was a game. She thought it was some extraordinary entity. Later, the Divine Lord grew tired of building his own trains and had humans do it instead. The drive systems of our old-fashioned trains were incompatible with those of human-made vehicles, so they were gradually eliminated, and then they ended up here. Jiangqi thought back. The recorded history of games only dates back 3,000 years, and records of train manufacturing also began 3,000 years ago. The train production plant in the Upper Spirit Plain was built at that time. As for what happened before that, there was a complete blank. She asked, and then? And then it just happened like this. The 7-star engine muttered, at first, this place was a graveyard for us obsolete trains. It was just us bored. A long time later, suddenly one day, garbage was delivered. Then, there was a lot of it every day. This place became lively, and since we had nothing else to do, we started playing with the garbage. And then we created this monster? Not a monster at all. We just wore garbage on our bodies. Who doesn't want to wear clothes? We're all very civilized trains, okay? Jiangqi, She didn't delve into the question. So, you all had your own consciousness and intelligence from the beginning? Qixing, more or less. When the Lord God created us, the trains that put more thought into it were more intelligent, while those that put less thought into it were less intelligent. Also, by working harder, striving harder, and interacting with and observing people like the players, you learn a lot and become more intelligent. So you're just going to be eliminated like this, and you won't make a fuss? This is the Lord God's decision, and no one can question or oppose it. Jiangqi glanced at the 3 engines and asked casually, how many models of these trains created by the Lord God himself are there? Qixing said, that's too many. Jiangqi, whoever can name the most will let me go. The other 2 engines, who had been playing dead, immediately spoke up. Kaihong said, I know. There are over 100. There's Shiyu, Yulong, Yuehua, Chengjue, Fengming. Jinua wasn't to be outdone, I know too. There's Hana, Liltun, Naya, Orlando. Qixing snorted in anger, you too. I said it first. It then began to rattle off the names. 3 mouths chattered, but Jiangqi didn't interrupt. He wrote down the names they spouted, but he never heard the one he wanted to hear. At that moment, she suddenly looked up, looking outside the feather realm, pushing aside the feathers blocking her view. I saw that great changes were happening outside. The garbage mountains were getting shorter and disappearing one by one. Cargo aircraft and construction vehicles were driving back and forth, and people in various work clothes were walking back and forth. Then these people also disappeared, the ground became flat, and tall buildings began to appear. This is... Jiangqi immediately stepped out and looked around. Everything was changing. Time in this plane was reversing. From the gray and dead silence of the garbage-strewn ground, it regressed to the bustling bustle of the garbage trucks arriving, and then back again to the normal appearance of the city before the garbage even appeared. She turned sharply. The 3 engines were fading, mumbling at her as they faded. If they had faces, they'd be sticking out their tongues and making faces at her. Jiangqi was so angry she laughed. Those 3 had been pretending to be honest, but they were quite cunning. What they just said wasn't entirely true. She reached out to grab them, but she couldn't. The force causing this plane's time to rewind was stronger than the power of time she controlled. She could only watch helplessly as the 3 engines vanished and this plane underwent a drastic transformation. After a long time, everything finally stabilized. Jiangqi found herself standing in a wasteland, surrounded by lush vegetation and a forest in the distance. There was no trace of civilization in sight. The sun was scorching, burning my skin. Looking up, I saw 2 suns hanging high in the sky. It felt like a primeval world. How many years had she been doing this? People appeared one by one, the same people who had entered the plane together. Jiangqi saw his eldest brother and his companions. Almost all of them were wounded and terrified, looking around warily and bewilderedly. Where are we? How did we get here? Is this a hallucination? Oh no! My strength is gone. Me too. I'm still weak. People panicked as they noticed something strange happening to them. Jiangqi remained silent, having discovered that she had lost all her powers, unable to even absorb the power of time. Here they go again. Last time, she lost all her powers, and she was transformed into a stick-figure dungeon. What kind of game's birthplace is this? What kind of plane is buried with ancient trains? Are all these places with deep connections to the game's past like this? She looked up and down. So, was she truly transported back in time? Or was this all just an illusion maintained by some force? Look, what's that? Everyone looked in response to the noise. Dust billowed in the forest, as if a herd of wild beasts had burst forth. The noise was so loud that it shook the ground. Holy crap! They're coming this way. So tall and huge. What the hell are those? Giant elephants, giant rhinos? Run! Just as they were about to run, the surrounding space froze, and no one could move. The beasts in the distance also stopped moving. Time seemed to stand still. Then, A tiny dot appeared in the distant sky, gradually growing larger and larger, transforming into a long cyan dragon. As they got closer, everyone realized it wasn't a dragon, but a train, unlike any they had seen before. This train was vast and heavy, without wheels, windows, or compartments. It was simply a locomotive dragging a long tail. While the overall look was rugged, the details were exquisitely refined. What was particularly striking was the indescribable power of the train, as if with a flick of its tail, that tail could tear the world apart. In a matter of seconds, the train was in sight, coming to a stop. Then, the two sides of the train opened upward, revealing a group of people inside, some confused, some excited. They peered out, then cautiously emerged, taking in the world. Then, a voice rang out from the train. "Dear players, your mission is to survive here for 30 days. After 30 days, I will come to pick you up and leave." The voice wasn't mechanical, but it was calmer and gentler than a mechanical one, and at the same time, a subtle, genuine emotion could be heard, leaving no doubt that the speaker was a fake. With these words, the train's walls closed and was about to take off, but a figure flashed in front of the train, blocking its path. The train stopped. Jiangqi stood at the front of the train, looking up at it for a moment, then moved to the side door and read the words clearly. It wasn't any language she recognized, but her mind naturally understood the meaning of the words. Voyage 001. Chapter 124. Jiangqi stared at the words, then looked up at the locomotive before him. It looked much neater than when she first dug it out, and much better looking than when she patched it up with all sorts of materials. So this was Yuan's true appearance. She wanted to see what was going on inside, but the locomotive was completely enclosed, without even a window, making it impossible to see what was going on from the outside. Would there be a driver or a conductor inside? "Excuse me, is there anything else?" The locomotive spoke again, a formal, polite tone. While not the mechanical voice she was used to, it was Yuan's voice. So, was Yuan actually speaking? This was different from later generations, where trains were inanimate objects, and the conductor was the one giving orders and communicating with the player. But in this era, the train itself was alive, so a driver shouldn't be necessary. Or, in other words, the train itself had already taken over the duties of the conductor. Jiangqi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed it all. Knowing that Yuan existed at this point in time was enough. She wasn't in a rush, she would hold her composure until she understood the situation. She stepped back. "It's okay." And then, Yuanhang Train 001 took off, soaring into the sky. Without air currents, wings, or tracks, it soared effortlessly, like a truly living dragon. Jiangqi realized that the trains of this period were truly impressive, completely different from those of later generations. The eldest brother ran over in fear. "What are you doing? Everything is so strange right now." "Don't act rashly," Jiangqi said. "I just think this train is unique, and I want to get a closer look." "Don't be so impulsive. If something goes wrong, it could implicate everyone." Jiangqi didn't reply, only staring at the sky where the train was receding. Then his gaze fell on the group of players who had just disembarked. At a glance, it was a sea of people, a black mass, tens of thousands of them. They were looking around, unsurprised by Jiangqi and his 1,000+ men, as if they had easily accepted the idea of a human presence. However, their conversation went something like this. "Is this the original plane? Is there really no one here, only beasts? Surviving a place like this for 30 days is quite challenging. Are those beasts in the distance? The countdown is almost over. Time is about to start flowing again. Everyone get ready." The language wasn't some otherworldly language, but Jiangqi and his group understood it, as if they had completely integrated into this environment. The eldest brother and his men were whispering to each other. "What do you mean there's no one here? Aren't we human? They seem oblivious to our presence. Are we invisible to them? No, they can clearly see us." The players dispersed as they spoke, making running motions. A few more players came over to Jiangqi, one of them eagerly asking, "Why are you still standing there?" Jiangqi, "Huh? The countdown is almost over. The beast is coming. Get ready to run. Get to a safe place first." Jiangqi, "Oh." It seemed these players treated Jiangqi and his group as if they were just like them, even though their clothing styles were completely different. Just now, Yuan was so calm. Did he think she was a player he sent here? Does that mean she can get on the bus in a month? While she was pondering this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The countdown had ended. Time, frozen in time, began to flow again. In the distance, the sound of a herd of beasts stampeded, and the earth began to shake again. Run! The players rushed out. Jiangqi followed the players around him, leaving the group behind. Tens of thousands of people fled madly across the wilderness, the herds of beasts hot in pursuit. Overhead, 2 blazing suns beat down on the earth, burning people's skin ever hotter. The sweat evaporated as soon as it came out, taking away no heat at all. They grew increasingly hot and dizzy. The air they breathed in felt like a scalding knife, making it difficult to breathe. The beasts quickly caught up, and screams echoed from behind. Jiangqi looked back and saw people being flung into the air, then tumbling heavily to the ground, trampled into the mud. Wait! Her gaze fixed on the scene. She ran to a slope and took a closer look. After a player died, their bodies suddenly turned grayish-white and vanished completely. Even after being trampled into the mud, they faded and vanished in a single, bloody mass. What kind of death was this? What are you standing there for? Run! A player pulled her. Jiangqi followed the older player, imitating her panting expression as she ran, saying, "No, I can't run any longer. Forget it. I'm not going to die anyway." The older sister yelled, "How can that be? You won't die, but you only get one chance. This is the preliminary round. Try harder." Ahead lay a jungle, and the players plunged in. Jiangqi and the older sister also rushed in. As soon as they entered, the coolness of the forest washed over them. It was as if they had stepped from the scorching, dry desert into the cool, lingering bamboo forest, instantly breathing a sigh of relief. Exhausted, they searched for a place to sit, some even throwing themselves to the ground, panting for air. It took a while before they felt alive again. Damn, this preliminary round is incredibly difficult. Look at the number of people online. It's already down by 1/5. Really? The players were a little discouraged, but soon one player stepped up to encourage them. Don't lose heart, everyone. Every day you survive is a day. If you make it to the end, you get a prize, and even advance to the semifinals. If that doesn't work out, every 5 days you survive will earn you a gift pack. We have to make it through 5 days at least. The others immediately chimed in. Yes, we have to make it through 5 days at least. Jiangqi's eyes flickered, and she looked up. Nearby were several members of the expedition team, who had infiltrated like her. They were silently observing the players. Clearly, they also realized that the players of this period were very different from those of later generations. Back then, players weren't out to kill, they were truly participating in the game. Dying in a dungeon meant elimination, and surviving a few more days earned them gifts. At the same time, surviving in such a dangerous environment was a valuable test of one's survival and combat abilities. The faces of the other expedition team shared a look of envy. How could players be so lucky at this time? After a short rest, the players began to move, spontaneously forming groups and heading deeper into the jungle to explore the surrounding terrain and prepare for the coming night. Jiangqi followed the older player woman. Her name was Xiangyang, and as her name suggested, she was cheerful, generous, enthusiastic, and talkative, with a strong sense of responsibility. Even Jiangqi, a tall and strong man, showed a hint of fear and pity in her presence, yet she actually sympathized with him and took care of him. Jiangqi shamelessly followed this woman. The older woman herself was a member of a small team, and after reuniting with them, she introduced Jiangqi to everyone. Seeing Jiangqi's appearance, which suggested strength and resilience, the others accepted her as a member. They found a relatively high spot and cut back the dense branches of the trees, leaving only a few sturdy ones, where they planned to spend the night. "Here, Conk. This is for you. Cut a few notches in the trunk to make climbing easier." Xiangyang handed Jiangqi a freshly polished stone axe. Jiangqi took it. The wooden handle and stone head, secured with tough vine bark, were as primitive as they could be. She also noticed that these players didn't have any backpacks or anything like that. They entered the game empty-handed, and had to make whatever they needed from local materials. While Jiangqi was carving out a foothold in the trunk, the members of the team who had gone out exploring had already returned. "Look what we found." Jiangqi stood in a tree and looked. One person was holding a large bird's nest, filled with palm-sized green-shelled eggs. Another was clutching chicks the size of hens. The rest were holding what looked like plant tubers. Team leader Xinhui walked proudly at the front, saying to everyone, "We found a bird's nest. The big birds aren't home, so we just take the small ones. Come on, everyone's hungry, let's cook these eggs and chicks." Jiangqi jumped down from the tree and looked at the size of the eggs and chicks. She wondered, if the chicks were this big, how big would the adults be? And judging by the size and sharpness of their beaks and claws, their parents must have been very fierce. She thought so, and she said so. Captain Shinhui's smile vanished, and he frowned. The deputy captain said in dissatisfaction, "You mean we can't eat what we hunt? We have to be cautious even with birds, so we can't even eat meat for a month?" Jiangqi said, "It's not that we can't eat everything, but we have to be more cautious with these young cubs whose parents are still alive. If you hunt both their parents, what else can she say?" She wanted to get more information from the newly formed team and the people she had just gotten to know, so she didn't want to move for the time being. Captain Shinhui looked at Jiangqi for a moment, then at the eggs and chicks, and finally said, "Then let's not eat this for now." "Captain." "Okay, it's only the first day, and there's no need to eat meat. It's better to be cautious." The captain made the final decision, and so, tonight's dinner consisted only of the tubers. There were tubers like celery stalks, primarily for water, and tubers like potatoes, roasted to fill the stomach. So, while they were filling, they lacked flavor. Smelling the aroma of others eating meat in the distance, the team members felt a sense of resentment, and their gazes towards Jiangqi were tinged with dissatisfaction. Jiangqi didn't care. She ate and drank as usual. When it was dark, she climbed up a tree to rest, and then came down when it was her turn to watch the night. In the unfamiliar jungle at night, no one could sleep peacefully, everyone was listening intently. In the middle of the night, the shouts of players and the roars of wild beasts suddenly rang out in the distance, waking all members of Jiangqi's team with a start. "What's going on? Someone's being attacked in the distance. Get down from the tree, be on guard." As they descended from the tree, two massive black figures swooped down, their wings whipping out gusts of wind. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, the fire was blown away, and the people were blinded. Several people were thrown to the ground. Jiangqi pulled Xiangyang behind a tree and hid behind it, looking up at the two figures. They were birds larger and more ferocious than eagles. Their dark brown feathers gleamed in the firelight, their eyes blazing and their cries clear and piercing. With immense fury, they chased after people, clawing and pecking, even catching them high up and throwing them back down. They were incredibly ferocious. Just by looking at their appearance, it was clear they were the adult chicks. Jiangqi nudged Xiangyang. "What about the eggs and chicks?" Xiangyang was stunned. "Oh yes, these must be the parents coming to claim their children." A moment later, Jiangqi emerged, holding a nest of eggs, while Xiangyang carried several chicks. "Jiangqi, stop! Stop!" Xiangyang struggled to hold the plump, heavy chicks, showing them to the two older birds. "Your children are here." The two older birds, madly chasing after the people, stopped and looked down at what the two men held in their arms. They chirped in surprise, then flew down, gazing at the chicks and eggs, their chirps softening. The chicks, newly awakened, chirped at the sight of their parents, their voices softening. Xiangyang carefully set the chicks down, and Jiangqi followed suit with the eggs. They stepped aside and watched the two older birds affectionately interact with their chicks. The rest of the team carefully avoided the older birds and came around, each one covered in wounds, their eyes gazing fearfully at the two older birds. Finally, the two older birds, having had enough of their affection, raised their heads and gave the group a cold glance. Everyone shuddered and took a step back. The birds stopped attacking. One of them grabbed the nest, snatching up a chick in each talon. The other grabbed the remaining two chicks, and both flew away. As they flew away, everyone collapsed on the ground, feeling as if they had survived a catastrophe. Captain Shinhui's face was deeply scratched by a bird's claw, blood covering half his face. He touched his face, gasping in pain, and said with lingering fear, "I almost lost my eye." Without an eye, it wasn't just a matter of blindness. Such a serious injury would undoubtedly lead to infection, and he wouldn't survive more than 5 days. He was also a man who readily admitted his mistakes and immediately came to Jiangqi's side. "Conk, thank goodness you reminded us not to eat bird eggs and chicks. Otherwise, our entire team would be in great danger." The other team members also cast grateful glances at Jiangqi. Jiangqi said, "I was just guessing, but I didn't expect it to be right. The final decision was made by you, Captain. It was your decisiveness that saved everyone's life." The captain, a little embarrassed by the compliment, smiled innocently, then hissed again as the wound on his face tugged. Xiangyang said, "Everyone's injured. I wonder how dirty these bird claw scratches are. Let's clean them and apply medicine quickly." "Yes, yes," the captain said hurriedly. "Didn't we gather some herbs this morning? Pharmacist, come on, show us how to do this." The pharmacist, a young woman in the team who knew herbal medicine, immediately produced the herbs and instructed everyone on how to treat them, bandaging each person one by one. While bandaging was being done, The screams and sounds of fighting continued in the distance. The situation was clearly grim, and the people here felt a pang of sympathy. Someone asked the captain, "Captain, should we move further away?" The captain shook his head. "The first night won't be too difficult. There should only be one disaster. We're surrounded by those two giant birds. Now that they're gone, we should be safe from now on." Another elder said, "Those birds are very powerful. Their presence has left its mark on our area. Other beasts shouldn't come here. Therefore, it's safest for us to stay where we are." Despite this, the people couldn't even sit still, ready to flee at any moment, listening to the screams in the distance. But the beasts didn't even come this way. Even when they saw lights and people from afar, they didn't come near. It was as if they had a specific mission, and didn't bother to pay attention to anyone who wasn't their target. Everyone found it amazing, and Jiangqi found it even more amazing. She chatted with someone, intentionally or unintentionally probing, "These beasts are like they have a high level of intelligence, not like real beasts anymore." Because her reminder saved the entire team from disaster, everyone now felt quite close to her. The team member said, "It must be the power of the game. I watched a few recordings of other dungeons, and the animals in dungeon areas are more or less like this. They're not very aggressive towards the player in the early stages, or they attack according to a strict pattern, only to loosen up in the later stages. This is also to allow players to experience the gradual increase in difficulty." A nearby person chimed in, "It's not just animals that are like this. Some of the dungeon's native inhabitants are like this too. The obstacles they create for the player in the early stages are relatively minor, but they become increasingly difficult as the game progresses." A few people opened up and chatted. Jiangqi listened quietly, interjecting with questions from time to time, keeping a firm grip on the conversation. Soon, she learned that the current game, also known as the Train Survival Game, spanned thousands of planes. Its main purpose was to send people from one plane to another to face survival challenges, with occasional survival competitions also taking place. If it was a simple survival challenge, it would usually consist of a single instance, and once completed, that was it. Players gained experience, became stronger, and then returned to their own planes to continue living. If they wanted to continue playing, that was fine, but they had to register, and if the game was overcrowded, the waiting list would be long. If it was a survival competition, the game would essentially initiate a competition across several planes. From each of these planes, a group of new players, those who had never played the game before, were selected and sent into each instance, undergoing preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. The plane where the winner of the finals resides will receive a precious reward from the game, thereby enhancing the strength of the entire plane. The runner-up and third-place winners will also receive corresponding rewards, though they certainly won't be comparable to the champions. In addition, this is actually a stage for planes to compete with each other in terms of strength and the qualifications of their citizens. Thus, whenever such a competition occurs, every plane that can participate will participate. To encourage active participation, each player who advances a stage will receive a corresponding reward from their country and the national alliance within their plane. Some planes are so wealthy that they even have a rule that players receive gift packs for every few days they survive. For example, Xiangyang and his companion's plane is like this. Whether in a regular dungeon or a competition, players who fail the challenge are not eliminated, they are simply eliminated on the spot and are permanently banned from the game. Furthermore, the so-called survival game essentially pits players against the harsh environment, natural disasters, or wild beasts. Direct confrontations with native primates are rarely present. Jiangqi listened calmly, acting like everyone else, as if he'd known all this for a long time. But inwardly, he was quite shocked. Games during this period seemed to be doing good deeds. They not only helped players become stronger, but also greatly enriched people's entertainment and provided a bridge for communication between different dimensions. Furthermore, she learned that at that time, there were no gaming departments, and no such thing as train conductors. Games were like a vast system. Almost every dimension, every national regime, had a gaming portal, allowing for registration, claiming game rewards, and interacting with the game. All game integration is handled through this portal. Every time players travel, they simply gather at a prearranged location. A train will arrive to pick them up at the appointed time. Trains come in a variety of colors, shapes, and names. They often descend from the sky, some resemble dragons, some giant birds, some turtles, and even some resemble pagodas. Of course, because they're called trains, most still resemble trains, only a few have bizarre shapes. Most trains even possess their own intelligence and personalities. Some are calm, some lively, some mute, and some chatterboxes non-stop with players. The train arrives, picks them up, and then takes them to their destination. The entire process is simple, easy, and quick. While passengers can't see the outside world, they don't feel cramped or uncomfortable, and they arrive at their destination in under half a day. There were absolutely no such things as the harsh, pork-like conditions of third and fourth-class carriages of later times, the agonizing days-long journeys, and the cold, malicious nature of the train conductors. Jiang Qi's words grew increasingly unspeakable. This period, for the planes, for the players, for the trains, and for the indigenous people, was simply the best of times. So how did it turn out like that? Well, that wasn't quite right. If she was mistaken, the game had indeed sacrificed hundreds of planes before finally creating this survival game. From the very beginning, it was filled with cruelty and bloodshed. This game had never been about truth, goodness, and beauty. It was just that during this phase, it presented itself to the outside world as a beautiful, albeit idiosyncratic, image. After it became like that, all we can say is that it's no longer being performed. She collected her thoughts, and seeing the conversation about to stray off topic again, she said, "The train that brought us here this time is really nice. I prefer this to those weird-looking ones." Everyone suddenly became excited at the mention of this. Of course not. That's Yuanhong 001. It's called 001, but there's only one Yuanhong train. I heard it's the first train in the game, and the subsequent trains were more or less modeled after it. Jiang Qi looked as if he had realized something. So that's how it is. I didn't know much about this before. Haha, I see. I didn't know much either. Most of the information online about survival games is paid. Buying a recorded video, in particular, would cost me a year's salary. Jiang Qi asked again, so Yuanhong must have a special status. Shouldn't a veteran like him be resting? Why is he still working so hard? That's not clear. No. I heard these trains have their own thoughts and personalities. Wouldn't it be boring if they just sat there doing nothing? Their job is to fly around and see different scenery. Isn't that pretty? Anyway, being picked up by Yuanhong on my first tryst with the game, I could brag about it for a long time. Chapter 125. Next, the players embarked on a survival challenge on this primitive plane. This place was filled with all sorts of raptors and beasts, harassing the players daily. Most of the time, it was the players' inappropriate actions that provoked the beasts to attack. However, even if the players were extremely careful, they would still be attacked by the beasts. The only difference was that the attacks in the latter case were less severe, and the chances of escape were greater. Jiang Qi followed Xinhui's team, helping each other to survive day by day. Every day they survived was a celebration. After making it through the first 5 days, and confirming the receipt of the gift pack, the atmosphere in the team became noticeably more relaxed. With this gift pack, our trip wasn't in vain. Yes, now we're guaranteed to win. These past few days, battling these beasts has given me some courage. I can be a hunter when I return. Everyone gathered around the campfire, chatting and laughing as they ate the barbecued meat they had hunted. Jiang Qi sat slightly to the outside, out of the firelight, and raised his arm to examine it. Her arms had grown thinner, her hands smaller. The muscles in her body were shrinking day by day. She had been trying to regain her strength for the past few days, but it was impossible. Furthermore, her previous disguise as a strongman was gradually losing its effect. In a few days, she would return to her true self. But she only had a spirit, not a physical body, and there was no telling what would happen. If she had known this, perhaps she should have rebuilt her physical body sooner. She had never taken it seriously, believing that being unbound by a physical body would actually give her more freedom, allowing her to exert her power more directly. Conk, why aren't you eating? You're getting thinner and thinner. Eat more meat. Xiang Yang turned and handed Jiang Qi a piece of barbecue skewered on a branch. Thank you, Sister Xiang. Jiang Qi took a bite and paused. What's wrong? It's not tasty? Jiang Qi shook his head. It's quite tasty, just a little hot. Then take your time. Xiang Yang went back to chatting with the people nearby. Jiang Qi ate the barbecue in silence, unable to taste it. A spirit, of course, has no sense of taste or smell. It's just that before, she had used her powers to maintain her physical form, feeling hungry, thirsty, able to eat and sleep. Now, the outer shell of all external forces was peeling away bit by bit, revealing her true self. Jiang Qi looked up at the inky sky above the forest. Could it be that her arrival in this dimension wasn't an accident? The game had been watching her, finding an opportunity to send her back to the past, where it was still powerful, to kill her here and now. Just like in the Xingzhou Plain, she had defeated the game's clone in the past, inflicting devastating damage on it. Compared to the past of Xingzhou, this primordial plane could be considered the game's home turf. Here, Jiangqi's power from the future would naturally be suppressed, and her true form would be gradually stripped away. This situation seemed very unfavorable. But she knew her own business. Even if she was only a spirit, her godhead was real. It wouldn't be erased by the change in time and space. With her godhead indestructible, she could still live as long as heaven and earth. And if she could find an opportunity to recover her divine power, once the devouring power was activated, she could go from a state of near death to full power in a matter of minutes. So, killing her wasn't so easy. The next day, Jiangqi discovered that not only had her body shrunk further, but even her fingers had become somewhat transparent. This was a characteristic of spirits. Spirits are translucent. She knew she couldn't stay with this group anymore. So, she volunteered to go out with the hunters. When they encountered a herd of porcupines, she deliberately let herself be knocked away by one, and then was dragged away by the herd. Conk! Conk! Captain Xinhui and the others desperately chased after them, but ultimately failed to catch up, and could only watch helplessly as the herd fled. Jiangqi successfully escaped, crawling out from under a pig's belly and flipping onto its back. She was now feeling a bit light, and the pigs didn't even notice her. It was just that the porcupine spines were quite prickly. A few days later, she completely degenerated into a spirit form, needing no food or drink, feeling no pain, and invulnerable to most physical damage. Instead, she became the freest being in the dungeon, drifting here and there to listen to people chatting, then there to watch players battle beasts. That day, she discovered the eldest brother and his companions. Many of them had already died, and those still alive were grimacing. Just as Jiangqi was observing them, one of them accidentally ate a poisonous fruit, foaming at the mouth and collapsing. Unlike the players of that time, who turned gray and vanished after death, this person had truly become a corpse, eyes still open in death, slowly fading away. The eldest brother and his companions were devastated. What the hell is going on? It's not enough to leave us in this strange place, but we can't use our dashboards, our abilities, or even our items. This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all. The few of them were so distraught that they completely failed to notice a venomous snake slowly approaching from behind. Jiangqi flew up a tree, picked up the small bow and arrow she had made, and pulled the string with all her might. She aimed the arrow at the venomous snake, and with a whoosh, the homemade wooden arrow pierced the snake's vitals, pinning it to the ground. What is that? The eldest brother and the others jumped up and looked in the direction of the sound. Ah, it's a snake, a venomous snake. Who shot that arrow? Someone saved us. Thank you so much for saving us. Can you come out and see us? Jiangqi didn't appear, hiding in the dense branches. She watched them search like a headless fly for a moment, then reluctantly accompanied them as they left. She wasn't saving them out of any sense of obligation. She simply wondered if these people from the afterlife hadn't died here, whether they could catch a train to leave this dimension in 30 days. She glanced at her finger, which had been cut from pulling the string so hard. The cut was slowly healing. Normal spirits can't touch physical objects. If she wanted to touch something now, she had to concentrate incredibly hard. Especially when exerting force, she had to use all her willpower. Every time, it was exhausting. She floated down to the ground, looked at the abandoned corpse, circled around it, and tried to possess it, but failed several times. That shouldn't be the case. I'm a spirit now, possessing a recently deceased body. It should be possible. After all, this wasn't a power she acquired from the afterlife. It was a fundamental characteristic of spirits. How could even this be suppressed? She raised her middle finger to the sky. Your home court, you're awesome, alright, but she wasn't going to give up so easily. There were always more solutions than problems, and she didn't believe she would be killed by the difficulty. Seeing the death energy emanating from the corpse, she decided to return to her old ways and become a ghost cultivator. A spirit becoming a ghost cultivator, isn't that a perfectly normal path, perfectly in line with the laws of the universe? She was willing to start over, so this shouldn't limit her anymore, right? However, there was a significant obstacle. It wasn't easy to obtain the nourishment for ghost cultivation, resentment, energy, and death energy. Because real players wouldn't die here, they naturally didn't generate death energy. For beasts, death was a natural fate. Even if they were killed by players, as long as they weren't brutally murdered, they wouldn't generate any resentment. Jiangqi worked hard, but she didn't gather much resentment. She pondered for a long time before finally coming up with a bad idea, pretending to be a ghost to scare the players. Fear, to a certain extent, could also be nourishment for ghost cultivation, but it wasn't as effective as genuine resentment and energy. She turned back to look for Xinhui's old acquaintances. She knew several members of the team were particularly afraid of the dark and ghosts, and would become paranoid at night. However, she still had a conscience. After the team had weathered today's crisis, and everyone had entered a temporary period of safety, she didn't emerge again, lest she cause a disturbance and attract a pack of beasts. Hailu was eliminated, Dog Wang and Xiao Jin were eliminated too. Our team is dwindling. Deep in the forest at night, a young man named Fanyu and an older brother were on duty, while the others were taking advantage of the moment to rest. Fanyu said this dejectedly. The older brother consoled him. Being eliminated doesn't mean you're dead. Tomorrow is the 10th day. If you make it through tomorrow, you get another gift pack. Come on, patrol the area. Don't let any mistakes slip through. That's right, brother. Wait for me, walk slowly. What are you afraid of? I told you there aren't any ghosts here. There are 2 suns in the sky, and the yang energy is so strong, how could it be? Before he could finish his words, a figure with disheveled hair flashed before him. Fanyu, ah! A ghost! Instantly, everyone in the squad woke up, and other teams in the distance were startled as well. What's going on? Captain Xinhui scrambled to his feet, grabbed his homemade weapon, and rushed out. Everyone, be on guard. Everyone scrambled to their feet. Under a shoddy tent, a man squinted his eyes, grabbed some clothes, and tried to pull them on. He found them soft and cold, with a strange texture, like jelly. Furthermore, a strange breathing sound, like a soft, low laugh, could be heard faintly from behind him, as if someone was behind him. He froze, his hair standing on end. He didn't dare look back, only slowly lowering his gaze to look at the clothes in his hands. That wasn't clothing, it was clearly a pale, limp hand that looked as if it were melting. The man, ah! His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jiangqi pulled his hand back and touched his nose sheepishly. Fainted from fright? What a sin. But this man had just released so much fear in a split second, even more than that fish. She took a deep breath, inhaling all that fear, a satisfied expression on her face. Ah, this is delicious. Then she ran off to scare a few more people, causing chaos in the entire squad, and then retreated to scare other squads. That night, the howling of ghosts and wolves echoed relentlessly, frightening the nearby beasts. They wondered what was wrong with these people. Jiangqi toiled all night, absorbing a considerable amount of fear. At dawn, she finished her work contentedly, found a quiet place to digest it, and tried to cultivate. Those she had frightened spent the entire day listless and paranoid. There's a ghost in this dungeon. 1/3 of the way through, and the ghost has finally appeared. This is the true test of this preliminary round. Will there be some kind of night parade of ghosts in the later stages? No, I really can't stand this. I might as well just commit suicide and get eliminated. As night fell again, Jiangqi emerged from his immersive cultivation and looked at his now solidified spirit. This method was indeed effective, but the fear was still a little off, causing his cultivation to slow down. I try to scare a few more people tonight. I don't know if scaring wild animals will work. I try it on some timid ones. So that night, she not only frightened people, but also wild animals. Flocks of hedgehogs, rabbits, quails, hamsters, she scared them all. The next day, not only the players were in an uproar, but the beasts were too. Players, this place is truly haunted. Last night's ghost was even scarier and more powerful than the night before. Wild animals, something foul, must have been brought in by those humans. So terrifying. Jiangqi, I collected so much fear. I'm happy. I continue my cultivation. From then on, Jiangqi entered a positive cycle. The more she frightened people, the more fear she collected. The more fear she collected, the better her cultivation became. The faster she cultivated, the stronger her power grew, and the more easily she frightened people. The only downside was that after becoming a ghost cultivator, she became afraid of sunlight. This plane had 2 suns, making it incredibly harsh and a significant strain on her. Fortunately, she was nocturnal. In short, every day was busy and productive. Of course, this wasn't a good thing for the players and the beasts. No matter how much preparation they made before nightfall, they would still be frightened at night, sometimes even trapped in a ghost wall. Even those who had previously been fearless of ghosts were driven to nervous breakdown. The beasts, on the other hand, were helpless against Jiangqi, and could only passively endure his destruction every night. The result was that both humans and beasts were so exhausted every night that they had little energy to do anything during the day. The players stopped hunting, only digging wild vegetables, and grasses to fill their stomachs. The beasts, having little energy during the day, stopped bothering the players. A surprising harmony had developed between the two sides. Jiangqi noticed this phenomenon and chuckled strangely. Looks like you have a lot to thank me for. What's the point in fighting each other? Saving all that energy and transforming it into nutrients for her is so much more economical and environmentally friendly. After achieving success in her cultivation, her abilities grew stronger. She began to set up all sorts of maze-like ghost walls for people, even small ghost dens, or specifically create illusions that they feared the most. In addition to collecting tons of fear every day, she also gained weakness, pain, hatred, resentment, and other emotions. She could barely tolerate these emotions, and she felt more and more like a devious ghost cultivator. The players and the indigenous beasts gradually languished under her daily torture. Amidst this gloom, a month finally expired. When the Cyan train flew across the horizon, the players wept tears of joy, as if they had seen a dearest family member. Oh my god! It's finally over. If I stay here any longer, I'm going crazy. Wow, Yuanhang 001, I never realized how handsome you are. Brother Yuanhang, you're my savior. You shone like a ray of light into my life, redeeming my dark existence. Upon landing, Yuanhang 001 saw a group of miserable, emaciated players weeping, some kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him. He double-checked. He hadn't come to the wrong place. This was the preliminary round, indeed. Just the preliminary round. Was it necessary to be in such a mess? Even stranger was the herds of beasts in the distance, staring back. They also looked emaciated and shabby, as if they'd been badly beaten. But they weren't ferocious at all. Instead, they were eager to get rid of these players immediately. If the players had completely defeated the beasts, they wouldn't have been in such a mess. And if the beasts had completely defeated the players, they wouldn't have been in such a mess, right? Yuanhang 001 thought he had understood the logic of human behavior, but now, he felt he still had a lot to learn. Not only did he not understand humans, he couldn't understand the beasts either. Or was this the strange and bizarre nature of carbon-based life? He said, "Dear players, the preliminary round is over. I'm here to take you out of the dungeon. Please get in the car." Then, the train's walls opened upward, and the players eagerly scrambled toward the carriages. Once inside, they heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed into their seats, feeling as if they had been saved. Then, they nervously glanced at the people outside. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't let that ghost catch up." Once the players were aboard, they urged again, "Master, close the doors. Hurry up." Faraway 001, After confirming that no players were left behind, the walls slowly descended. Jiangqi watched them descend. She also saw that the eldest brother and his companions had entered the train and hadn't been kicked off. It seemed they had indeed managed to sneak onto the train. She glanced back at this plane, undecided between staying here and trying to return to the future, or boarding the train and exploring the wider world of this past world. She had a premonition that once she left this plane, she would cross a threshold, truly stepping into this past world. She would become even more deeply entwined with it, making returning to the future even more difficult. She thought of the blue star of the future, but it seemed already on the right track. With the 5-man group and the 1,000-man group within, and Dong Shengfeng and others outside, it was now committed to developing the star network. As long as the game wasn't targeting them, Jiangqi's presence wouldn't make a difference. Furthermore, as long as Jiangqi tried to return to the point where she left, there would be no problem. In that future, a Yuan had disappeared. But here, a Yuan was right before her. She stared at the train before her, slowly calming herself. She would return to the future, but not now. When the wall was halfway down, she floated inside. The wall paused, as if sensing something. The players, seeing the wall stop, hurriedly exclaimed, "Why aren't they closing? Close it! Close it!" The wall then resumed its downward trajectory, and soon closed completely. The interior of the train was completely cut off from the outside world, and all the players felt relieved. It felt like they had escaped death. Invisible, Jiangqi thought maliciously. If she tried to scare them again, they might burst into tears. She floated within the train. The train, though not visible from the outside, was actually divided into separate compartments. It was spacious, and as wide-body as it was also remarkably clean, with not a speck of dust to be seen. The seats were transparent, as beautiful as crystal. She noticed that the dust and footprints left by the players, as they entered, were gradually disappearing. There were also exhaust vents above, sucking away any odors of sweat and other things from the players, and gradually, the players felt refreshed and clean. Jiangqi observed these changes with curiosity, wondering if this was common on all trains these days, or if a Yuan had done it on purpose. She hadn't noticed his misophobia before. She reached out and touched the pristine white wall. It was so smooth that as she splashed water on it, not a single drop would stick. The train was taking off, and the touch caused it to pause, though no one in the car could feel it. Jiangqi did vaguely sense something, and she tapped the wall again, but this time the train didn't react. She wandered freely through the carriages, the doors between them offering no protection as she drifted from the front to the back. The back half of the train was filled with sleeping players, those eliminated from the dungeon. Though unconscious, they all had rosy complexions, steady breathing, and appeared unharmed. Jiangqi looked around, then floated back from the back, arriving at the junction between the carriage and the train. There was no way through here. She really wanted to get inside the train, where A-Yuan was. She turned and sat down against the wall, leaning against it, thinking about what was coming next. She had learned from the players' chats that the trains picked up players randomly. This meant that the players who advanced from the preliminary rounds wouldn't necessarily be picked up by Yuanhang 001 for the next semifinal. In other words, she would rarely encounter this train again. So would she try to stay on the train? But what could she do if she stayed? Even if she could talk to this train, would she tell it that she was from the future, that in that future, he had been abandoned by the game and had become connected to her, that after undergoing a rebirth that she still couldn't understand, he had become a fragment of consciousness, attached to her sea of consciousness, and followed her in opposing the game? And then she lost him? What if he didn't believe it? What if he did? The best case scenario was that he believed it, and worked with her to find a solution. And then, would she push him against the game again? While the game hadn't yet reached its peak, encompassing millions of planes, it shouldn't be vulnerable. And Farsighted 001 was a creation of the game. There was no way it could resist. Jiangqi closed his eyes and rubbed his fingers, his thoughts racing. A few hours later, the train stopped. Players, you have returned to your plane. Please disembark now. A calm voice echoed through the carriage. The walls opened again, letting in light from outside. A vast plaza gradually unfolded before their eyes. Many people were there, holding colorful banners and other items. It was quite a grand display, clearly awaiting the players' return. We're home. We're home. Wow, great. We're finally back. The players, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately ran out. Jiangqi stood up, still invisible, and followed the crowd out. After emerging, she felt something observing her. Looking back, she saw only the train's engine, quietly parked. It was a shame it lacked windows or lights. Its rigid front offered no hint of emotion. Jiangqi withdrew her gaze, showing no signs of abnormality from beginning to end, as she walked forward. Chapter 126. The welcome ceremony for the players was indeed quite grand and lively. This was because, among the players participating in the preliminary round, the elimination rate for players from this plane was very low, with nearly 1/3 successfully advancing. For players from other planes, if 1/5 to 1/8 of them advanced, it was a very good number. Most of the time, the rate was less than 1/10. Therefore, at the welcome ceremony, the leader's voice was particularly loud and full. Everyone performed very well this time. I hope you can continue to maintain this performance in the semifinals. You will have 7 days off. Go home and rest well. Your gift packs and rewards will be distributed to each of you today. The players were thrilled to be praised, but after leaving the venue, facing their families who came to pick them up, they began to whine and complain. You don't know, there are ghosts in this dungeon. There are so many ghosts. When the relevant departments inquired about the details of the competition, the players also complained non-stop. That ghost is so fierce, it's scary to death. Department staff, ? There are ghosts in this preliminary dungeon? When the competition recording was released, people saw that the first 10 days were generally fine, but after the last 20 days, the situation changed. There were no ghosts in the video, just players howling and jumping around, some even strangling themselves, or fighting each other for no apparent reason. Very strange. Even stranger still was the collective utter destruction of the beasts. The plane leaders, upon receiving the recording, were silent. However, it seemed that it was precisely because of this ghost that the elimination rate was lower. Since she already taken advantage, she didn't bother to dwell on the process. Thus, the recording was sealed. Others wanted to see it. Other planes wanted to borrow it for research. No. Jiangqi toured the department dedicated to game development. When they secretly hid the recordings with glee, she knew they weren't serious. Also, the overall gaming environment was positive, proactive, and relaxed, so naturally people wouldn't get caught up in bitterness and resentment. She also spotted some veteran players here, those who had experienced numerous rounds of dungeon raids and had already accumulated considerable strength, but their overall state was quite relaxed. The fact that a ghost cultivator like Jiangqi was floating around without anyone noticing showed how low their vigilance was. This made it easy for Jiangqi to review all the gaming materials in the department. Among them, she came across quite a bit of information about Far Voyage 001. Most of the praise was complimentary, saying he was one of the more composed ones on the train, that he didn't show off like other trains, jolting players around while transporting them, and that his trains were always the cleanest and most comfortable. There were also photos of Yuanhang 001 traveling with other trains, soaring through the void. Jiangqi couldn't help but smile as she looked at the Cyan train, nestled in the center of the crowd. Even this rigid train evoked a sense of high spirits. But thinking of how he would be crushed to the bottom of the pit, her smile faded. What happened next? She put the document down and picked up another. It was something resembling a paper written by an anonymous scholar, titled on whether humanization of trains will hinder the development of the human world. Her gaze paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Just the title gave off a hostile vibe. The paper compared the changes in train teams from hundreds of years ago to today, stating, compared to the early days of the game, the number of train teams has increased, their overall intelligence has improved, and their personalities have become increasingly diverse. The author suspects that these trains are absorbing nutrients from the human world. If the current trend continues, it's only a matter of time before they take on human form. After all, some trains have publicly stated that their ultimate goal is to take on human form, shed their train identity, and live freely. I believe that once the train takes on human form, it will shed its role as a tool and become the game's rule setters, the superiors, thus achieving a class transition. So is this a good or bad thing for humanity? You must understand that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. The train team's ideology and way of thinking are completely different from humans. They cannot view things or handle problems from a human perspective. Allowing such a group to become the rule setters is extremely dangerous for humanity. If we view the game as a large system, if this system is destined to have rule setters, maintainers, and enforcers in the future, humans should seize these positions themselves, rather than handing over such important responsibilities to the train team. Seeing this, Jiangqi felt uneasy. What does it mean to surrender? Looking forward to the future, not to mention the uncertainty of whether such powers will appear. Even if they do, the trains, as a derivative of the game, exist integrally with it. Isn't it natural for them to have these powers? In this era, humans are merely players. You can fight for what you want, but to say you're surrendering something that doesn't belong to us is a bit too bold. Furthermore, the article immediately casts the trains as the opposite of humans, repeatedly speculating that, in their interactions with humans, they learn and imitate them in order to dominate them. They even raise the unfounded suspicion that they're absorbing their popularity, portraying them as ambitious and malicious heretics. Such malice is truly profound. She patiently continued reading. The author even offered some suggestions for seizing power from the trains. For example, the current interaction between humans and games is healthy. Humans can negotiate directly with games, ceding some of the benefits of human society to them, thereby allowing humans to gain control of train schedules, reservation benefits, and so on. Starting from these insignificant aspects, they can gradually infiltrate, ultimately aiming for control of the trains. Once under control, they can suppress them, ideally eliminating them, and create a tool train that belongs entirely to humans, and can be operated by humans. Jiangqi finished reading the paper, and was silent for a moment. He then picked up the next document, also a similar paper, with more detailed analysis and more feasible suggestions. She read through each paper, and even more was revealed through the references and websites listed below. A world where humans were vying for power over games slowly unfolded before her, and she saw the ambitions etched across the pages. Humans wanted to turn the tables, become the masters of the game, and control this magical and mysterious existence. Then, the lightheartedness with which the humans discussed the game seemed ironic. On the surface, people were delighted by the game's profits and grateful for it. But behind the scenes, countless politicians and intellectuals simply sought complete control of the game, and to reap even greater benefits. They used the trains as a target, claiming to worry about humanity's future being controlled by these inhuman creatures, but it was simply because they knew the trains were the game's weakest link. Jiangqi could already guess what would happen next. The demise of these trains must have been the result of a collaboration between the game and humans. Not only did the game eliminate these trains, allowing humans to manufacture their own, but it also established various game departments, allowing humans to leverage the power of the game and become the so-called makers and enforcers of the game's rules. Thus, the train conductor, the game's executives, and so on appeared. The human side's contribution was to help the game expand its reach, from thousands of planes at the time to millions in the future. But from a later perspective, the so-called game executives were merely employees of the game, not the true masters. The game's mode also changed from relatively safe and easy to brutal and bloody, revealing its most hideous face. The ultimate winner was still the game. Jiangqi logged out of the web page, cleared all browsing history, turned off his device, and retracted his ghostly aura. The surveillance footage quickly returned to normal. She rubbed her dry eyes, from days of reading documents, and quietly pondered what to do. She had stayed, intending to become stronger, and then try her hand at the current game. If that didn't work, she would lurk, moving forward in time and space, figuring out what had happened to Yuanhang 001 and finding her lost Aiyuan. She hadn't considered changing the past too much, as that could easily lead to the complete collapse of Blue Planet in the future, potentially denying people like Dong Shengfeng, who she knew, their chance to even be reborn. But now, standing at the very beginning of it all, could she really do nothing and watch history repeat itself? The rematch begins in 3 days. Several employees walked in, chatting. I'm so nervous. I wonder how many of our players will make it to the semifinals. It would be great if our plane could win the championship this league. The last championship went to the 5th plane of the Beta Galaxy. The benefits they received from the game directly led to the plane's ascension. Now everyone's lifespan has been raised to 200 years, and everyone can cultivate immortality. I'm so jealous. So, they're no longer the 5th plane, but the 1st plane of the Beta Galaxy. Maybe they have a chance to become the overlord of the galaxy. Jiangqi glanced outside. Ah, it was time for another day at work. She floated away from her seat and drifted around. This plane had real dead bodies, and naturally, real energy. She floated around to absorb it. After 3 days of doing so, her spirit body had become much stronger. When the day came for the players to depart again, she infiltrated the group again and boarded the departing train. This time, the train that came to pick up the players wasn't Yuanhang 001, but a train called Kaiyuan 039. As its name suggests, it floated like a cloud, arriving, picking up the players, and then drifting away. The players inside felt like they were inside a cloud, surrounded by mist. Kaiyuan 039 was a chatterbox, able to split his voice into hundreds of voices simultaneously, chatting with different players. Jiangqi listened in silence for a while. This guy was really unrestrained with his words, blah blah blah. How many trains do we have now? Haha, 1,000 new ones were recently created. They'd be ready to go after some training. How are trains made? Of course, the Divine Lord made them, but he's been a bit lazy lately, not even trying to make them himself. He just churns them out from a mold, so these trains are a bit clumsy. Why didn't Yuanhang come this time? The Yuanhang boss is training those new trains. I told you, they're a bit clumsy, they need a good lesson. Trains fly around. Do they need refueling? We don't use oil, we use a special kind of energy. Are there weapons on board? Haha, who dares to attack a train? Jiangqi wanted to cover this guy's mouth when he heard this. The train team is so lucky to have you. After half a day, the train finally arrived at its destination. Disembarking, they were greeted by a bustling city. However, there was a clear barrier separating them from the surroundings. An ethereal voice echoed through the air. The semi-finalists from the 3rd plane of the Alpha Galaxy have arrived at the dungeon. In addition to their group, several trains descended from the sky, and players from other planes emerged from the trains. The semi-finalists from the 17th plane of the Gamma Galaxy have arrived at the dungeon. The semi-finalists from the 33rd plane of the Omega Galaxy have arrived at the dungeon. The semi-finalists from the 1st plane of the Beta Galaxy have arrived at the dungeon. With the audible sound of the announcement, all the players stopped chatting and looked in that direction. The train carrying those players was a flat-bottomed boat, shaped like a jade boat. Hovering in the air, it looked the size of a normal boat, but a steady stream of people flew out. Yes, they flew out. Each of them was either riding a sword or stepping on some magical weapon, their robes fluttering, their expressions proud, and a faint halo lingering around them, their faces practically etched with the word pretentious. That's them. Is this the result of cultivating immortals? I want to fly too. Aren't there 50 divisions in the semifinals? How did we get put in the same group as them? It's all over. The players around them murmured, their hearts pounding with worry. Clearly, the arrival of the previous champion had intensified their pressure. Jiangqi was also quite surprised. You know, The only participants in the competition are newcomers, who have never played the game before, and the game only runs every 3 to 5 years. So, in just a few years, the people of this plane have already cultivated from nothing to something like this, and after the champions landed, they looked at the other players with a rather arrogant air, much like the way disciples and sects look at mortals in immortal cultivation novels. The trains departed one by one, leaving only the players in the vast open space. There were 20-player teams in total, a considerable number of people combined. The largest group was the champions, who had barely been eliminated in the preliminary rounds, and now numbered around 70,000 to 80,000. The second largest group was the semifinalists from the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, where Jiangxi was currently located, numbering nearly 30,000. The remaining teams ranged from 10,000 to 20,000 people to just a few thousand. Everyone looked at each other, and the smaller teams naturally formed alliances. The notification sounded again. All 20 semifinal teams have arrived. This instance is a real-world projection instance, set in the 21st plane of the Omega Galaxy, which was struck by a meteorite 52 years ago, resulting in the destruction of all planes. The players' faces changed upon hearing the name of this plane. The demise of this plane was a matter of public knowledge throughout the universe. A plane that once traded with other planes suddenly suffered a devastating disaster, shocking the other planes and naturally mourning their loss. This incident caused panic throughout the universe, and meteorite detection and defense technology across all planes has advanced dramatically in the past 50 years. But a real projected replica? Is it real, or just a projection? The voice above continued, the game is based on Fancheng, a super first-tier city in this plane. It captured the 3 minutes before the meteorite struck and projected it here, creating a highly realistic replica. Your survival mission is to survive this disaster for 30 days. After 30 days, those who survive will advance to the semifinals, and those who have died will be resurrected on the train after the replica ends. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The dungeon begins. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of thousands of players vanished from their original positions, scattered throughout the dungeon. Jiangxi had already possessed a player, and was being led away. The next moment, she appeared on a bus. There weren't many people on the bus, but each one was incredibly lifelike, indistinguishable from a living person. They showed no reaction to the sudden appearance of another person. It was as if they were just a background NPC in the dungeon. But Jiangxi took a closer look and suddenly realized something was wrong. The player Jiangxi possessed was stunned for a moment, then scrambled to his feet and yelled, "Driver, stop!" The driver replied, "We're almost at our stop. Stop at the sign." The player refused to listen. He simply grabbed the window breaker, smashed it, and jumped out. Jiangxi didn't follow him out. Before the player could jump out, he exited his body and remained invisible inside the bus. After jumping out, the player skillfully rolled twice on the road, forcing several cars behind them to stop. Brakes screeched, and drivers popped their heads out to curse. The player, unconcerned, scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off, and sped away. If he had looked back, he would have seen the bus drivers and passengers staring intently at his back. The occupants of all the cars and pedestrians on the road were also staring at him, their faces pale, and their expressions frozen. Jiangxi stayed inside the bus, watching these people. In the absence of the player, they instantly transformed from vivid, living beings into pale, eerie husks. Even Jiangxi, now a ghost cultivator himself, felt a chill run down his spine. These weren't fake NPCs, they were likely the people who had died in Fancheng. So, the so-called real projection wasn't just a recreated, realistic Fancheng, it was a complete reconstruction of the city that had perished 50 years earlier, including the entire population that had tragically perished there. In other words, this instance was a veritable ghost town. The existential crisis wasn't just the meteorite disaster, it also involved the dead people. Jiangxi took a deep breath, watching everything before him gradually turn pale and gray due to the player's departure, feeling the ghostly aura that filled the entire carriage and the entire road. This was truly, exactly what she wanted. Chapter 127. Although the entire bus and the entire street were filled with a ghostly aura, pedestrians continued to move, and vehicles continued to move. It was as if these dead were bound by some kind of rule, forced to maintain the rhythm of their lives. Jiangxi remained quietly on the bus, sitting in the back row, not rushing to do anything. She watched as the passengers were forced to sit in their seats. An elderly woman clutched a large bag of fruits and vegetables fresh from the supermarket, sweat dripping down her face, hitting the bag. An elderly man lit a cigarette, his hand trembling as he stared at the cigarette, but as if it were something terrifying. A young man sitting next to the old man stared at his cigarette, but in agony, muttering, I told you not to smoke in the car. I don't want to get blown up. A girl was reading a novel on her phone, unable to stop. All she could do was quickly tap the exit button. Even if I have to die again, can you at least let me call my mom and say goodbye? But it was impossible. She tapped the exit button until it started to spark, but it wouldn't work. An older woman frantically said, "Doesn't that game say you can survive by killing the other players and taking over their bodies? But we can't move now." Another person asked, "Do we have to wait until the meteorite lands before we can move? But after it lands, will we have time?" Everyone, including the driver, stared intently at the digital clock at the front of the car. The crimson numerals read 11:21, and the seconds next to it grew larger, like a death knell approaching. The passengers in the car grew increasingly restless. 11:22, 11:23. The passengers trembled uncontrollably, their frozen faces unable to maintain expression any longer. They cried out in fear, "It's coming! It's coming!" The driver gripped the steering wheel with a tense grip, the car trembling with nervousness. Fear spread wildly throughout the car. Although it was a bit immoral, Jiangqi seized the opportunity to silently absorb this intense fear. In just a few minutes, he felt like he had a feast. The true fear of facing death was truly incomparable to the fear generated by random threats. The next moment, a loud boom echoed in the distance, the sky and earth changed color, and the earth shook. "It's coming! The meteorite has landed." Fancheng was one of the impact points. The shockwaves spread out in a circular pattern from the impact point, scattering buildings, sending vehicles flying, and people being torn apart in a matter of minutes. In short, what the bus saw was a heat wave rolling in from the distance, accompanied by the simultaneous collapse of tall buildings and roads. "Ah! It's coming! It's coming!" The people inside screamed. Finally, they were no longer glued to their seats and could move. The sheer terror had left their minds blank. They frantically tried to escape, but the result was a crush of people, making it impossible for anyone to get out. Some shouted, "Driver, stop!" Some shouted, "Driver, turn back!" Still others could only hold their heads and scream under the seats. The driver reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes. Everyone inside the bus fell forward. Before anyone could get up, the car behind them, which hadn't braked, crashed into them with a thud. A chain reaction unfolded, the vehicles tumbling into a chaotic mess. No vehicle could move, leaving people desperately trying to climb out. Then, the shockwave reached them. With a bang, countless vehicles took flight, the bus itself was blown away, and everyone was sent flying. The elderly woman soared with her fruits and vegetables. The elderly man soared with his cigarette butt. The young people, along with their phones, backpacks, and so on, were also carried aloft. Then, the flying people were sliced and diced by the shattered window shards, and blood splattered inside the bus. "Ah!" A car flew in front, and as the driver screamed, it smashed into the front of the bus, crushing the driver and a front seat passenger. "Put it out!" The young man desperately tried to catch the free-flying cigarette, but the next moment, it struck the fuel spurting out of the tank. Sparks collided with the fuel, and an explosion erupted, engulfing everyone in flames. At that moment, everyone on the bus died again. Pain, resentment, despair, and resentment, all these emotions flooded through them. If their first death 50 years ago had been a moment of unconsciousness, they hadn't felt much pain. But now, after returning from the dead, they had died again. The psychological torture had reached its peak. There was nothing more painful than having hope, only to be forced to watch helplessly as one succumbed to certain doom. Their bodies and souls were crushed, sliced, and shredded, their resentment erupting like an exponential explosion. Jiangqi was suddenly swept up in a sea of resentment. Without hesitation, she immediately released the absorption. At the same moment, the players also saw the shockwave rolling in from afar, and they desperately fled in the opposite direction. The immortal cultivators from the first plane of the Beta Galaxy immediately drew their magical weapons and took flight. Flying in the air was much faster than running on the chaotic, crowded ground. From the sky, they looked down at the players from other planes, their faces smug. "How can you outrun death by running on your own 2 feet? We started from the same point. This rematch is completely meaningless." One immortal cultivator said leisurely, his tone full of superiority. The other immortal cultivators laughed. The players on the ground watched these people soaring freely and effortlessly, envious and gnashing with hatred. "Humph, flying is so great. We can do it too." Then another group took to the air. Everyone turned to see. Oh, it was a group of players sitting on blankets from a magical plane. That was the third-place finisher in the previous competition. The game had rewarded that plane with magical elements. From then on, that plane had a source of magic, could create magical items, and some people on that plane even gained the qualifications to learn magic. As the players watched enviously, another group of players took off in the distant sky. They were from the technological plane, their flight compasses under their feet, and their speed was quite fast. The players on the ground, who could only rely on their 2 legs to run frantically, were dissatisfied. How can they bring these things into the dungeon? If I had known, I would have brought a flight device or something. You're so stupid. You can't bring in personal belongings. That flying compass is a companion item for those players. What's a companion item? That plane also won a place in a certain competition. Their reward is that people from that plane can contract a companion item upon reaching adulthood. In the final analysis, those with more background have the upper hand in competitions. That's not necessarily true. I heard that sometimes the more prepared and the more hidden cards a player has, the more likely they are to suffer unexpected losses in a dungeon. As soon as these words were spoken, a shockwave in the distance destroyed a high-tech enterprise park. It was unknown what was destroyed, but a terrifying explosion was triggered. The blast spread out overwhelmingly, and with no obstacles in the air, the players flying were swept away. Ah! Amidst wails, scores of players plummeted from the sky. The players on the ground were stunned, looking up as they sought cover to temporarily escape the aftermath. The players in the air, who had been so proud just a moment before, were now either swept down to their deaths or fleeing in panic. Their carefree demeanor was completely gone. The scene was truly delightful. Ha ha. Serves them right. Because of this wave, no one dared to fly any further, and they all retreated on foot. However, soon, a steady stream of small meteorites arrived on the ground. These small meteorites, rubbing against the air and sending forth balls of flame, each one had the destructive power of a missile, not to mention the sheer density. This was pure hellish survival. The players, desperately trying to escape, were practically going mad. No wonder this entire plane was destroyed. How could anyone survive such a horrific disaster? It took several hours before the meteor shower ended. The entire city was reduced to ruins, but it finally quieted down. After a long while, players emerged from their shelters one by one. It stopped, finally stopped. I'm alive. Haha, I'm not dead. A player crawled out of a basement entrance, breathing heavily. He had several deep wounds on his arms and legs, and countless scrapes all over his body. He looked around and spotted a pharmacy not far away. He trudged over to the main entrance, moved the large rubble and other obstructions in front of it, dug a passable entrance, and climbed in with difficulty. Half of the pharmacy had collapsed, but the other half was still holding together. Many of the medicine shelves had fallen over, and medicines were piled on the floor. He rummaged through various medicine boxes and found iodine bandages and other supplies. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, tore open his clothes to expose his wounds, and bandaged himself. After he roughly treated all the wounds, his energy was almost exhausted, so he began searching among the pile of medicine for something to eat. I remember the pharmacy had nutritional supplements and powdered milk, right? He muttered as he searched, but his movements grew slower and slower, and his hair stood on end. He suddenly realized that, since some point, the pharmacy had become utterly quiet, eerily quiet, eerily quiet. Besides, it was only afternoon when he entered, and while the air was dusty, the sunlight was still quite clear. Treatment of the wounds took him no more than half an hour to an hour, meaning it wasn't even dark yet the pharmacy had become dark and cold. It was like stepping from the normal world into a dark, terrifying space. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the entrance he crawled in through. He remembered being able to see outside from here just now, but now he could see nothing. He gulped, swallowing. What was going on? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded from behind. Goosebumps crawled all over his body. Is my medicine working? A cold, gloomy voice rang out. Shock. His whole body stiffened, shivering uncontrollably, but he didn't dare turn back. When did a second person appear here? Behind him? Shouldn't there be ruins behind him? Where did this person come from? The voice continued faintly. Since you used my medicine, give me your body. On the first floor of an office building, several players were trapped. No, all the entrances and exits are blocked by the ruins. We can't get out, the player said after exploring. Let's search the building first. Gather whatever food and water we have. Another player, seemingly quite capable, called out, XXXXX, go to the restrooms. If there's still water coming out of the faucets, collect it in containers. Everyone else, go find other supplies. In short, gather everything useful. Everyone immediately split up. Some headed upstairs, some went to the restroom, and some went into the offices. However, they failed to see the shadowy figures drifting through the office building. 1, 2, 3. 8 players in total. Haha, that's enough for now. I want the leader, don't fight me. Then I want the young man. I want the tall, strong one. The shadows whispered as they divided up the players. Then, they drifted to the stairwell, the bathroom, and the office, quietly closing the doors when the players were alone. By the time the players realized what was happening, they were trapped in the enclosed space, dark and cold. What's going on? Why won't the door open? Is there anyone outside? What? Who's hiding there? Help! Ah! A moment later, when the door opened again, the players emerged nonchalantly, everything as normal as if nothing had happened. Only when they looked at each other would they exchange knowing smiles. Afterwards, they even transformed the first floor into a sanctuary, welcoming more players in. And then, more new types of players were born. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire dungeon fell silent. The surviving players, after their initial flurry of activity, gradually adapted to life there. In fact, as long as you survive the initial meteor shower, surviving later on won't be too difficult. Find shelter, ensure your safety, and then stock up on enough food and water, and you basically be able to survive. In a small warehouse. Xinhui and his companions returned from outside, and the warehouse staff immediately greeted them. How's it going out there? Xinhui and his companions lowered their bags and poured out their food. That's all we got today. Xiangyang examined the items. Bread, cookies, a few chocolate bars, some candy, a bag of hot pot ingredients, and several packets of snacks. They were all broken, but the packaging was intact and still edible. There was also an unopened bag of salt, a bag of sugar, half a bag of rice, a can of milk powder, 2 cans of beer, a bottle of ketchup. Did you find all this in the houses? Yeah, I searched a few streets and found these. Xinhui took a sip of water inside. Besides us, there are other people looking for food. The buildings have collapsed, and there are ruins everywhere. There's less and less food to find. The man in the house continued, we passed a few convenience stores, but the owners wouldn't let us in. There must be food there. I also saw. Players are living there. Xinhui scolded, what do you know? Those places are incredibly sinister. He looked at everyone seriously and said, it's not just convenience stores. These days, shelters have appeared in places like pharmacies, office buildings, supermarkets, and hospitals. That's nothing special, these places are naturally attracted to survivors, and with so many people going there, it's normal for them to form shelters. But I observe that players who enter those places rarely leave. Not only that, they actively invite more players in. Xiangyang frowned. That's really strange. We're all going to be here for over 20 days. Who would complain about having too much supplies? There aren't any dangerous enemies in this dungeon, so there's no need to form gangs. They're trying so hard to recruit people, which is really problematic. Xinhui said, what's even stranger is that the personalities of the players in those places have changed. Can you imagine those immortal cultivators obeying the orders of an ordinary player? Of course not. Those immortal cultivators are already powerful, and they came from the champion plane. How could they possibly listen to an ordinary player? Someone hissed, lowering their voice. Could it be that those places use some kind of brainwashing method? Xinhui glanced at everyone, his voice also low. Didn't we spend the better part of a month dealing with ghosts in our last dimension? We have some experience. Those places, I think, feel eerie. At these words, everyone shuddered, their expressions twisted, as they recalled their experiences in the previous dungeon. Fang Yu's legs weakened. Ghosts? Ghostly aura. Are there ghosts in this dungeon too? I'm not going. I avoid those places from now on. Xinhui said, in short, let's stay out of those places and be more careful. As for food, we can go to the planting bases, the farmlands, and the river. Those crops and river food aren't all ruined, are they? As long as they're cooked and edible, it's fine. At the same time, in a hidden basement, the eldest brother and the others were discussing the same thing. The eldest brother said, something's not right about this dungeon. It seems there's something fishy going on. The others' expressions didn't change much, if anything, they were a bit numb. Previously, they had infiltrated a player group and left the original plane, traveling to the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy. At that time, their group from the future world numbered over 300. Some chose to remain in the third plane, while the rest, after a 7-day break, rejoined the player group and participated in the rematch. Miraculously, Both their stay and their joining the team went smoothly. This world had seamlessly accepted them, and no one had noticed they were outsiders. In short, the eldest brother and his companions successfully competed in the semifinals. After the meteorite fell, a wave of escape resulted in the loss of several more members. Now, only a dozen or so of the eldest brother's expedition team are still willing to stick with him. Because of the bizarre experiences, because they had experienced so many life and death situations in just over a month, or perhaps because they were so frightened by the ghosts in the previous dungeon, their nerves are now very strong, almost numb to all stimulation. Seeing the lack of reaction, the eldest brother felt a little helpless. Seriously, the ghosts in this dungeon are different from the last one. The ghosts in the last dungeon were just to scare people, not to kill them. But this one. He reached the basement entrance, looked outside, and came back to whisper, "Do you remember those living natives you saw when you first entered this dungeon? The meteorite shower wiped out all those native NPCs. I originally thought they were just a setting, but when I went out today, I saw a native I had seen before. He had no shadow, and was talking to a player. And they were chatting and laughing." Everyone looked at him calmly. So what? The eldest brother was at a loss. Those two people are very familiar with each other. How can a player be so familiar with a shadowless native? The others finally realized, and one asked, "Are you saying that the player native has been bewitched by a ghost, or even possessed by a ghost?" The eldest brother nodded. "That's right. If the natives become ghosts, if they can possess players, then we're in danger too. In this era, ghosts are still relatively abstract, but in later generations, ghosts and ghost cultivators are real, and resurrection through the dead is not uncommon." Everyone looked at each other and shuddered. One sighed, "It's a shame I still can't use my power. Otherwise, my main job would be catching ghosts. Just chanting a sutra would make them obey." Everyone looked at him, and he was startled. "Damn! Why are you looking at me like that?" The eldest brother patted his shoulder hard. "Xiaoqi, your ability is to suppress evil spirits. Although the ability is gone now, you still remember the basics, right? How about trying to practice from the beginning?" "TTT, can this work? I got this ability from a game. I don't have the innate wisdom to do it. Whether it works or not, give it a try. There are so many ghosts here for you to practice. What a great opportunity." "That's right, teach us how to catch and kill ghosts too. We can't always be useless." "Xiaoqi, so the point is to teach you, right?" Same moment. The indigenous ghosts were also holding a meeting. Those who had successfully resurrected were relatively calm, while those who hadn't were much more nervous, gathering in groups. "Have you noticed the ghostly aura is getting weaker?" "Yes, I'm feeling increasingly uneasy. I woke up today and saw the ghostly aura near my home is almost gone. I took a flight to check, and the ghostly aura that should have enveloped the entire city is now thinner by more than a layer or two. At this rate, the ghostly aura will completely disappear before the dungeon ends. By then, those of us who haven't reclaimed player bodies might not survive." The ghosts looked at each other, realizing the gravity of the situation. No one wanted to die. They had already died once, and with immense difficulty, they had survived again during this meteor shower. Having made it this far, no one wanted to give up. Time is running out, and there aren't many players left unpossessed. Next, attack aggressively. Kill everyone who can escape, and everyone who can survive. Unseen, above the instance, a figure was slowly but steadily devouring the entire instance's ghostly energy. A ghost king was about to be born. Chapter 128. Xinhui and the others had sensed something was visibly amiss these past few days. When they went out, they often felt like they were being watched, but when they looked back, they couldn't see anyone. Sometimes, while walking, they find themselves growing colder, hearing strange noises, and inexplicably getting lost. Thanks to those 20 days of terror during the preliminary round, they quickly concluded they were being targeted by ghosts again. The cold and dark surroundings were due to ghostly aura, the strange noises were also ghosts, and getting lost was due to ghost traps. They were all too familiar with all of this, and had developed experience dealing with them. So, whenever they found themselves trapped by a ghost, they immediately sought a way out. Because the ghosts here didn't seem as powerful as the last time. For example, the ghost traps here simply made them walk in circles, unlike a maze that made them dizzy. Nor did they actually appear with twisted, hideous, and vengeful ghosts to scare them half to death. So, they used their weapons to attack the illusions and ghostly auras before them, holding hands and escaping successfully each time. Not only Xinhui and his companions, but everyone who had been tormented on that primitive plane was both familiar with and resentful of the methods of these supernatural beings, and they responded skillfully and effectively. So, While players from other planes were captured and possessed by the indigenous ghosts one by one, the players from the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy repeatedly escaped death. When they reunited, their first words were, "Did you encounter a ghost?" "I did too." What a vicious ghost, with such a strong murderous aura, but not as varied as the last ghost, so it's still quite easy to deal with. The ghosts here are afraid of light, fire, and explosions. "We can." The indigenous ghosts, who had followed and eavesdropped, responded, ? This group of players actually wanted to turn the tables and strike back. When they returned to report, an indigenous ghost leader said gravely, "We taken down all those immortal cultivators, but why are these guys so difficult to deal with?" These players already knew the indigenous people were taking over their bodies. If they let them escape alive, they revealed the secret. He looked up at the sky. The ghost energy was fading, as if a hole had been torn in the sky, and all the ghost energy was flowing out through that hole. The indigenous ghosts were growing weaker by the day. At this rate, they wouldn't even make it to the end of the dungeon. After consulting with the other leaders, he decisively decided to gather all those who had successfully resurrected. Since the remaining players aren't afraid of the ghost's tactics, then let's fight them directly with our flesh and blood. While the fake players declared war on the surviving players, Jiangqi still floated in the air, completely absorbed in absorbing ghost energy. Although her abilities were suppressed, she was still fundamentally different from ordinary ghost cultivators. After all, she had a divine power to support her. A typical ghost cultivator could only absorb a small amount of ghost energy, which then took a long time to digest, often reaching a bottleneck. But she had no such concerns at all. She was like a bottomless pit, absorbing as much ghost energy as was available. The ghost cultivator's realm soared like a rocket. Finally, halfway through the dungeon, she reached the realm of Ghost King. Her suppressed power was stirring. Just one last bit needed to break free from its confinement. Jiangqi's entire being was seething with ghostly energy, the city's ghostly energy rising and falling with her rhythm. She could easily sense every wandering ghost in the dungeon, feeling their impatience, and weakness. She could sense every ghost whose city had been shattered, feeling their pain, unwillingness, and despair. She could also detect every ghost that had taken possession of a human body, sensing their fierce fighting spirit, as if they were making a last-ditch effort. Fighting spirit? Jiangqi had to open her eyes prematurely and look down. She had already drained almost all of the ghostly energy from the dungeon. Whole ghosts and fragments alike could only cling to dark corners, barely surviving, seemingly poised to be purged by sunlight at any moment. The other ghosts had already taken over the bodies of most of the players, and were besieging the last remaining group of real players. Jiangqi looked closely, and saw that 80% of those being besieged were players from the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, with the remaining 20% coming from other planes. They were truly capable of surviving. She also spotted familiar faces among them, Xiang Yang, Xian Hui, and the group of Senior Brother. However, outnumbered, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hold out for much longer. Jiangqi raised his hand, unleashing the full force of the Ghost King's aura, releasing the ghostly energy within him. The sky instantly darkened, and the ghostly energy on the ground suddenly grew denser, then solidified like cement, freezing everyone, every ghost, within it. The entire instance instantly transformed into a ghostly den. Xiang Yang, who was raising a knife toward the enemy, froze. Her eyes widened, trembling, as she glared at the fake player before her. "Again, your ghostly methods." But the fake player before her was even more terrified. Her weapon clattered to the ground, and she trembled uncontrollably, wishing she could drop to her knees and curl into a ball. Because it felt an indescribable pressure, a supreme pressure capable of crushing its soul, turning it to ash. All the indigenous ghosts, whether possessed or still naked, trembled speechlessly. Jiangqi's consciousness swept across the entire dungeon, finding something discordant and snatching it out. Ah! She snatched a ball of light from the void. It struggled desperately, making the same sound as the original dungeon announcement. Jiangqi examined it. Is this the game's monitoring program? She sealed it with layers of ghostly energy, temporarily storing it away, then gazed down, thinking. She had made rapid progress and achieved Ghost King status because of Fancheng and its entire ghost population, so she owed them a debt of gratitude. It would be best if she allowed them all to survive, to repay this debt. But if the price of their survival was the death of these 200,000 or 300,000 players, she would be indirectly committing a sin. Any sin committed in the game will be retaliated against, and Jiangqi didn't dare challenge karma right now. She spoke, "Who among the natives can speak on behalf of Fancheng?" The voice, shrouded in ghostly energy, echoed throughout the dungeon, heard by all the ghosts. Their bodies were frozen, and they struggled to turn their eyes toward the sky, but couldn't find the person who had spoken. No one. Then I just order whatever I want. The natives were anxious, but the constraints from all sides made it difficult for them to even move a finger, let alone speak. Finally, one of them moved his lips with immense difficulty, using all his strength to pronounce the word I. 1 I, 2 I, 3, 4, 5, several more. Several indigenous people responded one after another. Jiangqi heard these responses and waved her hand, instantly summoning the indigenous people from their respective player bodies. Jiangqi found a relatively flat, open area to land, and the next moment, 20 or so indigenous ghosts appeared before her. Though they were in a translucent ghostly state, their appearances were still clearly discernible. They included both men and women, old and strong, and though somewhat disheveled, most had bright, resolute eyes. This was normal. Being able to speak even under the oppressive influence of ghost energy, and having the courage to speak even in uncertain circumstances, was itself a form of selection. Those chosen were either former leaders or strong-willed individuals with profound vision. In this way, they were truly worthy of the title representatives of Fancheng. As Jiangqi looked at them, they too looked at him, their eyes wary and suspicious. Jiangqi spoke bluntly, I am the newly born Ghost King. You must obey me now. I can save all of Fancheng, or I can destroy it all over again. The faces of the people changed instantly, but they didn't collapse. An elder immediately asked, how can we save all of Fancheng? Jiangqi said, before I answer that, please tell me what happened in your dimension 50 years ago? The indigenous ghosts froze and looked at each other. The elder continued, honestly, we don't know what happened. We were suddenly hit by a meteorite. Jiangqi, I heard your dimension has a fairly advanced technology. There were no signs before the meteorite appeared. Did you not detect anything at all? She had read so much information on the third plane before, so she naturally knew about the events of this Fancheng plane. What kind of meteorite could destroy an entire plane? This plane had many game ports. Was the situation so urgent that there was no time to call for help from the game? If they did, why didn't the game come to their rescue? Even if the game didn't come to their rescue, this plane had already established diplomatic relations with other planes, enabling them to connect through technology, using tracks built by the game and hired trains. But even so, no one from this plane escaped, and no one from the other planes received any distress signals. Isn't this suspicious? Given the game's numerous and egregious past, she suspected that the destruction of this plane might have been the game's doing. But the thought was fleeting, and she didn't think to delve into it further. Unexpectedly, the rematch would be set in this plane's Fancheng, and she would see the victims, no, the ghosts of the victims. This then needed to be clarified. The ghosts looked at each other. A male ghost said, no country detected any anomalies at the time. The moment the meteorite struck, communications across the entire plane were paralyzed, and we had no way of knowing what was happening elsewhere. We only learned of the plane's complete destruction when we regained consciousness. In other words, the death was sudden and unclear. At this moment, a female ghost spoke sharply, it must be the game. The other ghosts immediately stopped her. Chu Yun. Jiangqi looked at Chu Yun. Why do you say that? Just tell me. Her gaze was direct and sharp, carrying a sense of pressure. Chu Yun's eyes faltered, and he unknowingly spoke his mind. Before that, our plane had been exposed to games for decades, and we had indeed benefited greatly from them. They had accelerated our development, and we were even able to compete for a top 3 spot in the next gaming league. But based on the rewards the game has given to the champion, runner-up, and third-place winners in the past, they were all things that could alter the attributes of a plane and directly reverse its direction of development. For example, transforming an ordinary plane into a cultivation plane or a magic plane would essentially mean starting over from the beginning, and in the process, it would lead to new conflicts. Most of us didn't think it was necessary to embark on this path. At that time, here, people lived in harmony with nature, materially and spiritually, lived happy and fulfilling lives, and had friendly relationships. There wasn't a strong desire for power or immortality. No matter how you looked at it, the benefits offered by the game weren't very appealing. Furthermore, we were skeptical of the game's true purpose. After all, there's no such thing as a free gift of such great benefits. So, we like to take a step back for now. Jiangqi said, you want to leave the game, right? Chu Yun paused. You could say that, but we didn't dare to be too obvious. We began gradually reducing the number of new players, and veteran players gradually withdrew. Later, in that league, the players our plane sent out didn't give their all, and they finished mediocre. We had originally planned to gradually fade out, but suddenly one day, a screen appeared in front of everyone, with 4 questions on it. What changes do you think the game has brought to your life? Do you think it's beneficial or harmful for your playing to continue participating in the game? Do you believe the true purpose of the game is good or evil? Do you wish your playing to leave the game? As the screen appeared, everyone was trapped by an invisible force, unable to leave or communicate with each other. They could only answer the questions, and they could only answer their truest thoughts. The whole process lasted 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, all screens disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Everyone was a little uneasy about this, intending to collect people's answers for analysis, but just half a day later, the meteorite struck. Chu Yun recalled it, his face still filled with anger and pain. The game must be dissatisfied with our answers, otherwise how could such a coincidence happen? Just because of this dissatisfaction, they want to kill us all. It's simply insane. The other indigenous ghosts looked despairing. Why would they say anything? If this ghost king before them was also said by the game, they would probably be destroyed again. After Chu Yun finished speaking, his expression became dazed, and he finally realized what he had just said. He looked at Jiangqi in awe. Jiangqi nodded. I see, I understand. It seems your negativity angered the game, and it sent out the questionnaire. The results of this survey clearly made it even more angry, so in a fit of rage, it destroyed your ungrateful plane. The ghost's expressions darkened even more. While that's true, speaking it this way makes it sound like they made a rather basic mistake. Jiangqi asked curiously, you don't even understand the rules of this game, yet you're so blatantly slacking off. How audacious. You have so many countries in one plane, yet you're all so united. Don't you have anyone envious of the benefits of the game? Ghosts, eh? Of course there are, but the Plane Game Integration Management Committee was in charge at the time. The committee made the decision, and even if there were objections, they couldn't object. Jiangqi didn't ask any more questions. There was no point asking now. At least these people realized that games weren't a good thing, and that was commendable. She looked at the ghosts and asked, since the game has brought you to this point, will you follow me and seek revenge on the game? The entire dungeon froze for 10 minutes. Just when Xinhui and the others thought they were doomed, the restraints suddenly loosened. They could all move. At the same time, the players besieging them, clearly possessed by the indigenous ghosts, also moved, but instead of continuing their attack, they began to retreat. Players? ? What's going on? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? They were clearly on the verge of defeating them. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. The surviving players gathered together, anxiously awaiting the enemy's next attack. However, day after day, they waited, with no reaction. They secretly sent people to investigate, only to discover that those people were living peacefully in different parts of the dungeon. Players, I don't understand. I don't understand. The second half of the dungeon was strangely peaceful, save for the strange, sometimes intense, sometimes faint ghostly aura within the dungeon. And so it came to the final day. Train after train arrived to pick up the players. The cloud-like train, Cloud Cutting 039, arrived as well. As it landed, it announced, the dungeon has concluded. Players from the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, please board. Taking a closer look at the number of people still alive, it exclaimed, wow, so many. Your elimination rate is really low this time. The surviving players looked warily at the group of possessed players. They were a dark mass, a vast force. They jumped up and down, as if they had found a strong supporter. They shouted, Master Train, they're all possessed. They're no longer real players. The possessed players were bewildered. What the hell? What are you talking about? Who's possessed? We're serious people, okay? No way. You're all ghosts. You're the ghosts. You're trying to eliminate me like this? You're playing dirty? A quarrel broke out between the two sides. Cloud Kai 039 was stunned, its engine aching from the noise. Okay, stop arguing. In my eyes, you're all players. I'm just picking people up. Hurry up, those who need to get on the bus, get on. The players from the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy looked at each other, and hurriedly boarded. After all, none of them were possessed, they were safe. However, none of them could see that each of them was covered in ghosts. Some had 7 or 8, and some had as many as a dozen. It felt like a mountain was weighing down each of them. What an unlucky place. I feel like I lost so much strength after a month here. My shoulders feel so heavy. It's hard to walk, and I'm freezing. It must be the ghostly aura. You need to get some rest and eat something good when you get back. People were talking about this. In the group led by the eldest brother, everyone was mumbling sutras, but no matter how they chanted, they remained cold and heavy. The ghost lying on top of them scratched his ears. What the hell are those people chanting? It's so noisy. It sounds like an exorcist spell. Don't worry, we're protected by the Ghost King. Ordinary means can't harm us. A ghost, its body still covered in cracks, laughed, hee hee, I was blown to pieces, but I didn't expect it to stick together and get out of here. Outside the train, the female ghost Chuyin floated in the air, watching groups of ghosts following the players onto this train. Feeling a little relieved, she glanced at the other trains. The players who boarded those trains also carried a group of ghosts on their backs. Previously, at the Ghost King's request, all successfully possessed ghosts were extracted and returned to the players. Luckily, their possession hadn't lasted long, so the players' souls hadn't died, merely weakened. For the past 2 weeks, the ghosts throughout Fancheng have recuperated, helping to piece together the incomplete pieces and bring them to the Ghost King for repair. One by one, the shattered ghosts were reassembled. Then, the Ghost King instructed them to follow the players and travel to their own planes. There are 20 player teams here, meaning the ghosts will be assigned to 20 planes, where they will establish their own Avengers Alliance branches. Chu Yun touched the ghost cultivation manual on his body. Following the instructions, they could effectively absorb all negative emotions, energy, ghost energy, resentment, and other nutrients, thereby cultivating and growing stronger. The Ghost King gave them 6 months to refine themselves into a powerful ghost cultivation team, after which he would provide further instructions. Chu Yun's heart surged with joy. Just surviving was already a blessing, and now they even had a chance to exact revenge on the game. If they didn't strip the game of its cover, they truly wasted this opportunity. Jiangqi floated higher in the sky, watching the ghosts of Fancheng pile onto the trains following the players, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her gamble had paid off. She had fused a trace of her illegal power into the ghostly aura, enveloping each ghost, and indeed, she had fooled the trains. She looked at her hands. She had exerted considerable effort to squeeze out this little bit of suppressed illegal power. She took out the ball of light she had captured earlier and released it. It returned to the air, automatically correcting the time. After a few pauses, it began to announce, "The semifinals are over. This plane is about to close. Please return to the trains, players." Jiangqi watched the trains sail away. Having subjugated the ghosts of an entire city, if they could thrive, she would have someone useful in this era. Her eyes casually fell on a certain train, and before its door closed, she quietly slipped in, ready to take a look at this new dimension. Chapter 129. The rematches for the Gaming League concluded today. Of the 50 divisions, 49 concluded successfully, with only one encountering an incident. Fancheng Dungeon Division. At first, the players who were being taken back to their own planes by the train door started shouting about ghosts in the dungeon. A few players then accused the majority of players. They're all possessed by the ghosts in the dungeon. They're no longer human. The accused players were filled with questions and angrily exclaimed, "Enough. They called us inhuman in the dungeon, avoided us like the plague on the train, and now they're continuing to slander us. This is too much." A few players responded, "Really? They're possessed by ghosts. They even tried to kill us in the dungeon. If you don't believe me, go watch the replay. Leaders, we can't let these ghosts in. Arrest them all." The leaders were overwhelmed, looking here and there. They could only temporarily detain all the players until the game port generated the replay, and then they hurried to watch it. Then they discovered something fishy about the replay. The first half certainly seemed to be filled with ghostly energy, with the ghostly figures of the indigenous people seemingly materializing, and they could indeed be seen possessing the bodies of the players. However, the second half of the replay, covering the next month, was completely blank, with nothing captured. What's going on? Could it be that the ghostly energy is so strong that it's interfering with the security cameras? Looking only at the first half, it's certainly suspicious. The leaders looked at each other, realizing that among those players, more than 90% could be ghosts from Fancheng. A chill ran down their spines. This was a serious problem. What's wrong with this game? Isn't the Fancheng dungeon just a background? How could indigenous ghosts actually exist? How could these ghosts actually possess players? This was the most unacceptable thing. Games have always portrayed themselves as friendly, practically the epitome of truth, goodness, and beauty, as if their sole purpose was to help human society become better and stronger. But how could condoning indigenous ghosts possessing players be anything remotely friendly? They asked the game's port, but the game's response was, "Everything is normal. It's all part of the competition." Desperate, the leaders had no choice but to round up all the players returning from the Fancheng dungeon and meticulously interrogate them from head to toe. Irritated and terrified, the players obediently submitted to the inspection. By that moment, the ghosts who had followed them back had already slipped away, establishing a base camp in some remote corner of the plane, and then lurking within human society, absorbing negativity and deadly resentment. Hospitals, crematoriums, battlefields, slums, and other places were their favorite haunts. They were as comfortable as fish in the ocean, enjoying themselves every day, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Not only were they enjoying themselves here, but they also took turns sending ghosts to monitor the players undergoing inspections. They couldn't help but gloat over their misfortunes, watching them suffer under 24-hour surveillance, enduring the painful scanning of various instruments and props. Your Majesty is right. If we truly possessed these players, we would be the ones being inspected right now. We would definitely be discovered after a few rounds. But now is the time to completely extricate ourselves and escape. Brilliant. The king is truly far-sighted. Trust the king, and you will gain eternal life. Jiangqi didn't know that, contrasting her with the player's dire plight, the indigenous ghosts were even more convinced of her. She had arrived in a new plane, the same plane where she won third place in the previous competition and been rewarded with magical elements by the game. Upon her arrival, she discovered that while magical elements did exist, they were very weak. Among the people of this plane, only 1 or 2 out of 10 possessed the aptitude to learn magic. This plane was completely different from the Fancheng plane. Here, a spirit of striving for progress pervaded, and those who knew magic were wildly admired. Everyone eagerly desired to become a player, hoping to participate more in the game in order to obtain magical items, magical qualifications, soar to the sky, and gain supernatural powers and a longer lifespan. As a result, this plane was closely connected to the game. There were hundreds of game ports throughout the plane, and the docking organizations at each port searched the game network daily for available game quests. Once a new quest was discovered, they rushed to grab it. This plane is therefore very busy. Dozens of trains take off and land every day, bringing groups of players to complete game missions, and returning groups of players who have completed survival missions. People here are either currently playing the survival game or waiting in line to join it. Compared to other planes, the number of people paying attention to the game competitions is actually less. In a secret base, an ordinary train landed, and a group of players emerged from it. After a series of quarantine checks to confirm they were free of unknown pathogens, these players were then isolated for observation. During this period, they recounted their experiences on this survival mission to relevant personnel. This time we're heading to another unknown plane, inhabited by a group of undead creatures that can move and wield magic. They call themselves liches, and they're evil, undead beings. Our mission is to eliminate these liches. Every time we completely kill one, we gain a portion of their magic and lifespan, making us stronger and longer-lived. Being able to eliminate evil liches and gain such a great reward, this mission is truly worth it. Next time there's a survival mission in this plane, I definitely grab it. A wisp of invisible, colorless ghostly aura drifted faintly, arriving outside an isolation room, where players inside recounted their survival experiences. Jiangqi slowly emerged from the ghostly aura, his brow furrowed slightly. Lich, among the 10 great ghostly bloodlines she had collected, liches were among them. She herself possessed the dark magic of liches, so naturally she had some understanding of this race. From a human perspective, liches are ominous undead creatures, but from a lich's own perspective, immortality is simply a characteristic of their race. They are obsessed with magic, and they are skilled in it. These are innate talents, just like humans are born with the ability to breathe. If they are simply living peacefully in their own territory, it would be unreasonable for humans to label them evil simply because of these characteristics. Just like now, although it's unclear what role those liches play in their own plane, a group of human players went to the liches' homes, pointed at the liches that had never harmed any players, and declared them evil and deserving of death. This is quite comical. The person who was questioning them came out, and Jiangqi followed him all the way to a meeting room. Here, the various information provided by the players was compiled, and then a group of high-level elites met to discuss the matter. This unknown lich plane is very beneficial to us. We've been actively completing quests over the years, and have accumulated a considerable amount of points. I suggest using these points to petition the game to allocate this plane to us. It might not be easy to allocate it, the game doesn't have such a precedent. The gameplay is very flexible and diverse. The lack of such a precedent doesn't mean we can't do it. We can definitely give it a try. If the game rejects us, then we can settle for the next best thing, requesting to create more dungeons on this plane so more players can experience it. So, these people actually applied to the game through the portal, but as expected, the allotment of the plane was rejected. But they promised some benefits, such as attracting new players to the game in the new year, and utilizing interstellar travel and wormhole technology to discover more new planes. Finally, the game agreed to create more dungeons on the Lich plane. 10 more dungeons were even immediately opened, each accommodating 50,000 players. The high-level elites were very satisfied and immediately arranged for the players to depart. Their friends and family members were definitely squeezed in, followed by other insiders who had caught wind of the situation. One by one, those with connections were shoved into the 10-player teams. Jiangji watched these people busy themselves. You contact me, I notify you, excitedly spreading the good news to those they knew. Of course, if there were benefits, they prioritized their own people. It also offered a great deal of favor, so why not? It was practically impossible for anyone without connections to join these 10 teams. Jiangqi, however, felt as if he were witnessing one dimension strangling another. On the surface, the game didn't advocate killing. It was a survival game that tested people's ability to survive natural disasters and harsh environments. But secretly, the game had released a group of wolves it had personally trained into a place full of little white rabbits, letting the wolves taste the sweetness. Then, addicted to the sweetness, the wolves would actively demand more little white rabbits. The game then took advantage of the situation and provided convenience, and thus, a full-scale invasion was born. What had the game done wrong? It simply satisfied the players' demands and earned the humans' promise of loyalty. And what had the players done wrong? To them, they were eradicating evil creatures, doing good deeds, and reaping immense rewards in the process. They were truly the most ambitious warriors. Jiangqi found it absurd, and she laughed absurdly too. So, in the very beginning, this was how the players' invasion of other dimensions began, how the dungeon was created, and how the game expanded. A day later, 10-player teams gathered, and 10 seemingly unremarkable trains arrived to pick them up. Jiangqi boarded one of them. Inside the train, Jiangqi discovered that the interior was also rather mediocre, not even comparable to the Yuanhang, nor even the Kaiyun. The train announcements were also rigid and inflexible, suggesting that this train likely lacked much of its own intelligence. So, are all trains carrying out such inherently unethical missions these mediocre ones, rather than trains with intelligence and character? This trip was also unusually long, taking a full day to reach the destination. Then, Jiangqi saw a new world. A Lich kingdom, home to liches, was populated by all sorts of undead creatures, some in human form, some in animal form, some in skeleton form, and all manner of strange and bizarre forms. They needed no food, no drink, and even no sleep, spending their days tirelessly studying all manner of bizarre magic. But one day, their simple yet fulfilling rhythm was disrupted. A group of uninvited visitors arrived, armed with magical items and powers, ambushing and killing them. Where did these guys come from? Oh, their magic is so strange. Did they come from other kingdoms to exchange magic? Oh, their objects are so strange, they constantly release magical power. I want to study them. No, Lord of the Underworld. These guys are here to kill us. Run! After a moment of confusion, the liches, caught off guard by the attack, immediately reacted, fleeing or fighting back, and the battle ignited. Jiangqi watched quietly, watching the liches being repeatedly strangled by players, and also watching the players being killed by the liches one after another. He watched as magic of different attributes constantly collided and entangled, and watched as the aura of death enveloped the land. Day after day passed, both sides suffered losses, but the liches' deaths were obviously more tragic, because the players possessed game-provided items that could directly kill the liches. The players' deaths were merely temporary elimination, they would be resurrected later. Therefore, the players were not afraid at all. Morale, far from diminishing, continued to rise, filled with a frenzy of monster slaying. The lich was losing ground. In the lich's despair, Jiangqi finally appeared. She returned to her old craft, expertly creating a new image of herself. Holding a scepter and wearing a crown, she stood proudly in the air, imitating the Lord of the Underworld in Lich legend. My children, I sense a terrible disaster upon you. The liches looked up, stunned at the radiant figure in a white robe in the sky. Ming, the Lord of the Underworld. Is that the Lord of the Underworld? Jiangqi, I will resurrect your bodies and grant you power. You must avenge today's humiliation and drive out these ugly invaders. Find the evil force behind them and crush them to pieces. She swung her scepter, unleashing dark magic and the power of resurrection. The Lord of the Underworld she was imitating was said to possess the power of resurrection, itself a symbol of eternal life. To be convincing, she not only had to reappear in the lich's despair, but also be able to resurrect the dead. Of course, She herself could not be resurrected. Fortunately, she had already mastered the power of time. She activated the power of time, rewinding the time of the fallen liches. She reassembled the fragments of each slain lich, reuniting them, and they opened their eyes, resurrecting. All the liches stared at the ground in shock as one after another rose to their feet, speechless, their gazes shifting from dazed to excited, then to utterly fervent. The soul fire in the skeletal liches' eyes danced wildly within their skulls, their bodies dancing with it, their skeletons rattling and creaking as if they were about to fall apart. Then, all the liches prostrated themselves before Jiangqi, shouting Lord. The players, watching this scene, were stunned, their hearts filled with shock and deep fear. It was as if they had angered a formidable being. The next moment, the Lord of the Underworld pointed his scepter in the sky at the players. Kill them! The liches responded with a thunderous roar, charging towards the players. The players, already decimated, stood no chance against the overwhelming force of the liches. They were easily crushed to dust and eliminated. Soon after, Jiangqi appeared in 9 other instances on this plane, resurrecting the liches, inciting them, and dispatching the players. Jiangqi spent a day subduing the liches in 10 instances. When the instances ended and 10 trains arrived, the elite liches used invisibility magic and, with Jiangqi's assistance, slipped onto the trains and reached the player plane, where they quietly lurked. In the days that followed, Jiangqi essentially ran everywhere, wherever there was a problem, wherever the game wanted to expand. The more she watched, the more she sensed the malice and cynicism hidden beneath the game's false facade. She also saw more clearly the ever-expanding ambitions and desires of humanity, instigated by the game. She finally clarified her goal: to stop the game's expansion. She couldn't tolerate human players' unreasonable invasions of the liches, let alone humans invading humans in the future. Such a brutal and vicious game model shouldn't exist. Now that she had arrived in this past world, at the very beginning of everything, she must use her utmost strength to stop it. As for the consequences, would they affect future generations of Blue Planet? Jiangqi also figured it out. If the game disappeared, if it wasn't so powerful and invincible, would that be a bad thing for Blue Planet? Blue Planet had always been fine before the game discovered and developed it. Without the game, it would have continued to thrive. So, facing the indigenous people who had suffered such an unforeseen disaster, even though they weren't human, but mostly inhuman beings like liches, and even had somewhat brutal and perverse natures, Jiangqi was willing to stand by them, helping them fight back against the players, and then develop them into her own tentacles, weaving a tight web through human society. She did so much, and the higher-ups in various planes began to vaguely sense that a strange force was obstructing the normal progress of the game. They were uneasy and angry about this, but the game remained silent. It continued to transport players between thousands of planes, training them in the pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty, continuing the orderly conduct of the game competition, and continuing to build its train. Jiangqi often heard about how many new trains had been released last month, and how many new train models had been released this month. It was as if the game paid no heed to Jiangqi's actions. Unable to grasp the game's intentions, Jiangqi could only continue to accumulate strength. Until one day, the game suddenly announced through various portals that it would establish various departments. These departments would recruit employees from the human community, and those who became employees of the game would receive corresponding employee privileges and benefits. Among these departments, the most important were the Track Construction Department and the Train Production Department. The Track Construction Department is responsible for constructing tracks and stations between planes, while the Train Production Department mass-produces standard trains. As for the existing smart trains, they will be gradually transformed from transport trains to escort trains. On the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, Jiangqi stood in front of a game port. This port is a screen the height of a person. Any information the game wants to convey to humans is transmitted through this screen, and people can also enter their desired messages to communicate with the game. At this moment, lines of text appeared on the screen. In the past 6 months, a destructive force with unknown motives has emerged in the universe. To ensure the normal operation of the train survival game, and to ensure that countless players across various planes can still participate in the game, the escort trains have the following responsibilities. 1. Escort transport trains to ensure the smooth and safe transportation of players. 2. Connect to the transportation systems of various planes and participate in plane patrols and inspections. 3. Stationed in various player planes and dungeon planes. To ensure the smooth execution of the escort train's mission, it will be equipped with both defensive and offensive systems. Jiangqi calmly read the text as a figure stood beside her, whispering, "My lord, what should we do next?" This figure was Chu Yun. A year had passed, and she had advanced considerably in her cultivation. Her soul had become fully solidified, indistinguishable from a living being. As a ghost cultivator, her methods were even more varied, and her abilities were considerable. With the barrier protecting them, Jiangqi wasn't worried about anyone overhearing their conversation. She asked, "How many men do you have under your command now?" Chu Yun replied, 1,201,000 ghost cultivators. Millions of ghosts had originally arrived on this plane aboard the train. Over the past year, many of these, lacking sufficient ghost energy and death energy, laziness, or meager talent, have gradually dissipated. Similarly, this plane has also seen many deaths due to natural causes or accidents. Chu Yun dispatched personnel to monitor those who were dissatisfied with the game and society, but possessed both ability and talent. When they were near death, they would send someone to watch them. Upon death, they would immediately capture their souls and attempt to subjugate them. If they were certain they could be used and aligned with them, they would teach them cultivation. Otherwise, they would simply let them go. Given the conditions on this plane, their souls would naturally disintegrate within a few days. Through this method, Chu Yun and his team recruited many outstanding talents over the past year, improving the overall quality and strength of the ghost cultivation core. However, Chu Yun continued, 2/3 of this 1.21 million li are still in the initial stages of cultivation. There's no way around it. Many people simply aren't cut out for this. Not all ghosts are cut out for ghost cultivation, just like not everyone can become a top student or an elite. Jiangqi said, the remaining 1/3 is enough. You can control the high-level decision makers on this plane. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. Yes. As ghost cultivators, controlling humans involves many methods, from mind control to direct possession. Chu Yun and his team have secretly practiced with various animals and even infiltrated prisons and other places, practicing with death row inmates with considerable success. And now, it was finally time to truly test their achievements. Jiangqi warned, be careful. These people are either expert players themselves or have expert protection. They won't be easy to defeat. Also, be especially careful of the escort trains. They might have special abilities to locate and attack you. She looked at the words escort trains will be equipped with defense and attack systems on the screen, and wondered if Yuanhang 001 would transform. Was his predetermined fate to be eliminated from the game outright, or did he also have a chance to transform? If the former, would she have changed his fate? And if he did transform, would they then become enemies in the current situation? Chapter 130. After Chu Yun left, Jiangqi remained in front of the game portal. She removed the barrier and transformed herself into another form, that of Jialong, the person in charge of the portal. From hair to fingerprints, from pupils to voice print, everything was a one-to-one replica. She placed her palm against the scanning area in the upper right corner of the portal. After her palm print was scanned, she entered the internal network area. Jialong was a diligent and experienced player, having accumulated a considerable amount of points. As the person in charge, he had higher authority, and therefore, greater access to information on the portal. At this point, Jiangqi, impersonating him, browsed through information not yet publicly available in the game, such as the list of the first batch of transformed trains. Many of these models were familiar to Jiangqi. 7 Stars, Kaihong, and Jinuo. These were the models of the 3 engines that had previously tricked her in the garbage plane of number 19. There were also Kaiyun, Yuehua, Changjue, Fengming, Liltun, and Orlando. All of them were well-known and lively intelligent trains. Each model had dozens to hundreds of trains converted. This first batch consisted of 5,000 trains, divided into 2 roles, escort transport and garrisoning planes. Jiangqi's powerful divine power allowed her to memorize the entire list with a single glance, but she still carefully read it twice, confirming that she didn't see the word far-reaching. Far-reaching 001 wasn't on the list, she pondered, stepped away, and a moment later transformed herself into another docking officer. She logged back in, but received no further information. Because this officer's authority was lower than Jialong's, the list she saw this time was less comprehensive, merely covering the train deployments for several planes in the Alpha Galaxy. Jiangqi erased all browsing history and logged out. She stared at the port, her gaze penetrating directly into its internal structure before leaving. Traveling through the game docking facility, everyone she encountered was beaming with excitement, all buzzing with discussion about the explosive announcement of the game's release. I don't know what the game's recruitment criteria are. I wish I could get in. In the future, with more tracks and more standard trains, can we take trains to different planes and travel between them? The fares would be very expensive. What do you think of that sabotaging force? Why are they so evil? They disrupted so many dungeons this past year. But if that force didn't exist, the game probably wouldn't have made this reform. Are you the only one wondering which train is stationed here? I hope it's the Cloud Cutter. It's beautiful and interesting. Not all Cloud Cutter trains are talkative. Some are quite dull. I rather it's the Far Voyage. It would be such a grand occasion to be the first train to arrive here. But we haven't heard much about the Far Voyage this past year. Jiangqi walked outside. It was just as lively. Posters announcing various reforms to the game filled the streets and alleys. People were discussing all these things, and the atmosphere was even more lively than New Year's. In a gaming competition a year ago, this plane finished in 48th place. While this ranking might not seem impressive, with over 1,000 participating planes, making it into the top 50 was truly remarkable. This plane thus received a consolation prize, with its entire luck increasing by 2 points. Nationally, this reflected substantial breakthroughs in each country, strengthening their overall strength. Individually, the number of people suffering from illness across the plane decreased significantly over the past year. With improved health, increased energy, and a happier mood, their work energy, creativity, and sense of well-being soared. As Jiangqi walked the streets, she could see people with rosy complexions and beaming smiles, a far greater sight than she had witnessed here a year ago. It was truly a scene of prosperity, and thriving prosperity. But within this prosperity, gray shadows darted through the crowd, rushing towards various game docking organizations, towards high-level institutions. These were the ghost cultivators led by Chu Yun. They would gradually replace the high-ranking officials of this plane, gaining control of it and the initiative in gaming. Jiangqi found a quiet, deserted spot, waved his hand, and numerous game ports appeared before him. To be more precise, devices resembling game ports. Their designs differ somewhat, as their prototypes originate from different planes. This year, Jiangqi traveled to many planes, replicating the game ports there, from the exterior to the interior, even down to the smallest detail. She also found the necessary materials, and used a crafting table to create them, achieving near-perfect replicas. It could be said that all these replica ports needed now was an internet connection. Although the game would undoubtedly detect them if connected to the network, it was sufficient to deceive players. Jiangqi compared the structures of these game ports, automatically revisiting the structure of the port from earlier, identifying similarities and differences, and then began drawing blueprints. Once she finished, she took out her gleaming crafting table, activated it, and began production. Soon, she had crafted a gaming port from the third dimension of the Alpha Galaxy. She looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Her craftsmanship was becoming increasingly proficient. She put away all the ports and the manufacturing table, tore open a dimensional rift, and jumped in. A few minutes later, she appeared in a plane known for its manufacturing industry. She arrived at a factory. On the surface, it was a factory that manufactured large equipment, nothing special, and the employees seemed normal. But in reality, it was a goblin-controlled factory. She went straight to the factory director's office. The director, who was sitting at his desk, working hard on something, was startled and was about to scold him. Jiangqi transformed, revealing his identity. "It's me." The factory director stood up. "Sir, you're here." Jiangqi looked around. "How have you been?" The factory director's eyes sparkled. "Good, everything's fine. We're all doing well." Excited, he suddenly shrank, revealing pointed ears and light green skin. This was the true appearance of a goblin, not ugly, but rather a relatively short elf. The plane where the goblins resided was also an expansion plane for the game. Jiangqi happened to catch that train and found the goblins being treated as monsters by players, so she rescued them. As the legend had it, the goblins were extremely skilled in forging and alchemy, which was of great use to Jiangqi. Therefore, she took special care of them, finding a plane that was most suitable for them, and even performing a mnemonic on the natives of that plane, altering their memories, and thus giving these goblins official identities. At the same time, they also modified their appearance to allow them to disguise themselves as ordinary people. Now, this group of goblins primarily lives in this city. Outwardly, they appear no different from other indigenous people working in the manufacturing industry, but in reality, they secretly work for Jiangqi. The factory director goblin said, "Sir, we already produced 500 units of each of the several game ports you ordered last time." Jiangqi nodded. "Well done." She held out the new port. "Make another 100 of this one. Here are my manufacturing tips, and the precautions I listed. Please refer to them to avoid any mistakes. Also, have you managed to create the spiritual resonator I asked you to research?" The factory director goblin said, "Yes, we have, but it requires a very strong spiritual consciousness to activate it." The factory director goblin opened a heavily secured safe and held out two objects. At first glance, it looked a bit like a ghost ball, one layer within another. Jiangqi used his spiritual sense to activate one ghost ball, and the layers immediately began to rotate. The other ghost ball then vibrated and made the same deflection. You can program the message you want to convey into your spiritual sense and activate the resonator. The other resonator, no matter where it is, will react in the same way, transmitting the message to its owner. The factory director, the goblin, said, however, this not only consumes spiritual sense, but also requires the resonator to be bound to the soul. Both in terms of efficiency and security, it's far inferior to using technology to transmit messages. Jiangqi said, "What I want is to transmit messages simultaneously across planes. Current technology can't do that." She paused, looking at the replica game port beside her. Currently, only games can do this. Both the current game port and the various subsequent game consoles can perfectly synchronize information across countless planes. The only thing that can rival this is the Star Network, which was just beginning to take shape in later generations. If she had the Star Network now, why would she need to go to so much trouble? Jiangqi asked, "How many of these resonators did you make?" 300. Jiangqi nodded. "That was more than enough." She said, "You've done a great job. Next, the game is about to make a big move. You all need to keep a low profile and do nothing. Your only task is to protect yourselves." Jiangqi left this plane and raced through one plane after another. She deployed forces in each of them, whether they were ghost cultivators, liches, or spirits, all unfortunate natives she had rescued from the game. She gave the resonators to the leaders one by one and made further arrangements. A few days passed, and the game portal announced new developments, prompting local game integration agencies to set up recruitment departments to recruit suitable personnel for the game. At the same time, the guard train stationed on the planes also arrived and connected to the local transportation system. From then on, all traffic cameras automatically became the train's eyes, and the entire plane had almost no secrets in front of the trains. But no one cared, as everyone rushed to apply. A few days later, Jiangqi drifted in the void, and sensed that many of her subordinates in many planes had been discovered by the trains and eliminated one by one. The subordinates, who had been causing trouble in the game's expansion dungeon, were also discovered by the guard train, and many were captured. With just a few subtle moves, the game had already ripped through Jiangqi's arrangements. No wonder it had previously ignored her. Perhaps it looked down on her methods. Jiangqi no longer hesitated, channeling his spiritual sense and activating the resonator, transmitting a brief command. On the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, Chu Yuan, plotting to possess a high-ranking official, felt the resonator in her mind twitch. Her eyes lit up. The king has issued new orders. On a semi-magical plane, the Lich King, who had already expanded his forces and controlled the entire dark world of that plane, suddenly felt his soul fire tremble. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The Lord has sent down new revelations. Where are the Lich warriors?" On a technologically advanced plane, a vengeful spirit attached to a robot's chip vibrated a few times, faintly opened its eyes, and then seized control of the robot. The robot awoke from its charging hibernation, connected to the network, and sent a signal to its fellow vengeful spirits to begin its movement. In one dimension, a puppet disguised as an ordinary person suddenly stirred, then quietly took action, awakening puppets disguised as mannequins and statues everywhere. In another dimension, a shadow dormant underground awakened and slowly emerged from the earth. Then, shadow after shadow emerged from the ground, from buildings, from trees, and began to move. In one dimension after another, the chess pieces took action. They didn't really have to do much, just approach the nearest game console and destroy it. Jiangqi had come into close contact with those ports, each containing the power of time she had quietly deposited. To prevent the game from detecting them, Jiangqi exercised extreme caution. Thus, to activate that wisp of time power and thus destroy the port, a manual trigger was required. Jiangqi had arrived in a different dimension, hidden in the tea reception area of the job fair. While taking in the buzzing atmosphere, his gaze occasionally flickered towards a distant building. That was the game docking agency building, housing a game port. Over half an hour later, there was a sudden loud bang. A floor of the building exploded, shattering entire windows and warping the entire structure. A terrifying turbulence of space and time appeared around the building. Jiangqi raised her eyes slightly. Great! The game port inside had been destroyed. There were 77 game ports on this dimension, and she could sense that another 76 were being destroyed. She saw several cats escaping through this turbulence of space and time. Yes, her people on this plane were these adorable cat demons. She also saw the people at the docking station shouting in panic and exasperation for support. Just half a minute later, a huge shadow descended from the sky, and a giant bird-shaped train arrived. This was Fengming 053, one of the intelligent trains stationed on this plane. Jiangqi stood up, and in a flash reached Fengming's bird-like head, its locomotive. Fengming 053 was startled, and a layer of light immediately erupted from its body. The entire train was about to transform and enter attack mode. Jiangqi pushed it down hard. Below, a spatial rift tore open, and she pressed Fengming 053 into it. As the spatial rift closed, Fengming 053 disappeared from the scene. That day, two major events occurred in the universe. The first was that the game finally publicly recruited employees from all humanity, and recruitment efforts were in full swing across all planes and regions. The second was that, amidst the frenzy of recruitment, the game ports on hundreds of planes were bombed, disrupting the recruitment process and causing panic on the scene. Across a desolate desert, a spatial rift opened, and a giant bird fell out, followed closely by Jiangqi. The bird immediately rose to its feet, but Jiangqi's divine power slashed down like a giant blade, severing the bird's head and body. He then proceeded to peel away its skin and flesh, successfully extracting the engine hidden within its head. The exposed engine instantly lost all strength and power, practically screaming, You, this. Who the hell are you? Where did this terrifying human come from? How could they know where their train's engine was hidden? And how could they know that the engine was the train's core and Achilles' heel, and even separated from the train's hull so easily? Jiangqi, stop arguing. You're just a tool in the game, and I don't want to embarrass you. I'm asking you, where are these trains manufactured? Take me there. She had always wanted to know this, because the place where the trains were manufactured was likely the origin of the game. Unfortunately, even tracking these trains personally was fruitless. They simply transported players back and forth between dimensions, never needing to rest, and never returning to their home base. Jiangqi hadn't attacked the train before because she didn't want to disrupt the peace. After all, she was still in her developmental stage, and she wanted to survive as long as she could. But now that the game wasn't just in full swing, but had also attacked her people, she had no scruples. Fengming 053, don't even think about it. Jiangqi nodded, alright. She didn't waste any time, condensing a feather realm and placing the engine inside. Then, she reduced the feather realm to the size of a small bead and carried it with her. She then captured another train on this plane, stripping it down to its engine. After dealing with these two trains, Jiangqi tore through the spatial rift again. A moment later, she appeared in a new plane. This one, where she hadn't yet arranged her people, hadn't destroyed the game port, and the entire environment remained peaceful and bustling. Jiangqi hovered in the air, releasing her spiritual sense, locking onto the game port on this plane. She teleported to one port and violently destroyed it herself. The moment one port exploded, she was already at the next one. In just a few minutes, she destroyed all the ports on this plane. She also seized the two trains stationed there, stripping out their engines, and taking them with her. She painstakingly ran from plane to plane, destroying each port and seizing train after train. Soon, her feather realm beads amassed a growing number, tinkling and clanging in her pocket. Without the game ports and the planes guarding the trains, she had completely lost contact with the game, plunging into complete confusion. Jiangqi's swift, brutal, and effective counterattack was likely unexpected by the game. The game currently controlled just over 1,000 planes. Not only had its expansion been repeatedly hindered by Jiangqi over the past year, but half of its currently controlled planes had been slashed by Jiangqi in a single day. It was impossible not to be furious. So, when Jiangqi appeared on a plane, she was greeted by dozens of escort trains in combat mode and a dense swarm of heavily armed players. Even the surrounding area instantly transformed into a dungeon, with layer upon layer of dungeon barriers closing down, determined to keep Jiangqi within. Jiangqi glanced at the escort trains. Sadly, none of them contained Far Air 001. Jiangqi smiled. There are quite a few trains this time, but unfortunately, they all look so ordinary. See you later. She waved her hand, and before the overwhelming attack arrived, her figure had already vanished. After a year of trial and error, Jiangqi was now capable of tearing space apart, artificially creating wormholes, and traversing between planes at breakneck speed. How could she possibly be stopped by a mere dungeon barrier? She continued to run briskly between planes, continuing her campaign of destruction and capturing trains. The game's various traps against her proved completely useless. She was like a slippery loach, impossible to catch. When she tired, she would unleash her devouring power to replenish her energy pool. Or she would simply draw upon the power of time, consuming whatever she encountered. Everything in the world became her fuel tank. As long as she wasn't caught in a battle, she was practically invincible. In the end, she even had a group of trains following her. With so many trains, she was bound to encounter the one she wanted to see. And so, several days later, surrounded by trains, she finally saw a swift, strikingly colorful blue dragon. With a swish, the azure dragon arrived in front of Jiangqi in an instant. Its massive body twisted slightly, half-circling Jiangqi. The locomotive's nose, facing Jiangqi, paused slightly. The cold, metallic face remained unchanged, but with a subtle, human pause, a strange expression seemed to emerge. "Is it you?" He clearly recognized the man who had disrupted hundreds of planes and captured countless trains as the one who had once infiltrated his train. Jiangqi glanced at the long train body that half-circled her, having no doubt that countless gun-like objects would instantly emerge from its walls and blast her to pieces. Jiangqi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if seeing Yuanhang 001 for the first time, and smiled. "Yuanhang 001, I heard you're the most mysterious of the trains. I didn't expect you to be blown up too."